Small debts. By 8 in the morning, Lin Xia had already decided 3 times that coffee was a luxury and bought it anyway. The paper cup sat beside her notebook in the back row of advanced materials processing, cooling faster than she could drink it, while the lecture hall filled with the soft scrape of chairs, laptop cases, and people who still had enough money left in the month to sound casual. Lin Xia copied the date onto a fresh page, underlined it once, and tried to hold her mind in one place. Grain boundary failure, thermal stress, fatigue propagation. Those were the things in front of her. Behind them sat the shop, the overdue invoice, the machine loan, and her mother's voice from 2 nights earlier saying, as if the wording itself might make it less true, that things were a little tight. Professor Shen entered without hurry and silenced the room more effectively than anyone louder could have managed. He set his notes down, adjusted the first slide, and said, "If your conclusion is prettier than your evidence, it's probably wrong. Keep that in mind before you embarrass yourselves in writing." A few students laughed because they were supposed to. Lin Xia didn't. She was already writing the sentence down beside the lecture title, not because she found it profound, but because it sounded like something that would matter later. Shen moved into the material at once, his voice clean and unsentimental, pulling failure modes apart with the kind of precision that made weaker students sit very still and hope not to be noticed. Lin Xia kept up because keeping up was what she did. It was what scholarships required. It was what daughters did when a family business had more invoices than breathing room. The boy beside her leaned over just enough to whisper, "Do you ever relax, or is this a condition?" Without looking away from the board, Lin Xia said, "Poverty is very motivating." He made a startled sound that might have become laughter if she had looked at him, but her phone had begun vibrating face down inside her bag. Once. Then again. She didn't need to check to know it was home. Her mother never called during class unless there was a reason, and reasons had been multiplying lately in ways Lin Xia couldn't afford. She kept her eyes on the slide anyway, jaw tight, copying down a line about microscopic strain accumulation while her pulse began counting money instead of time. At the front of the room, Professor Shen let the slide change and looked out over the lecture hall with sudden, exacting attention, as if he had decided the class had reached the point where someone was about to be tested. Professor Shen let his gaze travel across the lecture hall with the cold patience of a man who had already decided most of the room would disappoint him. Then he turned back to the board, tapped a grain boundary diagram with the end of his pen, and said, "If this structure fails here, where did the failure really begin?" A student in the front answered too quickly. "At the crack site." Shen's expression didn't shift. "That is where failure became visible. I asked where it began." Another voice tried, this time from the second row. "During final loading, when the stress exceeded tolerance. That is when the material stopped negotiating," Shen said. "Not when the problem was born." Silence settled after that, the uncomfortable sort that made people stare harder at their notes as if the answer might reveal itself through posture. Lin Xia felt her phone vibrate again inside her bag and kept both hands on her notebook. She knew the answer. She also knew the risk of sounding too ready in rooms like this. Professors remembered useful students. Useful students got noticed. Noticed students got pulled into things that cost time, and time was already the one resource her life had stopped supplying generously. "Lin Xia," Shen said. Her head came up at once. Around her, 2 people turned fractionally in their seats, relieved the attention had found somewhere specific. Shen watched her with the kind of expression that gave nothing and demanded everything. She said, "It began before the crack. In the grain structure, or the impurity distribution, or the thermal history. The visible break is just where the weakness stopped being patient." For the first time that morning, Shen looked mildly interested. "Why, patient?" Lin Xia glanced once at the diagram, then back at him. "Because material failure usually spends a long time becoming inevitable before anyone bothers to call it dramatic." A few students laughed under their breath, but this time the sound was nervous. Shen didn't join them. He studied her for 1 beat longer than comfort allowed, then gave a short nod. "Good," he said. "Most people are seduced by the final fracture. It flatters them to think disaster arrives all at once." He turned back to the board and wrote 3 terms in a clean vertical line. Damage accumulation, stress concentration, delayed visibility. If you don't understand those, then you don't understand failure. You only enjoy watching things break. Lin Xia wrote the terms down, though her pulse had shifted for a different reason now. Beside her, the boy who had whispered earlier leaned back and murmured, "You make the rest of us sound decorative." She kept her eyes on the page and said, "That seems like a personal problem." He huffed a laugh, but she barely heard it. At the front of the room, Shen had resumed the lecture, yet she could feel, with quiet certainty, that she had moved from anonymity into memory, and that in a life already stretched too thin, being remembered by a man like Professor Shen was not necessarily good news. By the time Lin Xia pushed open the dorm room door that evening, Professor Shen's attention had settled into the back of her mind like a new unpaid bill. She had made it through 2 more classes, 1 bad cafeteria lunch, and a lab booking she'd only half absorbed, but the pressure of being noticed had not lifted. Neither had the pressure from home. The room met her in the familiar shape of shared survival. Tang Xi was cross-legged on the lower bunk with a face mask on, and her finance notes spread open in a display that suggested scholarship anxiety had finally defeated vanity. He Qian was at her desk eating chips over a stack of printouts she clearly had no intention of reading. Wu Min sat by the window with her laptop open, eyes narrowed at a screen dense with code and judgment. Tang Xi looked up first. "There she is," she said. "Our own academic martyr returns." Lin Xia dropped her bag beside her chair. "Your concern is overwhelming." "It isn't concern," He Qian said around a mouthful of chips. "It's curiosity. You look like someone lost a court case." Wu Min didn't glance away from her screen. "No, court case implies anger. This is financial dread." Lin Xia should have laughed harder than she did. She took out her notebook, stacked it carefully on the desk, and felt all 3 of them register the overcontrol at once. That was the problem with living beside people long enough. They learned the cracks before you did. Tang Xi peeled one edge of the face mask away from her cheek and squinted at Lin Xia. "Did something happen in class?" "Professor Shen remembered my name," Lin Xia said. He Qian sat up straighter. "That's terrible. I'm sorry." "That," Wu Min said dryly, "is actually true." The joke should have eased the room. Instead it made the quieter thing underneath it easier to hear. Lin Xia had gone too still. She could feel it happening and couldn't quite stop it. Her phone was face down on the desk now, dark and silent, but silence had not helped much lately. Tang Xi watched her for another moment. "That isn't the whole face," she said. "What happened at home?" Lin Xia looked up too quickly. "Nothing happened." He Qian snorted. That sounded incredibly false. Wu Min closed her laptop at last and turned in her chair. "Was it the shop?" There it was. Clean, direct, impossible to dodge without making the answer obvious. Lin Xia exhaled through her nose and reached for the elastic band around her hair, more for something to do with her hands than from any real need. "It's tight," she said. "1 client's late. A machine's acting up. My mother's trying not to panic, which is how you know she's at least halfway there." Tang Xi's expression changed first, the teasing thinning into something more attentive. "How tight?" "Manageable," Lin Xia said. He Qian threw a chip back into the bag and pointed at her. "That word means the opposite of manageable every single time someone from a family business says it." Wu Min gave one short nod. "How bad?" For a second Lin Xia considered lying properly. Then she looked at the 3 of them, at the mask, the chips, the code, the small ordinary room that had somehow become the place where she was least good at pretending, and felt the weight of the day settle more honestly into her chest. "Bad enough," she said quietly, "that I can't keep treating money like a future problem." The room stayed quiet for half a breath after she said it. Then He Qian put the chip bag down with unusual seriousness and said, "How much money do you need, because between the 4 of us we can probably assemble a tragic but sincere amount." Lin Xia almost smiled. "I'm touched by your faith in collective poverty." "It isn't faith," Tang Xi said, pulling the face mask off properly now and folding it onto a tissue with the grim precision of someone preparing for adult conversation. "It's logistics. I have some tutoring money left. Wu Min definitely has hidden reserves because she lives like a suspicious monk. He Qian has chaos, which sometimes turns into cash." He Qian lifted a hand. "That's true. Last month my aunt gave me money because she thought I looked wan." Wu Min leaned back in her chair and folded her arms. "You always look wan." "It was profitable," He Qian said. Lin Xia laughed then, softly and despite herself, but the sound didn't carry very far. The offer landed where it was meant to, as kindness, as friendship, as proof that she wasn't alone in the room. It also made the scale of the problem harder to ignore. Whatever the four of them could gather would help with groceries, transport, maybe a utility bill if stretched far enough. It would not touch a machine part, a delayed client payment, or the kind of number that made her mother start choosing words too carefully. My mother called during class, Lin Xia said, more quietly now. A client still hasn't paid. The shop's machine loan is due on Friday. One of the older machines is going bad, and if it stops completely, they'll have to delay work they can't afford to delay. She looked down at her desk while she said it, because numbers felt easier than faces. So no, this isn't a noodles for the week problem. Tang Xi exhaled through her nose. That's uglier than I thought. Wu Min gave a single nod. Can your father patch around it? For a few days, maybe. Lin Xia turned her phone over in her hand without unlocking it. That's the part one hate. Everything is always a few days. A few days until someone pays. A few days until something breaks. A few days until the next bill decides it's more important than the last one. He Qian's expression softened. You should have told us sooner. Lin Xia shrugged, though the movement felt thin. Telling people doesn't usually change the numbers. Her phone vibrated then, sharp against her palm. The room went still again as she looked down and saw her mother's name on the screen. Not a message this time. A call. Zhao Mei didn't call twice in one day unless the situation had moved from strain into damage. Tang Xi saw her face change first. Answer it, she said. Lin Xia stood before the second vibration finished. I know. She crossed into the corridor and took the call on the first ring, already feeling the night narrow around the sound of her mother breathing before she spoke. In that instant, before the words even came, Lin Xia understood with cold clarity that effort, discipline, and good grades were no longer enough to hold her life together. 2. Professor Shen. Zhao Mei did not waste words once Lin Xia answered. The machine at the shop had worsened, not failed completely, but enough that her father had shut one line down rather than risk turning repair into ruin. Hengda still hadn't paid. The loan was still due on Friday. Her mother's voice remained steady through all of it, which only made the facts feel harsher. When Lin Xia asked, how bad is it really? Zhao Mei was quiet for a moment before saying, bad enough that I'm calling you twice in one day. That sentence stayed with her long after the call ended. It followed her into a night of broken sleep, into a breakfast she barely tasted, and into the next day's lectures, where every number on every slide seemed to arrange itself into one simple truth. Time was running out, and hard work was moving too slowly to catch it. By the end of Professor Shen's class the next afternoon, Lin Xia was tired enough that concentration had become an act of force. She packed her notebook with careful, efficient movements, waiting for the room to empty around her, when Shen's voice cut across the scrape of chairs and conversation. Lin Xia, stay a moment. The students nearest her glanced over with the quick, predatory curiosity of people relieved not to be the one being singled out. Lin Xia straightened, notebook in hand, and waited until the last of them had filed into the corridor. Shen remained at the front desk, gathering loose papers into a stack that looked as disciplined as everything else about him. When the room had thinned enough to count as private, he looked up and said, you think before you answer. More importantly, you revise without getting sentimental about being wrong. That's rarer than it should be. Lin Xia didn't know whether that was praise or diagnosis. Thank you, she said, because any other answer felt dangerous. Shen ignored the gratitude entirely. I need after-hours support in Lab 3. Sample handling, logging, instrument prep, and work that becomes expensive when done carelessly. The hours are late. The standards are higher than what you're used to. If you're the kind of student who mistakes enthusiasm for permission to improvise, don't bother. Lin Xia's grip tightened slightly on the notebook. Why me? Because you're accurate when pressured, and I dislike avoidable incompetence. He slid one sheet free from the pile and held it out to her. It's paid. That word landed harder than anything else he had said. Lin Xia took the page and saw the rate before she could stop herself. It was better than tutoring. Better than grading. Better enough to matter. Shen watched her read and said, I'm not offering charity. I'm offering work. If you want flattery, you've chosen the wrong department. Lin Xia lifted her eyes to his. Tired as she was, the numbers on the page had already begun rearranging the week in her head. When would I start? For the first time, Shen looked faintly satisfied. That, he said, is the correct first question. Shen took the sheet back just long enough to mark a time in the margin, then handed it to her again. Tomorrow. 1900. Lab 3. Don't be late, and don't arrive pretending confidence is the same thing as preparation. Lin Xia looked at the time, then at the rest of the week as it rearranged itself in her head with ugly speed. Wednesday evening would disappear. So would Thursday. If the work extended, then meals would become whatever she could swallow between buildings, and sleep would become something negotiated rather than assumed. She thought of the Friday loan payment, the machine at the shop, and her mother saying bad enough that I'm calling you twice in one day. What does after hours mean in practice? She asked. It means you leave when the work is done, not when the clock flatters you, Shen said. Some nights will be routine. Some won't. If you need a position that respects personal comfort, find a different professor. Lin Xia should have hesitated longer. Instead she heard herself ask, how many evenings a week? As many as I decide are useful. Shen gathered the rest of his papers into a neat stack and slid them into a folder. If that sounds unreasonable to you, good. It is. Precision work often is. That should have been enough warning. It was, in fact, more warning than most people gave before letting work begin eating a life by degrees. Lin Xia understood that. She also understood numbers, and the number on the page in her hand had already become more real than caution. It meant groceries without calculation. It meant train fare without resentment. It meant, if she was careful, being able to send something home without forcing her parents to ask why. I can do it, she said. Shen's gaze settled on her face as if checking for bravado he could punish. That isn't what I asked. Lin Xia tightened her grip on the paper. Then asked the real question. For half a second, something sharpened in his expression that looked dangerously close to approval. Fine. Will you still be accurate when you're tired, hungry, and annoyed with me? The answer came before pride could soften it. I'm already tired, hungry, and annoyed with half the world. A small silence followed. Then Shen said, promising. Irritation is sometimes more durable than enthusiasm. He reached for his bag. Read the safety packet before you touch anything. If I discover you skimmed it, I'll remove you before the equipment has the chance. Lin Xia nodded once. I won't skim it. I know, Shen said, and somehow that was the more unnerving thing. When she stepped out into the corridor, the building felt louder than it had a minute earlier, full of students talking about dinner, assignments, weekend plans, and all the ordinary softness of lives not yet being carved into harder shapes. Lin Xia folded the page and slid it into her notebook. She had taken the offer because money now mattered fast enough to outrank comfort. The part she didn't say aloud, even to herself, was that she had felt something else beneath the calculation, something colder and more dangerous. Relief. The next evening, Lin Xia arrived at Lab 3 10 minutes early with the safety packet annotated, the route memorized, and the uneasy feeling that she was about to step into a version of university most students only heard about through rumors and complaints. The corridor outside the lab was quieter than the teaching floors, its fluorescent light harsher, its doors heavier, as if the building itself understood that expensive mistakes preferred privacy. Through the narrow glass panel she could see benches, sealed trays, instrument housings, and the clean metallic order of a room that did not belong to improvisers. When she knocked, Shen opened the door almost at once, glanced at the wall clock, and said, "Good. Early is the only respectable form of anxiety." Lin Xia stepped inside. "I wasn't anxious." "Then you're less intelligent than I assumed." He shut the door behind her and handed her a pair of gloves. "Bag there. Notebook on the side bench. Nothing touches the central table unless I tell it to." The room smelled faintly of coolant, solvent, and old coffee. Nothing in it looked theatrical. That made it feel more serious, not less. Instruments sat in matte housings with labels she recognized from slides and journal articles but had never expected to stand this close to. A sample cabinet hummed softly along one wall. 3 sealed trays rested on the central bench, each tagged with codes rather than names. Shen saw her looking and said, "This is where people learn whether they actually respect precision, or merely enjoy talking about it. Take tray 2 to bench 4. Confirm each label against the intake sheet. Read them aloud as you check." Lin Xia did as told, careful with her hands, careful with her breathing. C7, C8, C9, C10. Again, Shen said. She looked up. "They're correct." That wasn't the instruction. Something in his voice flattened the room at once. Lin Xia looked back down and read them again, slower this time, noticing on the second pass that one printed code had a faint correction mark beside it. Not wrong. Updated. Important enough to be worth forcing her through the sequence twice. Shen came to stand beside the bench and said, "Confidence is cheap. Verification is not." He tapped the corrected label with one finger. If that goes in under the old number, the downstream log becomes fiction, and fiction is not a respected methodology here. Lin Xia nodded once. "You wanted to know whether I'd notice on repetition." "I wanted you to understand why repetition exists." Shen straightened and slid the intake sheet back toward her. "Students usually assume strict labs are strict because professors enjoy power. Some do. I'm strict because equipment does not care whether your mistake was understandable." That changed the room. The severity stopped feeling personal and became something colder, cleaner, and much harder to argue with. Lin Xia checked the tray a third time without being told, and when Shen saw that, his expression did not soften, but it settled. "Good," he said. "Now we can begin using things that cost more than your tuition." Shen moved her from the intake bench to the side console with the efficient impatience of a man who considered explanation a tool rather than a courtesy. He opened a calibration log on the monitor, set a tray of sample sleeves beside it, and said, "You will record exactly what you see, not what you assume I meant to do. Time stamp, tray code, condition, transfer confirmation. If something is unclear, ask before the uncertainty becomes permanent." Lin Xia pulled the stool in and looked over the entries already on the screen. The format was tighter than the student lab sheets she knew, less forgiving and more exposed. There was nowhere to hide a guess inside it. "And if I slow you down by asking? Then I'll be briefly annoyed," Shen said. "If you guess wrong, I'll be annoyed for longer and the machine may become expensive in a more theatrical way. Choose the shorter version." She should not have found that reassuring. She did. Shen pointed to a line midway down the log. "Read that back to me." Lin Xia did, careful with every code and mark. When she finished, Shen took the mouse, changed one field, and said, "Again." This time she caught the revised thermal note and the corrected transfer sequence before she reached the end. Shen gave a short nod and stepped back. "Good. You're trainable. That's not praise. It's a provisional observation." Lin Xia entered the next set of confirmations while he supervised the first 3 lines in silence. The work was narrow, exacting, and less glamorous than any student imagination would have made it, which only made it feel more real. Nothing here depended on performance. Only on not being wrong. After the 4th entry, Shen checked her screen, then set a slim paper form beside the keyboard. "Sign the hours sheet before you leave," he said. "Payroll closes on Mondays. If you forget, I won't chase you." Lin Xia looked at the form, then at him. "You trust me on paid lab work after one evening?" Shen capped his pen. "No, I trust systems. The hours sheet exists so neither of us needs sentiment." He met her eyes then, direct and unsparing. "Understand this clearly. Competence gets rewarded here because competence protects the work. Carelessness gets removed because I refuse to let tuition-priced confidence touch research-grade equipment. There is no middle category in which potential excuses damage." The words landed harder than the rate on the page had yesterday. Lin Xia thought of the dorm room, the second call from her mother, the machine at the shop limping through borrowed days. Then she looked back at the log, the trays, the clean severity of a room where good work turned into measurable value. "I understand," she said. Shen studied her for a moment, as if deciding whether the answer had enough steel in it to be useful. Then he picked up the next tray and set it in front of her. "Good," he said. "Come back tomorrow and continue understanding." 3. Song Chungyuan. She did come back the next day, and the day after that, until the route to Lab 3 began to feel less like a detour and more like the secret spine of her week. By Friday evening, Lin Xia understood the room well enough to fear it properly. She knew which cabinet seals stuck in damp weather, which intake forms Shen considered beneath comment and which ones earned a glance sharp enough to strip a person down to error, and how quickly an ordinary student hour could turn into a night measured by sample codes instead of time. The money mattered enough to make all of that feel survivable. It did not make it feel light. That evening, when she stepped into the lab, Shen was not alone. A man stood at the far console with one hand braced lightly against the instrument rack, reading a diagnostic screen with the unhurried concentration of someone who had no need to perform expertise because the room already belonged to it. He was older than the students Lin Xia usually passed in the department, though not by much. His sleeves were rolled to the forearms. A cable map glowed on one monitor, a live system trace on another, and his expression did not change at all when Shen said, without preamble, "You're late by 40 seconds. Lin Xia shut the door behind her. "Then your wall clock and the corridor clock are at war." "They usually are," the man at the console said, still looking at the screen. His voice was calm and dry enough to make the line sound less like a joke than a technical note. "The corridor one is sentimental." Lin Xia looked at him properly then. Shen set a tray beside her and said, "This is Song Chengyuan. Controls, diagnostics, and machine temperament. If the system behaves badly, he has the first right to be offended by it." Song glanced over at last. His face was composed in the same way his hands were, still without stiffness, precise without trying to look precise. "That's an unfair description," he said. "Sometimes it behaves badly out of fear." "That would imply self-knowledge," Shen replied. Lin Xia should have gone straight to the intake bench. Instead she lost half a second to the strange fact of him. Not because he was obviously handsome, though he was. Not because the line had been funny, though it had. It was the steadiness that caught her. Shen dominated a room by force of standards. Song Chengyuan seemed to alter one simply by standing inside it without wasting anything. Shen noticed her pause and said, "If either of you intend to admire the equipment, do it while working." Lin Xia picked up the tray at once. "I wasn't admiring anything." Song's mouth shifted, almost a smile, while his eyes returned to the monitor. "A sensible position," he said. "Most of it is unreliable under pressure." Lin Xia took the tray to the intake bench and began checking seals against the sheet Shen had left clipped to the stand. The motions were familiar now. Confirm code. Confirm condition. Confirm transfer order. Read twice. Touch once. The work usually settled her once it started. Tonight it didn't, because the room had acquired a second center of gravity. She could feel Song Chengyuan at the controls even when she wasn't looking at him, not in any mystical sense, just in the practical way a room changed when one person in it moved like he trusted both himself and the machinery. For 10 steady minutes nothing happened except work. Shen reviewed a sensor log, cut one of her entries shorter with a blue pen, and said, "Logs are not memoirs. Keep only what matters." Song adjusted something on the far console without comment. The instrument rack hummed. Lin Xia slid the second sleeve into staging and was just reaching for the confirmation sheet when a sharp tone cut across the room. One status bar on the side monitor jumped from green to amber. Shen looked up at once. "What drifted?" Song was already leaning over the screen. "Secondary read on channel 4. His voice stayed level, almost quiet. "Or the machine would like us to think so. Does it know something we don't?" "It rarely does. It only pretends with confidence." Lin Xia looked from one man to the other. Shen was all narrowed focus now, clipped and severe. Song's concentration was no less complete, but it moved differently. No sharpness thrown into the room. No performance. Just a pair of hands moving over the controls with economical certainty while diagnostic windows opened and closed in quick succession. Shen stepped closer to the screen. Cause. Misalignment ripple from the last read. Song changed one value, watched the return line settle, then added, minor. Annoying. Fixable. Those are not synonyms. They overlap often enough to be useful. The amber bar flickered once, held, and then slid back into green. Only then did Lin Xia realize she'd gone still with the sample sleeve halfway between tray and bench, waiting without having been told to wait. Shen noticed that too. "Why have you stopped?" he asked. "Because something changed," Lin Xia said. "And if we'd needed the next transfer?" Before she could answer, Song said, still looking at the monitor, "She stopped because she correctly assumed interruption outranks momentum. That's not the worst instinct to find in a new pair of hands." Shen's attention shifted from her to Song and back again. The silence that followed was short, but it altered the pressure of the whole room. Then Shen said, "Continue intake." Lin Xia did, steadier now for a reason she didn't entirely want to examine. Song hadn't softened the work or contradicted Shen. He had simply made the moment legible. And what unsettled her most was how immediately she had trusted the calm in his voice. After that, the room settled back into work, but not into the same room it had been 10 minutes earlier. Shen resumed reviewing the sensor log with the clipped intolerance of a man unwilling to reward a machine for momentary repentance. Song returned to the controls as if the interruption had cost him no effort at all. Lin Xia kept moving through the intake sequence, yet some part of her attention remained divided now, not by distraction but by awareness. She was more conscious of the space between actions. More conscious of the rhythm of the room, and of the fact that Song Chungyuan seemed to hear it differently from everyone else in it. She finished confirming the next tray and moved to seat a sample sleeve into the staging bracket. The motion was simple, or should have been. Align, seat, confirm, transfer. She had done it enough times by now that her hands wanted to get ahead of her eyes, and fatigue had begun to sand the edges off caution. The sleeve touched the bracket, and she felt, too late, that the fit was resisting in a way it hadn't on the earlier passes. Stop, Song said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Lin Xia froze with the sleeve still half set, her fingers tightening instinctively before she forced them to ease. Shen looked over immediately. What now? He asked. Song crossed from the controls with 3 quick steps and stopped beside the bench, looking not at Lin Xia but at the bracket assembly. Wrong seat depth, he said. That mount was changed yesterday. The spacer's still in the side tray. Lin Xia looked down and saw at once he'd named it. A narrow metal insert lay beside the bench tools, almost flush with the surface, easy to miss if a person was tired and moving on memory instead of sight. Heat climbed into her face. I should have caught that, she said. Yes, Shen replied, with brutal simplicity. Song crouched just enough to pick up the spacer and set it beside her hand rather than fitting it himself. You would have, he said, his tone matter of fact rather than kind, if you weren't trying to outrun the work. He tapped the bracket once with one finger. Use this first. Then the sleeve will sit properly instead of pretending it belongs where it doesn't. Lin Xia fitted the spacer, reset the sleeve, and felt the mechanism settle cleanly into place with a soft, precise click. The difference was so immediate it was almost insulting. Shen watched the corrected seat for one beat, then said, memory is useful until it becomes arrogance. I know, Lin Xia said. Song had already turned back toward the controls, but he answered before Shen could. No, he said. Right now she knows embarrassment. Understanding comes later. That should have made it worse. Instead it let her breathe again. He hadn't excused the mistake. He hadn't dressed it up. He had simply corrected the problem without making her carry unnecessary spectacle on top of it, and that restraint lodged in her more deeply than praise would have. By the time she completed the transfer and marked the confirmation, Lin Xia knew 2 things with uncomfortable clarity. The first was that Song Chungyuan was exactly the sort of man who made competence look easy because he had already paid for it somewhere private. The second was that she had noticed him enough for that to matter. By the time Lin Xia got back to the dorm, the lab had followed her there in pieces. Not the equipment itself, not the codes or the trays or Shen's clipped instructions, but the altered rhythm of the evening, the way one calm voice had cut through pressure without raising itself, the way embarrassment had become bearable only after Song Chungyuan had made it smaller instead of sharper. She told herself it was exhaustion making everything linger too brightly. That explanation survived exactly as long as it took her to open the door. He Qian was sprawled across her chair in socks, eating sliced pear from a plastic container as if she had personally invented leisure. Tang Si sat cross-legged on the lower bunk with a towel twisted around her wet hair, scrolling through her phone with the alert boredom of someone waiting for something more interesting than the internet. Wu Min was at her desk, laptop open, expression severe enough to suggest either coding or judgment. All 3 of them looked up within half a second of one another. Tang Si narrowed her eyes first. What is that face? Lin Xia stopped with her hand still on the door. I have a normal face. No, He Qian said immediately. That's a face with subtext. Wu Min glanced at her for one beat, then back to the laptop. It's not panic, which removes money, family, and grades as immediate causes. That is a terrifying sentence, Lin Xia said, crossing to her desk and setting her bag down with more care than necessary. It's an accurate sentence, Wu Min replied. Tang dropped her phone onto the blanket and leaned forward. Did something good happen? Lin Xia began taking things out of her bag in the wrong order, which only made the room quieter. Notebook first, pen case second, gloves she had forgotten were still in the side pocket. He Qian made a wounded sound of delight. There was absolutely a person, she said. Lin Xia looked up too fast. What? Tang pointed at her like a prosecutor who had just been handed evidence. There, that, guilt with defensive posture, definitely a person. There was Professor Shen, Lin Xia said. Wu Min's mouth flattened. That wouldn't produce this face. It could, He Qian said. If she'd finally snapped and hit him with a tray. I did not hit anyone with a tray. Tang's eyes sharpened with ugly accuracy. Male, then. Lin Xia could feel heat starting to climb into her face, which made the situation worse in real time. There was a controls person in the lab, she said, aiming for neutrality and landing somewhere much more revealing. That doesn't mean anything. He Qian sat up straight. You know his function. That's already intimate. Wu Min closed her laptop at last. Name. Lin Xia hesitated, and the room changed around her at once, all three of them reading the pause with merciless competence. Tang smiled slowly. You know his name. Lin Xia exhaled through her nose. Song Chengyuan. He Qian pressed a hand to her chest. That is offensively promising. It is a name, Lin Xia said. Yes, Tang replied, watching her with bright satisfaction. And now you're defending it. 4. Hairline fractures. The teasing stayed with Lin Xia longer than it should have. Not because her roommates had been wrong, though that was irritating enough, but because they had been right too quickly. By the next afternoon she had mostly bullied the embarrassment back into a manageable corner, which was why her mother's message hit harder when it arrived just as she was leaving the materials building. Come home if you can. Your father says it's nothing. That means it's something. Lin Xia stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then changed her evening without needing to think about it. The bus ride took her out past the cleaner edges of campus and back into the industrial belt where repair shops, fabrication yards, storage depots, and machine supply warehouses sat shoulder to shoulder in practical, weathered lines. She knew every turn by memory. She also knew, before she stepped off the bus, that Zhao Mei's wording had already told her the truth. Nothing was what her father said when he wanted time to solve a problem before anyone else had to carry it with him. The roller door to the shop was half open. Inside, the familiar smell hit her first: hot metal, oil, dust, old coolant, and the faint bitter tang of machinery run a little too long because stopping it cost more than strain. Her father was bent over the secondary line with a wrench in one hand and a rag stuffed into his back pocket. When he looked up and saw her, surprise crossed his face a fraction too slowly. You didn't say you were coming, he said. If I'd said it, you would have told me not to, Lin Xia replied. That only proves I know you. He straightened and gave the machine casing a light, dismissive pat. It's nothing. Minor noise. Your mother has become dramatic. From the office doorway Zhao Mei said, your father thinks if he uses that tone long enough, reality will get embarrassed and cooperate. Lin Xia turned. Her mother held an invoice folder against one hip and looked tired in the careful, contained way that meant she had been tired for days and no longer felt any obligation to disguise it. That did more to tighten Lin Xia's chest than the message had. Lin Guojiang made a face. I said it's manageable. Zhao Mei walked forward and set the folder on the workbench with flat, deliberate precision. Yes, she said, and the machine is making a sound I dislike. Hengda still hasn't paid, and the loan is still due on Friday. But by all means, let's keep using cheerful words and see if the bank becomes sentimental. The shop went still around them, not silent, but held. One cutter kept running at the far end. A fan rattled overhead. Lin Xia looked from her mother to her father to the machine he was standing beside, and for the first time the strain stopped feeling like a phone call or an overdue number on a page. It was here, in steel, sound, and the particular way both her parents were trying too hard to protect each other from facts that had already arrived. Zhao Mei opened the invoice folder and spread its contents across the workbench with the flat efficiency of someone who no longer trusted tone to carry truth. Paper slid over scored metal beneath the hanging task light, white sheets marked with stamped amounts, handwritten dates, and the kind of red notices that made a room feel smaller simply by existing inside it. Lin Xia stepped closer without being asked. Her father remained by the machine with the wrench still in his hand, as if staying near steel might let him argue with arithmetic from stronger ground. We're not drowning, he said. We're just having an unpleasant week. Zhao Mei did not look at him. You said that last week too. Last week was also unpleasant. That isn't a trend I find comforting. Lin Xia picked up the top invoice and scanned the figures. Hengda, still outstanding. Supplier balance. Utilities. A loan reminder dated in language that pretended politeness while threatening consequence. She felt the weight of each number not as abstraction but as pressure points, separate things all pushing on the same narrow stretch of family air. How much is still tied up with Hengda? She asked. Zhao Mei named the amount. Lin Xia looked up at once. They still haven't paid any of it. Accounting delay, Lin Guozhang said, with the tired mockery of a man repeating someone else's insult. Apparently their internal process is as delicate as imperial porcelain. Zhao Mei slid another paper toward Lin Xia. And this is the machine part your father has decided optimism can replace. Lin Guozhang came over at that, wiping one hand on the rag tucked into his pocket. It isn't as dramatic as she makes it sound. The bearing's rough, that's all. I can keep the line going if I baby it. For how long? Zhao Mei asked. He shrugged, which was not an answer. For how long? She repeated. A few days. Lin Xia let out a breath she hadn't meant to. There it was again. A few days. The whole family seemed to be living inside a corridor made out of that phrase, walking forward because there was no room to stand still. Her father caught the sound and softened slightly. Xia, don't make that face. We've had tight months before. Have we had this many things tighten at once? She asked. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. Zhao Mei answered instead. No, she said, not like this. That changed him more than the invoices had. Lin Guozhang leaned one hip against the bench and looked down at the spread of paper as if seeing it properly for the first time because his wife had finally refused to pad the edges. For a moment nobody moved. The fan rattled overhead. The cutter at the far end kept running. A truck shifted gears somewhere outside. Then Lin Guozhang tried one last smile, thinner now, and said, well. On the bright side, panic is still free. Zhao Mei looked at him with exhausted affection and no patience at all. Yes, she said. And unfortunately it doesn't pay suppliers either. Lin Xia set the invoice down and turned back toward the machine before the numbers could flatten into something abstract again. It stood on the secondary line in a skin of old paint, grease dark at the joints, stubborn and overworked in the same way her father often looked by the end of a bad month. Up close, the sound was wrong in a way no one outside the shop would have noticed. Not loud, not dramatic, a faint irregular scrape under the normal running note, like something inside it had stopped agreeing with the rest of the system and was now being dragged along by force. Her father saw where she was looking and came after her with the immediate reflex of a man who preferred problems to remain in the category of his own hands. Don't lean too close, he said. And don't make that engineer face at me. Lin Xia crouched anyway, careful to stay clear of the moving parts. What engineer face? The one where you start looking at things like they've personally disappointed you. Zhao Mei answered from the bench without looking up from the papers. That's hereditary. You have the same face when suppliers lie to you. Lin Guozhang muttered something under his breath that might have been agreement and might have been surrender. Lin Xia let her eyes trace the casing bolts, the line of the housing, the vibration in the mount. There was a pale crescent of wear near one fastening point, not fresh, but not old enough to ignore. A smear of darkened oil sat where it shouldn't have sat. Even the way the machine carried its own motion felt strained, as if one part of it had been compensating for another for too long and had finally begun to resent the arrangement. How long has it sounded like this? She asked. Her father folded the rag once in his hands. A little while. Zhao Mei lifted her head. Try again. Lin Guozhang exhaled. 4 days. Maybe 5. Lin Xia straightened slowly. And you kept running it. I reduced load on the line. You kept running it, she repeated. His mouth tightened, not in anger, but in the weary defensiveness of a man caught between truth and necessity. What did you want me to do? Shut it down on day 1 and explain to clients that we'd be late because one bearing had developed feelings? The joke didn't land. Lin Xia looked at the machine again and felt a sharp, useless ache move through her chest. That was the worst part. The problem was visible, hearable, physical. It lived in worn metal, deferred maintenance, and the 1,000 small decisions people made when money was always due before mercy. She could see the damage gathering in plain sight and still had nothing to offer except the same helpless attention that had followed her through every late call and every careful lie from home. For a few seconds nobody said anything. The machine kept running with that same wrong undertone, not loud enough to force action, only persistent enough to make delay feel like complicity. Lin Xia stood with her arms folded too tightly and watched her father reach out to rest one hand on the casing, as if touch alone might reassure him that it was still his problem to manage rather than a verdict already arriving. Zhao Mei closed the invoice folder with a flat snap that made all 3 of them look at her. We need the replacement bearing, she said. We need Hengda to pay. We need the supplier to release parts before the weekend. At the moment, we have none of those things. Lin Guozhang rubbed the heel of his hand against his brow. I know what we need. Then stop talking like morale is a substitute for cash flow. He let out a breath that sounded almost like laughter, though nothing in it was amused. You married me for my optimism. I married you because you were useful, Zhao Mei said. The optimism was decorative. That should have lightened the room. It almost did. Lin Xia saw the corner of her father's mouth move, saw the habit of levity try to reassert itself, then fail under the weight of the papers on the bench and the sound of the machine beside them. He looked older in that moment than he had on the phone, not in years, but in load. A man carrying too many small failures at once because none of them were large enough to justify collapse on their own. Lin Xia looked back at the machine and then at the invoice folder. How much room do you actually have? She asked. Her mother named the number first. Her father, after half a beat, corrected it downward. That told her more than the figures themselves. Zhao Mei was still speaking from best case. Lin Guozhang had moved on to survival arithmetic. Lin Xia felt the last of her remaining softness burn off into something colder and more concentrated. The problem was no longer vague. It had shape now. It had a price, a sound, a deadline, and a list of humiliations attached to it. Don't start calculating with that face, her father said quietly. You're a student. Your job is to stay in school. My job, Lin Xia said, before she could stop herself, is apparently to watch this family live inside, a few more days until something finally breaks hard enough to become official. The words hung there longer than she wanted them to. Zhao Mei's gaze sharpened, not in anger, but in recognition. Lin Guozhang looked at her, tired and a little stung, because the line had hit truth on the way out. Outside, a truck rolled past the open shutter. Inside, the machine kept scraping through its own damaged rhythm. Lin Xia picked up the invoice folder, closed it, and held it against her side. On the bus back to campus later, with the city lights smearing past the window and the smell of oil still in her clothes, she made the decision so completely it barely felt like one. She would take every hour Professor Shen offered. She would stay later, work harder, sleep less, and stop pretending that ordinary diligence would be enough to save anyone. 5. The array. After that bus ride, Lin Xia stopped treating exhaustion as an inconvenience and began treating it as overhead. She took every hour Professor Shen offered and let the rest of her life compress around it. Meals became tactical. Sleep became negotiated. Campus, which had once felt large enough to contain futures, narrowed into routes between classrooms, the dorm, and Lab 3. By Monday evening she was moving on discipline more than energy, which was why Shen's instruction at the end of the shift unsettled her more than it should have. Not tomorrow, he said, checking something on a printed schedule. Wednesday, 1900. Report to the Restricted Instrumentation Wing. Lin Xia looked up from the log sheet. The what? Shen capped his pen. The part of the building not designed for undergraduates to wander through in search of enlightenment. That sounds encouraging. It isn't meant to. He slid a temporary access slip across the bench. You'll carry samples, verify intake, and keep your hands exactly where I tell you. If something in that room surprises you, conceal it better than most students conceal panic. Lin Xia took the slip. The paper was heavier than the forms he usually used, stamped in dark blue with a clearance mark she had only ever seen on doors. Why me? Because you've learned the difference between precision and self-esteem. Shen picked up his bag and gave her the sort of look that suggested sentiment was once again wasting valuable oxygen. Try not to regress. By Wednesday, curiosity had mixed with fatigue until both felt sharp. The restricted instrumentation corridor sat deeper in the building than the labs she knew, past two keyed doors and a stretch of polished floor so clean it made ordinary academic mess look almost fictional. Even the light was different there, colder, steadier, as if flicker had been declared unprofessional and removed by policy. Lin Xia found the correct door at the end of the corridor, checked the time, and knocked once. Shen opened it immediately. You're on time, he said. That sounds dangerously close to approval. It's only observation. He stepped aside. Come in. The room beyond made Lab 3 feel suddenly provincial. It was larger, quieter, and built around a central machine so complex it resisted being understood at a glance. Shielded housings curved around a core chamber. Sensor towers rose at disciplined intervals. Cabling ran overhead and below in bundled black lines that disappeared into panels marked with warnings instead of labels. It did not look like one instrument. It looked like an argument between money, physics, and obsession that no one had ever properly concluded. Lin Xia stopped just inside the threshold before she could help it. Shen noticed. Of course he noticed. Yes, he said. That reaction is correct. Don't let it slow your hands. She looked at the machine again, at the deliberate scale of it, the implied cost, the way the whole room seemed arranged around the assumption that something here mattered more than ordinary academic work. What is it? For the first time that evening, Shen's expression shifted into something almost like satisfaction. Now you've asked the right question. Shen moved past her into the room, expecting her to follow, and Lin Xia did, still looking at the machine as if a second glance might reduce it into something she already understood. It didn't. Up close the scale only became more unsettling. The shielding panels were thicker than anything in Lab 3. The central chamber sat inside a ring of articulated sensor arms and feed mounts that looked delicate only until she noticed the bolted supports beneath them. Diagnostic screens glowed in neat arrays around the perimeter, every one of them alive with shifting traces, readouts, and status bars. The whole place carried the kind of order that only came from huge funding or huge consequences, probably both. Shen picked up a clipboard from the nearest bench and said, "High-energy phased tomography array. Calibration session 17. He said it the way other people might have said the weather. Tonight you're on intake and transfer support. You don't touch the chamber controls. You don't touch anything with a yellow tag unless I say your name first and the instruction second." Lin Xia took the clipboard from him and looked at the header. The name alone sounded like a research paper too expensive for undergraduates to read all the way through. "This is what you keep disappearing into." "This," Shen said, "is one of the reasons I dislike underprepared people." Before she could answer, a voice from the far side of the room said, "That's an unusually affectionate description." Lin Xia turned. Song Chungyuan was already at the controls bank, half leaning over a live diagnostics screen with one hand on the console edge and the other moving through a menu with easy precision. He must have been there the whole time, partly hidden by one of the sensor towers, but the room had been so dominated by the machine itself that she had missed him. He looked up properly then, and something about the sight of a known face inside such an unknown room changed the pressure by a degree. Shen didn't glance back. "If you're about to become whimsical, at least stabilize the channel mapping first." "I'm stabilizing it now. Whimsy is running in parallel." Lin Xia went to the intake bench because work was safer than staring, but she was suddenly aware of both men in different ways. Shen made the room tighter simply by being in charge of it. Song made it feel navigable, not safe exactly, but interpretable. That difference mattered more than she wanted it to. She set the clipboard down, opened the sealed sample tray exactly as instructed, and began reading the intake codes against the sheet while the array hummed in its disciplined, expensive way, every part of it working together so smoothly that trust began to seem not only possible, but reasonable. For the first several minutes, the room justified trust. Lin Xia read codes aloud, confirmed seals, and passed each staged sample into the transfer sequence while Shen tracked the chamber timings and Song watched the controls with the alert stillness of a man listening to several arguments at once. The array accepted the first low-load pass without complaint. Sensor traces climbed and settled. Status bars held cleanly in the green. Even Shen's voice lost half a degree of its usual edge when he said, "Again," and she repeated the sequence without error. The second run began just as smoothly. Lin Xia had the next sample sleeve in hand, the transfer clamp ready, the intake sheet clipped at the right angle beneath the task light. Then one of the upper monitors gave a short warning tone, not loud, but wrong in a room built to make wrongness expensive. A line on the diagnostics panel wavered out of alignment by the smallest visible amount. Shen looked up immediately. What moved? Song was already leaning into the controls. Left bank returned some drift. His eyes moved across 3 screens at once. Or false echo pretending to be drift. Which? I'll let you know when the machine stops being coy. Lin Xia held still with the clamp poised over the staging bracket. The room had not become chaotic. That made it worse. Every movement in it had simply narrowed. Shen crossed to the nearest console. Song opened a secondary diagnostics pane and adjusted a value without wasting a motion. The trace settled, then pulled sideways again. "That's not clean," Shen said. "No," Song replied. "It's trending." The word changed the pressure of the whole room. Lin Xia looked down at her intake sheet, more from instinct than thought, and saw the correction mark she had noticed earlier in the week on a related mounting sequence, offset adjustment pending manual confirmation. She looked from the note to the staging bracket in front of her, then to the live chamber map on the side screen. One alignment light near her bench was holding amber where it should have been green. "Professor Shen," she said, too quickly. "The intake bracket may still be reading the old offset." Both men looked at her. Song moved first, crossing to the bench with abrupt focus. He checked the side display, then the printed note clipped beneath her sheet. "She's right," he said. "This bracket's still using the previous depth." Shen swore under his breath. Why wasn't that pushed into the revision? "Because someone flagged it without integrating it," Song said. "Which is a very academic form of sabotage." Shen reached for the manual adjust key and stopped. "Can we correct it in sequence?" Song looked toward the chamber, then back to the unstable trace on the monitor. "Maybe," he said, which is an ugly answer at this stage. The array gave another sharper tone, and every green line in the room suddenly felt conditional. Shen made the decision in the space of a breath. "We correct the bracket now," he said. "Then we finish retrieval and dump the cycle." Song was already beside Lin Xia at the intake bench, one hand on the bracket housing, the other moving over the side controls. "Manual offset first," he said. "Don't seat the next sample until I tell you." Lin Xia stepped back just enough to clear his reach. Her pulse had begun to hammer in a way that felt too physical for a room this controlled. Song keyed in the adjustment, checked the amber light, and said, "Again." Shen watched the live trace and answered without looking up. "Apply it." Song pressed the final confirmation. For one suspended second the alignment light turned green and the drift line on the monitor drew cleanly back into place. Then the chamber shuddered. It was not a dramatic lurch, not at first. More like a hard, wrong vibration deep inside the machine's body, the sort of movement that should not have existed in something built this precisely. Every diagnostic screen in the room changed at once. A red warning band appeared across the upper monitor. One of the sensor arms jerked half a centimeter out of true. The warning tone sharpened into a continuous alarm. "Retrieval," Shen said. Song lunged back to the controls. "Trying." "Don't try. Do it." "I'm aware of the distinction." Lin Xia did not move, because there was suddenly nowhere safe to move toward. The chamber map on the side screen was distorting in real time. One side of the return pattern had begun to drag against the other as if the array were being forced out of its own geometry. The hum at the center of the room deepened into something rougher and layered, a sound that made her teeth ache. Shen hit a sequence on the console hard enough to rattle the casing. "Why isn't it releasing?" Song's voice lost all trace of dryness. "Primary sync is slipping. The bracket correction stabilized the intake, but the left bank is feeding bad geometry back into the chamber." "Dump the cycle." "I am." Nothing happened. For one terrible beat, the machine simply refused. Then a second alarm joined the first, lower and more violent. A capacitor warning flared red on the nearest screen. Lin Xia saw the numbers spike high enough to stop meaning anything. Shen swore and reached for the emergency cutoff. Song said, "Back away from the chamber." At the same instant Shen snapped, "Lin Xia, move." She took one step. White erupted through the core assembly, not like ordinary light, but like pressure made visible. The array tore itself out of sequence with a sound that was half impact and half impossible resonance. The floor jumped under her feet. Something slammed through the air with enough force to steal breath before thought. Lin Xia saw Shen moving toward her, saw Song turning from the console, saw the chamber bloom into fractured brilliance, and then the high-energy array came apart around her in catastrophic light. 6. Recovery. Pain returned before memory did. It arrived in layers, first as a raw heaviness in her limbs, then as a sharp, needled ache behind her eyes, then as the deep, wrong soreness of a body that had been moved, treated, and kept alive by other people while she had been absent for all of it. Lin Xia tried to breathe around it and found the air itself tasted thin and medicinal. Something beeped at a steady interval nearby. Fabric whispered when she moved her hand a fraction against the sheet. For one confused moment she thought she was still in the instrumentation room and that the sound was some surviving part of the array, refusing to stop. Then the smell resolved into antiseptic, clean plastic, stale air conditioning, and hospital linen, and panic took a new shape. Her eyes opened badly. White ceiling. Light too flat to be morning sun. A blurred rail at the side of the bed. She shut them again at once. A chair scraped near her left side. Then her mother's voice, tight with controlled fear and immediate relief, said, "Xia Xia." Lin Xia turned her head a little too quickly and regretted it at once. Zhao Mei leaned forward from the bedside chair, hair flattened on one side as if sleep had happened accidentally and without permission. The sight of her mother there, fully dressed and exhausted, made the whole situation more real than pain had managed on its own. "You're in hospital," Zhao Mei said, as if Lin Xia might otherwise decide this was decorative. "Don't try to sit up." Lin Xia's throat felt scraped raw. "What happened?" Zhao Mei looked at her for half a beat too long. That was answer enough to tell her the truth had edges. "There was an accident in the lab," she said carefully. "An equipment failure. They said you were caught in the blast." Before Lin Xia could push further, the curtain shifted and a nurse stepped in with the swift alertness of someone who had heard the change in breathing before anyone pressed a button. She checked the monitor, then leaned over the bed with professional calm that made no promises beyond competence. "Good," she said. "Stay still for me. Can you tell me your name?" "Lin Xia." "And do you know where you are?" "Hospital," Lin Xia said. The word felt clumsy in her mouth. "My mother already spoiled the surprise." The nurse's mouth moved very slightly, not quite a smile. "That suggests you're thinking clearly enough to be irritating, which is encouraging." She took a penlight from her pocket. "Follow the light." Lin Xia did, or tried to. The beam moved, and with it the world sharpened by ugly degrees. Bed rail, IV line, clear plastic connector, steel bracket on the monitor arm. Each object hit her not only as shape, but as something denser, more immediate, as if the fact of it pressed too close against her mind. She flinched before she could stop herself. The nurse lowered the penlight. "What is it?" "Nothing," Lin Xia said too quickly. That was the first lie she told after waking, and even through the pain she knew it wouldn't be the last. The nurse didn't challenge the lie, which somehow made it more dangerous. She checked the monitor again, adjusted something in the IV line with brisk, practiced hands, and said, "You're lucky. Concussion symptoms, soft tissue injuries, a lot of bruising, and no obvious permanent neurological deficit so far. That could have been much worse." "So far," Zhao Mei repeated. The nurse glanced at her with the calm reserve of someone who had learned not to promise parents more certainty than medicine could honestly give. "The doctor will explain more when he comes back through. For now, she needs rest, fluids, and less movement than she probably wants." She turned to Lin Xia and held up a plastic cup with a bent straw. "Small sips. See if your stomach agrees." Lin Xia reached for it automatically. The moment her fingers closed around the cup, the room changed. It was still a cup. Clear plastic, thin seam line on one side. Slight flex under pressure. But that wasn't all it was. Its shape arrived inside her all at once with an intimacy so violent it bordered on violation. Injection molded polymer. Uneven cooling near the base. Microscopic widening at one stress point where the wall had been gripped too hard during packing or transport. The lid's fit was imperfect by less than a millimeter. The straw joint would leak if twisted left instead of right. None of it came as deduction. It arrived complete, immediate, undeniable. Her hand jerked. Water sloshed over her fingers and onto the blanket. Zhao Mei half rose from the chair. "Xia Xia." "I'm fine," Lin Xia said, too fast again. The nurse took the cup back, eyes narrowing just slightly. "Are you dizzy?" "No." "Nauseous?" "No." "In pain?" "Yes," Lin Xia said, because that at least was ordinary. The nurse accepted that more easily and set the cup on the rolling tray. Lin Xia looked at the tray and wished she hadn't. Metal frame, powder-coated joints, one wheel with marginal drag, stress marks hidden beneath the paint where the lower bracket had been struck and straightened badly. The bed rail beside her was worse. Stainless steel tubing, hollow, thickness distribution slightly irregular near the bend, one weld cleaner than the others, fastening bolts torqued by different hands. The cabinet across the room hit her in the same impossible way. Laminate surface. Particle board beneath. Hairline swelling at the back right base where water had gotten in months ago and dried without being noticed. Her breath shortened. Zhao Mei leaned closer. "What is it?" Lin Xia dragged her eyes away from the cabinet and fixed them on her mother's face, because skin and fatigue and human worry still arrived as themselves. "The light," she said. "It's too bright." The lie was thin, but it was close enough to a hospital truth that her mother believed it. Zhao Mei reached for the curtain controls at once, and Lin Xia let her, because there was no language for what was actually happening. Objects were no longer objects. They were facts pressing inward, structural and intrusive and far too complete. Even through the pain, fear sharpened cleanly enough to stand on. Whatever the array had done to her, it hadn't finished when the light went out. By the time the doctor arrived, Lin Xia had built the beginning of a method. Don't look at objects for too long. Don't touch anything unless forced to. Keep her eyes on faces, fabric, walls, anything broad enough to blur at the edges. It was a miserable strategy, but it was still a strategy, and right now that mattered more than dignity. Zhao Mei remained beside the bed with one hand wrapped too tightly around the strap of her handbag. Lin Guojiang had arrived at some point while the curtain was half closed, and the sight of him in the hospital room, work jacket still carrying the smell of oil and shop dust, made the whole accident feel uglier than before. He looked as though he had come straight from the line without giving himself time to think. That was almost certainly why he had come so quickly. The doctor introduced himself, checked the chart, then looked down at Lin Xia with brisk attentiveness. I'm going to ask some routine questions, he said. If anything worsens, you tell me, not your mother, not your father, and not after trying to be brave for 3 hours. Understood? Lin Xia managed, that sounds unfair to everyone else. They'll survive. He checked her pupil response, asked about dizziness, nausea, memory, headache, and whether she recalled the blast itself. Lin Xia answered carefully, choosing the most ordinary truths available. Headache, yes. Dizziness, some. Memory, broken around the actual impact. Vision, sensitive. Pain, everywhere worth naming. None of that was a lie. It simply wasn't the whole thing. When he lifted her wrist to check grip strength, the contact nearly undid her. Skin, tendon, pulse, the drag of adhesive near the IV site, the metal watchband on his wrist with one slightly overstrained link hidden beneath the clasp. She forced herself not to react. The doctor glanced up. Too much pain. Yes, Lin Xia said, because pain had become useful cover. He accepted that, made a note, and turned to her parents. At present, this still looks consistent with concussion and blast trauma. We'll monitor overnight. Assuming no new neurological signs, she should recover. He paused just long enough to satisfy honesty. Recovery may not feel elegant. Lin Guojiang let out a breath through his nose. Elegant wasn't our expectation. Zhao Mei asked, no sign of brain damage? No obvious sign at present, the doctor said. That's the answer I can give honestly. The word honestly caught in Lin Xia's chest like a hook. She looked down at the blanket before the rolling tray at the bedside could enter her sightline again. Her father stepped closer to the bed and said, more softly now, Xia, did they scare you badly before it happened? She should have said yes. It would have been simpler, more human, believable. Instead she heard herself answer, I'm just tired. That was the version they could live with. So she gave them that version and held the rest behind her teeth, already understanding with cold, private certainty that whatever had changed in her was not injury alone, and that if she said the wrong thing too early, no one in the room would ever look at her normally again. The room didn't become hers until much later. Zhao Mei stayed until a nurse with the authority of routine told her visiting hours were over, and even then, she had to be persuaded in stages. Lin Guojiang kissed the top of Lin Xia's head with awkward care, as if she'd become fragile in some new and technical way. He stood back while Zhao Mei adjusted the blanket twice and said, for the third time in 10 minutes, if you feel worse, you call someone immediately. I'm in a hospital, Lin Xia said. This is the one building in the world designed around that possibility. That isn't reassurance, Zhao Mei replied. It's the best I can do right now. Her mother looked at her for a moment, tired enough that all the usual layers had gone transparent. Then do better tomorrow, she said softly. When they were gone, the room became both quieter and more dangerous. The monitor kept up its measured beeping. Air moved through the vent above her bed with a dry mechanical whisper. Shadows from the lowered curtain settled into corners that no longer mattered because the problem was not light now. The problem was attention. The moment no one else was there to watch her, Lin Xia could feel the pressure of objects waiting just outside the edge of direct focus, as if the world had developed teeth she could only feel when alone. She lay still for nearly a minute before giving in. Then, carefully, she turned her head toward the bedside tray. The knowledge struck before the tray itself properly did. Powder-coated steel frame, weld seam under the lip, cleaner on the left side than the right. One wheel with particulate caught inside the swivel. Surface scratches beneath the beige finish where a sharper impact had been painted over instead of repaired. The plastic medicine cup on top of it hit harder. Injection seam. Stress whitening near the base. Minute residue ring from a previous dose not fully cleaned before replacement. The wrapped syringe beyond it was worse, because sealed objects did not remain sealed to whatever this was. Polypropylene barrel. Stainless needle. Silicone gasket. The order of materials arrived inside her at once, complete and hateful. Lin Xia squeezed her eyes shut and breathed through her mouth until the sick rush in her chest settled into something she could stand. This was not dizziness. Not concussion blur. Not some temporary distortion from blast trauma. It was too precise, too coherent, too fast. When she opened her eyes again, she kept them on the wall and reached blindly with one hand until her fingers found the bed rail. The contact detonated certainty. Tubing thickness. Internal hollowness. Minor flaw in one weld. Torque tension in the fastening bolts. A tiny burr smoothed off badly near the underside where hands were not meant to check. She snatched her hand back so hard the monitor picked up her pulse and answered with a sharper tone. A nurse's footsteps passed in the corridor outside, close enough to remind her how little privacy hospitals actually had. Lin Xia turned onto her side, faced the blank curtain, and forced every muscle in her body to go still. She didn't call for help. She didn't say a word. By the time the footsteps faded, the decision had already hardened inside her. Until she understood what this was, she would tell no one. 7. First change. By the time they discharged her, Lin Xia had become good at being a plausible patient. She answered questions with the right amount of fatigue, accepted painkillers without argument, and let the doctors call what had happened to her a recovery curve instead of a rupture in reality. Zhao Mei hovered through the paperwork with the contained intensity of a woman who had spent too many hours in plastic chairs and now distrusted every reassuring sentence on principle. Lin Guojiang stood beside the bed with her folded clothes over one arm and said very little, which was worse than joking would have been. When the nurse handed Lin Xia the discharge packet and said, "Rest means rest, not heroics in a different location," Lin Xia managed a thin smile and replied, "That sounds very anti-student." The nurse gave her a look that had defeated better people than her and said, "Good. Be defeated." The ride home blurred past in patches of gray sky, traffic lights, and the steady ache of bruises waking every time the car hit a rough patch. Zhao Mei insisted she stay at the apartment for a few days instead of returning to the dorm, and Lin Xia agreed too quickly because agreement cost less than debate when her head still felt packed with broken glass. By late afternoon she was installed in her old room with fresh water on the bedside table, congee cooling on a tray, and 3 separate instructions from her mother not to get up unless necessary. Lin Xia obeyed for almost 20 minutes. Then Zhao Mei called from the kitchen, "Do you need anything?" Lin Xia answered, "No," with convincing enough weakness that the next sounds came from farther away. Cupboards. Running water. The television turning on low. Her mother building noise around worry so she would not have to sit inside it directly. Only when she was sure she had a minute did Lin Xia turn toward the bedside table. A spoon lay on the tray beside the bowl. Cheap stainless steel, ordinary enough to disappear in any other room. Here it struck her with the same invasive certainty the hospital rail had, only clearer now because she was waiting for it. Density. Mold line polished out at the neck. Slight imbalance in the bowl. Micro abrasions from years of washing. A hidden weakness where the handle had been bent once and forced back without ever becoming quite true again. The information arrived whole, too fast to separate into steps. Not thought. Not inference. Contactless certainty. Her breathing shortened. She looked away at once and fixed her eyes on the faded curtain by the window. Fabric. Dust at the hem. Sun bleaching along one fold. That came too, softer but still wrong. She swallowed hard, turned back, and looked at the spoon again on purpose. This time the knowing hit harder, as if attention itself were invitation. Lin Xia did not touch it. She did not need to. She sat very still on the edge of the bed with her pulse beating too fast and understood, with a clarity more frightening than panic, that whatever had happened in the array was not fading with rest. It was waiting for her to admit it was real. For almost a full minute, Lin Xia did nothing except sit there and listen to her own breathing turn shallow. The spoon remained on the tray exactly where it had been, indifferent and ordinary and impossible. She tried telling herself it was concussion distortion, some temporary cross-wiring of pain, memory, and stress. That explanation lasted only until she looked at it again and the same structural certainty hit her in the same merciless sequence. Not imagination. Not approximation. The spoon was wrong in one specific place, and some part of her now knew exactly how it was wrong. From the kitchen, Zhao Mei called, "Are you sleeping?" "No," Lin Xia answered, keeping her voice level. "Just lying down." "Good. Continue doing that." Lin Xia waited until the television rose a little in volume again. Then she leaned forward and picked up the spoon. Contact made everything worse. The cool metal against her fingers was only the surface of it. Beneath that came the whole hidden shape at once: grain flow, stress memory, the old bend forced back badly, the thinning at the neck where the weakness lived like a bruise under skin. The knowledge arrived with such intimacy that her stomach turned. She nearly dropped it, then tightened her grip instead, because if this was real she needed to know now, before fear built enough furniture around it to become permanent. She held the spoon in both hands and stared at the warped place near the neck. It was tiny. Nothing anyone else would notice. Nothing worth noticing in any sensible life. Lin Xia swallowed, fixed her attention on that one false line, and thought, with all the force she had left, wrong. At first nothing happened. Then the metal in her hands turned strangely weightless, not lighter exactly, but more negotiable. A faint azure shimmer gathered along the spoon's edge, so slight she almost thought she had invented it. The wrongness inside the metal became unbearably vivid. She could feel the stress knot as if it were under her own skin. Instinct moved before language did. She pushed. The shimmer tightened and vanished. Lin Xia jerked back so hard the mattress springs gave a soft complaint beneath her. The spoon lay across her palms, unchanged at a glance. Then she looked properly and felt the breath leave her chest. The old hidden warp was gone. The neckline ran clean. The balance had shifted by a hair into something truer. Even the faint roughness under her thumb where the old strain had lived was absent now, as if the metal had never been forced and forgiven badly in the first place. From the kitchen, Zhao Mei called again, sharper this time. "Sha sha." Lin Xia closed her fingers around the spoon before her mother could walk in and see anything on her face. "I'm fine," she said, and heard the strain in her own voice a second too late. She looked down at the spoon in her hand and knew, with a cold clarity that eclipsed pain, that this was not a hallucination. Something had obeyed her. Her mother was at the door before Lin Xia had fully hidden her face. Zhao Mei leaned in first, one hand still damp from the kitchen sink, eyes narrowing at once. That didn't sound fine. Lin Xia curled her fingers tighter around the spoon and forced herself to breathe at a human pace. "I'm tired and sore and full of hospital food. My standards for fine have dropped." That part one do believe. Zhao Mei stepped into the room carrying the familiar weight of practical suspicion, took in the untouched congee, the water glass, the way Lin Xia was sitting too upright on the bed, and frowned. "Why are you holding the spoon like evidence?" Lin Xia looked down at her own hand and realized too late that her grip was indeed defensive, almost secretive. She loosened it carefully and set the spoon back on the tray. "Because you told me to eat. I told you to rest." Eating was the easier part. Zhao Mei came closer and touched the back of Lin Xia's wrist with cool fingers, checking for fever by instinct rather than medicine. "You're pale." "I got blown up in a lab," Lin Xia said. "It would be strange if I looked radiant." That almost worked. Zhao Mei's mouth twitched, but only briefly. "You joke when you don't want to answer properly." Lin Xia looked at the tray instead of at her mother. The spoon lay there, transformed and innocent, its newly corrected line invisible to anyone who hadn't held the old wrongness in their hands. Her pulse started climbing again. The room felt too full of objects. The bedside lamp, the charger plugged into the wall, the old clock radio on the dresser. All of them pressed at the edge of her awareness with structural density she had not invited. Zhao Mei followed her gaze. "Sha sha. I said I'm fine." "No," her mother replied, gentler now and therefore harder to resist. "You said words shaped like fine. That isn't the same thing." Lin Xia opened her mouth and never got to whatever lie she meant to use. The lamp on the bedside table blinked once, twice, then went dead. At the same instant the clock radio on the dresser gave a sharp burst of static and blacked out entirely. Somewhere in the flat, something in the kitchen clicked off with an ugly electrical snap. Both of them froze. Zhao Mei turned first, staring at the dark lamp. What was that? Lin Xia didn't answer, because the answer was already inside her body in the form of a sudden, hollow weakness. Not pain exactly. More like something had been pulled out of her too fast. Her hands began to tremble. A cold sweat broke along her back. The room tilted by a degree. "Sha sha." Zhao Mei moved toward the bed at once. Lin Xia caught the edge of the mattress before the sway could become a fall. The spoon on the tray gleamed dully beside the dead lamp, perfect and impossible. Her first real act had worked. And something in the room had paid for it. Zhao Mei was beside her before the weakness could settle into anything more dramatic. One hand caught Lin Xia's shoulder. The other went to her forehead, then her cheek, then back again with the brisk, frightened repetition of a mother trying to decide whether panic would help. "Tell me what's wrong." "Nothing," Lin Xia said automatically, and hated how thin it sounded. Her mother looked at the dark lamp, then at the dead clock radio, then back at her daughter's face. "That answer is insulting." Lin Xia tried to straighten and discovered that upright was suddenly ambitious. The hollowness inside her deepened, not like ordinary dizziness, but like some internal reserve had been scooped out and not yet understood the theft. She swallowed and kept one hand braced against the mattress. "The power probably tripped," she said. "Or something overloaded." "In your bedroom only?" Zhao Mei asked. "At the exact moment you turned gray." From the kitchen, Lin Guozhang called, "What happened?" He was in the doorway a heartbeat later, still holding a screwdriver from whatever had clicked dead in the next room. His eyes moved over the scene fast, the dark lamp, Zhao Mei half bent over the bed, Lin Xia pale and sweating above the untouched tray. Sha. "I'm fine," Lin Xia said again, because apparently disaster had not improved her vocabulary. Her father came fully into the room and gave the dead clock radio a cautious tap, as if it might reconsider out of respect. It did not. "That's odd." "That," Zhao Mei said without looking away from Lin Xia, "is not the useful part of this room." Lin Guozhang set the screwdriver down and came closer. "Did you stand up too fast?" "No." "Hit your head again?" "No." "Then what?" The question landed harder than either of them knew. Lin Xia looked at the spoon on the tray, at the clean line where the hidden warp had been, at the dead electronics beside it, and felt fear shift under something else. Not relief. Not exactly triumph. Something smaller and much worse. A sharp, illicit flicker of possibility. She had looked at metal and changed it. She had paid for it somehow, yes. The room itself had paid too. But the spoon remained fixed, corrected, obedient. The world, for one impossible second, had stopped being final. Zhao Mei touched her wrist again. Sha. Lin Xia dragged her eyes away from the tray and said the safest thing she had left. "I think I'm more tired than I thought." Her mother exhaled, unconvinced but temporarily forced into the lane of care. "Lie back." This time Lin Xia obeyed. Zhao Mei adjusted the pillow. Lin Guozhang unplugged the lamp and muttered something about bad wiring and cheap components, as if the problem could still be pushed back into the category of ordinary objects failing for ordinary reasons. Lin Xia let them. She let them settle her, fuss over her, restore the room to the shape of a daughter recovering from an accident. But when Zhao Mei lifted the spoon to move the tray aside, Lin Xia's gaze followed it with silent hunger before she could stop herself. That frightened her more than the dead electronics had. Not because she wanted power in any grand or heroic sense, but because for the first time in her life she had touched a wrong thing and made it answer. 8. The hidden repair. For 2 days after the spoon, Lin Xia lived in a state that would have looked like rest to anyone else and felt nothing like it from the inside. She obeyed her mother enough to stay in the flat, took her medicine, slept in broken patches, and answered ordinary questions with ordinary lies. Underneath that surface, her mind kept circling the same impossible facts. She could look at matter and know it too well. She could push at wrongness and make it answer. And sometime after the first correction, before fear had properly caught up, she had tried again in secret and felt the spoon turn denser, richer, stranger in her hand, not merely repaired now, but altered into something that no longer belonged in the cutlery drawer of a tired family apartment. At first the thought had been so bright it almost passed for salvation. Money. Not scholarship money, not wages, not a few more days stretched thinner. Real money. A way out. Then reality had arrived behind it with colder hands. What was she supposed to do? Walk into a jeweler with one household spoon that had become too valuable to explain? Say it was inherited. From whom? Show a receipt. A tax record. A family story. The fantasy had collapsed under the weight of its own obviousness. Value created in secret was not the same thing as money safely spent. That might have ended it, if the shop had been calm. It wasn't. Late that afternoon Zhao Mei took a call near the kitchen window and tried to keep her voice level, which was how Lin Xia knew the call mattered. When her mother hung up, Lin Xia looked up from the blanket and asked, "The shop?" Zhao Mei hesitated, then nodded once. "Your father says the bearing held through the morning." "Held," Lin Xia repeated. "That was my response too." Zhao Mei came over and straightened the edge of the quilt. "He's trying to finish the current run before it gets worse." Lin Xia looked at her mother's tired face and then passed her to the cutlery drawer she now understood too well. The spoon idea was stupid. Flashy. Traceable in all the wrong ways. But the machine was different. A repair was not cash from nowhere. A repaired part belonged where it belonged. A line saved from failure would look like luck, maintenance, or her father being as stubbornly competent as he had always been. Zhao Mei touched her shoulder lightly. "Don't start thinking with that face." Lin Xia made herself smile. "What face?" "The one that means you've mistaken worry for a plan." "I'm resting," Lin Xia said. Her mother studied her for a moment, not pressing, just noticing. "Good," she said quietly. "Continue doing that." But after Zhao Mei left the room, Lin Xia sat very still and understood, with the cold clarity that had been building since the array, that she was already lying. The spoon had taught her money was dangerous to explain. The shop had just taught her something worse. There was a safer target for miracles than wealth, and it lived in failing steel. She waited until the flat had gone fully quiet before moving. Zhao Mei checked on her once around 10, stood in the doorway with her arms folded, and said, "You should already be asleep." Lin Xia lay on her side under the blanket and gave the sort of weary half-smile illness made easy. "I'm working on it." Her mother studied her for one extra second, not convinced, but too tired to stay suspicious. "Don't get up," she said. "That's not a suggestion." Lin Xia nodded obediently and listened until Zhao Mei's footsteps faded, until the apartment settled into the soft ordinary noises of people surrendering to the night, and only then did she sit up with her bruises protesting and her heart already beating too fast. The bus ride to the shop felt unreal, as if she had stepped out of recovery and into some parallel life built entirely out of bad decisions. By the time she slipped through the half-locked side door, the workshop was dark except for the security lamp over the back bench and the narrow standby lights on the heavier machines. The place smelled the way it always had, oil, metal dust, heat sunk into concrete, but now every object in it pressed against her awareness with impossible clarity. The failed line was worse. She didn't need to touch the machine to know where the wrongness lived. It shone at her from inside the housing like a cracked note in a song she could not stop hearing. Worn bearing, heat scoring, tiny misalignment carried forward through load and vibration until the whole assembly had begun eating itself by degrees. Lin Xia stared at it and understood, with a frightened certainty, that she knew more about the damage than any student should. She crouched beside the open access panel and whispered, mostly to keep herself from bolting, "Repair. Not miracle, just repair." The words sounded foolish in the dark, but they gave her hands something to do besides shake. She fixed her attention on the damaged bearing and pushed the way she had pushed at the spoon, except the scale was uglier now, deeper, more exact. The wrongness did not sit in one bent line. It lived through tolerances, stress memory, scored surfaces, fatigue hidden below what eyes could catch. For one awful second she thought nothing would happen. Then azure threaded faintly along the inner housing, thin as reflected water, and the machine around her drew along, low drag through its own sleeping mass. Not a spark, not a surge, a drag. The idle belts on the adjacent line shifted with a sluggish reluctance. The motor casing behind her gave a soft protesting hum. Force was moving, but not from nowhere. She felt it coming through the machinery itself, through weight, spin memory, residual tension, the ghost of motion still held in steel and rubber and mounted assemblies. The repair worked by luck as much as judgment. She knew that even while it was happening. The bearing surface smoothed, the warped micro-line inside the race corrected. Heat damage pulled inward and vanished into a truer shape she could barely follow before it was done. When the faint azure went out, Lin Xia caught herself against the frame, dizzy and slick with sweat, but nothing around her looked burnt, dead, or visibly harmed. The nearby machines had only gone strangely dull for a moment, as if something had leaned on them and then stepped away. She stared at the repaired assembly, then at the stillness of the workshop, and a new realization opened beneath the first one like a trapdoor. It wasn't just electricity. She had felt motion itself give way. Kinetic drag, stored spin, mechanical resistance. She straightened slowly, breathing hard, and the thought came with equal parts awe and dread. If she could pull from that, then what else was waiting in the world to be used? The answer did not come at once. First came the bus ride back, with Lin Xia sitting too stiffly in the hard plastic seat and trying not to let her face show what her body was doing. The repair had worked. That fact sat in her chest with dangerous brightness. So did the other fact. The power had not come from nowhere. She had felt the workshop give something up around her, not in sparks or dramatic collapse, but in drag, reluctance, and borrowed motion. By the time she slipped back into the flat and into bed before dawn, her bruises hurt, her skin felt clammy, and her thoughts had sharpened into something too alert for sleep. Morning came in pieces. Cupboards in the kitchen, water running, her mother's careful footsteps, lighter than usual because Zhao Mei believed Lin Xia was still resting. Then the phone rang. Zhao Mei answered on the second ring. Hello. There was a pause, then her voice changed by a degree, not louder, but fuller. What do you mean, clean? Another pause. No, tell me exactly. Lin Xia sat up before she meant to. The room tilted once and settled. She swung her feet to the floor and made it to the doorway in time to see her mother standing by the kitchen window with the phone pressed to one ear, one hand flat against the sill. Does it sound stable? Zhao Mei asked. She listened again, and when she did, relief moved across her face so quickly it almost hurt to watch. All right. No, don't touch anything unnecessary. Just finish the run and watch the temperature. When she hung up, she turned and found Lin Xia in the doorway. You should still be in bed, Zhao Mei said automatically. Then, because relief had not yet finished leaving her body, she added, your father says the machine is running smoothly. Lin Xia kept her grip on the doorframe loose by force. Smoothly. Better than yesterday, according to him. He sounds confused, which I consider a promising sign. Zhao Mei studied her daughter for one brief moment, concern still there but gentler now. Come sit down. I'll heat the congee again. Lin Xia obeyed because obeying cost less than speaking. She sat at the little kitchen table while her mother moved around the stove, practical and tired and visibly lighter than she had been yesterday. The relief in the room was real. So was the danger under it. If the machine was running clean and the surrounding shop equipment had not visibly died, then the repair had passed as luck. Maintenance. A hidden mercy no one knew to fear. That should have comforted her. Instead it left her staring at the weak morning light on the counter edge and thinking of the drag she had felt through belts and idling motors. Not electricity alone. Not some simple lab-born trick. The world had more than one kind of stored force inside it, and last night she had reached into one without understanding the price. Zhao Mei set the reheated congee in front of her and watched until Lin Xia took 3 obedient bites. Only then did she sit down across the table with her own tea and let some of the tightness leave her shoulders. Your father sounded almost cheerful, she said. That alone makes me suspicious. Lin Xia kept her eyes on the bowl. The steam rising from it felt different now. Not visible in any supernatural way, not marked for her like a sign, but present with the same unbearable immediacy as structure. Warmth had shape. Motion had texture. Energy did not look like anything. It announced itself as pressure waiting inside things. Maybe the machine really is fine, she said. Zhao Mei made a soft sound that meant she would believe good news while still preparing for insult. I'll trust fine after 2 days, not 2 hours. She studied her daughter for another moment, then reached over and touched the back of her hand. Eat. Then sleep again. You still look half transparent. Lin Xia almost laughed. That sounds unhealthy. It is unhealthy, her mother said. That's why I'm saying it. The gentleness in her voice made the lie harder, not easier. No heroics today, Xia. Whatever your brain is planning, it can wait. Lin Xia nodded because nodding was free. After Zhao Mei carried her tea back to the sink, she sat with the cooling bowl in front of her and let the new logic settle into place. Electricity was one lane. She knew that from the dead devices in the hospital room and the lamp that had gone black beside the spoon. Kinetic drag was another. She had felt that in the shop through belts, motors, and the slow unwilling surrender of machinery holding motion inside itself. The bowl beneath her fingers gave her the next answer. Heat. Not metaphorical heat. Not comfort. Thermal difference, live and spendable. And when she lifted her head toward the kitchen window, where pale morning light had begun to spread across the frame, something in her recoiled and recognized a fourth possibility before she wanted it. Light itself. Not warmth alone. Radiance. Photons reduced, absurdly, to appetite. The thought was so large it made her feel briefly stupid. Kinetic, electric, light, heat. 4 separate doors in the world, maybe more, all of them waiting in ordinary things she had never before considered alive with use. Lin Xia pushed her bowl away and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until stars burst in the dark. The miracle was getting bigger. That was the terrible part. Not just stronger, broader, less containable. She had wanted a way to save her family from small humiliations. Instead she might have become something that could drink from half the machinery of ordinary life. From the kitchen, Zhao Mei called, "Are you done eating?" Lin Xia opened her mouth to answer and found that the room had tilted. The edge of the table blurred, then sharpened, then slipped again. A cold, hollow weakness moved through her body with slow inevitability, as if last night's bill had only now found her address. "Almost," she said, but the word came out thin. When she tried to stand, her knees answered a beat too late, and in that instant she understood that the real cost of the hidden repair had not passed. It had only been waiting for her to stop moving. 9. Coma week. By the time Zhao Mei reached her, Lin Xia's knees had already begun folding the wrong way. The chair scraped hard across the floor as her mother caught her under the arms and kept her from hitting the tiles outright. Up close, the kitchen had become unbearably precise. Steam lifting from the congee. Hairline scratches in the lacquer on the table edge. One tiny chip in the glaze of the bowl. The world was still offering itself to her in invasive, structural detail, even as her own body seemed to be emptying out from the inside. "Sha sha," Zhao Mei said, and her voice had lost every layer except fear. "Look at me." Lin Xia tried. The effort felt strangely large. Her mother's face swam into focus and out again, not because Zhao Mei was unclear, but because everything else kept pressing in around her with equal force: the radiator pipe, the window latch, the metal bracket beneath the sink, all of it too present and far too sharp. She heard herself say, "I'm fine," and knew at once that the sentence had become useless. "No, you're not." Zhao Mei half guided, half lowered her into the chair again and turned toward the hallway with frightening speed. "Guozhang." The answer came at once, the quick footfall of a man already moving before the question was fully spoken. Lin Guozhang appeared in the kitchen doorway, took in the scene in one glance, and went pale without becoming less useful. "What happened?" She stood up and nearly fell. Zhao Mei kept one hand on Lin Xia's shoulder as if contact alone might anchor her. "She's freezing." Lin Guozhang was beside them immediately, crouching to her eye level with oil still caught in the lines of his hands from the shop. "Sha sha, can you hear me?" "Yes," she said, but the word came out soft and delayed, as if it had traveled a long way to reach her mouth. "Did you hit your head?" "No." "Are you dizzy?" "Yes." Zhao Mei didn't wait for more. She was already reaching for her phone. "We're going back," she said, not to Lin Xia exactly, but to the room, to fate, to whatever had decided recovery was something that could be revoked. Her fingers shook only once before she steadied them. "This is not normal." Lin Xia wanted to tell them not to panic. She wanted to say it was her own fault, that the bill had finally arrived, that the machine at the shop was running because she had stolen the cost from somewhere and her body had come back for collection. None of that could be said. Even now, with the floor tilting and her hands gone weak in her lap, the secret held. Her father pressed 2 fingers against her wrist, counting pulse the way he checked vibration on a misbehaving machine. "Stay with us," he said quietly. The last thing Lin Xia understood clearly before the room dimmed at the edges was that both of them believed this was the lab accident returning to claim more from her. In a terrible way, that made the collapse easier. It gave everyone a lie strong enough to carry her into the dark. When Lin Xia opened her eyes again, it was only because someone was saying her name in the firm, repetitive tone people used when they were trying to keep another person from sinking past reach. The ceiling above her was white and moving. No, not moving, passing overhead in bright panels. Wheels rattled beneath her. A stretcher, then, hospital again. The realization landed and slid away before she could hold it. "Lin Xia," a woman's voice said near her shoulder. "Stay with me. Can you tell me where you are?" She tried to answer and managed only a dry sound that might have been a word if someone had loved it enough. Beside the stretcher, Zhao Mei kept pace with one hand pressed against the rail, face stripped down to fear and control. Lin Guozhang was on the other side, breathing harder than the pace required, as if he had been trying to outrun the fact of this all the way in. "She was getting better," Zhao Mei said. "They discharged her. She was getting better." "We know," the nurse answered, brisk but not cold. "We're moving her through now." The corridor lights slid over Lin Xia's face in clean bursts. Every fixture arrived in her mind with the same terrible clarity as before: aluminum housing, acrylic diffuser, heat-cooled inside the ballast, screws torqued unevenly by different hands. She let the knowledge pass through her because resisting it took more strength than she had. A doctor met them in the emergency bay, glanced once at the chart brought up on the screen, then at Lin Xia herself. "Recent blast trauma," he said. "Readmit for neurological observation. Get me vitals, bloods, and imaging if she drops further." Zhao Mei stepped in before anyone could roll the stretcher away from her. "What does that mean?" "It means," the doctor said, already working while he spoke, "that after an accident like hers, people can look improved and still relapse. Delayed swelling, post-concussive events, secondary neurological stress. We need to rule out the ugly possibilities before I say anything comforting." The answer hit Zhao Mei hard enough that her hand tightened on the rail. Lin Guozhang asked the practical question because someone had to. "Could this still be from the lab?" "Yes," the doctor said. "At this point, that's the most likely explanation." There it was. Clean, ordinary, medically respectable. A lie built out of facts already on paper. Lin Xia wanted to laugh and couldn't spare the breath. As they moved her deeper into the bay, she saw her parents absorb the explanation with the stunned relief of people who hated it and needed it at the same time. The lab accident was terrible. The lab accident was known. The lab accident belonged to the world of scans, charts, doctors, and reasons. It did not belong to spoons, bearings, stolen motion, or a daughter quietly warping the rules of matter in her childhood bedroom. The darkness came back slowly, not as impact this time, but as a closing door. Lin Xia let it take her because the wrong story was still holding, and for now that mattered more than staying awake. She woke into softness first. Not comfort, just softness. A dim room, lowered lights, the drag of blankets over her legs, the dull machine rhythm of monitored sleep. For a moment Lin Xia lay still and listened to the world without opening her eyes, testing whether it would come at her the way it had before. It did, but faintly now, muted by distance and exhaustion. The bed rail was only a rail until she let attention settle. The monitor was only a shape until she looked too hard. That alone told her something had changed. Either the effect had softened, or she was too empty to receive it at full force. When she opened her eyes, Zhao Mei was asleep in the chair beside the bed with her head tipped back against the wall, one hand still resting on the mattress as if she had fallen asleep in the middle of keeping watch. Lin Guozhang was not there. The curtain was partly drawn. Afternoon light sat in the room like diluted water. On the monitor, the date in the corner told its own story. 7 days. Lin Xia stared at it until the number made emotional sense. The movement of her breathing must have changed, because her mother woke sharply, already leaning forward before consciousness had fully caught up. "Xia Xia," she said, and then she was standing, hand over her mouth, fear turning so quickly into relief it looked almost like pain. "Xia Xia." Lin Xia tried to answer and got only a cracked whisper. Zhao Mei was already reaching for the call button with one hand and brushing hair back from her daughter's forehead with the other. "Don't talk yet," she said, voice shaking now that she no longer had to hold still for the worst. "Just stay awake. They said if you woke properly, you'd be confused." Lin Xia swallowed against a throat that felt lined with sand. "How long?" "A week." Zhao Mei laughed once, softly and without humor, then wiped at her face with the heel of her hand as if tears were an inconvenience she had no time for. "You really know how to make rest look dramatic." That line, absurd and maternal and exhausted, nearly undid her more than the number had. A nurse came in first, then the doctor from the emergency bay not long after, brisk and professionally pleased in the way of people who dealt in recoveries measured against worse alternatives. He checked her pupils, grip, orientation, and speech before saying, "Good. Better than I'd hoped on day 3. He flipped through the chart and added, "Your scans stayed stable. No major new findings. We're calling this a delayed neurological relapse linked to the original blast trauma." There it was again. The wrong story. Still whole. Still carrying everyone. Zhao Mei asked, "So this could still all be from the accident?" "Yes," the doctor said. "In fact, that remains the most likely explanation." Lin Xia lay very still and let the relief move through her in a colder shape than gratitude. They still thought the array had done this. The coma, the collapse, the frightening return. Not the shop. Not the machine. Not the hidden repair she had no right to survive. The secret had lived through a week of tests, scans, fear, and adult attention and come out the other side untouched. That frightened her almost as much as the power itself. But for now, it was also enough. Lin Guozhang arrived 10 minutes later with 2 paper cups of machine coffee and the strained, over-careful composure of a man who had spent 7 days practicing for 2 possible outcomes and trusted neither of them. The moment he saw her eyes open, something in his face loosened so suddenly it made him look younger and older at once. He set the coffee down on the windowsill and came to the bed without speaking, one hand closing once around the rail as if he needed contact with something solid before he trusted the sight of her. "You look terrible," he said at last. Lin Xia's mouth moved into the faintest ghost of a smile. "That feels unkind for a reunion." "It's sincere," he replied, and the roughness in his voice made the word gentler than comfort would have. Zhao Mei sat back down and wiped her face once more, already rearranging herself into practical vigilance now that disaster had stepped back a pace. "The doctor says you scared us for nothing useful." "That sounds like me," Lin Xia murmured. "No," her mother said softly. "Usually when you scare us, there's at least a reason." That line landed harder than anyone intended. Lin Xia looked down at the blanket before the bed rail could sharpen into too much detail again. The reason was real, hidden, unforgivable in a way that ordinary recklessness would never have been. She had wanted to help. She had helped. The machine at the shop was running because she had reached into the world where no one could see and forced it to change. And the price of that private miracle had been 7 days of her parents waiting in hospital chairs while doctors used the wrong story to keep everyone sane. Her father rested one hand lightly over hers on the blanket. "Don't do that," he said. "Do what?" "That thing where you go silent and start carrying everything like it's evidence." His thumb moved once against her knuckles, awkward but steady. "You don't owe us an apology for getting hurt." The words were kind enough to feel almost cruel. Lin Xia swallowed and said the only safe thing. "I know." Zhao Mei watched her daughter's face with tired, quiet attention, noticing but not pressing, and that mercy made concealment possible. "Rest first," she said. "Anything else can wait." Anything else. The phrase opened a space big enough for a secret to survive in. Lin Xia lay back and let her eyes drift toward the dim curtain, toward safety through vagueness, and understood with cold, private certainty that helping her family had been the right emotional choice and the worst strategic one. She had nearly killed herself for a hidden repair and come through it without exposure only because everyone still believed in the lab accident more than they believed in miracles. That was not safety. It was borrowed time. But borrowed time was still time, and this time she would use better. She would hide the power. Learn its lanes. Count its cost before she paid it. And if she ever touched the fabric of ordinary life that deeply again, she would do it smarter than this. 10. First worth. By the time the hospital let her go again, Lin Xia had learned the difference between surviving and recovering. Surviving was what her body had apparently done. Recovering was what everyone around her kept insisting would happen next if she ate properly, slept properly, and stopped trying to think with the sharp part of her mind. Zhao Mei brought her home with the same determined gentleness as before, only quieter now, as if fear had worn itself down into routine. Lin Guozhang checked on her twice that evening under the pretense of looking for his charger and once more to ask whether she wanted tea, which told her more than either parent would have admitted out loud. The next afternoon, while Zhao Mei was drying dishes at the sink, Lin Xia came into the kitchen, moving carefully enough to satisfy anyone watching. She still felt hollow in strange places, as if the coma had taken something with it and left her body negotiating the vacancy. On the draining rack beside the sink sat the household cutlery tray, chopsticks in one section, spoons and forks in another, all the cheap, ordinary metal of a family that bought for use, not beauty. Her gaze found the spoon before she wanted it to. It looked almost the same. That was the first unsettling thing. No glowing miracle, no theatrical transformation, just a spoon with cleaner lines, a paler gleam, and a density that now announced itself to her like a held note. Silver. Not plated. Not imitation. Soft enough to mark differently, pure enough to matter, valuable enough to be absurd in this kitchen. Zhao Mei noticed where she was looking. If you're thinking of washing dishes to prove you're healthy, stop. I know your tricks. Lin Xia pulled her eyes away and leaned one shoulder against the doorframe. I wasn't volunteering. Good, her mother said. You're terrible at it when you're honest. She set a plate down, then glanced back. Do you need something? Lin Xia forced her voice into casual shape. When did we buy those spoons? Zhao Mei looked at the tray as if the question itself were suspiciously pointless. Years ago. Street market near the bus depot. Why? No reason. That answer is never true from you. But there was no real pressure in it, only tired curiosity. Zhao Mei dried her hands and studied her daughter's face for a moment. Are you hungry? Lin Xia nodded because the lie she needed was easier to hold if wrapped in something ordinary. After Zhao Mei turned back toward the stove, Lin Xia looked once more at the spoon and felt the truth settle into her with cold precision. Cheap metal had not become better steel. It had become precious metal. Real, deniable value sitting in a cutlery tray between habit and accident. For one bright, dangerous second, the thought that rose in her was almost joyful. Money. The joy lasted less than a minute. It was real while it lived, sharp and bright enough to make her forget the hospital, the coma, the quiet terror of learning how far the power could reach. Money. Not theory. Not future wages. Not another extra shift under Shen's eye. Something immediate, dense, and real enough to weigh in the hand. Then the second wave arrived, colder and much smarter. How was she supposed to explain it? Lin Xia stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at the spoon as if it might volunteer a legal history. Silver did not simply appear in a family cutlery tray because a daughter had nearly died and come back rearranged. Silver had provenance. It had hallmarks, receipts, inheritance stories, old wedding boxes, dead relatives with taste, anything except this. She could already imagine the first practical questions from any buyer worth dealing with. Where did it come from? How old is it? Is there a set? Do you have documentation? Why are you selling household silver one spoon at a time like someone in the early stages of a domestic crime? Why are you making that face at the dishes? Zhao Mei asked. Lin Xia looked up too quickly. What face? The one where you appear to be negotiating with inanimate objects. Her mother turned the stove down and studied her with gentler attention than a week earlier, but attention all the same. Do you need to sit? No. Lin Xia crossed to the table instead and sat down because standing was beginning to look like pride dressed as recovery. I was just thinking. That has injured you several times already this month. Despite herself, Lin Xia gave a short laugh. It helped just enough for her to try the question obliquely. If someone had, I don't know, an old silver spoon or something, where would they sell it? Zhao Mei's brows rose, but only in curiosity. An old silver spoon. Hypothetically. That word is also never true. Zhao Mei brought the rice cooker lid down gently and leaned one hip against the counter. Antique shop, maybe. Precious metal buyer if you only care about weight. Pawn shop if you're desperate, which means they'll cheat you. Lin Xia kept her tone light. Would they ask many questions? A proper buyer? Of course. Zhao Mei shrugged one shoulder. Not police-level questions. Just enough to protect themselves. Where it came from. Whether it's real. Whether it's stolen. If it's valuable enough. Whether you have papers. Her gaze flicked once toward the cutlery tray and back. Why? No reason, Lin Xia said. Her mother let the answer pass, which was mercy. Then here's a free lesson anyway, Zhao Mei said. Unexpected value is only useful if you can explain it. There it was. Clean, ordinary, and fatal to the fantasy. Lin Xia looked down at her hands and felt the first bright hope curdle into something far more complicated. The spoon was money. It was also a trap. She had not created freedom. She had created unaccounted value, and unaccounted value was just another kind of risk wearing a prettier face. That evening, after dinner, Zhao Mei found her standing too long by the kitchen shelf where the household odds and ends lived. Sewing tin, takeaway chopsticks, spare batteries, old keys, a cracked watch with no strap, the sediment of ordinary life nobody valued enough to sort. If you're looking for excitement, her mother said, coming up behind her with a folded dish towel, I recommend sleep instead. Lin Xia turned just enough to smile. That's a very boring recommendation. It's the only kind you're getting from me this week. Zhao Mei took the cracked watch from the shelf, glanced at it, and set it back down. Go lie down before you start trying to solve your life with kitchen junk. The line hit too close to center. Lin Xia made herself laugh. You have very little faith in me. I have accurate faith in you, her mother said. Then she touched Lin Xia's arm lightly, not suspicious, just tired and warm. Rest first. Become dangerous later. When Zhao Mei left the room, Lin Xia stood still for a few seconds and listened to the flat settle around her. Water running once in the bathroom. Her father coughing in the bedroom. A neighbor's television bleeding through the wall. No grandeur. No music. Just evening. She reached for the cracked watch and the old keys beside it and took both back to her room like a thief stealing from the world's smallest, saddest museum. She sat cross-legged on the bed and laid the objects on the blanket. The watch case was cheap alloy, worn through at the edges, plated over something that had never deserved plating. The keys were worse, 2 duplicates for a padlock no one owned anymore, brass rubbed dull by years in a drawer. She looked at them and felt the structural truth come in fast and invasive. Density, purity, flaws, waste, possibility, not just how they were made, but how much better they could be. The silver spoon had been an accident shaped by desire. This time she didn't touch anything. She just looked and thought of bills, train fares, groceries, supplier balances, her mother pretending not to calculate aloud, her father calling tightness by smaller names. The room seemed to narrow around those thoughts until the objects on the blanket stopped being junk and became compressed forms of relief. That was the intoxication. Not greed exactly. Not some glamorous fantasy of wealth. Something meaner and more personal. The idea that humiliation itself might now be optional. Lin Xia picked up one of the old brass keys. It sat warm in her palm for half a second before the whole hidden architecture of it opened in her mind: cheap metal, poor finishing, low-value composition, and beneath that, the clean terrifying fact that none of it was fixed. She could change it. Not eventually. Not through years of climbing. Now. Her breath shortened with the force of it. If one spoon was a trap, then maybe the answer was not to stop. Maybe the answer was to become careful enough that the trap paid before it closed. She did not move at once. The key lay in her palm, small and dull and full of cheap compromises, and Lin Xia understood with sudden, dangerous clarity that recklessness was not the only path into disaster. There was another one. A quieter one. The kind that wore patience, planning, and reasonable precautions until nobody recognized it as hunger anymore. That was the more frightening road, because it looked intelligent. She set the cracked watch aside and focused on the brass key. Not the whole key. Not everything it might become if greed took the steering wheel. Just the metal itself. Its low worth. Its waste. The ugly gap between what it was and what it could be. The spoon had taught her that obvious miracles were stupid. One silver household spoon raised questions. A tray of them would raise alarms. But junk that quietly became something small, dense, and saleable enough to pass as scrap or an old trinket was different. Not safe. Never safe. Only less stupid. Lin Xia closed her fingers around the key and breathed slowly until the first rush of desire stopped feeling like panic. Then she pushed. This time she did not chase grandeur. No leap. No wild internal lunge toward impossible value. She kept the change narrow, controlled, almost mean in its restraint. The brass in her hand opened to her all at once: impurities, cheapness, flaws scattered through the alloy like bad habits. Azure moved over her knuckles in the thinnest faint shimmer, barely more than a trick of tired eyes. She felt the room answer in small ways. The radiator beneath the window cooled by a degree. The bedside lamp dimmed once and recovered. The key in her palm turned strangely heavy, then light, then heavy again as structure folded inward and value condensed. When it was over, she nearly missed it. No flash. No dramatic transformation. Just silence, a thin ache behind her eyes, and a small object resting against her skin that no longer had the shape of a key. Lin Xia opened her hand. A plain little silver pendant lay in her palm, no bigger than the end of her thumb, smooth and unadorned except for one accidental curve left behind by the old key's bow. It looked modest, old enough to be believable, valuable enough to matter. Not a miracle, not at a glance. A soft knock came at her door. Zhao Mei's voice followed, gentler than it had been a week ago. Xia, are you trying to stay awake on purpose? Lin Xia closed her fingers over the pendant so fast the chainless edge bit lightly into her skin. No, she said, I'm going to sleep. Good, her mother replied. Do that before your brain invents a new disaster. Lin Xia waited until the footsteps moved away. Then she slid the pendant into the pocket of an old pencil case beneath her textbooks and sat very still on the bed, feeling the shape of the decision settle into place. She was not going to stop. She was going to get careful. And that, she understood now, was much more dangerous. 11. Panda eyes. By the time Lin Xia returned to the dorm, Careful had already started to look a lot like tired. She came back to campus with her backpack, her discharge papers folded flat between lecture notes, and the little silver pendant hidden inside an old pencil case under 3 layers of ordinary student clutter. The pendant weighed almost nothing. The knowledge of it weighed far more. She had not sold it. She had not even decided where she would try. But it existed now, real, undeniable and secret, and that alone had changed the proportions of the world. The dorm door stuck for half a second before giving way under her shoulder. Inside, the room was warm with stale instant noodle air and the institutional optimism of a radiator that had been fighting the weather for years. Tang Xi sat at her desk with a face mask pushed up like a defeated headband, highlighting finance notes in a manner so aggressive it suggested personal vengeance. He Qian was cross-legged on the lower bunk eating peeled orange segments from a mug and watching a drama on her laptop with the volume low enough to make the characters seem both intimate and ridiculous. Wu Min, nearest the window, had a spreadsheet open and the expression of someone who had already judged every person in the room and found them weak. He Qian looked up first and nearly dropped an orange segment. Oh, absolutely not. Lin Xia stopped halfway inside. That's a dramatic greeting. Tang turned in her chair, took one look, and pointed the highlighter at her like a weapon. You look like a raccoon with a scholarship. Wu Min glanced over the top of her screen and nodded once. Panda, not raccoon. The eye symmetry is better. Lin Xia closed the door behind her and tried for dry patience, but the trip back had left her head full of sand and static. It's nice to see all of you remain compassionate during a medical recovery. He Qian set the mug down. No, this is compassion. If we were cruel, we'd let you walk around like that in public. Tang got up and came closer without fuss or drama, just a long assessing look that landed more softly than the jokes. Are you supposed to be back already? I'm back. That isn't an answer. Lin Xia dropped her bag beside the desk and reached for the zipper more slowly than she normally would have, which only made the room quieter. She could feel all three of them watching her. Not suspicious exactly. Not yet. Just noticing the wrong things in the right order. The care with her movements. The lag between action and recovery. The fact that her face looked less healed and more like borrowed. Wu Min shut the laptop. How many hours did you sleep last night? Lin Xia gave up on pretending surprise. Why do you sound like a hostile auditor? Because your eyelids look taxed. He Qian slid off the bunk. Don't joke around about this one. She's still in hospital mode. Then she came up close enough to see properly and her voice dropped a degree. Xia, are you actually all right? That was the problem with affection. It made lying feel heavier. Lin Xia forced her expression into something wry and manageable. I'm functional. Tang's mouth flattened. That's worse than saying fine. Tang was right. Functional was the kind of answer people gave when they wanted concern without questions, which meant it failed immediately in a room full of women who knew her too well. He Qian folded her arms. No, sit down properly and start again. I am standing properly. You're swaying, Wu Min said. I'm not. Tang reached out, took Lin Xia by the wrist with matter-of-fact firmness, and steered her toward the desk chair before pride could produce another stupid sentence. Congratulations, she said. You've now lost voting rights. Lin Xia let herself be sat because the trip upstairs had taken more out of her than she wanted them to see. The chair felt better than it should have. That alone was irritating. He Qian reappeared from the dispenser with a steaming mug of instant noodles and set it down in front of her like a peace offering from a tiny, sodium-heavy state. Eat first, He Qian said. Then lie convincingly. Wu Min pushed her laptop aside and looked at her with the merciless clarity she usually reserved for broken code. Did the hospital actually discharge you, or did you simply leave at a moment of weakness in their perimeter security? They discharged me, Lin Xia said. Tang folded her arms. And yet you still look like a cautionary tale. That pulled a tired half-laugh from her. It helped. He Qian vanished toward the hot water dispenser with the solemn purpose of someone about to stage an intervention through carbohydrates. Noodles, she announced. And don't tell me you're not hungry, because your face looks academically malnourished. I don't think that's a medical category, Lin Xia said. It is in this room. He Qian opened the communal cupboard above the kettle, frowned, and then made a wounded sound. Who finished the tea? Wu Min didn't look up. You did. At 2 in the morning. During your moral collapse over episode 19. That was emotional hydration. He Qian crouched to inspect the lower shelf. And we're almost out of sugar. Lin Xia watched her without really meaning to. Sugar packets sat in a cracked plastic bowl beside the kettle, white paper, cheap glue seams, inconsistent fill. The structural truth of them pressed lightly at the edge of her awareness. Paper. Granules. Purity. Waste. Her head still hurt a little. Her body still felt borrowed. The room was too warm. The kettle clicked on with a tired metallic rattle. He Qian shook the empty tea tin accusingly. "This is tragic," she said. Something in Lin Xia's focus snagged. The bowl of sugar packets was there, and then it was not the same thing anymore. No flash. No conscious decision. Just a tiny inward shift, as if matter had listened when her tired mind reached toward the idea of tea and forgot the difference between wanting and doing. For one brief instant a faint azure thread slid along the rim of the cracked plastic bowl and vanished. He Qian froze. "Did you see that?" Lin Xia's stomach dropped. Tang straightened at once. "See what?" "The bowl." He Qian frowned and picked up one of the packets. "I thought the light did something weird." Wu Min stood and came over, suspicious now in the practical way only she could make suspicious feel. "Open one." He Qian tore the packet open over her mug, then stopped dead. Dark, dry tea leaves spilled onto the surface instead of sugar. All four of them stared. He Qian looked down into the mug as if the laws of chemistry had personally insulted her. "That," she said slowly, "is not what I ordered." All four of them stared at the mug as if it had personally violated a contract. Wu Min was the first to move. She took the opened packet from He Qian's hand, pinched a little of the dry leaves between her fingers, smelled them, and said, "Tea." He Qian looked wounded. "Yes, I can see that. My concern is the betrayal." Tang got up from the bunk and came over to the kettle area, eyes narrowed in the bright, predatory way she reserved for mysteries too small to matter and therefore perfect. "Open another." "That feels aggressive," Lin Xia said. "That's because you sound guilty," Tang replied. He Qian tore a second packet and emptied it into her palm. More tea leaves. Not sugar. Not sweetener. Tea, again. The room went quiet in a different way now, less joking and more careful. Lin Xia could feel her own pulse beating too hard at the base of her throat. The cracked plastic bowl sat by the kettle, innocent as a weapon wiped clean. Wu Min turned and looked at her. "Explain." Lin Xia stood too fast, crossed the room, and took the bowl before any of them could touch another packet. The movement itself was a mistake. Too quick, too defensive, too much like interception. She made herself slow down only after it was already obvious. "They're mine," she said. Three faces looked back at her with matching disbelief. He Qian spoke first. "Your tea was pretending to be sugar." "My mother portions loose leaves sometimes," Lin Xia said, hearing the lie build itself while she spoke it. "Cheaper than buying good tea in tins, and she hates dorm kitchens. I must have put them there automatically." Tang folded her arms. "Into the sugar bowl." "I was in a coma," Lin Xia said. "My organizational standards are not at their historic peak." That nearly worked. He Qian's expression softened at once, because He Qian's heart was always the first thing in the room to surrender. Wu Min's did not. Tang's barely shifted at all. Wu Min said, "You looked scared before you looked confused." Lin Xia held the bowl a little tighter. "Because you all stared at a packet of tea like it had performed black magic." "That," He Qian said, still peering into the mug, "remains on the table as a theory." Tang's gaze moved from Lin Xia's face to the bowl in her hands and back again. The pressure sat there for one long second, not accusation, not quite belief, just the uncomfortable sense of standing near a shape that had not finished revealing itself. Then Tang exhaled through her nose and let it go on purpose. "Fine," she said. "Your mother's mystery tea has traumatized the household. Put it somewhere that doesn't imply dessert." The room loosened by degrees after that. He Qian recovered first and declared she would drink it anyway out of principle. Wu Min went back to her laptop with the air of someone filing a question for later. Tang returned to her desk, though not before giving Lin Xia one last look that said she had noticed the wrong thing and chosen mercy over pursuit. Lin Xia carried the bowl back to her desk and set it down beside her bag with careful, steady hands. The lie had held. Barely. What unsettled her was not how close they had come to seeing too much. It was how little conscious effort the change had taken. The room did not fully settle after that. It only pretended to. He Qian drank the accidental tea with theatrical bravery and declared it strangely decent for a near-supernatural betrayal, which got a tired laugh out of Tang and no reaction at all from Wu Min, who was now typing with the cold focus of someone pretending not to think about something she absolutely intended to think about later. That, more than questions, made Lin Xia uneasy. Suspicion was easier when it arrived loudly. Quiet attention had a longer half-life. By midnight the lights were down to desk lamps and phone glow. He-Chian had finally fallen asleep crosswise on her bunk with one sock half off. Tang was still awake, propped against her pillow with finance notes on her knees and the expression of a woman personally offended by compound interest. Wu Min closed her laptop last, set her glasses on the desk, and said into the dim room, "Next time you come back from hospital, lead with that." Lin Xia looked up from the open notebook in her lap. "Was there a next time in your projection?" "There is now." Wu Min slid under her blanket and turned toward the wall. "Good night." Tang didn't look up from the page. "She's right. I know." Tang flipped one page, then another. "No, you don't. If you knew, you wouldn't keep trying to carry everything alone until it becomes theatrical." Her voice stayed light, but only just. "Also, if the sugar becomes coffee tomorrow, I'm moving out." Lin Xia let out a breath that almost passed for laughter. "That seems premature." "That seems exactly on schedule." Tang finally glanced over, eyes clearer in the half-dark than Lin Xia wanted. "Get some sleep, Xia." When the room went quiet for real, Lin Xia stayed still for another 5 full minutes, listening to the radiator tick, the pipes murmur, the soft layered breathing of people who trusted their ordinary lives enough to fall asleep inside them. Then she reached for the cracked plastic bowl on her desk and lifted it carefully. Sugar should have been sugar. Tea should have stayed tea until someone chose otherwise. The casualness of the mistake frightened her more than the mechanics of it. It meant intention was no longer the only dangerous thing. Fatigue, desire, irritation, hunger, passing thought. Any of it might be enough if her attention snagged in the wrong place. She opened her desk drawer, took out the old pencil case with the hidden pendant inside, and moved both the bowl and the case into the bottom of her locked suitcase beneath winter clothes and old textbooks. It was a ridiculous defense. She knew that. So did the cold certainty settling through her as she turned the key and sat back on the edge of the bed. The dorm was no longer safe for accidents. And that meant the next useful thing she did with the power would have to be done on purpose. 12. The first valuable thing. Lin Xia slept badly and woke worse. The locked suitcase at the foot of her bed seemed to occupy more of the room than its actual size allowed, as if the bowl of false sugar and the hidden pendant inside it had gone on radiating consequence through canvas and metal latches all night. By the time she washed her face and changed clothes, she had already decided twice to leave the power alone for a few days and then ruined both decisions by thinking about tuition, the shop, and how close desperation always sat beneath ordinary routines. Tang Si looked up from tying her hair and watched her pull on her coat with too much care. "You're doing that thing again," she said. Lin Xia paused. "What thing?" Tang tightened the band around her ponytail. "The one where you become very organized right before making a bad decision." From the bunk, He-Chian lifted her head from the pillow and squinted. "Is this a hospital-approved bad decision or an extracurricular one?" Lin Xia reached for her bag and kept her tone light. "I'm going to buy stationery." Wu Min, already dressed and halfway through checking something on her phone, gave her a flat look. "You've never in your life looked that tense about stationery." The market lane outside the west gate was awake by then, all steam, voices, cheap plastic, and the practical clutter of student life being sold back to students in brighter colors than they needed. Lin Xia walked it once without stopping, forcing herself to breathe normally, letting her attention pass over pens, phone cases, socks, hair clips, imitation jewelry, and trays of small forgettable things. She didn't need something expensive. Expensive would be stupid. She needed something common enough to disappear in memory and structured enough to become something else under her hands. At the third stall, an old woman sat behind a velvet board scattered with rings and pendants pretending to be better than they were. Lin Xia's gaze settled on a thin silver-colored pendant set with a cloudy clear stone. Cheap alloy. Core plating. Synthetic crystal full of microscopic wrongness. Small enough to matter. "How much for this one?" she asked. The woman glanced over and named a number that was low even by student standards. Lin Xia held the pendant up between two fingers. "For this quality?" The woman snorted. "For that face, girl, I should charge extra. Take it or leave it." Lin Xia handed over the money before her own caution could start talking again. She didn't go back to the dorm. Instead she crossed to the old humanities building, climbed to the half-abandoned third floor where 2 seminar rooms were under repair, and slipped into the narrow washroom at the end of the corridor. The lock still worked. That felt like permission. She stood by the sink with the pendant in her palm and let the world narrow. The metal opened inside her awareness first, cheap zinc heavy alloy under thin plating, uneven grain, trapped impurities, stress from hurried pressing. The stone followed, not glass exactly, but a synthetic thing pretending toward clarity and failing badly. Lin Xia swallowed, drew one slow breath, and chose precision instead of reach. Azure whispered once around her fingers, so faint it might have been a trick of poor light. The pendant grew cold, and then warm, then suddenly still. When she opened her hand, the shape remained almost the same. That was what made it frightening. The chain was now real silver, fine and dense in a way the earlier piece had only imitated. The cloudy stone had become something harder, cleaner, alive with a restrained internal light that no market stall had any right to possess. Structural truth hit her a second later with merciless clarity. High purity. Real value. Too much value for what she had paid. For one sharp, reckless instant, joy rose in her so fast it nearly made her laugh. She had done it on purpose this time, cleanly, deliberately, and the world had obeyed. Then her pulse kicked harder, because what lay in her palm was no longer a trick, or a hidden convenience, or a private anomaly. It was money wearing the face of jewelry, and she had just made it with her own hand. Lin Xia stood in the washroom for another full minute with the pendant closed inside her fist, feeling its new weight settle into her understanding of the world. The metal had changed. The stone had changed. More dangerously, the problem had changed. A thing could only become money once another person agreed it was money, and other people asked questions. She wrapped the pendant in a tissue, slid it into the inner pocket of her bag, and left the building with her pulse still running too fast. By the time she reached the west gate again, the reckless flash of triumph had cooled into something narrower and more useful. She didn't need to sell it today. She needed to learn what kind of place would buy a thing like this, what kind of face she would need to wear, and how quickly a small miracle could become a large mistake. The old commercial street 2 bus stops from campus had 3 jewelry counters, 1 pawn shop, and a repair stall that advertised watch batteries, ring resizing, and discreet cash purchase in peeling gold characters. Lin Xia chose the repair stall because it looked the least polished and therefore, perhaps, the least likely to ask for a story with paperwork attached. The man behind the counter was in his 50s, with a magnifier hanging on a cord and the expression of someone who had spent enough years around metal to distrust appearances on principle. He looked up as she approached. "Repair or cleaning?" he asked. Lin Xia rested her hands on the counter to keep them steady. "Neither. I wanted to ask about something. If someone had a pendant, a family thing, and didn't know whether it was worth anything, how would they find out without being cheated?" The man's gaze sharpened at once. "They'd start by not saying, 'family thing,' like that. Show me." Lin Xia hesitated just long enough to make the lie feel natural, then took out the tissue and unfolded it carefully. The man picked up the pendant with tweezers instead of his fingers, which unsettled her more than eagerness would have. He turned it once under the lamp, then again, and his face altered by degrees. Not greed. Concentration first. Then caution. He set down the tweezers, reached for a loop, and brought the stone closer to the light. "Where did you get this?" he asked. Lin Xia had prepared herself for admiration, for skepticism, even for insult. The quiet in his voice was worse. She kept her own answer mild. "My grandmother had a box of old things. I found it when I went home." The man looked at her over the loop. "And your grandmother stored a piece like this in a box without papers?" Lin Xia gave the smallest shrug she could manage. "That's why I'm asking you." He placed the pendant back on the black felt between them with greater care than he had used picking it up. "If this is what it appears to be, you don't sell it to a street shop," he said. "If it isn't, then someone has gone to elaborate lengths to make me feel poor before lunch. Either way, I'd like to know who made it." Lin Xia felt every muscle in her back tighten. The pendant on the felt no longer looked like a clever experiment. It looked like evidence. She folded the tissue over it at once and said, with more calm than she felt, "Thank you. That already helps." The man didn't try to stop her, but his eyes stayed on her face as she slipped the piece back into her bag. "Girl," he said, and the word held more warning than warmth, "whatever story belongs to that pendant, make sure you know it before anyone else asks." By the time Lin Xia left the repair stall, the warning had already done its work. The pendant remained in her bag, wrapped in tissue and suddenly far too articulate for comfort. It was too good, too clean, too much like a question waiting to happen. She walked 2 full blocks before stopping under the shade of a plane tree and forcing herself to think smaller. Not profit first, plausibility first. She didn't need a jewel. She needed something ordinary enough to vanish into the daily traffic of people selling bits of life for cash. The answer came to her 20 minutes later in a narrow alley behind the bus interchange, where a cluttered second-hand stall sold old utensils, cracked frames, loose buttons, worn-out lock sets, and the sad remains of households that had been sorted too quickly. Among the trays of junk lay a twisted silver bracelet with a broken clasp and one flattened section near the middle, ugly enough to be overlooked and genuine enough to stir the sharp invasive certainty in her mind. Low-grade silver, not pure, but real. Repairable. Deniable. She picked it up and turned it once between her fingers. The stall owner, a woman in a padded vest with cigarette smoke in her hair, looked over and said, "That one's damaged." Lin Xia kept her voice casual. "That's why I'm holding it instead of admiring it." The woman snorted. 10. Lin Xia let the bracelet sag in her palm as if it barely interested her. "For bent scrap." The woman folded her arms. "Girl, if you can find dignity cheaper than 10 yuan, buy that instead." Lin Xia paid her before the woman could get curious. This time she used the public toilet in the bus station, which smelled of bleach, old plumbing, and human defeat. The bracelet took less effort than the pendant had. She felt the warped section first, then the impurities threaded through the silver, the fatigue along the clasp, the cheap repairs it had already survived. She didn't make it beautiful. Beauty would have been another mistake. She made it sound cleaner, heavier in truth than in mass. When she stepped back into daylight, the bracelet looked like the sort of modest family piece a practical woman might have worn for 20 years before finally deciding she needed cash more than sentiment. The precious metal buyer was inside a narrow shop with barred windows and a digital scale bolted to the counter. The man behind it barely glanced up. "Selling?" he asked. Lin Xia set the bracelet down. "If the price isn't insulting." He clipped it, tested it, frowned once, then tested it again. "Better than it looks," he muttered. He named a figure that made her pulse jump before she could stop it. It wasn't life-changing money. It was grocery money, train fare, utility money, breathing room money. Lin Xia made herself hesitate, then said, "You can do better than that." The man tapped the scale with one finger. "I can do 5 more because I'm in a decent mood." She nodded once. "Fine." When the notes touched her hand, relief went through her so fast it almost felt like weakness. No forms. No scholarship office. No waiting for someone kinder or richer to decide whether her need was respectable enough to matter. Just a broken thing, a locked door, 10 minutes of impossible work, and money. As she tucked the cash into her wallet and stepped back into the heat of the street, Lin Xia understood something she could no longer honestly call theoretical. Off-book relief was real. Worse, it was fast. By the time Lin Xia got back to campus, the cash in her wallet had already stopped feeling like an object and started feeling like a method. It wasn't much in absolute terms. That was what made it so persuasive. Nobody looking at her on the bus would have guessed she was carrying the result of impossible work between an old student card and 2 wrinkled receipts. No alarm had sounded. No one had chased her into the street. A bent bracelet had become decent silver, and decent silver had become notes in her hand. The whole chain of events had taken less time than a lab session and involved far less humiliation. The dorm room was bright with evening noise when she pushed the door open. He Qian was sitting cross-legged on the lower bunk again, this time painting her nails with the solemn attention of a miniaturist. Tang Si had both earbuds in and was still somehow managing to glare at a finance chapter as if accounting principles had insulted her family. Wu Min, nearest the window, looked up first and took in Lin Xia's face, bag, and her extra stillness. "How was the stationery?" Lin Xia pulled off her coat. "Emotionally expensive." He Qian perked up at once. "Did you at least buy cute pens?" Tang slid one earbud out. "No, look at her. That's not a woman who bought cute pens. That's a woman who committed an act and intends to call it errands." Lin Xia should have bristled. Instead she almost smiled. The ease of it unsettled her more than suspicion would have. She crossed to her desk, sat down, and opened her wallet under cover of moving things around. The notes were still there. Real. Folded twice. A small, deniable proof that the world had openings in it if you stopped asking permission. He Qian leaned sideways to look at her. "You're in a better mood," she said. "That's suspicious too." Lin Xia slid the wallet shut. "Maybe I just survived being out in public with all of you as my moral foundation." Tang snorted softly. "There it is. She's definitely hiding something." The room loosened after that because they let it. That was another thing ordinary life did. It offered exits if you spoke in the right tone. Wu Min went back to her laptop. He Qian blew on her nails and declared everyone around her ungrateful. Tang resumed reading and only said, without looking up, try not to make any more secretive life choices while concussed. Lin Xia answered lightly enough. I'll schedule the next one around your availability. Later, when the room settled and the sounds thinned down to typing, pages turning, and the radiator's tired clicks, Lin Xia sat with her notebook open and found herself not thinking about guilt first. She thought about process. Scrap silver versus plated alloy. Precious metal buyers versus jewelry counters. Small objects that could pass through ordinary hands without attracting stories. The speed of relief had done something dangerous inside her. It had taken the power out of the category of miracle and moved it one step closer to tool. By the time she realized that was the thought she was having, another had already followed it. If she was careful, she could do better next time. 13. Good money. The next morning, Lin Xia woke before the alarm with the same thought waiting for her that had followed her to sleep. If she was careful, she could do better next time. In daylight it sounded worse, not because it was less true, but because it was more organized. The notebook on her desk lay open where she had left it, filled with cramped categories and small practical rules that looked less like panic now and more like process. Keep the scale modest. Avoid anything memorable. Don't improve beauty. Improve salability. She sat on the edge of the bed for a few seconds, reading her own handwriting while the dorm moved around her in the slow, resentful rhythm of morning. He Qian was still face down in her pillow. Wu Min was already dressed and brushing her hair with the expression of someone who considered time a moral category. Tang Si looked over while fastening one earring and narrowed her eyes at Lin Xia's face. You've got the look again, Tang said. Lin Xia shut the notebook a little too quickly. What look? The one where you've decided that consequences are for other people. Tang picked up her bag and slung it over one shoulder. It's not a reassuring expression. Wu Min glanced over from the mirror. That description covers her academic life too. Lin Xia stood and reached for her coat. I'm deeply touched by how well observed I am in this room. That isn't a denial, Tang said. It should have made her pause. It almost did. Then Friday, the shop, and the thin folded notes hidden in her wallet rose together in her mind, and the hesitation passed before it could become morality. By the time classes ended, she had already told herself 3 separate versions of the same lie. She was only confirming yesterday's logic. She was only doing it once more. Repetition was not yet habit. The problem with all 3 was that they worked well enough to get her back through the west gate and onto the bus with a little cash in her pocket and a steadiness in her chest that felt unnervingly close to purpose. The market she chose this time was farther from campus and meaner around the edges, more repair than decoration, more salvage than sentiment. Metal trays sat out beneath patched tarps. Old locks, broken clasps, loose chains, bent utensils, watch backs, scrap fittings, all of it laid out with the flat honesty of things nobody loved anymore. Lin Xia moved slowly past the first 2 stalls, forcing herself not to look eager, letting objects strike her awareness and fall away again. Brass, plate, junk alloy, thin silver wash over something cheaper. Then, in a shallow tray near a scale with one cracked corner, she found what she wanted. A narrow silver chain with a snapped clasp and 2 twisted links, worn enough to be ordinary and real enough to matter. The stall owner, a man in an oil-dark jacket with nicotine in his fingertips, saw where her eyes had landed. That one's not worth the trouble, he said. Lin Xia lifted the chain and let it hang between her fingers. Structural truth pressed lightly at the edge of her mind. Low-grade silver. Dirty, fatigued, repairable. Then why is it here instead of in the scrap bucket? The man grinned without warmth. Because students like buying problems when they're shiny. This isn't shiny. He named a price. She answered with a lower one. He rolled his eyes and said, you bargain like an auntie. Lin Xia handed over the coins and slipped the chain into her pocket. Then you should be grateful I didn't stay to criticize your stock. She walked away before he could decide whether to be amused, her pulse already picking up. Yesterday had been temptation. Today was worse. Today she knew exactly what she was doing. Lin Xia didn't use a washroom this time. That had felt too much like ritual. Instead she slipped into the stairwell behind a shuttered hardware shop where the concrete smelled of dust, rust, and sun-warmed damp. The chain lay in her palm, light and ordinary and broken in ways no one but a buyer would care about. She let her attention settle into it without hurry. The snapped clasp opened first inside her awareness, then the twisted links, then the dirt ground into the silver so long ago it had become part of the object's recent history. She didn't beautify it, she corrected it. Fatigue eased out of the links. Impurities tightened into better order. The clasp became sound again, not elegant, just trustworthy. A faint azure thread moved over her fingers and vanished before the light could catch it properly. When she stepped back into the lane, the chain looked unremarkable. That was the point. Lin Xia headed for the same kind of narrow precious metal buyer she had used the day before, a place with barred windows, fluorescent lights, and a counter worn pale where hands and metal had struck it for years. The man behind the scale barely glanced at her. "Selling?" he asked. Lin Xia set the chain down on the felt. "Depending how insulting you plan to be." He gave the piece one bored look, then clipped the clasp, weighed it, tested it, and frowned slightly. "Better than expected," he muttered. "That sounds like a personality flaw in your profession," Lin Xia said. The man named a figure. It was not generous, but it was fair enough to hurt less than yesterday's first attempt. She let 2 seconds pass, then said, "Round it." He looked at her over the scale. "Why?" "Because you're already going to sell it as cleaner than you expected." That earned the smallest snort. He added a little. "Not much." "Enough." Lin Xia nodded once and held out her hand for the notes. The bell over the door rattled just as the cash touched her fingers. Another customer came in carrying a shallow tray of scrap silver and old fittings under one arm. Lin Xia looked up automatically and felt her stomach tighten. The woman from yesterday's second-hand stall stood there in the doorway, padded vest, cigarette smell, sharp eyes gone narrower still as they landed on Lin Xia's face. For one brief second neither of them spoke. Then the buyer, already reaching for the new tray, said to the woman, "You should sort your stock better. Yesterday a student brought me cleaner silver than half this pile." The woman's gaze flicked from Lin Xia to the cash in her hand, then down to the empty space on the felt where the chain had just been. "Yesterday," she said. The buyer shrugged. "Thin bracelet. Decent purity once you got past the ugly." Lin Xia folded the money once and slipped it into her wallet with hands that wanted to move faster than she allowed. The stall woman was still looking at her, not angry yet, not certain, just thinking. That was worse. Lin Xia gave her the kind of blank, forgettable nod strangers used every day and turned toward the door. Behind her, the woman said, to the buyer and perhaps not only to him, "Funny. I don't remember selling any student decent silver." Lin Xia did not look back until she had turned the corner, crossed the lane, and merged with the slow pedestrian drift near the bus stop. By then the money sat in her wallet like a live wire, and the woman's narrow, thinking stare had settled under her skin in a way cash could not soften. She told herself it was nothing yet. A coincidence, a shared counter, a passing suspicion that would dissolve as soon as the woman returned to the practical business of being underpaid by junk. The problem with that thought was that it sounded like wishful thinking even inside her own head. She used the bus stop glass to check behind her without fully turning. For 3 long breaths she saw only traffic, bundled students, a man pushing crates of bottled water, and a grandmother dragging a child by the wrist with patient violence. Then the second-hand stall woman came out of the buyer's shop and stopped under the awning 2 storefronts down, tray still under one arm, cigarette already lit in the other hand. She did not call after Lin Xia. She didn't hurry. She simply stayed where she was and watched the street with the flat stillness of someone who had not yet decided whether she was angry, curious, or both. Lin Xia kept walking. At the next corner she cut into a narrower side lane lined with repair booths and cheap household salvage. The smart thing would have been to leave. Go back to campus. Take the warning and stop while the problem was still mostly in her head. Instead she slowed near a table of damaged silver trinkets and old watch chains, because greed had not left her. It had only become more frightened. The seller this time was a broad woman with reading glasses low on her nose and the expression of someone who would absolutely cheat you and feel morally neutral about it. "You buying or just breathing on the stock?" the woman asked. Lin Xia picked up a dented child's anklet with one snapped ring and a dull floral charm. "Real silver again, though poorer than the chain. Easy. Small. Depends how ambitious your prices are." The woman held out a hand. "Show me what you've got in your wallet and I'll tailor the insult." "That seems intimate for strangers." From somewhere behind and to the left, a familiar voice said, "You do move fast." Lin Xia's hand tightened on the anklet before she could stop it. She turned just enough to see the second-hand stall woman standing at the mouth of the lane, cigarette between two fingers, eyes on the anklet in Lin Xia's hand. Not close enough to make a scene. Close enough to see. The broad woman with the glasses looked from one of them to the other and immediately grew more interested. You know each other? She asked. No, Lin Xia said. The stall woman took one step nearer, gaze dropping to the bent silver in Lin Xia's fingers. That's funny, she said. I don't know you at all, but I'm starting to feel like I know your taste. The words were light, her face was not. Lin Xia felt the shape of the trap then, not as proof, not yet, but as pattern. Bent silver. Her face. The buyer's comment. One suspicious woman now watching to see what broken things she picked next and what it might become afterward. The broad woman with the glasses leaned farther over her table, interest sharpening into appetite. Now I want to know, she said. Either she owes you money or I'm about to hear something educational. The stall woman flicked ash to the side without taking her eyes off Lin Xia. Yesterday this girl bought bent silver from me. An hour later a buyer talks about how clean it was. Her gaze dropped again to the anklet in Lin Xia's hand. Today I find her shopping the same kind of broken stock. You tell me what lesson I'm supposed to take from that. Lin Xia felt the lane narrow around her. 2 sellers, 1 tray of junk silver, her own face suddenly too memorable. She kept her voice level because panic would only make the shape clearer. The lesson is that poor students buy cheap things. That buyer said your bracelet wasn't cheap by the time he saw it. I didn't sell him any bracelet. The stall woman smiled without warmth. Funny. He remembered a student. I remember a student. And now here you are again with another broken piece in your hand, looking like you're solving a math problem. The broad woman held out her palm toward the anklet. Let me see that. For one reckless instant Lin Xia considered bolting. It died immediately. Running would be an admission all by itself. She placed the anklet on the woman's palm and let her fingers trail over it for half a second longer than necessary. Structural truth arrived at once. The snapped ring. The thinness near the charm. The old stress sleeping in the metal. She didn't repair this time. She ruined. The weak point gave under her touch with a tiny inward shift, so small it felt more like decision than action. The broad woman had only just lifted the anklet toward her glasses when the snapped ring failed completely. The floral charm dropped free, bounced once against the table, and spun into a tray of screws. At the same time the silver near the break clouded into a duller, dirtier gray, as if the piece had suddenly remembered every bad year of its life. The woman swore softly. What kind of rotten scrap is this? She rubbed the break between finger and thumb, then snorted. You two stopped me for this. The stall woman stepped closer. That wasn't like that a second ago. The broad woman gave her a flat look. It was broken when the girl picked it up. I said so. She tossed the anklet back onto the table. If you're planning to accuse customers of sorcery, do it somewhere that doesn't block my business. Lin Xia made herself exhale slowly. Can I go now? The stall woman looked at the dead silver on the table, then at Lin Xia's face. Proof had slipped sideways. Suspicion had not. Go, she said. But don't think I'm blind. Lin Xia left the lane without hurrying. She could feel the woman's stare on her back long after the market noise swallowed everything else. The immediate trap had broken apart, but not the person inside it. Somewhere behind her stood a woman who had been made to look foolish, had lost value once already, and now had Lin Xia's face fixed in her mind for later. 14. Family relief. By the time Lin Xia went home again, she had already decided 2 things. First, she would stay away from the silver markets for a few days, no matter how loudly the money problem kept talking in her head. Second, whatever she did for the shop had to arrive in a form that looked ordinary enough to survive being looked at. The woman from the lane still sat under her skin like a splinter. She couldn't afford another face remembering her for the wrong reasons. So she came back with no jewelry, no stories, and a small folded envelope tucked inside her notebook beneath 3 pages of lecture notes and 1 photocopied calibration sheet. Cash looked uglier when it was hidden among honest work. That helped a little. The shop was busier than the numbers deserved. That was her father's style. If disaster approached, he met it by moving faster, speaking more warmly, and pretending the machinery had not noticed. Lin Guozhang was at the bench when she came in, sleeves rolled up, coaxing one of the smaller housings through a finishing pass with the patient concentration of a man trying to outwork arithmetic. Zhao Mei stood near the office door with a supplier on speaker, her voice level in the way that meant she was furious enough to become extremely polite. I understand your position, Zhao Mei said. What I'm asking is whether 24 hours changes anything for either of us. The answer coming tinny through the phone was long and useless. Lin Xia caught only fragments. Cash first. No further hold. Policy. Zhao Mei closed her eyes once, opened them, and said, then I'll call you back when I have a better answer than frustration. She ended the call and stood very still for a second, the phone pressed flat in her hand. Lin Guozhang looked up. Still no release. Still no belief that we are made of money, Zhao Mei said. Lin Xia set her bag down quietly. How much is the shortfall on this one? Both of them turned. Her mother's expression shifted first into surprise, then calculation. Her father wiped his hands on a rag. Xia, you just got here. That wasn't the question. Zhao Mei named the number. Smaller than the machine problem. Not small enough to ignore. Enough to keep a needed batch of inserts and cutting fluid sitting behind someone else's counter until cash arrived. Lin Xia pulled the envelope from her notebook and held it out. Then use this. Her father frowned immediately. What is that? Money. I can see that. It's from the lab, Lin Xia said, keeping her voice even. Shen paid part early for extra hours and I still had some tutoring money left over. Take it before someone on that phone decides policy is a personality. Zhao Mei didn't reach for the envelope at once. He paid early. Lin Xia met her eyes and forced herself not to blink too carefully. He paid what he owed. I'm giving it to you now because the timing matters more here. Her father looked between the envelope and her face, pride and relief fighting in public. Xia, that's your money. Lin Xia pressed the envelope into her mother's hand. Today it's shop money. Zhao Mei looked down at the envelope as if it might change category if she stared hard enough. Then she opened it, counted once with the fast, silent accuracy of someone who had spent too many years turning numbers into survival, and let out a breath she had probably been holding since morning. It wasn't enough to heal the month. It was enough to move one urgent problem out of the way before it metastasized into 3. She pressed the envelope flat against the work table and said, quieter now, this covers the release. Lin Guozhang reached for the supplier sheet, checked the figure himself, and went still in the way men did when relief arrived too close to humiliation to sort cleanly. It covers most of it, he said. Zhao Mei gave him a look. Which, for today, is another word for enough. That changed the room. Not into safety, into breathing room. The difference was smaller than comfort and larger than pride. Lin Xia felt it in the way her father's shoulders dropped by degrees he would never have admitted to, and in the way her mother picked up the phone again with less fury in her grip. Zhao Mei dialed before anyone could re-enter the argument. When the supplier answered, her tone had changed from negotiation to business. Yes, she said, I can settle the hold this afternoon. Release the inserts and the cutting fluid now, and I'll send confirmation before the hour. She listened, expression flattening once at some bureaucratic flourish, then said, no, this isn't a miracle. It's called making your life easier too. When she ended the call, she looked at the envelope again as if it had momentarily suspended the laws of the week. He'll release it, she said. Lin Guozhang scrubbed a hand over his mouth and looked at Lin Xia with too much softness for her comfort. You shouldn't have had to do this. I know, Lin Xia said. That isn't an answer. It's the one you're getting. She tried for lightness and came closer than she expected. You can repay me later by becoming rich and impossible. That finally pulled a real laugh out of him, brief and tired and painfully dear. I was already planning to become impossible. Zhao Mei folded the envelope again, though there was no need now, and tucked it into the invoice folder with a care that made Lin Xia's throat tighten. It was such a small thing in absolute terms. A handful of notes. One lifted hold. A few necessary supplies released back into motion. But the effect of it spread through the shop almost immediately. Her father moved faster, not from panic now but from reprieve. Her mother began reorganizing the next call instead of bracing for it. For one dangerous, shining moment Lin Xia felt something close to triumph, not because she had cheated the world, but because she had changed the temperature of this room with her own hidden hand. It felt less like crime than shelter, and that was what made it so seductive. The reprieve lasted long enough to feel real, which made what followed harder. Lin Guozhang left to collect the released supplies before the supplier could remember a new reason to be difficult, carrying the invoice folder and half his relief in the same hand. The shop door rattled shut behind him. One machine kept running in the back, its steady cut and pause rhythm filling the quieter spaces the argument had left behind. Zhao Mei stayed where she was for a few seconds, sorting papers into straighter piles than they needed, and Lin Xia knew that motion for what it was. Her mother only became orderly when she was about to ask something she didn't want to ask badly. "You've been eating," Zhao Mei said at last, without looking up. Lin Xia almost smiled. "That's not your real question." "No," Zhao Mei said. "It isn't." She set the invoices down, took off her glasses, and looked at her properly. Not angry. Not even suspicious in the sharp sense. Just attentive in a way that left less room to hide. "The lab paid you early." It wasn't phrased as a question, which made it worse. Lin Xia leaned against the work table and kept her face still. "I told you that. You told me Professor Shen paid part early for extra hours." Zhao Mei's voice remained level, but there was a quiet firmness underneath it now, the kind that came from having spent years listening to men explain away obvious truths. "What I'm asking is whether that is the whole shape of it." Lin Xia looked toward the half-open workshop door. Beyond it, belts turned, metal sang briefly against a cutting edge, and the whole shop kept pretending it was not balanced on too many narrow margins. "It's enough to solve today." That also isn't an answer. There it was. Gentle. Direct. No raised voice to push against, no accusation she could refuse on principle. Just her mother, seeing the wrongness by contour. Lin Xia folded her arms without meaning to, then unfolded them again because the movement felt adolescent. "You want me to say I'm working too hard?" "I already know that." Zhao Mei came around the table and stood nearer, not crowding, simply removing distance as if distance itself were part of the lie. "I want to know whether you're making your life stranger in ways you think I won't notice if the money arrives at the right moment." The question landed so close to the truth that Lin Xia felt her pulse shift. Not because Zhao Mei knew. Because she didn't, and had still found the seam. "Nothing strange," Lin Xia said, and heard at once how thin it sounded. Zhao Mei's expression changed, not into belief and not into disbelief either. Into something sadder. Recognition that the answer existed and had not been offered. "Sha," she said quietly, "timing like this comforts people once. After that, it starts looking like a story." She touched Lin Xia's sleeve, just once. "If you are carrying something ugly alone because you think it protects us, that is still a way of bringing ugliness home." Lin Xia did not answer at once. There were too many lies available, and all of them sounded smaller now that her mother had named the shape around them instead of the contents. She was still searching for something survivable when the workshop door banged open hard enough to rattle the office glass. Lin Guozhang came back in carrying neither supplies nor relief. The invoice folder was tucked under one arm. His mouth had gone flat in the way it only did when annoyance had already burned through to something colder. Zhao Mei turned first. "What happened?" Lin Guozhang set the folder down on the desk with more care than the motion deserved. "They released the order." He peeled off his jacket and dropped it over the back of a chair. "Then they decided the cutting fluid wasn't actually part of the original hold. Separate invoice. Separate release. Separate payment." For a second no one spoke. Then Zhao Mei said, very quietly, "That's new." "That's what I said." He gave a short laugh with no humor in it. "Apparently policy has developed finer distinctions in the last 40 minutes. Lin Xia felt the earlier warmth vanish from the room as if someone had opened a window in winter. "How much?" Her father named the number. Smaller than the first shortfall. Large enough to matter precisely because it had arrived after they had already solved the first problem. Zhao Mei opened the invoice folder, scanned the fresh sheet, and her expression tightened into a kind of exhausted clarity. "They split the release after I paid," she said. Lin Guozhang nodded once. "And the supplier representative suddenly remembered we were also at the end of our grace period for the coolant line. Very professional memory." Zhao Mei looked up from the page. "Did you speak to Lu himself?" "I did. Lu was in a meeting." Lin Guozhang scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck. His assistant was very apologetic while being completely useless. Lin Xia listened to them and felt something in her chest go still. One hold might be cash pressure. Two staggered inconveniences, arriving just as one had been cleared, began to look like a hand on a scale. Not proof. Shape. Again that word. Again that ugly sense of a pattern forming one ordinary excuse at a time. Zhao Mei closed the folder and said, "They're tightening us by increments." Her father looked at her sharply. "Or they're being difficult because they can." That is another way of saying the same thing. Lin Xia said, has Lu ever split a release like this before? Lin Guojiang didn't answer immediately, which was answer enough. Then he said, not when we were current. The workshop machine in the back reached the end of a cut and fell briefly silent before starting again. In that small pause the whole shop seemed to show its teeth. One envelope had bought them breath. It had not bought them out. Zhao Mei looked from the new invoice to her daughter, and this time there was no softness in the question she did not ask. Only a tired, sharpening understanding that the week was not done finding ways to close its hand. 15. The changed silver. The sense of pattern followed Lin Xia back to campus and stayed with her through the next day like a second pulse. At the shop it had been invoices splitting themselves into finer cuts the moment one pressure eased. In the market it had been a woman's eyes learning her face and refusing to let go. By late afternoon, after class and a lab shift that left her head full of numbers and warning tolerances, she had almost managed to convince herself the two shapes were unrelated. Then she came out of the west gate carrying a cheap boxed dinner and saw the second-hand stall woman leaning against the low wall beside the bus stop as if she had always belonged there. The woman straightened when their eyes met. No cigarette this time, no tray of stock, just a padded vest, a canvas bag, and the flat patience of someone who had already spent an hour proving she could wait longer than you. Lin Xia stopped without meaning to. Students moved around them in loose evening currents, laughing, checking phones, arguing over noodles and deadlines, and the normality of it made the scene feel worse rather than better. You found the university, Lin Xia said. The woman's mouth tilted without warmth. You found my stall twice. That isn't an answer to the social impropriety. It's close enough. She stepped away from the wall and looked Lin Xia up and down with insulting calm. You're harder to follow than you should be. That usually means either intelligence or practice. Lin Xia shifted the dinner box to her other hand. I'm going to assume this is the part where you say something vague and threatening, and I tell you you're mistaken. The woman snorted. You think too highly of yourself. If I wanted vague, I'd go into politics. She glanced at the passing buses, then back at Lin Xia. I want to know how broken silver leaves one place and becomes good money in another. It doesn't. I watched you. You watched a student shop badly. I watched a student buy damaged silver, vanish, and sell something cleaner than she bought. The woman took one more step forward. Not enough to be physical. Enough to close the air. Maybe you've got a jeweler uncle. Maybe you switch pieces. Maybe you know some trick with acid and polish. I don't care what story makes you feel clever. I care that you used my stock to make money and left me holding the stupid end of it. Lin Xia could feel people brushing past behind her. Shoulders, backpacks, fragments of ordinary conversation, all of it making the confrontation look smaller than it was. If you think I cheated you, go to the buyer. The woman's eyes sharpened. No, buyers lie for profit. You're the one I'm interested in. Her gaze dropped briefly to Lin Xia's face, then to the dinner in her hand, then back again. And before you say no too quickly, understand something. I'm already standing outside your school. That means I'm past curiosity. For one brief, reckless moment Lin Xia considered walking past her and letting the woman make whatever scene she pleased in front of the west gate. The problem was not fear of noise. It was scale. The woman had already found the university. Already learned that pressure could travel from market lanes into the edges of her ordinary life. That changed the arithmetic. Lin Xia shifted her dinner box under one arm and said, not here. The woman studied her for half a second, then gave a small nod as if she had just won a modest but satisfying point. They moved 3 storefronts down to the shadow beside a closed printing shop where the bus stop crowd still passed in view but not in hearing. The woman folded her arms. Now talk. Lin Xia kept her own back to the shutter and forced herself to look more irritated than alarmed. You've built a whole conspiracy out of scrap silver and boredom. No, the woman said. I built it out of memory. I remember the bracelet. I remember the chain. I remember what they looked like when they left me. Her eyes narrowed. And I remember your face every time they turned into something better somewhere else. They didn't turn into anything. You sold badly, and I sold better. That isn't a denial. It is if you're not stupid. The woman's mouth tightened, but not enough to break control. Careful, student. I didn't come all the way out here to be insulted for free. There it was. Not proof. Price. Lin Xia felt the shift in the conversation and hated how quickly she understood it. This was not a woman hunting truth for its own sake. This was a woman who had decided that whatever the trick was, it had value, and value should not be enjoyed privately in her vicinity. Lin Xia opened her wallet before she could overthink the humiliation of it, took out a folded note, and held it low between two fingers. The woman looked at the money, then back at her face. "What's that?" "A gesture," Lin Xia said. "For your bus fare, your misplaced time, and the emotional difficulty of being wrong in public." That almost made the woman laugh. "Almost. You've got a good mouth on you. I'm trying to keep the rest of my life uncomplicated." The woman took the note at last, slow enough to make the acceptance feel like instruction rather than gratitude. She tucked it into her vest pocket and tilted her head. "You think that buys what, exactly?" "A boundary," Lin Xia said. "You stop standing outside my school. You stop following me. You decide you misremembered your own junk." She kept her tone even, almost bored. "Everybody leaves with dignity." The woman watched her for a beat too long, then gave a short, thoughtful breath through her nose. "No," she said. "Everybody leaves with information. Dignity is extra." But she didn't give the money back, and that was the mistake. Lin Xia saw it happen between them like a door closing softly into the wrong frame. The woman had taken the note. Which meant she had learned fear, not innocence. Worse, she had learned it paid. Lin Xia should have ended it there. The note was gone, the woman had not raised her voice, and buses were still arriving in the ordinary rhythm of early evening as if nothing dangerous had happened at all. Instead, the woman leaned one shoulder against the shutter beside her and stayed. That was how Lin Xia knew the money had not closed anything. It had only opened a better question. "You're educated," the woman said. "So let's not waste each other's time pretending that was charity." Lin Xia shifted the boxed dinner against her ribs. The food inside had gone lukewarm. She could smell oil and pepper through the cardboard now, absurdly domestic against the shape of the conversation. "You identified the note correctly. Congratulations." The woman smiled a little. "And you handed it over quickly. That tells me more." She tapped the side of her vest where the money sat. "A girl who's innocent gets angry. A girl who's clever gets rude. A girl who pays without bargaining knows there's profit somewhere behind the insult." Lin Xia kept her face still, though the words landed too close to clean. "Or a girl with exams and bad dinner priorities wants an older stranger to stop loitering outside her school." "Maybe." The woman's eyes moved over her again, not admiring, simply measuring. "But I don't think so." She let the pause stretch, then said, "You're not making enough yet." That caught Lin Xia more sharply than accusation would have. "I'm sorry. If you were making enough, you wouldn't be doing it with junk silver and bus stops." The woman lifted one hand in a small, practical motion. "You'd have moved to bigger things, better buyers, cleaner routes." Which means either you're new, or scared, or both. Lin Xia felt the first cold edge of true irritation cut through the anxiety. "You seem very invested in a theory you can't prove." "I don't need proof." The woman uncrossed her arms and straightened from the shutter. "I need a share." She said it calmly, as if proposing a market habit rather than blackmail. "Not half. I'm not unreasonable, but if my stock leaves ugly and reaches the city prettier, I want to stop being the only person in that sentence who stays poor." There it was at last. Not discovery. Business. The ugliness of it was almost a relief. Lin Xia let out a small breath through her nose. "You're asking me to pay you for something you can't explain, can't prove, and don't actually understand." The woman shrugged. "Most profitable arrangements begin that way." "And if I say no?" The woman's expression did not change, which was somehow worse than a threat would have been. "Then I stay interested," she said. "In your markets, your routes, your school, maybe your family too, if I get bored enough to ask the right questions of the wrong people." She tilted her head slightly. "You already paid once. Don't act like we're still deciding what kind of conversation this is." For a moment Lin Xia said nothing. The buses kept arriving behind them. Students kept stepping down in little bursts of fatigue and conversation, carrying backpacks, plastic bags, half-finished coffees, the harmless debris of ordinary evenings. It made the woman's threat feel both smaller and uglier. Not dramatic enough to earn fear honestly. Just local, persistent, and close enough to stain things if left alone. Lin Xia looked at her and understood, with a clarity that made her feel tired all at once, that this was no longer a misunderstanding she could outtalk. The woman had built herself a ladder out of guesswork, nerve, and one folded note, and now she meant to keep climbing until someone pushed her off or paid her to stop. Lin Xia shifted the boxed dinner to her other hand and said, "You don't know anything about my family." "Not yet," the woman said. The answer was calm. That was what made it land. Lin Xia felt a pulse of cold anger rise through her chest and flatten there into something more useful. Rage was a luxury. She needed distance. "What do you want tonight?" she asked. The woman's eyes sharpened slightly, not surprised by the question, only satisfied. "Tonight. Nothing theatrical. You keep doing whatever clever thing you're doing. Then, when it earns, I stop by and collect what good manners require." "That's not good manners. It is where I come from." Lin Xia let out a quiet breath through her nose. "And if I tell you to go to hell?" The woman smiled then, small and almost companionable. "Then I start getting curious in public." She glanced toward the gate. Curious people ask annoying questions. About why a university girl shops in the wrong lanes. About why she pays strangers to forget things. About who at home might care if she's making ugly money. She looked back at Lin Xia. "You see the problem?" Yes, Lin Xia saw it. Too well. The woman had no proof, but proof was not the only thing that damaged lives. Noise did that too. Attention did. Repetition did. Lin Xia opened her wallet again, slower this time, and took out another note. The amount made her stomach tighten, not because it ruined her, but because it formalized something she despised. She held it out and said, "This is the last easy one." The woman took it without haste. "No," she said. "This is the first honest one." Lin Xia held her gaze. "Listen to me carefully. You stand outside my school again, you follow me again, or you speak to anyone I know, and whatever profit you think lives near me will become very expensive for you." The woman tucked the note away and tilted her head, studying the threat rather than flinching from it. "Good," she said. "You sound like someone worth dealing with." Then she stepped back toward the bus stop crowd as if the matter had become ordinary business. "I'll find you." Lin Xia stood still until the woman disappeared into the evening flow. Only then did she start walking toward the dorm, dinner cooling in her hand, pulse too steady for panic and too fast for peace. She had bought silence twice and, in doing so, taught the wrong person exactly how to approach her. The problem was no longer a witness with a suspicion. It was a creditor with ambition. 16. Stone luck. By the next afternoon, Lin Xia had done what frightened people always did when they believed themselves to be learning. She had built a rule and mistaken it for safety. No more silver for now. No more buyers who could compare before and after. No more market women with good memories and bad boundaries. If the problem attached to the root, then changing the root should change the danger. She knew even while thinking it that this was the sort of logic that looked clever only until consequence arrived, but the stall woman's face kept returning to her anyway, along with the sour understanding that silver had become too social. Too traceable. Too human. She needed a lane where judgment mattered more than memory. The salvage market beyond the old freight road looked promising in exactly the wrong way. It was louder than the silver lanes, more chaotic, more male, and full of objects too ugly for sentiment. Crates of broken fittings sat beside stripped machine housings. Old pumps, copper coils, cracked gauges, damaged valves, snapped drill heads, bundles of wiring, bins of ceramic insulators, all of it arranged by weight, salvage value, or the mood of the person selling it. No one there cared whether a thing had once belonged to someone's aunt. They cared whether it still contained value somewhere under the dirt. Lin Xia walked slowly past the first row, hands in her coat pockets, letting the market press against her senses. Brass, copper, stainless, tool steel, heat damage, fatigue, corrosion, hidden purity where no one expected it. The whole place prickled at the edge of her awareness like a field of buried teeth. At a stall near the back, an older man in a quilted jacket sat behind 3 shallow wooden trays full of industrial scrap that looked too small and too dirty to attract hopeful amateurs. One tray held ceramic pieces with metal contacts fused into them, most cracked, some burned black. Lin Xia stopped without meaning to. One of the pieces, no larger than 2 fingers laid together, sat half hidden beneath a tangle of wire. To anyone else it looked like ruined electronics. To her it arrived whole in one invasive sweep. Dense ceramic body, fine metal paths inside, trace amounts of something rarer threaded through the contacts than the stall owner clearly realized. The man noticed where she was looking and barked a laugh. "Student girl, if you're after pretty things, you've made a tragic navigation error." Lin Xia crouched and picked up the piece between thumb and forefinger. "I'm after cheap things." Then your instincts are excellent. He leaned forward, interested now. That one's dead scrap, burned out of a machine lot. You can hang it on a wall if you've got artistic problems. How much for the lot? She asked. He named a number high enough to test her ignorance. Lin Xia looked up at him and let a little dryness into her voice. For broken ceramic and grief. You should at least include a poem. The man grinned. You bargain better than the boys. That's because the boys are optimistic. He named a lower price. Still too high. Lin Xia held the ruined component in her hand and felt the hidden value glint beneath the filth like a secret no one here knew how to read. Silver had become dangerous because someone remembered its old face. This was different. Here, the value lay inside the wrongness itself, invisible unless you knew where to look. That made her pulse lift in a way she did not trust. If I take the whole tray, she said, you stop pretending this is treasure. The old man squinted at her as if recalculating what kind of girl argued over burnt machine scrap with that much composure. Then he named a number low enough to be an insult to himself and high enough to preserve dignity. Lin Xia let 2 seconds pass, picked up another blackened ceramic piece from the tray, and said, that includes the wire tangle and the cracked insulators. The man snorted. You bargain like you've been married to disappointment. I'm an engineering student. It's basically the same thing. That earned a dry laugh from the men at the next stall, who had been pretending not to listen and failing. The old man pushed the whole tray toward her with theatrical martyrdom. Take it before I remember sentiment. Lin Xia paid and slipped the smaller pieces into a canvas tote bag she'd brought precisely so this could look ordinary. Scrap buyers existed. Students scavenged components. Salvage markets were full of hopeful idiots and occasional lucky finds. That was the comfort she carried with her as she moved deeper into the yard. Not secrecy this time. Camouflage by plausibility. She even believed it for almost 20 minutes. At the far end of the market a repair broker operated out of a corrugated stall with shelves of sorted industrial remnants and a glass counter containing smaller parts he clearly knew were worth more than junk rates. Lin Xia stopped there not because she intended to sell immediately, but because the tray had given her something better than silver. Not a single piece. A pattern. Several of the broken ceramic modules contained traces of valuable contact metal hidden inside the fused paths. Tiny amounts individually. Enough in aggregate to matter. Enough that the whole tray, bought as grief and garbage, had been a theft from ignorance rather than a transformation of memory. The broker glanced at the tote and then at her face. You're not here for replacement screws, he said. Lin Xia set one of the blackened modules on the counter. I'm here to ask what this is worth if someone smarter than me stripped it properly. He picked it up, turned it under the lamp, and called to the man in the back. Lao Peng, come look at this. A heavier man emerged from behind a hanging tarp, wiped his hands on a rag, and took the piece without speaking. His expression changed only slightly, but Lin Xia saw it. Recognition, interest, calculation. Where did you get this? Lao Peng asked. From a tray of things nobody wanted. That isn't an answer. It's the one I'm offering for free. The men exchanged a glance. The broker reached for the tote before thinking better of it. How many more? Lin Xia rested one hand on the strap. Enough that I'm asking questions before making mistakes. That was the wrong answer, and she knew it the moment it landed. Not because it revealed the power. Because it revealed the win. The broker's posture sharpened. Lao Peng looked at the tote again, then passed her shoulder toward the market lanes she had come through, as if mentally retracing who had sold what to whom. Behind her, one of the men from the next stall said, too casually, student girls got a good eye. Another voice answered, or a good teacher. Lin Xia felt the air change around her. No accusation, no shouting, just the subtle, professional narrowing of attention that happened when people who lived off margins decided someone nearby had found one they hadn't. Lin Xia forced herself not to clutch the tote strap tighter. The change in the air around the stall was real, but it was still only attention, and attention could be managed if you moved before it became agreement between other people. She picked up the blackened module from the counter and turned it once in her fingers, as if reconsidering her own curiosity. Forget it, she said. If it's complicated, I'll sell the lot by weight somewhere less philosophical. The broker smiled too quickly. Who said complicated? He put one elbow on the counter and looked at the piece in her hand as if it had become more valuable in the second before she might take it away. Some lots get lucky. Burnt junk isn't always fully dead. That's not a crime. It's recycling. He named a number for the single module, casual enough to sound offhand. Lin Xia nearly looked at him. The figure was absurd for one damaged piece, high enough to make clear that whatever hid inside the ceramic mattered more than he wanted to admit. She kept her face arranged into mild skepticism. For this? She asked. Now you sound like the one with artistic problems. Lao Peng gave a small grunt that might have been amusement. Take the price, he said. Don't. But don't pretend you brought it here by accident. That was the real line. Not the money. The assumption beneath it. Lin Xia heard it and chose not to fight it, because fighting would only force the conversation into a sharper shape. She set the module back on the counter. Fine. One piece. I'm not selling the whole tray until I know whether you're generous or unstable. The broker laughed and reached for cash without haggling. Too fast again. Behind her, someone shifted position near the next stall. Lao Peng was no longer looking at the ceramic. He was looking at Lin Xia, not rudely, not hungrily, but with the flat, assessing focus of a man sorting her into a category that might matter later. As the broker counted out the notes, he said, "Your teacher knows this market." Lin Xia held out her hand. "My teacher would die of shame if he saw this market." "That's not what I asked." "It's the answer you're getting." He put the money in her palm anyway. "You university types always think mystery is expensive." Lao Peng took the sold module and weighed it once in his hand. "No," he said quietly. "Backing is expensive." Then, as if that had not been revealing at all, he added, "If you come back, come straight here. Don't let the yard cheats strip the good things first." Lin Xia slid the cash into her pocket and lifted the tote. No one blocked her. No one followed. The lane behind the stall stayed open, loud with salvage noise and the ordinary commerce of men dismantling the dead. By the time she reached the main road, relief had already started lying to her. She had left with money, without a scene, without hands on her, and that made the whole exchange feel survivable. The problem was that she now had a second market where people did not think she was lucky. They thought she belonged to someone. By the time Lin Xia reached the bus stop, the notes in her pocket had already started doing their usual work on her judgment. They made the whole afternoon feel cleaner than it had been. Not safe, exactly, but efficient. She had changed lanes, found hidden value no one else had seen, and walked out with money without needing to alter anything in public or let anyone remember an object before and after. It was better than silver. Better than buyers comparing faces to bracelets. Better than a woman outside the university with a canvas bag full of spite. The relief was real enough that she nearly trusted it. Then she looked across the road and saw the old man in the quilted jacket from the scrap trays standing beside a tea stall, talking to someone on a phone with his back half turned toward the street. He might have been discussing prices. He might have been calling his wife. He might have been doing nothing connected to her at all. But halfway through the call he glanced across the traffic, found her at the bus stop on the first pass, and held her there for one beat longer than strangers usually did. The bus arrived. Lin Xia got on without hurrying, paid, and took a standing place near the rear door where the scratched window gave her a slanted view of the road behind them. As the bus pulled out, she saw the repair broker's stall helper, a boy she barely remembered from the edge of the corrugated booth, step into the lane and point in the direction the bus had gone. Not dramatically, not urgently, just a small practical motion, the kind men used when discussing a supplier, a delivery route, or a face worth recognizing later. By the second stop, her earlier relief had thinned into something colder. She took the money out inside her coat, counted once by touch, and then forced herself to stop. The amount was good. That was the problem. Good enough to validate the lane. Good enough to make men who lived off margins start wondering whether a university girl with a canvas tote and a careful mouth had stumbled into profit or arrived with backing. She could still hear Lao Peng's voice in her head. "No, backing is expensive." When her phone buzzed, the shock of it ran too fast through her. It was only He Qian asking whether she wanted noodles before the canteen shut. Lin Xia stared at the message for a second too long, then typed back that she was on her way. Around her, the bus swayed through ordinary evening traffic, students talking, a child whining for snacks, someone in the front playing short videos aloud without shame. It should have made the world feel normal again. Instead it only sharpened the truth. She had escaped without a scene, but the salvage yard had not read her as lucky. It had read her as connected, and those were not the kind of men who forgot a profitable face once they had agreed to notice it. 17. Grabbed. For 2 days, nothing happened, which was how Lin Xia should have known something was happening. The stall woman did not reappear outside the west gate. No one obvious waited near the bus stop. No strange message arrived. No one followed her all the way back to the dorm in any way she could prove. The absence of pressure began doing what pressure often failed to do. It made room for rationalization. She told herself the salvage yard men had only been curious because profit made everyone stare. She told herself Lao Peng's remark about backing had been the kind of market talk men used to test weakness, not a real conclusion. She told herself that being noticed and being pursued were not the same thing. On Thursday evening, after a lab shift that had gone long and quiet under Shen's exacting eye, she left campus by the east gate instead of the west, more out of instinct than strategy. The sky had already darkened into that murky hour when the city looked damp even when it wasn't. The shortcut toward the bus interchange ran behind a row of shuttered storefronts and a municipal storage yard lined with low walls, chain fencing, and concrete too tired to reflect much light. Lin Xia had taken the route before. That was why she let herself take it again. Familiarity was the cheapest kind of courage. Halfway down the service road, she heard footsteps behind her, not close enough to be threat, not far enough to be nothing. 2 sets. Men's pace, unhurried. She kept walking. A delivery scooter buzzed past the far end of the lane and vanished into traffic. Somewhere behind the fencing, metal clanged softly against metal. Ordinary sounds. That was the worst part. Fear had nothing dramatic to hang itself on. A voice behind her said, "Student." Lin Xia did not stop. "Then you've correctly identified the uniform." That earned a short laugh from one of them, not kind, not cruel either. Just entertained. The footsteps quickened. When they came up beside her, she saw them properly for the first time. One was the stall helper from the salvage broker's yard, the boy who had pointed after her bus. Older than she had thought at first glance, maybe mid-20s, thin-faced, wearing a dark jacket zipped to the throat. The other man was broader and older, with the compact build of someone who moved heavy things for money and did not waste language except when it was useful. The younger one smiled as if they were meeting by accident outside a classroom. "You left in a hurry the other day." "I had somewhere better to be." The broader man matched her pace on the other side. "You've got a good eye," he said. "Boss appreciates that." Lin Xia kept her gaze forward. "Then your boss should appreciate me from a respectful distance." The younger man chuckled. "That depends what respectful costs." He tilted his head toward the road ahead where the lane narrowed between the storage fence and a locked side gate. "Come have tea with us." 5 minutes. Lao Peng only wants to ask where you learned to pick dead parts so clean. Lin Xia looked at the gap ahead, then at the traffic beyond it, farther away than it should have been. The lane had not changed. Only the number of exits had. "No," she said. The broader man's tone stayed almost gentle. That wasn't the clever answer. Lin Xia stopped walking because the lane ahead had already answered for her. The fence on one side, the locked gate on the other, the 2 men pacing her with the loose confidence of people who had chosen the ground first. She kept her voice flat. "Then enlighten me." The younger man smiled as if they were collaborating on a minor inconvenience. "The clever answer is not making this difficult. You come talk, you leave after. Nobody wastes energy pretending this is a kidnapping." He spread one hand a little, almost courteous. "You're educated. Don't force us to become less polite than we started." Lin Xia shifted her bag higher on her shoulder and looked past them toward the traffic at the end of the lane. Not close enough. Not with the broad man already watching her wait, not her face. "I have class tomorrow," she said. "And a professor who notices absence like a bloodhound notices meat." The broader man gave a short grunt. "Then you'll be back in time to disappoint him properly." The younger one stepped nearer. "You've got 2 bad habits, student. You keep finding value where other people don't, and you keep acting like that makes you free." His tone stayed light, but his eyes did not. "Boss wants the first explained. I'm here to help with the second." Lin Xia moved then, not to run, but to cut left past the broader man before the lane narrowed any further. It was a clean decision and a bad one. The broad man caught her wrist before she had taken a full step, his hand closing with practiced certainty. Not rage, not panic, just grip. The younger man's smile vanished at once. "Now that," he said, was the foolish answer. Pain shot up her arm, bright enough to empty the rest of the lane for a second. Lin Xia twisted instinctively, tried to wrench free, and got pulled off balance instead. Her shoulder hit the fence hard enough to jar her teeth. The bag slid down her arm. Somewhere outside the lane, a horn sounded. Somewhere farther away, people kept living their harmless evening lives. "Let go," she said, and hated that it came out breathless. The broad man's grip tightened. "We'll let go when walking becomes your idea." The younger one reached for her bag. "And this comes with us." That changed the shape of the moment more than the pain had. The bag held notes, lab papers, her ordinary life in paper form. Not sacred, but exposed. Lin Xia jerked it back with her free hand, and the younger man caught the strap instead. For one ugly instant the three of them were connected by canvas, bone, and force. Then the world narrowed the way it did when fear stripped everything decorative off thought. The broad man's watchband. Cheap metal links. One weak pin under repeated stress. The fence behind her. Corroded tie point. The bag clasp. Stamped alloy, thin and tired. Structural truth came all at once, invasive and cold and terribly specific. Lin Xia stopped thinking about fairness. She thought about failure points. The broad man felt the change in her before he understood it. "What are you doing?" he said. "Learning," Lin Xia answered, and drove her attention into the weakest pin in his watchband until the metal gave with a tiny sharp snap. The watchband failed so neatly it almost looked deliberate. One instant the broad man's grip was ironed into certainty by habit and strength. The next, the snapped metal links whipped loose around his wrist and the watch dropped between them, striking concrete with a hard bright crack. His hand jerked reflexively, not because the watch mattered, but because people flinched when something attached to their own body broke without warning. That fraction of loosened attention was enough. Lin Xia tore her wrist free and drove her shoulder forward, not at him, but through the gap that had opened between his body and the fence. The younger man swore and lunged for her bag strap. Lin Xia felt the stamped clasp there as clearly as if she were looking at it through a magnifier. Thin alloy. Already fatigued, she pushed her attention into it with the same brutal precision and the clasp split apart. The bag tore free in two directions at once. Papers fanned into the lane. The younger man staggered back holding the broken strap and half a useless buckle while Lin Xia stumbled forward with the rest of the bag clutched to her ribs. "Get her," the broad man snapped. That made the whole thing real in a new way. Not pressure now. Not conversation. Order. Lin Xia ran. The lane was too narrow to outrun them cleanly, and she knew it. The broader man recovered fast, boots striking concrete behind her in heavy, efficient beats. The younger one kicked through the spilled papers and came after her with less grace and more speed. The locked side gate flashed past on her left. Ahead, the fence joined a rusted support post where the chain links had been tied off years ago with a cheap fastening that had corroded from the inside out. Lin Xia saw it in one impossible rush while she was still moving. She grabbed the fence with her free hand as if to steady herself. The broad man's fingers caught the back of her coat. She drove her attention into the corroded tie point and the fastening gave with a shriek of torn metal. The fence section lurched sideways out of tension, swinging hard into the man behind her. He cursed as the chain links slapped across his shoulder and tangled his legs for one precious second. The younger man stopped short and barked, "What the hell did you do?" "Your maintenance for you," Lin Xia shot back, though the words came out ragged. She bolted through the widened gap into the side verge beyond the lane, feet slipping once on wet gravel before catching again. A car horn blared at the road ahead as she cut across the service exit too fast. One of the men shouted behind her. Another metal crash answered, then a stream of swearing loud enough to turn a pedestrian's head at the far end of the street. Lin Xia did not look back. She ran until the service road spat her into light, traffic, and enough ordinary witnesses to make pursuit expensive. Only then did she slow, breath tearing at her throat, wrist throbbing, shoulder burning where it had hit the fence. She had gotten out, not cleanly, not invisibly, and somewhere behind her, two men now knew that what moved around her did not fail like ordinary luck. Lin Xia ducked into the first convenience store she saw and did not stop moving until she had reached the narrow washroom at the back beside the humming drinks fridge. The lock on the door was flimsy and the light overhead buzzed like a trapped insect, but the room was private enough for the shaking to begin. She set the torn bag on the sink, braced both hands against the cracked porcelain, and tried to breathe like someone who had nearly missed a bus instead of nearly been folded into a car by two men who had spoken politely right up to the point of force. Her wrist had already begun to darken under the fluorescent light. The broad man's fingers had left themselves there in an uneven band, red deepening toward purple. Her shoulder burned where it had hit the fence. One palm was scraped with grit. When she pushed her sleeve up farther, she found a second bruise rising near the elbow where she hadn't even felt the impact happen. Adrenaline had edited the worst parts out of the moment while it was still happening. Her body was putting them back in order now. She turned on the tap and rinsed her hands, watching dirty water spiral away. In the mirror above the sink, her face looked too ordinary for what had just happened. Same cheap coat. Same exhausted student skin. Same hair escaping its tie. Only the eyes were wrong, too wide and too awake. The bag was wrong too. The broken clasp hung in two useless pieces, one side twisted open like a small snapped bone. When she checked the papers inside, everything was there except one loose page of notes, probably left in the lane under someone else's boot. The loss was minor. The fact of it was not. Her phone buzzed again. He-Qian this time, not just about noodles. Are you dead? She asked the moment Lin Xia answered. Not tonight, Lin Xia said. That isn't reassuring. I'm on my way back. He-Qian paused. You sound weird. I'm tired. You always sound tired. This is different. Lin Xia closed her eyes for one beat, then opened them again and looked at the bruises climbing her arm. Save me noodles, she said. I'll explain badly in person. When she hung up, the washroom seemed smaller than before. The notes in her pocket no longer felt like relief. They felt like evidence from a scene she had barely escaped. Until now, the money lane had still carried some residue of cleverness in her mind, some ugly little pride that she was outthinking a humiliating world. That was gone. Men had put hands on her because of it. Men had chosen a lane, a fence, and her body as the place where profit would become obedience. Lin Xia picked up the broken bag and understood with perfect, joyless clarity that whatever she had been doing was no longer a private scheme. It was danger with a cash return. 18. Bruises and lies. By Friday morning, Lin Xia had reduced the previous night into tasks. Repack the notes, tie the torn bag strap into something usable, pull the sleeve low enough to hide the wrist, keep moving. The strategy worked well enough on everyone who only glanced at her, which was most people on campus. Students were busy with their own deadlines, their own hunger, and their own belief that visible exhaustion in another person was probably academic. Lin Xia leaned on that assumption the way a limping person leaned on a handrail. She made it through class, through half a bowl of canteen noodles she barely tasted, and into the lab corridor with the ugly, fragile hope that if she could just keep her face ordinary, the day might let her pass. It didn't. Song Chungyuan looked up from the console in Lab 3, saw her, and went still in a way that made her wish Shen had noticed first instead. Shen would have been sharper, harsher, easier to resist. Song only watched her cross the room with that quiet, exact attention of his, and Lin Xia felt at once that the sleeve was not low enough and the lie was not ready. From the far bench, Shen didn't look up as he said, "You're late by 3 minutes. That's not catastrophic, but it's not a habit I'm interested in encouraging." Lin Xia set her bag down carefully and answered, "I know." Shen grunted, satisfied enough by the answer to return to the sample tray in front of him. Song didn't. He stepped away from the console, his gaze dropping once to the crude knot in her bag strap, then to the way she favored one shoulder when she took off her coat. "What happened to your bag?" he asked, and the question landed too cleanly to dodge. Lin Xia kept her face neutral and said, "The clasp broke." Song's eyes lifted to her face. "And your wrist?" Lin Xia looked down as though surprised to find her sleeve had shifted. A crescent of bruising had surfaced above the cuff after all, dark and unmistakable under the lab lights. She tugged the fabric lower and said, "I walked into bad luck." Song's expression hardened by a degree. His voice stayed low, but it had lost its usual dryness when he said, "That isn't how bruises shaped like fingers usually happen." "Did someone grab you?" Across the room Shen glanced up at that, not yet fully interested, but no longer ignoring the conversation either. The pressure in Lin Xia's chest tightened. "It's handled," she said. Song came a step closer, not crowding, not performing concern, just refusing distance to do the work for her. He looked at the bruise she was still trying to hide, let his gaze move briefly to the scrape on her palm, then came back to her face. "No," he said, "handled is what people say when they want 5 more hours before the truth catches up. Try again." Lin Xia felt the room narrow around the question. Shen was listening now even if he pretended not to be. The torn bag sat on the bench like evidence. Song waited without softening the silence for her. For the first time since the lane, she had the dangerous sensation that someone else could see the shape of what had happened, not the power, not the impossible part, but the ugly human outline around it. She swallowed once and said, "Two men thought they could persuade me into a conversation. They were wrong." Song's jaw tightened almost invisibly. "And you're telling me this now because?" he asked. Lin Xia met his eyes for a second and said, "Because you asked better than everyone else would." Song held her gaze for a beat too long to be casual, and Lin Xia understood at once that the answer she had given was not nearly enough. It had bought her neither safety nor retreat. If anything, it had done the opposite. It had taken the worst part of the night, stripped off the impossible machinery beneath it, and left the human shape standing in full view between them. Shen set down a sample tray with more force than the task required, which meant he was listening harder now too, but he did not interrupt. The silence he left behind was not mercy. It was room to fail in. Song's voice stayed level, but concern had made it firmer, less willing to be turned aside, when he asked, "What conversation? Who were they?" Lin Xia looked at the torn knot in her bag strap instead of at him and said, "Men from a market lane. I'd crossed paths with them before. They decided that meant I owed them." Song's expression changed by degrees. "That isn't small trouble," he said, and the words carried more anger than volume. Lin Xia made herself lift her eyes even though it would have been easier not to. "I didn't say it was small. I said it was handled. I got away." Song glanced at her bruised wrist again, then at the shoulder she was still trying not to favor. "That sentence is doing too much work," he said. Across the bench, Shen finally spoke without looking up from the instrument log. His tone was dry, clipped, and therefore worse when he said, "If someone put hands on you, the relevant question is whether they know where to find you again. Do they?" Lin Xia hated that the answer took half a second too long. "Maybe," she said. Shen's head came up at once. "Then it isn't handled." Song drew in a slow breath and rested one hand against the edge of the console as though he needed something solid beneath it. "Did you go to the police?" he asked. Lin Xia didn't hesitate over the answer. "No." Song's eyes stayed on her face when he asked, "Why not?" "Because what would she say? Because the lane had not only held force but evidence of something that shouldn't exist. Because she had broken metal with attention and fear and no witness had yet put the shape together, and she wanted to keep it that way." Lin Xia swallowed and gave him the safer truth. "Because by the time I got clear, it would have become a report, a delay, questions I couldn't answer cleanly, and I still had to get back to campus." Song stared at her with open disbelief. "That is a terrible reason." Lin Xia felt the weight of the previous night settle back into her bones and said, "It was the only one I had." He went quiet then, and the quiet landed harder than scolding would have. When Song spoke again, his voice had gone lower. "Lin Xia, I'm not asking because I enjoy prying. I'm asking because if this touches you twice, it stops being bad luck and starts being a pattern." The word settled into her chest like weight. Pattern. He didn't know how much of her life had already become one. He only knew enough to be right, and that was bad enough. Lin Xia looked at him and realized partial truth had not made the danger smaller. It had only moved it closer, into the space where worry could become attachment and attachment could begin asking for honesty she still couldn't afford. The room did not relax after that. If anything, Song's use of the word pattern seemed to sharpen the air around all three of them. Shen set the instrument log aside at last and regarded Lin Xia with the cold impatience he usually reserved for people who had wasted good equipment. It was almost a relief. Anger was easier to stand under than concern. He looked directly at her and said, "Names?" Lin Xia shook her head. "I don't know them." Shen's expression didn't soften. "Faces, then. Place. Time. Whether this was chance or whether you were followed." Lin Xia kept her voice even with effort. "I said I'd crossed paths with them before. At a market lane. They wanted to know how I picked scrap so clean." That made Shen's eyes narrow. "Scrap," he said, and the word sounded like he had already reached an ugly conclusion. Song turned toward her fully now. His attention had become so exact that evasion felt childish. "What were you doing in a salvage market?" The question landed harder than the others because it touched the real shape under the surface. Lin Xia felt the answer arrange itself into something defensible and thin at the same time. "Looking for value," she said. "Cheap parts. Things I could resell. I need money." Shen's expression went flat in a way that suggested disgust had just found structure. So this began with you trying to turn side profit out of gray market junk, he said. Heat rose under Lin Xia's skin before she could stop it. It began with my family needing breathing room. Shen did not lift his voice. He didn't need to. That isn't the same as making good decisions. Lin Xia answered more sharply than she intended. No, it usually arrives after them. For a beat, nobody spoke. Song broke the silence first, but he did it more quietly than Shen would have. How bad is it at home? He asked. Lin Xia looked at him and immediately wished she hadn't, because his face had changed again. The anger was still there, but it had been joined by something steadier and worse, a kind of careful attention that made evasion feel smaller. She forced herself to answer. Bad enough. The shop's tight. Payments are late. A machine went down. I was trying to help before Friday became another crisis. Song's gaze dropped briefly to her torn bag and then back to her face. By letting men in a market decide you looked profitable? He asked. Lin Xia's jaw tightened. I didn't let them do anything. Song's control roughened at the edges. They grabbed you, he said, and the sentence came out with more force than volume. Lin Xia didn't back away from it. And I got away. Song looked at the bruises she was trying to hide and answered, you got hurt. Those are not the same outcome. Shen folded his arms, already done with the argument and ready to turn it into a rule. No more market lanes. No more private hustles. You go from campus to dorm, dorm to campus, and if that feels insulting, be grateful insult is all this costs you. Lin Xia almost argued on reflex. Then she saw Song still looking at her, not like Shen looked at a problem, but like someone trying to decide how much danger she would admit to before it swallowed the rest of the truth. The realization unsettled her more than the order had. She had offered just enough honesty to explain the bruise, and in return she had acquired something heavier than suspicion. She had acquired worry that now had a face, a voice, and reason to stay. Shen let the silence sit for one more beat, then picked up the sample log again with the clipped finality of a man who had made his ruling and did not intend to revisit it unless forced. You can either stand there collecting concern like it's useful, he said, or you can put on gloves and do the work you're still apparently determined to show up for. Carefully. Lin Xia reached for steadiness and found just enough of it to answer, I can work. Shen looked at her once, hard and unimpressed. That was never the question. The question is whether you can stop making your life worse long enough to keep doing it. He turned back to the bench after that, which was his version of restraint. The room shifted around the permission. Instruments hummed. A monitor refreshed. The ordinary discipline of the lab tried to close over the conversation, but it didn't close cleanly. Lin Xia moved to the prep station and reached for the gloves with a hand that was steadier than she felt. Song didn't return to the console immediately. He stayed where he was, watching her with that same unbearable precision, as if the bruise had changed the geometry of the room for him and he had not yet decided how to live inside the new shape. You should let someone look at the wrist, he said. Lin Xia pulled on the first glove and kept her eyes off him. It'll fade. Song's answer came at once. That wasn't my point. Lin Xia took the sample sheet from him because not taking it would have been another kind of answer. I know, she said. Song waited until she had to look up. Then he said, then hear the rest of it. I'm walking you back tonight. She almost refused on reflex. The word rose to the back of her throat and stopped there. Refusal would sound like pride now, or worse, like she had something to hide beyond what she had already admitted. Both were true, and neither could be said aloud. You don't need to do that, she said. Song's voice stayed quiet, but certainty had settled into it when he answered, yes, I do. You don't get grabbed on a service road and then go back to being a normal commute problem 20 hours later. Lin Xia tried for practicality because it was safer than gratitude. That's not how schedules work, she said. For the first time since she had walked in, something gentler moved under the anger in Song's face. No, he said, it's how worry works. The words landed with more force than Shen's order had. Lin Xia looked at him and felt the whole chapter of her life she had been trying to keep compartmentalized push against its walls. Family pressure, market lanes, lies shaped just cleanly enough to survive one more conversation. Song was supposed to belong to a different part of her world, the cleaner one, the one built out of labs, dry humor, and the dangerous comfort of competence beside her. Instead he was standing here with worry written plainly across his face because of choices she could not explain honestly without breaking far more than a mood between them. All right, she said at last, and hated how much relief she heard in his answering exhale. When he moved back toward the console, the room resumed its work, but Lin Xia no longer felt separated from the rest of her life by fluorescent light and instrument protocol. Song's concern had crossed that distance too easily. That was the problem. Secrecy was no longer only a practical burden to manage. It was beginning to bend something she actually wanted before she had even dared name it. 19. The cop shop. Song walked her back that night and did it with the kind of quiet determination that made argument feel childish. He didn't crowd her, didn't ask for more truth than she had already failed to give, and didn't pretend the silence between them was ordinary. At the dorm entrance he looked at her wrist once, then at her face, and said, "Tomorrow you go the safe way." Lin Xia, tired enough to accept instruction she would have resented from anyone else, answered, "Tomorrow I go where my schedule survives." Song's mouth tightened, not amused. That isn't the same thing. She should have promised. Instead she said, "I'll be careful," and watched his expression tell her exactly what that phrase was worth. "You've used that word too often," he said, and left before she could invent a cleaner lie. By late afternoon the next day, Lin Xia had convinced herself that routine was protection. Crowds helped. Daylight helped. Predictability helped. She left campus by the west gate anyway because the east route added 15 minutes, because her bag clasp still needed replacing, because the hardware kiosk near the bus stand sold cheap fittings, because she was tired of having fear rewrite logistics. None of those reasons improved under scrutiny. Together they felt almost reasonable, which was how bad choices usually dressed when they wanted permission. The pavement outside the gate was thick with students, food sellers, scooters, and the usual Friday noise. For half a block, Lin Xia thought she had judged it right. Then the stall woman stepped out from beside a cigarette counter with the sharp-faced certainty of someone who had spent the day waiting to be vindicated. She was not alone. The younger yard man from the lane stood 2 paces behind her, one hand in his jacket pocket, his expression bland enough to be worse than anger. "There she is," the woman said, loud enough to turn nearby heads. "The clever girl with the miracle hands." Lin Xia stopped walking because surprise would only make running look like confession. "You've mistaken me for someone richer," she said. The woman barked a laugh. "Don't play clean with me now. Broken silver goes into your hand and comes out worth money. Scrap goes in debt and comes out picked like a machine sorted it." She took one step closer, voice climbing. "You think people don't notice when junk starts changing around you?" Students slowed. A skewer vendor leaned around his cart. The younger yard man smiled without warmth. "Boss only wanted a chat," he said. "Now everyone gets one." Lin Xia felt the crowd's attention land in pieces, curiosity first, judgment second. "I don't know what story you've told yourselves," she said, forcing her voice flat, "but stop following me." The stall woman's face sharpened with ugly satisfaction. "Following you? Girl, you've been making money off other people's stock and acting like nobody can ask where the trick comes from." She lifted her voice again. "Ask her about the silver. Ask her why broken things stop staying broken." That was the wrong sentence in the wrong place. A man from the kiosk stepped out and said, "What's going on here?" At almost the same moment, a uniformed patrol officer near the bus stand turned toward the raised voices. The younger yard man saw him too late and reached for Lin Xia's elbow as if to pull her away before the moment hardened into procedure. Lin Xia jerked back hard enough to knock into a parked scooter. It toppled with a crash loud enough to split the street open around them. The officer started toward them at once. "You 3, he called. "Stay where you are." The officer reached them before anyone had the chance to choose a better version of the scene. He was middle-aged, thick through the shoulders, and carried the particular expression of a man who had spent years watching minor public stupidity insist it was complicated. His gaze took in the fallen scooter, the gathering ring of students, the stall woman's sharpened face, and the younger yard man standing just a fraction too close to Lin Xia. He stopped in front of them and said, "Nobody leaves. Start talking." The stall woman answered first, too fast and too loud. "She's been cheating people, taking broken goods, changing them, reselling them, and now pretending she doesn't know us." Lin Xia kept her breathing level by force. "They've been following me. He grabbed me yesterday." She jerked her chin toward the yard man. "Today they came to campus." The younger man spread his hands with insulting calm. "Officer, look at her. She panicked because someone asked a question in public. We sell scrap. We know faces. That's not a crime." The officer's eyes moved to Lin Xia's wrist where the bruise had darkened above her cuff despite all her effort. His face didn't soften, but it changed. Did he touch you? He asked. Yes, Lin Xia said. The younger man snapped, that was last night and not like that. The officer turned his head slowly. I didn't ask you to improve your own position. Then he pointed at the stall woman. You too. Quiet. The crowd had thickened by then into the worst kind of public audience, students pretending not to stare while staring hard, street vendors leaning out of their work with the focused appetite of people who would carry the story elsewhere by evening. Lin Xia could feel the scene hardening around her into something procedural and humiliating. The officer looked from one face to the next and seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. All right, he said. None of this gets solved on a pavement. He called over his shoulder to a younger patrolman who had just arrived through the crowd. Get the scooter owner if he's here. If not, note the plate. And you three are coming with us. The stall woman's outrage came back at once. Why us? She's the one doing tricks with goods. The officer's expression went flat. Then you can explain your tricks at a desk. He looked directly at Lin Xia. Student, phone out. You call whoever needs calling after we arrive, not before. I don't want 3 separate escape stories invented on the walk. That was how Lin Xia ended up under fluorescent station lights 20 minutes later, seated in a plastic chair that stuck slightly to the backs of her legs while one officer took notes and another asked the same facts from different angles. Time, place, prior contact, money, hands, names. She answered carefully and felt each answer shrink the space available for improvisation. On the street she had still been a girl in a crowd. At a desk, under questions that returned from new directions, cleverness started to look thin. The questions kept coming until their repetition began to feel like abrasion. Lin Xia sat straighter than she wanted to and answered them anyway, because anything less looked evasive and anything more risked inviting the wrong kind of curiosity. The stall woman had shifted from accusation to grievance, insisting she had only wanted fairness. The younger yard man had retreated into injured reasonableness, which was somehow more irritating than open hostility. He kept saying words like misunderstanding and business while carefully avoiding the part where his hand had closed around Lin Xia's arm in a lane with bad exits. The officer at the desk let both of them talk just long enough to expose the shape of their own story before he cut across it with another question and made them start again. At last he capped his pen and looked directly at Lin Xia. You're a university student, he said. So now we get to the practical part. Who do I call? Lin Xia had known the question was coming. Knowing it didn't make it less humiliating. Her first thought was Song, which made the humiliation worse for reasons she refused to examine under police lighting. Song would come worried. Song would ask the wrong gentle questions. Shen, on the other hand, would come furious, which at least fit the room. She stared at the desk for one beat too long and the officer said, not unkindly, this isn't a moral test. Pick an adult. Lin Xia gave him Shen's number. The call was brief enough to be cruel. The officer did not dramatize it. He only identified the station, the student, and the fact that there had been a public disturbance involving harassment allegations and prior contact. Lin Xia could hear nothing of Shen's reply from where she sat, but the officer's expression shifted once into something that suggested the other end of the line had become very cold indeed. He hung up and said, he's coming. The younger yard man let out a breath through his nose. A professor, he muttered. So that's the protection. Lin Xia looked at him and said, if I had protection, you wouldn't have reached the pavement. That was the wrong thing to say inside a station. The officer at the second desk glanced up sharply. The stall woman folded her arms and stared at Lin Xia with bright, ugly interest, as if even now she thought there was profit left in this if she watched closely enough. The room settled into a strained waiting silence that broke only when the front door opened 15 minutes later and Shen Wei stepped inside in shirt sleeves and controlled anger. He took one look at Lin Xia, then at the bruises she had failed to hide, then at the other two seated across from her, and his face went still in the precise way that meant his temper had not cooled on the drive over. When the desk officer rose to greet him, Shen didn't sit. Start at the beginning, he said. And don't give me the version meant to keep everyone comfortable. The beginning, it turned out, was uglier in summary than it had felt while living through it. The desk officer gave it in clipped order. The public disturbance outside the West Gate, prior contact the day before, harassment allegations, the bruising on Lin Xia's wrist, the stall woman's accusations about altered goods, and the younger man's admission that there had been a conversation in a service lane that had gotten out of hand. Shen listened without interrupting, one hand resting flat on the desk as if he were keeping his temper pinned there by force alone. When the officer finished, he looked first at the yard man and then at the stall woman. "So," he said, his voice very quiet, "two adults decided that a university student was an appropriate target for private leverage and public theater." The stall woman bristled immediately. "Don't dress it up like that. She's making money off things that don't belong to her." Shen turned his head just enough to glare. "Madam, if you had evidence of fraud, you bring it to someone with jurisdiction. Besides that, she bought the items from you. From then on, they were hers to dispose of, not yours. And you don't follow a young woman to campus, corner her in public, and let your associates put hands on her." He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. That is not commerce. That is stupidity with ambition. The younger yard man shifted in his chair. "We didn't force anything today." The officer at the desk snorted once. "You reached for her in front of witnesses and knocked over a scooter." He slid a form across the desk. "Here is how today ends. Written statements from all parties. Compensation for the damaged scooter will be assessed once the owner's account is added. You two will be warned formally regarding harassment and unlawful intimidation. If the student reports further contact, this stops being a messy nuisance and becomes simpler for me." Then he looked at Lin Xia. "And you stop visiting market lanes where people think pressure is a negotiation tool. Whatever side business you've been improvising, end it before it ends you." Humiliation moved through her so sharply it almost felt clean. Shen said nothing while she signed her statement, which was somehow worse than anger. By the time they stepped back into the night, the station air had given way to damp street cold and the city had already begun turning the whole incident into rumor somewhere behind them. Shen stood beside the curb with his hands in his pockets and looked at her bruised wrist once before meeting her eyes. "You will explain all of this," he said. Lin Xia believed him at once. The station had let her walk out, but nothing about her life felt private anymore. What had begun as a hidden pressure route, dirty, desperate, deniable, had now reached fluorescent desks, uniformed witnesses, and a professor's phone in the middle of the evening. She had not been swallowed by the immediate legal problem. In some ways that made it worse. She was still standing. She would have to live with the shape of it. 20. Confrontation. Shen did not speak until they were inside the car and the station had dropped behind them into wet streetlight and distance. Even then, he waited until Lin Xia had fastened her seat belt and the doors had sealed them into a smaller, harsher privacy. The restraint in that silence was worse than shouting would have been. It gave her too much room to hear the police station still clinging to her, the scrape of chair legs, the officer's dry warning, the stall woman's bright ugly certainty that profit justified pursuit. Shen pulled away from the curb with both hands on the wheel and eyes fixed on the road, but anger sat in the car like a fourth passenger. When he finally spoke, his voice was so controlled it made her wish for volume. "You'll now explain why a student I hired for paid lab work has somehow managed to turn herself into a recurring police inconvenience with bruises on her arm, market people at her heels, and a side business ugly enough to be shouted about in public." Lin Xia looked out the window because looking at him felt harder. "You already know most of it. I know the humiliating outline of it." Shen changed lanes with surgical precision. "I do not yet know which part I'm supposed to find most offensive. The scams, the lies, the bruises, or the spectacular stupidity of letting desperation drag you into the company of people who think corners and pressure are negotiation tools." Heat rose under her skin, tired and defensive and too quick. "I wasn't running a gang. I was trying to make money." "Yes," Shen said, "that is the stupid part." Lin Xia turned toward him then. "That's easy to say when you aren't watching a shop tighten week by week and pretending not to hear it in your mother's voice." Shen's jaw shifted once. "Don't insult me by assuming I'm criticizing the pressure. I'm criticizing your answer to it." His hands stayed steady on the wheel. "You are bright enough to know that quick money attached to gray markets, unregistered resale, and opportunists with good memories does not stay quick. It becomes leverage. It becomes witnesses. It becomes exactly what happened tonight." It helped, Lin Xia said, and hated how small the defense sounded even to her own ears. "For how long?" She didn't answer. Shen let the silence punish her for a few seconds before he spoke again. "That is what I thought. You bought breathing room measured in hours and paid for it with exposure, bruises, and my evening at a police desk. His voice sharpened at last, not loud, but clean enough to cut. Do you have any idea how preventable this was? Lin Xia stared at her own reflection in the side window and said nothing, because that was the worst part. She did. The car stayed quiet for half a block after that, but it was no longer the punishing quiet from before. This one had shape. Shen had thrown the question into the space between them and left it there for her to answer honestly or not at all. Lin Xia kept watching the wet smear of streetlights along the window until the pressure of saying nothing became worse than the risk of saying something. It started because the shop was getting squeezed, she said at last. Her voice sounded dull to her own ears, scraped thin by the station, the crowd, the lane before that. Late payments. Supplier holds. A machine down at exactly the wrong time. My mother pretending numbers weren't as bad as they were. My father pretending jokes counted as stability. She swallowed once and kept going because if she stopped there it would sound too neat. And every day I was supposed to sit in class, do lab work, act grateful for a life that still worked on paper while home kept tightening by degrees. Shen did not look at her. So you decided to become a scavenger. I decided to stop being useless. The answer came out sharper than she intended, but Shen did not strike back immediately. He drove through a light as it changed, then said, those are not the only two categories available to an intelligent person. They start to look like it when you're the one listening to whether the phone rings during class. Lin Xia turned toward him now because the words had finally found heat. You don't understand what money problems do to scale. At first they're numbers. Then they become timing. Then they become whether you eat properly, whether a repair waits, whether one invoice arrives before another bill. After that, every small chance starts looking less like risk and more like insult if you don't take it. Shen's hands stayed steady on the wheel, but she could see the tension riding high in his forearms. So the humiliation mattered. Yes, Lin Xia said, surprising herself with how quickly it came. Of course it mattered. It matters when you work hard and still come up short. It matters when relief is always temporary and always borrowed from next week. It matters when you realize that being careful and being trapped can start to resemble each other. That landed. She felt it in the way Shen's silence changed, not softer, but more exact. He was no longer listening only for stupidity. He was listening for force. Lin Xia looked back out the window and said more quietly, I know the choices were ugly. I'm not saying they were noble. I'm saying that once money starts shrinking your life fast enough, ugly and possible start wearing the same face. This time Shen did look at her, just briefly, long enough for her to see that some part of the anger had shifted. It had not gone away. It had simply found a deeper target. Shen drove another block before he answered, and when he finally did, the change in him was subtle enough that Lin Xia might have missed it if she had not spent the last week learning how carefully adults hid their shifts of judgment. The anger was still there. So was the disgust, but they no longer sat alone at the center of his attention. That, he said, is the first intelligent thing you've said tonight. Lin Xia let out a short, humorless breath. Comforting. It shouldn't be. Shen turned onto the road that would take them back toward campus, the city thinning around them into wider lanes and fewer pedestrians. Understanding why you made a bad decision does not improve the decision. It only tells me where the pressure came from. Lin Xia leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes for one beat before opening them again. Then congratulations. Now you know. No, Shen said. Now I know enough to be annoyed more precisely. That should not have helped. It did. The sentence carried his usual severity, but it no longer treated her like a cheap fraud who had wandered into ugliness for sport. It treated her like someone whose motives had mass, which was not mercy, but it was closer than what had filled the car 10 minutes earlier. He went on, voice level again. Debt pressure. Family business instability. A young woman who was proud enough to mistake secrecy for competence and desperate enough to mistake small illegal profit for control. He glanced at her once, brief and sharp. That is a dangerous combination even before you add opportunists. Lin Xia looked down at her bruised wrist. Under the passing streetlights, the mark appeared and vanished in intervals. I didn't think it would spread that fast. Of course you didn't. Shen's tone roughened slightly. People almost never do. That is why ugly little schemes grow teeth. They begin as relief. Then they become habit. Then they become social gravity. By the time you realize you are surrounded by the wrong kind of people, they have already decided you belong to the same category they do. She said nothing. There was too much truth in it, and truth was hard to fight when it arrived in language cleaner than her own excuses. After a moment Shen added, more quietly, I am still furious with you. I noticed. But fury is not analysis. His hands tightened once on the wheel, then relaxed. Tonight stopped being about mere irresponsibility somewhere around the phrase my family needed breathing room. That doesn't excuse what you did. It does mean I'm no longer willing to pretend stupidity is the whole story. Lin Xia turned toward him then, startled not by kindness, but by the absence of contempt. Shen kept his eyes on the road as he said, and that is unfortunate for you, because it means I'm now more involved than either of us wanted. Lin Xia sat very still after that, feeling the shape of the sentence settle around her more heavily than the station had. More involved. Shen said it like a warning, not an offer, which was exactly why she believed him. Outside the windshield, the campus perimeter lights had begun to appear in the distance, pale and orderly and absurdly clean after the evening she had just had. For one irrational second she wanted to be angry that he had decided something for her without asking. Then she remembered the lane, the station, the stall woman's voice carrying across the pavement, and understood that asking had probably been the point at which this whole thing had already failed. What does that mean? She asked. It means, Shen said, that I'm no longer willing to pretend you can be trusted to manage this alone. Lin Xia turned toward him sharply. I didn't ask to be managed. No, Shen replied. You asked to be left alone with bruises, bad instincts, and a talent for turning pressure into worse pressure. I'm declining. The answer landed hard enough to drive heat back into her face. You don't get to decide my life because one night went badly. Shen gave her a glance so brief it was almost dismissive. One night. Let's count properly. Private hustling. Gray market resale. Market contact with the wrong people. A service lane grab yesterday. A public confrontation today. A police desk tonight. This is not one bad night. This is a pattern with momentum. Lin Xia looked away again because he was too close to the truth, even without the real truth under it. So what, then? You watch my commute. Confiscate my weekends. Assign me a moral guardian. If that were the level of intervention required, you would be getting off lightly. Shen slowed for the gate and showed his staff pass to security without breaking the thread of his tone. Starting tomorrow, you don't disappear between obligations. You tell me if someone contacts you again. You stop all side schemes immediately. And you're going to give me a clean account of the shop situation, including what is actually wrong there and how much room your family truly has. She stared at him. That's not concern. That's surveillance. That, Shen said, parking at the curb and killing the engine, is the sound of an adult noticing that ordinary hardship is driving a very bright young woman into increasingly stupid danger and deciding, against his better judgment, to interfere before the consequences become irreversible. The engine ticked as it cooled. Lin Xia could hear her own pulse in the silence that followed. Shen turned toward her fully for the first time since leaving the station, his expression hard, tired, and unyieldingly serious. You don't have to like this, he said. But you are finished freelancing your collapse. 21. Professor Shen, extremely angry. By 7 the next morning, Lin Xia had slept just enough to resent being awake. Shen's message had arrived at 6:12, brief enough to feel like a command carved into stone. Lab 3. Before class. Bring your real schedule. She stood outside the lab door with stale coffee in her stomach, bruises faded under fabric, and the ugly certainty that he had meant every word in the car. The corridor was still half empty, the university not yet fully assembled into noise. When she pushed the door open, Shen was already there with a folder, a mug gone cold, and the expression of a man who had converted fury into administration because fury alone was not efficient enough. He looked up once. You're on time. Good. Sit. Lin Xia sat across from the bench and set her notebook down. You do realize most people use mornings for passive-aggressive silence. Most people aren't dealing with a student who nearly turned herself into a cautionary poster. Shen opened the folder and slid 3 pages across the bench. Class schedule, lab schedule, dorm address, usual commute routes. You're going to fill the missing pieces in. Lin Xia looked at the pages and then at him. You prepared paperwork overnight. Yes, Shen said. That is what adults do when a situation stops being theoretical. Heat stirred under her skin at once. You keep saying adult like I'm 8. No, Shen replied. If you were 8, the decisions would be less insulting. She stared at him, tired enough that the anger came cleanly. So this is what you meant by involved. You're building a cage out of timetables. Shen leaned back slightly, studying her with the same cold precision he used on instrument failure. If I were building a cage, you would not be attending class unsupervised. This is closer to triage. He tapped the blank spaces on the sheet. When are you in class? When are you in the lab? When are you at the dorm? Which gaps are real and which are you pretending are harmless? Lin Xia did not touch the pen he had placed beside the forms. You can't actually stop me leaving campus. I don't need to stop you, Shen said. I need to make disappearing inconvenient enough that you stop lying to yourself about what it costs. His gaze dropped briefly to the place where her sleeve concealed the bruise. Last week you still had the luxury of being merely reckless. That luxury is over. The words landed harder than the paper had. Lin Xia picked up the pen at last, not because she agreed, but because some part of her understood that refusal would not restore the version of her life that had already ended outside the police station. As she began filling in the first line, Shen said, quieter but no less severe, good. Now let's see how much damage your freedom has actually been doing. By the time Lin Xia finished filling in the schedule, the page looked less like a timetable and more like an indictment. Shen studied it in silence, one hand wrapped around the cold mug he no longer seemed interested in drinking from. His eyes moved down the columns with the same expression he used when a sample log revealed carelessness hiding inside neat handwriting. Lin Xia sat opposite him and tried not to feel as though she had just handed over a map of all the places in her life where she had still been able to breathe without supervision. Shen tapped 3 empty blocks with one finger. These. Lin Xia glanced down. Tuesday afternoon. Thursday evening before lab. Saturday daylight hours. What about them? What happens in them? Life, she said. Food. Laundry. Walking places without filing a movement report. Shen's gaze lifted. Try again. The irritation came back at once. You asked for my real schedule. That is my real schedule. No, Shen said. That is your polite schedule. I am asking about the missing one. He tapped the paper again, harder this time. The one where goods are bought, people are met, and trouble is acquired under the comforting fiction that it is temporary. Lin Xia felt her shoulders tighten. That isn't happening anymore. Good. Shen set the sheet down. Then you won't object when those hours stop being private. She looked at him sharply. You can't just annex time because you're angry. I can if the alternative is pretending the time was harmless. Shen reached for another form, this one already marked with lab blocks and annotation space. You have more after-hours work now. Some of it real, some of it structural. If you're not in class, in the dorm, or eating like a person who intends to stay conscious, you report here. Lin Xia stared at the page. You're punishing me with employment. I am rescuing you through schedule compression, Shen said. If that happens to resemble punishment, consider it an aesthetic coincidence. That's absurd. No, Shen replied. Absurd was a bright materials student trying to outmaneuver market scavengers with improvisation and pride. He slid the new page closer. This is merely inconvenient. The word stung because it was true in a way she hated. Extra lab hours meant less room to disappear, less room to lie, less room to chase relief in ugly directions. It also meant less room to handle the actual pressure that had driven her there in the first place. Shen must have seen that cross her face, because his expression hardened further rather than softening. Do not mistake this for blind control, he said. I am not tightening your life because I enjoy authority. I am tightening it because every unstructured gap you had became a doorway for bad decisions. His eyes held hers, cold and unwavering. And until I understand the full size of the pressure at home, I am going to assume any spare hour you possess is dangerous to you. Shen did not let the silence end the conversation. He gathered the 2 schedule sheets into one neat stack, clipped them together, and set them aside as if administrative control had only cleared the table for the real subject. Then he turned, opened a locked drawer beneath the bench, and took out a shallow sample tray lined with tagged fragments, ceramics, sintered composites, a warped alloy coupon, a cracked wafer square, 3 things that looked ruined, and one that looked almost ordinary. He placed the tray between them. Good, he said. Now that your free time has been formally declared untrustworthy, we can discuss whether your judgment is as ordinary as you keep pretending it is. Lin Xia frowned. That sounds like the beginning of a different accusation. It is the continuation of the first one. Shen picked up the alloy coupon and set it back down. You have had an irritating run of being right in ways that are either impressive, lucky, or statistically offensive. I'd like to narrow the category. Fatigue and irritation made her answer come faster than caution. You hired me because I was useful. I hired you because you were precise under pressure, Shen said. What I have not yet decided is whether precision is the whole story. He tapped the tray. Sort them. Failure origin first, hidden instability second, deceptive surface damage third. No instruments. No notes. Eyes and judgment. Lin Xia looked at the samples and felt the now familiar invasive rush begin before she had given it permission. Density. Stress memory. Heat history. A hairline flaw buried under polish. A fracture that looked dramatic and meant almost nothing. Another that had failed long before the visible crack. She kept her face still with effort and reached for the first piece carefully, buying seconds she did not have. This is a strange way to punish me, she said. Shen folded his arms. If I wanted punishment, I'd make you write a full ethical analysis of your own stupidity. This is curiosity. That's not reassuring either. It shouldn't be. She sorted the first two, then the third, then stopped over the almost ordinary piece. It was the most dangerous one in the tray precisely because it looked like nothing much. But the structure inside it felt wrong, strain distributed too evenly, as if something ugly had been forced into temporary obedience. Lin Xia set it at the front of the hidden instability row. Shen's eyes narrowed. Why that one? The surface damage is unimportant, she said, keeping her tone flat. The real problem is inside. It hasn't failed yet, but it wants to. For the first time that morning, Shen did not answer immediately. He looked at the row she had built, then at her hands, then back at the tray as if checking whether the objects themselves had betrayed him. Interesting, he said at last, very softly. Lin Xia wished at once that she had chosen less cleanly. Shen's expression had changed again, not warmer, not harsher, but more alert. The anger remained. Now it had company. Curiosity in Shen was worse than temper because it stayed. Shen reached into the tray and picked up the piece she had chosen, turning it once between his fingers beneath the lab lights. The fragment looked as unremarkable as it had a moment ago, a nearly intact sample with a dull surface mark and nothing dramatic to recommend suspicion. He set it down again with deliberate care and said, that one was included to catch overconfidence. Lin Xia kept her hands flat on the bench. Then perhaps it caught yours. His eyes lifted to her face at once. The sharpness in them was almost enough to make her regret the line. Almost. Shen was not offended in the ordinary sense. He looked interested in the way a knife looked interested in soft material. I reviewed these last night, he said. 2 doctoral students reviewed them before that. One flagged the wafer. One flagged the warped coupon. Neither prioritized this piece. He tapped the sample once. You did. Quickly. Lin Xia shrugged with more control than she felt. Then maybe your doctoral students were tired. Maybe. Shen's voice stayed quiet. Or maybe you are seeing structure faster than you ought to. The sentence hit harder than accusation would have. Lin Xia felt the warning in it at once. Not because he knew. He didn't. But he had begun arranging the facts around the right emptiness, and that was dangerous in its own way. She forced herself to look mildly annoyed instead of cornered. You ask for judgment, then become suspicious when someone has it. I become suspicious when accuracy clusters. Shen drew the rest of the samples toward him and began rebuilding the tray with careful, economical movements. Accurate answer in class. Accurate call under fatigue. Accurate correction in the array room before it went bad. Accurate instincts in a way that is beginning to offend probability. He slid the tray back into the drawer and locked it. Street trouble, debt, and bad choices explain your bruises. They do not explain all of you. Lin Xia's pulse kicked once, hard enough that she was grateful he was looking at the drawer, not her. That sounds dramatic. No, Shen said. Dramatic would be easier. This is administrative unease. He turned back to her fully. When a student's life stops fitting the ordinary explanations available, responsible people do not call that mystery and move on. They ask better questions. She stood because staying seated suddenly felt like yielding ground. And now what? More schedules, more sample games, more righteous anger. Yes, Shen said without hesitation. And more attention. The simplicity of it chilled her more than threat would have. Shen picked up his cold mug, seemed to think better of it, and set it down again. Go to class, he said. Come back after. Do not improvise your day. Do not vanish into the gaps. And Lin Xia, he added, waiting until she looked at him, whatever you are not telling me has begun to cast a shape. I dislike shadows in my lab. She left with that sentence following her down the corridor like a second set of footsteps. Shen still did not know what she was hiding. That should have been a relief. Instead it felt like a clock starting. 22. Shu Ruolin. By the time Lin Xia came back to Lab 3 after class, Shen's warning had spent the morning growing teeth in her head. She had made it through 2 lectures, 1 canteen lunch she barely remembered eating, and a hallway encounter with Song that had been brief enough to hurt. He had looked at her wrist once, seen the sleeve pulled low, and asked, "You're all right?" Lin Xia had answered, functionally, which earned her a look that said he knew exactly how little that meant. Then class traffic had carried them apart before he could ask anything better. She arrived at the lab already tired of being watched and walked in prepared for more schedules, more clipped orders, more cold precision from Shen. Instead she stopped just inside the door. Shen stood by the central bench with a folder under one arm. Beside him was a man Lin Xia had never seen before, perhaps in his late 50s, spare rather than frail, wearing a dark coat he had not yet bothered to remove and the expression of someone who wasted neither movement nor attention. He was not imposing in the way Shen could be. There was no severity arranged for effect, no laboratory sharpness, no visible impatience. He simply looked at her once and somehow made the room feel smaller. Shen noticed her pause. "Good," he said. "You're here. Come in." Lin Xia shut the door behind her and set her bag down more carefully than usual. "This sounds like a trap." The older man's mouth shifted by a fraction, not quite a smile. Shen, infuriatingly, looked almost unsurprised. "That depends whether you believe questions are traps," he said. Then he gestured to the man beside him. "This is Professor Shu Ruolin." The name landed with more weight than his tone had. Lin Xia knew it, not personally, but in the abstract way students knew certain names by the distortion they created in a room. Senior materials scholar. Advisory roles. The kind of academic who stopped being a lecturer and became a category. She looked from Shu to Shen and felt her pulse change shape. "You brought in a senior professor over what?" she asked, keeping her voice flatter than she felt, "My scheduling defects." Shu answered before Shen could. His voice was gentle enough to be dangerous. "If this were only about your scheduling defects, Miss Lin, Professor Shen would have insulted you privately and kept me out of it." He folded his hands loosely in front of him. "I'm here because he has begun to suspect that the ordinary explanations available to him are no longer sufficient." Lin Xia felt the sentence move through her like cold water. Shen said nothing. He didn't need to. Shu looked at the chair opposite the bench and said, "Please sit. I'd like to hear about the accident, the coma, and everything since, preferably in the order you would least enjoy telling it." Lin Xia sat because refusing would have looked theatrical, and there was already too much theater in the room without her contributing. The chair felt harder than it should have. Shu Ruolin took the seat opposite her with the composed ease of a man who did not need to dominate space because attention arranged itself around him anyway. Shen remained standing near the bench, one shoulder against the edge, arms folded, his silence now less like anger and more like endorsement. Shu did not open with accusation. That made him worse. "Let's begin simply," he said. "The array accident. What do you remember before the burst?" Lin Xia looked at him carefully. "Enough noise. Enough confusion. Then pain." Shu inclined his head as if that were a useful first answer rather than an obvious evasion. "And after?" "Hospital. Fatigue. Everyone being more frightened than they wanted to sound." Shu's fingers rested lightly on the folder in front of him. "Your coma lasted a week." "Yes." "No diagnosed seizure disorder. No structural brain injury visible on imaging. No clean explanation for the duration that survived review." His tone remained mild. "That is unusual. Bad things often are." The faint almost smile returned to Shu's mouth and vanished. "True. Then let's try the recovery phase. After you woke, did you feel normal?" The question was too broad to be safe. Lin Xia let a beat pass as if thinking rather than choosing. "No one feels normal after a week unconscious." Shu nodded once. "Sensory distortion, then. Headaches. Memory gaps. Changes in concentration." "Yes," Lin Xia said, because too much denial would look shaped. "Headaches. Fatigue. Everything felt too bright for a while." Shen spoke for the first time since she had entered. "You also returned to lab work and began making unusually accurate material calls." Lin Xia did not look at him. "I was already good at it." Shu did not challenge that directly. Instead he asked, "Better after the accident?" The room seemed to tighten around the word after. Lin Xia folded her hands in her lap so neither man could see how still she was forcing them to remain. Maybe I was paying harder attention. Shu opened the folder at last, not to reveal anything dramatic, only notes. Dates, lab shifts, the hospital timeline, and the collapse after the home repair. Her head came up before she could stop it. Shu watched the reaction more closely than the answer. Interesting, he said softly. Professor Shen did not mention a home repair. I wanted to see whether there was one. For half a second Lin Xia hated him with the clean clarity of a struck bell. Shu did not look pleased by this. He looked confirmed. Shen's expression had gone very still. Shu closed the folder again and said, "Good. Now we are finally discussing the correct life." The correct life. Lin Xia felt the phrase land inside her with almost physical force. For a moment she said nothing because anything she chose now would either confirm too much or sound frightened enough to do the same work. Shu let the silence breathe just long enough to make it clear he had no intention of rescuing her from it. Shen remained where he was, arms folded, not intervening, which was its own kind of betrayal. I fixed a machine part at home, Lin Xia said at last, each word feeling chosen under pressure. That isn't a crime. No, Shu replied. It is merely absent from the account you've been giving everyone. He rested one hand lightly on the closed folder. And when you say fixed, I don't think you mean that you tightened a bolt and went to bed. Lin Xia's temper flared fast enough to steady her. You're doing that thing calm people do when they want to sound reasonable while digging straight through someone else's privacy. Shu's expression did not change. Yes. The simplicity of the answer knocked the next line out of her. Shu went on in the same mild tone. Miss Lin, I am not here because I enjoy intrusion. I am here because your recent history has developed an architecture. Accident, coma, recovery, improved judgment, secret home intervention, collapse, police trouble downstream of private money activity. That is not random mess. That is structure, and structure interests me professionally. I'm delighted for you, Lin Xia said. You needn't be. Shu folded his hands again. Tell me about the repair. She looked at Shen then, unable to stop herself. You brought him in for this. Shen met her gaze without flinching. I brought him in because I'm done pretending your life still fits inside ordinary supervision. That stung more than Shu's questions had. Lin Xia looked back at Shu and saw, with fresh irritation, that he had noticed the glance to Shen, noticed the anger in it, noticed the failed attempt to find an ally in the room. Of course he had. He missed nothing and displayed none of it unless it became useful. It was a damaged part, she said finally. The shop needed it running. We couldn't afford the delay. Shu nodded once. So you went home secretly, repaired something beyond your normal technical means, returned, and then collapsed hard enough to spend a week unconscious. That's a very dramatic summary. It's a very careful one. His gaze held hers, quiet and relentless. What I'm trying to determine is whether you are hiding recklessness, pathology, or phenomenon. They require different kinds of help. The last word made Lin Xia almost laugh. Help. It sounded so clean in his mouth. Clean enough to make her distrust it completely. She leaned back in the chair and said, You ask questions like a man who already has an answer. Shu's almost smile returned, thin and unreadable. No, he said. I ask questions like a man who has realized the wrong answers are beginning to cost time. Shu let that answer settle for a moment, then reached into the inside pocket of his coat and produced something so ordinary that it took Lin Xia half a second to understand why it frightened her more than the folder had. It was a cheap metal pen, the kind handed out at conferences or forgotten on reception desks, blue lacquer scratched near the clip, barrel slightly bent where someone had sat on it or closed it in a drawer too hard. Shu placed it on the bench between them with the care of a man setting down evidence he did not yet intend to name. Then let's spend 1 minute being practical, he said. Describe this. Lin Xia looked at the pen and knew at once that this was not an invitation to play clever. The knowledge arrived too quickly anyway. Thin alloy distortion under the lacquer. Minor stress whitening around the threads. Ink flow compromised near the tip because the inner alignment was off by less than a millimeter. Not broken enough to discard. Not healthy enough to trust. She kept her face still and said, Bent barrel. Cheap manufacture. It will probably leak soon. Shu's gaze sharpened. Probably. Lin Xia wished immediately she had chosen a duller word. The housing is off. Shu glanced at Shen, then back to her. From sight alone. From what else would I be using? That, Shu said gently, is precisely the question. Shen had not moved, but the air in the room had changed around his silence. Shu picked up the pen, twisted the barrel apart, and slid the inner cartridge onto the bench. The distortion near the tip was small enough that Lin Xia doubted anyone in the department would have noticed it casually. Shu studied the exposed pieces for a beat, not because he needed confirmation, but because ritual mattered when crossing certain internal lines. Interesting, he said at last, and this time the word carried no softness at all. Lin Xia folded her arms. Or maybe I've seen enough cheap pens die in student hands. Shu reassembled the pen and set it aside. Perhaps. Then perhaps Professor Shen's sample tray, your post-accident judgment shift, your undocumented home intervention, and your collapse afterward are all parts of an unusually irritating coincidence. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice had gone even quieter. I don't think so. For the first time since entering the room, Shen spoke with no anger in him at all. That absence was somehow worse. Nor do I. Lin Xia looked from one man to the other and felt the floor of the conversation drop away beneath her. Shu did not look triumphant. He looked grave, which was much less comforting. He closed the folder, placed one hand on it, and said, Miss Lin, I am no longer asking whether something materially impossible may be happening around you. I am now asking how dangerous it is, and whether you are surviving it by judgment or by luck. The room went very still after that. Lin Xia had spent weeks trying to keep the truth shapeless enough to survive inside other people's doubt. Shu Ruolin had just done the opposite. He had given it a category. 23. Guo Jian opens a file. The room remained quiet long enough for silence to become a decision rather than an absence. Shu Ruolin did not press the question again. He had already done the more dangerous thing. He had named the possibility aloud and left it standing in the open between them. Lin Xia sat with her hands folded too tightly in her lap and felt, for the first time since the array accident, that concealment itself had changed categories. Until now it had been a private burden, something she carried alone and managed through omission, timing, and the hope that ordinary explanations would keep absorbing the edges. Shu had just shown her that those ordinary explanations were wearing thin. Shen was the first to move. He pushed himself off the bench and crossed to the side counter where the lab phone sat beneath a stack of instrument printouts. He did not look at Lin Xia when he picked up the receiver. We're done pretending this stays internal, he said. Lin Xia stood at once. No. Both men looked at her. Shu's expression remained grave, unreadable. Shen's had already gone past anger into something firmer. Duty suited him badly and perfectly at the same time. You do not get to make that call, Lin Xia said. The words came out sharper than fear should have allowed, sharpened perhaps by the fact that fear had nowhere polite left to go. You don't even know what this is. That, Shu said quietly, is no longer a reason for inaction. It is the reason for escalation. Lin Xia turned on him. Escalation to what? Shu answered without flinching. To someone whose job begins where ours stop being sufficient. Shen had not put the call through yet. His hand rested on the receiver, giving her the illusion of one last hinge in the moment. Listen to me carefully, he said. If this is pathology, you need protection and specialized evaluation. If it is recklessness, you need containment before you kill yourself by accident. And if it is what Professor Shu suspects, then we have already wasted too much time pretending your life can still be handled with sharper timetables and academic supervision. The word containment made her skin go cold. You make that sound humane because you're saying it in a lab. I'm making it sound necessary, Shen replied. Shu rose then, slow and composed, which made him somehow more intimidating than if he had moved quickly. Miss Lin, panic will not improve the next 10 minutes. What happens now depends very heavily on whether the next person into this matter meets a frightened liar or a salvageable young woman under impossible strain. The phrase landed cleanly because it contained a choice and a threat in equal measure. Lin Xia looked from Shu to Shen and understood, with a sinking clarity, that the room had already tipped past persuasion. This was no longer about whether they believed something impossible. It was about who they trusted to carry that belief forward. Shen lifted the receiver and dialed. Guo Jian, he said when the line connected. I need you to open a file. Guo Jian arrived in less than 40 minutes, which told Lin Xia more than anyone's reassurances had. Ordinary officials did not appear that quickly for strange academic concerns. Ordinary concerns did not produce a man who entered Lab 3 in a dark jacket, glanced once at the room, and seemed to inventory every person in it before the door had fully shut behind him. He was not especially tall, not visibly theatrical, not burdened with the sort of authority that needed performance. That made him worse. His face carried the calm economy of someone who was used to entering rooms after the important decision had already been made elsewhere. Shen said, "Guo." Guo inclined his head once. "Professor Shen." "Professor Xu." Then his gaze shifted to Lin Xia and stayed there just long enough to make her feel the full weight of being the subject rather than the witness. "Miss Lin." No one invited him to sit. He chose the chair Xu had vacated and placed a slim leather folder on the bench with exact care. "I was told," he said, "that we are somewhere between unexplained medical anomaly, escalating personal instability, and a possible materials-related impossibility." His tone remained almost conversational. "That is an irritating range." Lin Xia folded her arms because keeping her hands visible suddenly felt like a mistake. "You make me sound like a procurement problem." Guo's expression did not change. "Not yet." The two words chilled the room more effectively than raised volume would have. Shen remained by the phone. Xu stood slightly back, as if he had moved from questioning into witness status. Lin Xia understood then that the conversation had shifted again. Xu had named the category. Guo belonged to whatever came after naming. He opened the folder. Inside were only a few pages, which meant the rest of the file was either elsewhere or not yet needed. "Let us be efficient," he said. "You were injured in the array incident, entered an unexplained coma, recovered with altered judgment characteristics, conducted an unreported intervention at your family's workshop, collapsed again, and then attracted low-level criminal attention through off-book money activity." He lifted his eyes. "Which of those facts do you dispute?" The question was worse than accusation because it offered no clean place to hide. "The phrasing," Lin Xia said. Guo gave the smallest nod. "Expected." "The content?" She said nothing. "Good," Guo replied. "Then we are past the stage where denial saves time." He turned one page in the folder. "I am not interested in humiliating you, Miss Lin. I am interested in determining whether you are a frightened student who needs protection, a reckless student who needs boundaries, or the center of something that cannot remain informal." His gaze sharpened by degrees rather than all at once. "To answer that, I need you to stop speaking like a clever girl in trouble and start speaking like a person who understands consequences." Lin Xia looked at him and felt, with an almost physical certainty, that academic danger had ended the moment he entered the room. Whatever happened next would no longer be contained by professors, labs, or private worry. Guo Jian had not come to be impressed. He had come to classify. "Consequences," Lin Xia repeated, because buying half a second with his own word was the only move she had. "That depends who's writing them." Guo did not smile. "At the moment, that would be me." The room tightened further around that answer. Lin Xia could feel Shen and Xu listening in different ways now, Shen with the brittle focus of a man who had started something and was no longer certain he liked its momentum, Xu with the colder patience of someone watching a pattern resolve. Guo turned one more page in the folder and asked, "When you repaired the machine part at home, did you use tools, outside help, or something you have still not named?" Lin Xia felt every possible answer closing badly. "I used what I had." Guo's gaze stayed on her face. "That is not an answer. It is camouflage." Before she could force out something equally thin, Shen cut in. "Enough." Guo turned his head slightly. "Professor." "She is frightened, exhausted, and operating under accumulated pressure," Shen said. His voice was clipped, but there was something new under it now, a hard insistence that had not been there when the call was placed. "If you push her like a suspect before you establish what kind of help is actually possible, you will get defensive cleverness and nothing else." Guo regarded him for a beat. "Defensive cleverness is already what I am getting." "Yes," Xu said quietly, stepping in before Shen's temper could get there first. "Because she is still reading the room as a place where truth becomes confiscation." Lin Xia looked at Xu sharply. He did not return the look. He was watching Guo now. Xu folded his hands behind his back and continued, "You should also account for the obvious. She is young, frightened, under family pressure, and has already demonstrated the predictable bad judgment of someone trying to solve unbearable problems privately. None of that makes her safe. It does make her legible." Guo's expression did not soften. "Legible and safe are not synonyms." "No," Shen said, "but neither are unusual and hostile." He pushed off the counter and came closer to the bench, close enough that Lin Xia could feel the shift in the room immediately. She is not a polished liar. She is a bright girl who has been improvising badly under pressure and hiding what she doesn't understand well enough to trust. That profile matters. Guo closed the folder halfway and tapped its edge once against the bench. You are both asking me to classify her as salvageable. I am telling you, Shen said, that if you classify her as a threat first, you may create one by method. For the first time since arriving, Guo looked at Lin Xia not as a case summary but as a person still sitting in the blast radius of other people's decisions. The change was small, almost invisible, but she felt it anyway. Shu, watching him, said in the same calm voice, begin with protection and structure. You can escalate later if she proves you wrong. That order is wiser than the reverse. Guo let Shu's last sentence hang in the room for several seconds, not because he needed time to think, but because he wanted everyone else to feel exactly how much thinking was now required. Lin Xia sat without moving and understood that whatever came next would not be improvisation. It would be process. That was somehow more frightening than threat. Threat was immediate. Process lasted. At last Guo opened the folder fully, took out a single form, and laid it flat on the bench. Very well, he said. Provisional protection and structured review first. Escalation later if earned. He looked at Lin Xia, and his tone did not warm, but it lost its earlier edge of abstract classification. Do not mistake this for trust. It is an order of operations. Lin Xia swallowed once. What does that mean in practice? It means, Guo said, that I am opening a formal file with you treated, for the moment, as a protected subject of concern rather than an adversarial target. Your movements do not become free simply because I have chosen the less aggressive path. It means I want medical review, technical observation, and a clearer map of the pressures around you before anyone more impatient starts making uglier recommendations. He slid the form closer to himself and uncapped a pen. It also means that if you lie to me now, you will be damaging the best version of what happens next. Shen exhaled quietly, not relief exactly, but something adjacent to it. Shu said nothing at all. Lin Xia looked at the page and felt the shape of the world narrowing into lines she had not drawn. And if I refuse? Guo met her eyes. Then I open the same file with a different first classification, and your next week becomes far less negotiable. He began writing. Date, time, location, her name. I advise against testing whether I am bluffing. The pen moved with calm, measured strokes. Lin Xia watched him write and felt the last illusion of privacy drain out of the room. She had spent weeks telling herself that concealment bought time. What it had actually bought was this: professors, officials, paperwork, and the formal beginning of being handled by people whose patience came with structure behind it. Guo finished the first page, signed it, and closed the folder with quiet finality. From this point forward, he said, your case is no longer an academic oddity and no longer a family secret. It is a matter on record. He stood, took the folder in one hand, and looked at Shen and Shu before returning his attention to Lin Xia. Tomorrow I want the workshop address, the real financial pressure points, and a complete account of the collapse after the repair. We will determine whether the danger is centered in you, around you, or both. Then he paused at the door and added, Miss Lin, whatever this turns out to be, the luxury of pretending it is still small has ended. 24. The shop is under pressure. By the next afternoon, Lin Xia understood that Guo Jian's file had not been a threat designed to improve her honesty. It had been the beginning of movement. He arrived outside the materials building in an unmarked dark sedan with Shen already in the passenger seat and a silence inside the car that felt administrative rather than hostile. Shu was absent, which somehow made the whole thing less academic and more real. Lin Xia stood on the pavement for 1 second too long before opening the rear door. Guo looked at her in the mirror. Get in. That's becoming your favorite sentence, she said. It becomes easier when people keep making the alternatives inefficient. She got in. The car pulled away from campus without ceremony, and the shape of the route told her where they were going before either man bothered to say it. The roads flattened toward the industrial district. Repair yards replaced student housing. Low warehouses and supplier lots began appearing behind chain fencing and tired concrete walls. Lin Xia leaned forward slightly. No. Shen turned in his seat just enough to meet her eyes. Yes. You can't just arrive at my family's shop like this. Guo kept his attention on the road. I can if the pressure on that shop is one of the engines driving your behavior. His voice stayed calm, almost bored. At this point, Miss Lin, I am less interested in your discomfort than in whether the facts are worse than your summaries. Lin Xia's jaw tightened. My parents didn't ask for any of this. No, Shen said. You did that part for them. The words landed hard because they were true in too many directions. The rest of the drive went quiet after that, but it was not the quiet of uncertainty. It was the quiet of men who had already decided the next step and were simply carrying it out. When they reached the shop, the roller door was half open and one of the older machines was running with a sound Lin Xia had grown up hearing so often that she knew immediately when something in the rhythm was wrong. Zhao Mei came out of the office first with an invoice folder in hand and stopped dead at the sight of the car, the men, and her daughter stepping out behind them. Her expression changed in layers, confusion first, then caution, then the kind of fast maternal arithmetic that had nothing to do with numbers. Sha, she said. Who are these people? Lin Xia opened her mouth, but Guo answered first. Guo Jian, he said, offering neither card nor smile. We're here because your daughter's recent difficulties appear to intersect with the pressure on this business, and I would prefer to see the truth before someone gives me a tidier version. Zhao Mei looked from him to Shen and then back to Lin Xia. Her gaze sharpened at once. What has she done? Shen's reply was blunt enough to be almost kind. Less than we feared and more than was wise. We are trying to keep it from becoming worse. That was the moment Lin Xia saw it happen in her mother's face. Not trust. Not relief. Recognition. Zhao Mei had known for weeks that the family's trouble had stopped feeling like ordinary bad timing. She glanced once toward the dark milling machine in the corner, then at the invoice folder in her hand, and said, very quietly, then you'd better come inside, because if this is finally the truth arriving, it's already late. Inside, the office felt smaller than Lin Xia remembered, though that may have been because it now held too many kinds of scrutiny at once. Zhao Mei set the invoice folder on the desk with a firmness that was almost accusation and looked at her daughter only briefly before turning to the two men she had been forced to admit across the threshold. Lin Guozhang came in from the workshop wiping his hands on a rag, took one look at the room, and stopped with the rag still twisted in his fingers. What happened? He asked. His gaze went first to Lin Xia's face, then to Shen, then to Guo, searching for the version of this he could survive fastest. Is this about the station? Lin Xia flinched inwardly. Zhao Mei's head turned toward her at once. The station. Guo answered before she could. Your daughter has been making poor decisions under pressure, he said. What I need to know is whether that pressure is merely financial or whether someone has been helping it along. Lin Guozhang's expression closed by degrees. That's a very elegant sentence for walking into a man's business and implying he can't run it. Shen spoke before the edge could sharpen further. This is not about your pride, Mr. Lin. It's about whether the conditions around this shop are uglier than they appear. Zhao Mei opened the invoice folder and spread the papers across the desk as if she had been waiting for permission to stop pretending they were ordinary. Then look, she said. Hengda delayed twice, then again. Another client suddenly rejected a finished order over tolerances they'd accepted for 3 years. Supplier credit tightened in the same month the mill failed. Replacement part release was held until payment. Then a second supplier stopped answering on time and claimed, system review. She tapped one sheet, then another. One problem is bad luck. 4 in a line starts feeling arranged. Lin Guozhang exhaled through his nose. Or it starts feeling like a small shop in a bad season. Guo stepped closer to the desk, not touching the papers yet. Perhaps. Who at Hengda changed? No one important enough to matter, Lin Guozhang said. That is not the same as no one, Guo replied. The shop noises beyond the office seemed suddenly louder, belts, bearings, the old machine rhythm with its slight wrongness under the surface. Lin Xia watched her father's face and saw the exact moment he realized this was not a courtesy visit and not a passing academic concern. Zhao Mei saw it too. She pushed one more paper across the desk toward Guo, a call log covered in times, names, and unanswered follow-ups. I started writing it down because the pattern was making me angry, she said quietly. If you want the truth, here's the shape of it. We keep getting squeezed in ways that are just plausible enough to sound normal when described one at a time. Guo read the call log without commenting for several seconds, which made Zhao Mei continue in the same steady voice she used when fear had already spent its first heat and settled into something harder. It isn't only that the problems arrived together, she said. It's where they arrive. Always at the throat. Never where we can absorb them politely. Lin Xia looked at her mother and felt the old office rearrange itself around that sentence. Zhao Mei was not gesturing wildly or speaking like someone relieved to be dramatic at last. She was doing what she always did when something mattered. She was naming it cleanly. Lin Guozhang rubbed one hand over his mouth and said, Mei. She turned to him at once. No, you don't get to, Mei, me now. Her tone did not rise, which somehow made the words land harder. You kept calling it a bad quarter. Then a bad month. Then supplier nerves. Then client nonsense. And every time the pressure hit, it hit the exact place that turns inconvenience into panic. She tapped the invoice stack with 2 fingers. Cash flow. Delivery timing. Repair delay. Credit tightening. Not random pain. Directed pain. Shen said quietly, that is a much more useful sentence. Zhao Mei ignored him and kept her eyes on her husband. Do you know when I stopped believing in coincidence? She asked. Not when Hengda delayed. Big firms delay. Not when the mill failed. Machines fail. It was when the replacement got held back, then the second supplier slowed, then that client suddenly discovered moral outrage over tolerances they had accepted for years. Every single problem landed where it would force us to borrow, delay, or bend. She looked briefly at Lin Xia then, and something in her face softened without losing shape. And all the while this girl was watching us drown by centimeters. The words struck Lin Xia harder than anything Guo had said. She'd known her mother saw more than she admitted. She had not understood how far back that seeing went. Guo closed the call log and asked, who has reason to squeeze you without yet wanting you dead? Lin Guozhang let out a short, bitter breath. That's an ugly way to ask. It is also efficient. Zhao Mei answered before her husband could retreat into vagueness. Old rivalries. Competitors who want our clients. Men who dislike being told no. People who think a small shop can be leaned on until it sells cheap or folds quietly. She paused, then added, and whoever it is, they understand enough about our scale to hurt us without making it obvious. The office went still after that except for the old machine running outside. Lin Xia listened to its slightly wrong rhythm and felt something inside her begin to turn from shame into anger. If her mother was right, then some part of what had driven her into bad choices had not been weather at all. It had been hands. The anger kept rising because once it had found a direction, it no longer had to spend itself on shame. Lin Xia looked at the papers on the desk, then at the dead milling machine in the corner beyond the office door, and felt the past few weeks rearrange themselves in her head under a harsher light. The market lanes, the rushed choices, the humiliating speed with which, careful, had curdled into ugly improvisation. If even part of the pressure on the shop had been engineered, then she had not merely failed under bad conditions. She had been steered toward failure by someone patient enough to squeeze exactly where the family could least afford it. She said it before anyone else could. If this was deliberate, then I was reacting to a trap. Guo did not nod. Possibly. Do not make the mistake of calling yourself blameless just because someone may have helped shape the ground beneath you. I didn't say blameless. Lin Xia's voice came out tighter than she intended. I said trap. Shen, leaning against the edge of the desk now, watched her with that cold, precise attention he reserved for moments when emotion threatened to become something less useful. And if it was one, he said, then the next question is not whether you feel offended by it. The next question is who benefits. Lin Guozhang let out a rough breath and looked older than he had an hour ago. A competitor, maybe. Someone local. Someone who wants our clients cheap or wants us desperate enough to fold. Zhao Mei shook her head once. Or someone smaller starting it out of spite, then bigger hands noticing the opening. She looked at Lin Xia as she said it, not accusingly, but with the painful clarity of a mother who had begun connecting ugly facts too late. You don't have to be important to be used. Sometimes you only have to be visible to the wrong person on the wrong day. The sentence landed in the room with uncomfortable force. Lin Xia thought of faces she barely remembered, men in market spaces who watched too closely, the stall woman's voice, the ugly normality of being noticed by people she had not considered significant enough to fear. Rage moved through her then, cleaner than panic and harder to survive. So while I was trying to keep this place breathing, someone may have been leaning on it on purpose and watching what happened to us. Guo closed the folder and tucked it under one arm. That, he said, is finally the correct direction for your anger. Lin Xia looked at him sharply. Meaning? Meaning you have spent weeks treating every consequence as private failure. His tone stayed flat, but not dismissive. It may not be private. If the pressure here was shaped, then your bad decisions were not born in a vacuum. They were elicited. That matters. Outside, the old machine kept running with its slight wrongness, stubborn and strained and still not yet stopped. Lin Xia listened to it and understood, with a cold certainty that steadied her even as it made her feel sick, that the story had just changed shape. The enemy, whatever form it took, was no longer only money, hunger, and her own capacity for panic. It had begun to wear other hands. 25. Two hands. The office didn't loosen after Guo's last sentence. If anything, the air drew tighter, as though naming the possibility of deliberate pressure had given the room a smaller, harder shape. Lin Xia stood beside the desk with her hands curled uselessly at her sides and watched Guo turn back to the papers, not hurried, not theatrical, simply continuing from the point where everyone else's nerves would have preferred to stop. Outside, the old machine kept up its wrong little rhythm. Inside, her father looked at the invoice stack as if one of the pages might still rearrange itself into something he could call ordinary. Guo let the silence work for a few seconds, then asked, "Who wanted you weakened before anyone wanted you gone?" Lin Guozhang gave a humorless breath and said, "You really do enjoy asking ugly questions beautifully." Guo glanced up. "I enjoy answers more. Name someone." Lin Guozhang shifted his weight, rag still in one hand, and for the first time since they had arrived he seemed less offended than tired. "There's a man called Chao Renfu," he said at last. "Hong Precision. Smaller than the big firms, bigger than us. He's been circling our clients for years and pretending it's just business. Last winter he asked whether I'd consider selling the shop floor lease and some of the older machines if things ever got difficult. I told him no." Zhao Mei looked at him with flat disbelief. "You told me that conversation was harmless." He didn't look back at her when he answered. At the time, it sounded harmless. Shen's expression didn't change, but something in his posture sharpened. "And after he was refused?" Lin Guozhang rubbed a hand over his jaw. "He became friendly with two suppliers who suddenly became less flexible with us. He also hired a sales manager away from one of our regular clients. After that, quotes started getting challenged more often. Orders got fussier. Nothing clean enough to point at. Just pressure." Zhao Mei opened one of the folders again and pulled out a sheet Lin Xia hadn't seen before, a printout with handwritten notes along the margin. Not just pressure. Patterned pressure. Chao appeared at the trade dinner in March and made a joke about small shops drowning because they mistake pride for capital. 2 weeks later Hengda delayed again. Then the replacement part got held. Then the tolerance complaint arrived. She set the sheet in front of Guo with a steadiness that made the act feel more like indictment than assistance. He likes to talk before he squeezes. It makes him feel like the cleverest man in the room. Guo read the notes once and asked, "Does he have sons?" That pulled everyone's attention to him at once. Lin Guozhang frowned. "1. Why?" Guo slid the sheet back down and said, "Because small men rarely act alone when they think they've found leverage, and vanity tends to run in families." Lin Xia felt something cold settle more deeply into place as her father and mother exchanged a look that was not surprise, only recognition delayed too long. The look Zhao Mei and Lin Guozhang exchanged didn't last long, but it was enough for Guo to see that the name of Chao Renfu had opened only the first layer. He rested the folder against the desk and said, "A local competitor with a vulgar sense of timing I can believe. What I do not yet believe is that he alone accounts for the shape of all this." Lin Xia felt her attention sharpen at once. "Because of the sun?" she asked. Guo glanced at her. "Because of the sun, the timing, and the scale. Petty men create friction. They don't usually create patterns this neat unless someone smarter is either advising them or taking advantage of the mess afterward." Shen straightened slightly from the desk edge. "What specifically bothers you?" Guo tapped the call log with one finger. "The pressure points are commercial, but some of the sequencing is not. Delayed payment, tightened credit, held parts, that fits a rival. It's ugly but provincial. What doesn't fit is how closely certain shifts seem to track Miss Lin's instability rather than merely your business weakness." He turned to Zhao Mei. "After your daughter's accident, did anyone outside your usual circle ask after her?" Zhao Mei frowned, thinking. "One man did," she said slowly. "Not a client. Not someone I knew. He came by 3 days after she was discharged and asked whether she was back at school yet. He said he was following up on university welfare concerns, which was nonsense the moment he opened his mouth." Lin Xia's skin went cold. "You never told me that." Zhao Mei looked at her. not apologetic, only tired. You had just come out of hospital and were lying badly to everyone in the house. I had a queue of problems already. Guo's expression didn't shift, but his voice grew quieter, which made the office feel smaller. What did he look like? Zhao Mei gave a careful description: plain clothes, too polished for a supplier runner, too attentive to be casual, and Lin Xia watched Guo store it away without comment. Shen said, Chao could lean on suppliers. He could nudge clients. But asking after the daughter's recovery is a different instinct. Lin Guozhang rubbed the back of his neck and said, You're saying someone noticed the shop was a pressure point and started looking through it. Guo met his eyes. I'm saying the first hand may be local and stupid, but I no longer think it remained alone. He gathered the papers into a tighter stack and added, A rival wants your contracts. A more serious watcher wants to know what pressure here produces in her. Lin Xia stood very still as the words settled, because that changed the room again. Chao Renfu might have started the squeeze, but suddenly he no longer looked large enough to explain why the ground beneath her life had begun shifting in two directions at once. The new shape of it was almost worse than the older one. When the pressure had looked like debt, delay, and her own bad choices, Lin Xia had at least known where to point the blame. Now the room held a rival businessman, an unknown watcher, a son somewhere inside the pattern, and the sickening possibility that her family's distress had become useful to more than one set of hands. Anger moved through her too cleanly to ignore. Then we stop treating this like a puzzle and start breaking fingers, she said. Chao leans on suppliers, someone else peers through the gap, and we're still standing here talking like politeness is going to save anything. Shen's head turned at once. No, he said, and the force of it made the office tighten again. Lin Xia looked at him sharply. No what? He held her gaze without softening. No retaliation. No freelance corrections. No clever little acts of pressure that make you feel less helpless for half an hour and create 3 larger problems by morning. Guo set the folder flat on the desk and added, no approaching Chao. No testing his son. No sudden improvements in your family's fortunes that cannot be explained. If there are 2 hands in this, the fastest way to educate the second one is to let the first know you've noticed. Zhao Mei, who had been quiet for several seconds too long, said, he's right. Lin Xia turned toward her in disbelief. You can't possibly be telling me to sit still. I'm telling you not to become the easiest part of their plan, Zhao Mei said. Her voice stayed level, which made it harder to resist. You think anger makes you dangerous. Sometimes all it does is makes you visible. Lin Guozhang let out a breath and lowered himself onto the office chair as if his knees had finally remembered the day. Xia, listen, he said. If Chao is squeezing us because he thinks we're weak, then he wants panic. If someone else is watching what happens to you under pressure, they want movement. Bad movement. Fast movement. He rubbed a hand over his face and looked at Guo. What do you actually do now? Guo answered without hesitation. I pull on the local thread first. Chao Renfu. His son. Supplier contact overlap. Client contact overlap. Then I compare that pattern to the stranger who asked after your daughter and to anything else that sharpened after the accident. Shen pushed away from the desk and said, and she stays where I can see her. Lin Xia felt the old resistance rise. I'm not a package you can lock in a cabinet. Shen's expression turned almost cold with tiredness. No, you're a young woman with a talent for turning pressure into bad improvisation, and I've reached my limit for watching it happen. Guo picked up the folder again and looked at her with that unnerving steadiness that made every sentence feel filed down to purpose. Be angry, he said. Just be useful with it. The moment you move on hurt pride, you stop being the person I'm trying to protect and become the easiest variable in someone else's design. Lin Xia said nothing after that because the answer pressing at her throat was not one she could safely speak aloud, and for the first time since the conversation had begun, silence felt less like surrender than containment. The silence after Guo's warning didn't hold for long. It was broken first by the old machine outside giving a rough, uneven scrape through its normal rhythm, a small mechanical protest that made every person in the office hear the shop again as vulnerability instead of background. Guo turned his head toward the workshop and said, show me the floor. Lin Guozhang hesitated, pride flaring one last time out of habit, but Zhao Mei was already gathering the loose papers into a stack. If he's here, he's seeing it all, she said. There's no dignified version left to protect. They stepped out into the workshop together, and the place looked different to Lin Xia now that the conversation had changed shape. The patched hose on the secondary line, the dark milling machine waiting on a part they still hadn't properly afforded, the narrowed pathways where stations had been consolidated to save movement and time, all of it no longer read as family struggle alone. It looked like a pressure map. Guo walked slowly, saying nothing at first, while Shen's gaze moved over the equipment with the same cold economy he used in the lab. Lin Xia stayed near the dead mill and watched Guo's eyes pause not on the most dramatic failures but on the bottlenecks. The machine that mattered most. The storage rack where delayed stock would choke production. The older unit still running because it had to. Guo stopped near the loading area and asked, "Who outside this family knows which machines you can't afford to lose?" Lin Guozhang gave a bitter laugh. "Anyone who understands shops at this scale." Guo looked at him. "That wasn't my question." Zhao Mei answered instead. "Suppliers. Competitors with eyes. Former workers. Clients who visit in person. Anyone patient enough to notice what gets used hardest." She glanced toward Lin Xia and added, "And lately, people have been noticing too much." Shen turned slightly. "Such as?" Zhao Mei folded her arms. 2 weeks ago a man I didn't know asked one of the loaders whether the girl from the hospital had come back to help in the shop yet. Last week a different one asked whether we were still taking evening work or cutting hours. They didn't ask like customers. They asked like men measuring a wall. Guo went still in a way Lin Xia had already learned to distrust. "Descriptions," he said. Zhao Mei gave the first. Lin Guozhang, after a moment, supplied the second, and neither man matched the polished stranger from before. Lin Xia felt the world widen in the ugliest possible direction. Chao Renfu and his son were one thing. Petty leverage, commercial spite, ordinary local rot. But now the shop had started attracting other eyes, separate eyes, some provincial and some not, and all of them looking for weakness in the same small family business. When Guo finally turned back toward her, his face had gone flatter rather than sharper. "That's enough," he said. "Your rival has company." Lin Xia stood in the middle of her father's workshop and understood, with a clarity that made her stomach tighten, that the threat had outgrown the man who first put his hand on the scale. 26. Bench Rig 1. By the time Lin Xia got back to campus, the anger had changed temperature. At the shop it had been hot enough to make her want motion, any motion, the kind that felt like retaliation even if it solved nothing. Under the fluorescent steadiness of the materials building, with the smell of solvent, metal, and cold air handling pressing over everything, it hardened into something meaner and less satisfying. Someone had started leaning on her family for local reasons. Someone else had noticed the pressure and begun looking through it for her. That should have made the world clearer. Instead it made every corridor feel watched. Shen didn't let her drift back toward ordinary routines. He walked her straight past Lab 3 and into the deeper wing, where the doors were heavier, the glass narrower, and the machines were no longer pretending to be student equipment. Lin Xia slowed when she saw Shu Ruolin already waiting outside one of the restricted rooms with a tablet under one arm and the expression of a man who had been informed of bad news and turned it into procedure. "So that's it?" she asked. "You investigate my family business, decide the threats are multiplying, and the answer is to drag me underground." Shu looked at her with infuriating calm. "The answer," he said, "is to stop leaving you alone with a problem your body has already proven it cannot survive safely." Lin Xia folded her arms. "That sounds very elegant. It also sounds like you've decided something for me." Shen keyed the door open and said, "Yes. I have." He glanced back at her, not angry now, just iron-hard in the way she had come to distrust most. "You fainted in a market, collapsed into a coma after an unsanctioned repair, and have spent weeks improvising around a phenomenon you barely understand. I'm finished pretending this is a personality quirk." She stepped through the doorway because the alternatives were suddenly childish, but the room on the other side stopped her for half a beat. The rig occupied the center like a restrained threat. Capacitor banks sat behind shielding panels. Feed lines ran in disciplined bundles into a reinforced chair and two articulated work arms mounted over a sealed materials cradle. Monitoring screens ringed the station in a half-circle, waiting. Lin Xia stared at it and said, "Quieter now, this isn't a bench test." "No," Shu said. He stepped inside after her and let the door seal behind them with a soft, expensive click. "This is the first environment in which we can begin proving what sort of structure helps you more than secrecy." She looked from the rig to Shen. "Proving? You say that like I don't get a choice." Shen set a folder down on the side console and met her eyes. "You had your choice. You used it to nearly kill yourself in private. Now we're trying it our way. Lin Xia kept looking at the rig because looking at Shen was worse. The chair at its center wasn't theatrical, which made it more offensive. It had restraints, but the practical kind, padded contact bands at the wrists and forearms, a sensor collar resting open against the headrest, and a footplate bolted to the floor as if the people who built it had not been worried about dignity at all. They had been worried about force. Shu moved to the side console and brought up a cluster of readouts that meant nothing to her at first glance except preparation. We're not putting you under load tonight, he said. This is a controlled first contact, monitored draw, and a simple correction task. If your body begins to slip, we stop before it becomes dramatic. Lin Xia let out a quiet huff, almost a laugh. That's reassuring. I'm glad the plan is to fail politely. Shen opened the folder and slid a tray onto the work surface between the articulated arms. On it sat 3 small objects under clear covers. A warped ceramic wafer, a scored alloy pin, and a puck of conductive material laced with visible impurity bloom. Even before she touched anything, her perception pressed forward, too fast and too intimate. The ceramic arrived as fracture memory and thermal strain. The pin came as weakness buried along the grain. The puck was wrongness layered through density, contamination trapped where it did the most harm. Shu watched her face rather than the tray. What do you see? She hated that he could ask it so calmly. Which answer do you want? The normal one or the useful one? The useful one, he said. Lin Xia swallowed once and pointed to the conductive puck. That one. The contamination isn't uniform. It clustered during cooling, then got trapped when the outer structure settled first. It looks stable from the surface, but it isn't. The current path would choke there. She touched one edge of the cover. And there. Shen's gaze flicked to Shu. Neither man looked surprised enough for her liking. Shen said, good. That's your task. She looked up sharply. You're starting there? Yes, Shen said, because it is small enough to survive errors and meaningful enough to measure properly. Shu stepped toward the chair and rested one hand lightly on its back. Sit down, Lin Xia. The order made something in her stiffen, but the tray was still there, the contamination still glaring at her from inside the material like a bad thought she couldn't unsee. She lowered herself into the chair with more control than she felt. The bands closed around her wrists, not tight, just present. Contact pads settled against her skin. Screens to her left came awake in chains of pale light. This is absurd, she said. Shen adjusted the cradle height without looking at her. No, he said. What was absurd was trying to do this alone with no buffer, no monitoring, and no external power backing you up. Shu keyed in a sequence, and somewhere behind the shielding a low hum began to gather. It was not loud, but it had weight. Lin Xia felt it in her teeth first, then along her arms where the contact pads sat. The room seemed to tilt toward the rig's center. Don't force it, Shu said. Let the support come to you first. Lin Xia looked at the conductive puck beneath the articulated arms and felt the first thread of azure rise where sight ended and certainty began. This time, for the first time, the energy did not feel like theft torn out of nearby machines or dragged at random from the room. It arrived shaped, measured, almost disciplined. The impurity inside the puck opened to her at once. She saw where it had pulled, where it resisted, where it could be pushed cleanly if she had enough precision and enough strength not to collapse halfway through. When she reached for it, the rig reached with her, and the correction moved through the material with terrifying ease. The correction finished almost before Lin Xia trusted that she had started it. The impurity bloom inside the puck didn't fight her the way matter usually did when she worked alone. It yielded under pressure that was not hers alone, folding, separating, settling into cleaner structure with a smoothness so unnatural it made her want to recoil. The azure thinned at once. The hum behind the shielding steadied instead of spiking. No dead lights. No sudden drag on the room. No knife-edge collapse waiting just beyond success. She stared at the puck in the cradle and felt the victory land. Shu was the first to speak. He looked at the monitor bank, then at the object itself, and said, "Hold there. Don't chase perfection." Lin Xia kept her hands still because she suddenly understood that if she reached again, it would be out of hunger rather than need. Shen stepped closer to the cradle, checked the surface readout, and let out a slow breath through his nose. Conductivity path corrected, he said. Thermal variance reduced. Structural integrity unchanged. He looked at her then, not warm, not triumphant, simply exact. Again, small enough to survive error. Meaningful enough to matter. Lin Xia laughed once, short and ugly. You sound pleased. Shen didn't flinch. I am. That made her look away. The puck sat there under the clear cover, now cleaner, stronger, and more honest than it had been a minute earlier. She knew with total certainty what it would have cost her alone. A heavier draw, a riskier pull, dead electronics nearby, maybe another collapse if her timing went wrong. Here, in the chair she hated, with the contact pads and the hum and the humiliatingly rational support system built around her, the same work had happened like a solved equation. Shu watched the change in her face and understood too much, as usual. You're not upset because it worked, he said. You're upset because it worked this well. Lin Xia turned her head toward him sharply. Of course I'm upset. You've built a machine to prove I've been stupid all along. Shu rested one hand against the console. No, we built a rig to prove that your body has limits and that pretending otherwise is foolish. She wanted to argue. The words came ready: pride, autonomy, anger, all the old defenses she had been using like patched metal over a widening crack. But the puck was still there. The chair was still there. The rig was still humming softly behind her like a second nervous system that had done what she never could alone. Shen adjusted one setting, then said, "What you did unsupervised was not brave, Lin Xia. It was under-resourced, under-measured, and dependent on luck." His voice stayed flat, which made it worse. You survived it. Don't romanticize it. The sentence struck hard because some part of her had been doing exactly that, dressing recklessness up as sacrifice so she could live with the memory of it. Lin Xia looked back at the corrected puck and felt shame move through her with almost as much force as relief. The work had been easier here. Cleaner. Safer. Which meant the private version of her life, the one she had been defending as necessity and grit, had not been noble at all. It had simply been small, desperate, and badly equipped. For a few seconds after Shen's words, nobody moved to make the moment gentler. The rig kept humming softly behind its shielding. The corrected puck sat under the clear cover with the offensive calm of something that had just made an argument too well. Lin Xia felt the contact bands at her wrists more sharply now that the work was over, not because they had tightened, but because she suddenly understood they had been built for a future in which this would happen again. Shu was the one who finally broke the silence. He looked from the monitor bank to Shen and said, "Baseline strain stayed inside the margin. No cascade. No ambient drain. No device loss." He turned back to Lin Xia, his voice still maddeningly even. "That's the first clean proof we've had that structured support can reduce cost without reducing your precision." Lin Xia let out a breath through her nose. "You say that like I'm not sitting here hearing my independence being converted into a protocol." Shen unlatched the wristbands one at a time. He didn't apologize for them. "That's because your independence has been trying to kill you," he said. "And because this room just proved something I can defend in front of people who matter." She flexed her hands as the contact pads lifted away. The skin beneath them felt warm, tingling faintly with the aftertrace of shaped power. "Defend to whom?" Shu answered before Shen could. "To Guo. To funding committees. To anyone who asks whether you require supervision, equipment, and a controlled operating environment." He tapped the screen where her physiological data still glowed in steady lines. "Until now, we had theory, accident history, and your very poor judgment. Now we have evidence." That stung enough to make her look at him. "You do enjoy saying cruel things clinically." Shu's expression barely shifted. "Only when accuracy is important." Shen slid the corrected puck back into its tray and covered it. "This moves the conversation," he said. "You are no longer a student who might benefit from more oversight. You are a demonstrable risk without it and a demonstrable asset with it." Lin Xia stood from the chair, slower than she intended, and hated that even that motion seemed to confirm them. She wasn't dizzy. She wasn't collapsing. She wasn't fighting to stay conscious while pretending everything was under control. The absence of suffering felt almost insulting. "So that's it," she said. "One successful correction and suddenly I belong in a machine." "No," Shen said. "One successful correction and suddenly I have grounds to stop leaving you at the mercy of improvisation." Shu shut down one bank of monitors, leaving the room a little dimmer and somehow more official. "Practicality has won," he said. "From this point on, supervision is no longer a caution. It's the operating assumption." Lin Xia looked at the rig, at the tray, at the men who had just turned one humiliating success into a new reality, and understood that the chapter of being privately reckless had not ended because she had grown wiser. It had ended because other people now had proof strong enough to build rules around her. 27. Terms. By the next morning, the bench rig had already stopped feeling like an experiment and started feeling like evidence. Lin Xia knew that before anyone said it out loud. The materials building met her with the same white corridors, the same sealed doors, the same smell of solvent and conditioned air, but the mood around her had changed. People still nodded, still passed, still carried folders and sample trays and coffee as if the world were ordinary, yet she felt the difference in the way Shen's message had been worded. Conference room B9 sharp. Shu attending. Guo Jian requested. Requested. As if she were supposed to believe any of this still contained soft edges. When she stepped into the room, Shen was already there with a stack of documents squared neatly in front of him. Shu stood by the window with a tablet in one hand, reading something dense enough to be either medical or bureaucratic. Guo Jian sat at the far end of the table in a dark jacket with no visible sign of hurry, his expression composed in the particular way that made Lin Xia feel as though he had arrived 10 minutes before everyone else and used the time to measure the exits. She stopped just inside the door. You could at least pretend this isn't an ambush. Guo gestured to the empty chair opposite him. If it were an ambush, Miss Lin, you'd have fewer visible options. Lin Xia pulled the chair out and sat. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be, Guo said. Shen slid the top page from the stack and turned it toward her. We're done with informal understandings. Yesterday gave us proof of concept. That changes what I can ask for, what Shu can justify, and what Guo is willing to approve. Lin Xia looked down. The first page was structured in numbered sections, clinical headings, clean margins, and language so measured it felt insulting. Medical monitoring, controlled access, equipment authorization, stipend adjustment, family protection review. She looked back up sharply. You wrote me a leash. Shu set his tablet down and took the chair to her left. No, he said. We wrote down the reality you've been trying to negotiate through mood and improvisation. Her fingers tightened against the edge of the paper. That's a very elegant way of saying you've decided my life needs managing. Shen folded his hands on the table. Your life already needed managing. The difference is that now we can prove it. Guo watched her without blinking. Read the numbers before you start objecting on principle, he said. Money matters to you. So does your family's safety. So does access. We're not here to moralize. We're here to establish operating conditions. That made her look back down despite herself. The stipend figure sat halfway down the page, larger than she had expected and large enough to make anger compete with something uglier. Relief. Shen saw it cross her face and said, yes, in a flat voice. This time the offer is real. So are the rules. The stipend figure kept pulling at Lin Xia's eyes in a way that felt almost obscene. It was enough to matter immediately, enough to change the shape of home pressure, enough to make the rest of the page more dangerous because it proved this wasn't symbolic concern dressed up as authority. It was a real offer, built to catch the exact part of her life that had always been easiest to corner. She set the papers flat on the table and looked at Shen first, because his version of pressure was always the least disguised. If I say yes to this, she said, what happens to my parents? Guo answered before Shen could. He rested one hand lightly on the table and said, that depends on which section you mean. Financial shielding, business monitoring, and protective review are separate tools. That sounds like an answer written by someone who enjoys forms, Lin Xia said. It sounds like an answer that doesn't lie to you, Guo replied. Shu drew the document a little closer and tapped the lower half of the page. The current draft gives us authority to watch for pressure on the shop, intervene if outside actors start leaning harder, and allocate support through legal channels that don't humiliate your parents unnecessarily, he said. It does not give us the right to seize the business, fold it into some state shell, or turn your family into decorative dependents. Lin Xia's gaze shifted to him sharply. Doesn't, or won't. Shu met her eyes without flinching. Both, if the language survives intact. That mattered more than she wanted it to. She looked down again, scanning faster now. Medical observation schedule, authorized facilities, restricted unsupervised use, reporting obligations after any collapse event. Her jaw tightened. This is too much. Shen leaned back slightly in his chair. No, he said. This is what too much already looks like after being translated into paperwork. The difference is that on paper, it can be argued over. She looked at the page headed controlled access and felt anger return cleanly. Then let's argue. I'm not signing something that lets people move me around like equipment. Guo's expression sharpened by a degree. Good, he said. That's the first sensible thing you've said since sitting down. Lin Xia blinked at him. Was that meant to encourage me? It was meant to clarify the meeting, Guo said. You are not here to be grateful. You are here to negotiate terms before other people write worse ones. The room changed around that sentence. Shen stopped looking like the sole force in it. Shu stopped looking like a physician with a stack of conditions. The papers in front of her stopped being a finished verdict and became something more dangerous, because now she could see the edges where they might still be changed. Lin Xia placed her fingertips on the page and said, quieter but harder, then family protection stays in. Interference at the shop gets limits in writing. And nobody gets to decide that because I need support, I stop being a person with a private life. For a moment nobody answered her. The paper lay under Lin Xia's hands like something halfway between protection and capture, and the silence around the table told her she had finally touched the part that mattered. Family protection was one thing. Limits on interference were another. Private life was the phrase that made all three men recalculate. Shen was the first to speak. He folded his hands more tightly and said, you do not currently have a private life in the ordinary sense. You have a volatile condition, a history of concealment, and a talent for turning unsupervised decisions into emergencies. Let's not romanticize what you're defending. Lin Xia felt heat rise at once. I'm not romanticizing anything, she said. I'm telling you I won't sign myself over as if solving one problem means I stop belonging to myself. Shu leaned back slightly, watching both of them instead of the paper. Those are not the same claim, he said. Shen is arguing from survivability. You're arguing from dignity. If this draft fails to carry both, it will fail in practice. Guo tapped one finger once against the table, a tiny sound that still managed to interrupt the whole room. Then separate the lanes, he said. Medical oversight is not social ownership. Facility access is not total movement control. Family shielding is not license to reorganize her parents' lives. He looked at Lin Xia directly. Be precise. Which intrusions are unacceptable? That forced her to think harder than anger wanted. She looked down at the headings again, then back up. No unannounced visits to my dorm unless there's an actual emergency, she said. No dragging my parents into interviews because someone higher up is curious. No burying the shop under protective review until everyone around them knows something is wrong. And if my schedule changes because of your facilities, I get told in advance unless the building is literally on fire. Shen's mouth tightened. Advance notice is reasonable. Dorm access restrictions are mostly reasonable. But if you collapse, disappear, or trigger an event, those conditions weaken immediately. They don't weaken, Lin Xia said. They get defined. Shu nodded once, almost to himself. That's fair, he said. He took up the pen beside the draft and made a note in the margin. Emergency override conditions can be specified instead of implied. Guo's gaze shifted to Shen. And the shop? Shen exhaled through his nose, not annoyed exactly, but forced into a slower honesty. I want visibility, he said. If the pressure on the business escalates, I need to know before it reaches her through panic and bad choices. I do not need to run her father's accounts or frighten her mother. Lin Xia looked at him sharply. You're saying that now? I'm saying it because it's true, Shen replied. Don't mistake severity for appetite. I'm not interested in administering your family. I'm interested in removing the conditions that keep driving you toward stupidity. That should have angered her more than it did. Instead it shifted something ugly and reluctant inside her, because buried under the insult was a boundary. Not kindness. Not softness. A boundary. Shu wrote again. Guo watched the shape of the room settle into something more workable, and Lin Xia felt the negotiation stop being abstract. They were no longer circling principle. They were starting to build terms that might actually hold. By the time Shu finished marking the third set of changes, the meeting no longer felt like a disguised seizure of her life. It felt like engineering. Clause by clause, the draft had narrowed into something harder, stranger, and more usable. Emergency override conditions were specified. Shop review was limited to threat assessment and protective intervention rather than open-ended intrusion. Family contact required cause. Dorm access required actual urgency. Schedule disruptions required notice unless the situation had already crossed into crisis. The paper in front of Lin Xia still contained supervision, monitoring, reporting obligations, and enough structure to make her old life look childish by comparison, but it no longer read like surrender. Guo took the revised pages from Shu, read them once in silence, then set them back down with the neatness of a man closing a box. This will hold, he said. Not forever. Nothing ever does. But it will hold long enough to operate. Shen looked across the table at Lin Xia, his expression narrowed not with anger now, but with evaluation. You've gone very quiet, he said. That usually means one of two things. Either you're about to refuse on principle, or you've started calculating. Lin Xia read the stipend figure one last time, then the revised family language beneath it, then the paragraph that placed equipment access and support under formal authorization instead of personal whim. When she looked up, something in her had settled. The room noticed immediately. Shu noticed it first in the absence of strain around her eyes. Guo noticed it in the way her hands stopped bracing against the table. Shen noticed it because she no longer looked like someone fighting not to be cornered. You're being unusually agreeable, Shen said. For the first time that morning, Lin Xia smiled, small but real. I have what I want, she said. Why snark? Shu's mouth moved at one corner before he hit it. Guo gave the slightest exhale through his nose, which in him might as well have counted as amusement. Shen held her gaze for another beat, then nodded once, as if a hypothesis had just survived testing. Good, he said. Then stop treating help as an insult and start treating it as infrastructure. Lin Xia picked up the pen Shu had set beside the papers. The weight of it felt oddly ordinary after everything else. Fine, she said. You get compliance, monitoring, scheduled access, and an asset who won't collapse for avoidable reasons. I get family protection, written limits, and enough money to stop being humiliated by every week of my life. Guo folded his hands. That, he said, is the clearest anyone has spoken in this room. She signed. The act itself was small, only ink on paper, but the pressure in the room changed the moment it was done. Shen gathered the pages at once, already thinking ahead. Shu began outlining medical baseline scheduling and rig access windows. Guo spoke briefly about formal review channels and who would see what. Lin Xia listened, calmer now because the shape of the bargain was real. Her life had not become smaller. It had become structured, funded, and harder to escape. And for the first time since the accident, that no longer felt like a threat. It felt like a road. 28. Public Safe Miracle. The morning after she signed the terms, Lin Xia discovered that structure moved faster than emotion. Her schedule had already been rewritten. A new access card waited for her at the desk outside Lab 3. Her phone held two messages from Shu, one attaching a baseline monitoring window and the other a room number she hadn't been allowed into last week. Shen's message came last and said only, "Bring your notebook. We are not wasting the calm." By the time she reached the restricted wing, she no longer felt cornered. She felt claimed, which was not the same thing, but it was workable. The room they brought her into was smaller than the bench rig bay and cleaner in a different way, less like a hospital built for force and more like a development cell built for expensive honesty. Under the lights, 3 thin ceramic plates rested in a sealed tray beside a set of thermal maps and conductivity plots. Song Chungyuan stood at the side console with one hand on the edge of the screen, reading through the test packet with the same quiet concentration he seemed to bring to every machine that deserved respect. He glanced up when Lin Xia entered, his gaze flicking once over the new access badge clipped to her coat. That was quick, he said. Apparently I'm official now, Lin Xia replied. Song's mouth shifted faintly. My condolences. Shen ignored both of them and tapped the tray with one finger. Civilian safe problem, he said. Not glamorous, which is why it's useful. These are heat spreader substrates for high power charging modules. Current domestic yield is inconsistent. Thermal performance is good when the batch behaves and mediocre when it doesn't. The impurity distribution is the bottleneck. Shu handed Lin Xia the top sheet from the packet. If this improves cleanly, it can be explained as process breakthrough, materials refinement, and better quality control, he said. No one has to tell the outside world that a university student looked at a plate and bullied the flaws out of it. Lin Xia stepped closer to the tray. Even through the cover, the plates pressed into her awareness with immediate structural truth. Density gradients. Trapped contamination. Tiny internal miseries waiting to become wasted heat. She exhaled once, slower than before, because now there was no need to hide the reaction. The middle one is the worst, she said. The surface finish is lying. The thermal path narrows near the left edge. It'll hotspot under load. Song looked at the plot packet, then at her. You've seen the maps already? No, Lin Xia said. I've seen the plate. That changed the room by a degree. Not shock. They were past shock. Something tighter and more useful than that. Shen slid the tray toward the workstation and said, good. Then today you're not surviving. Today you're working. For the first time since the accident, that sounded less like a warning than an invitation. Lin Xia set down her notebook, rolled back her sleeves, and felt the new shape of her life settle into place around the task. Shen didn't let the moment stay romantic for more than a breath. He gestured toward the workstation, and Song Chungyuan slid the sealed tray into position beneath the articulated head with the smooth economy Lin Xia was beginning to associate with him. Shu moved to the monitor bank and opened a fresh file, its template already divided into fields for baseline conductivity, thermal spread, impurity clustering, correction interval, and replication notes. The room had no interest in wonder for its own sake. It wanted a result, then an explanation, then a route to doing it again. Chair, Shu said. Lin Xia glanced at the support rig built into the side station, smaller than the one she had faced in bench rig 1, but unmistakably kin to it. You really know how to make a girl feel trusted. You were trusted yesterday, Shu replied. Today you're being measured. Song adjusted the contact leads and said, that was almost kind, by his standards. Shen ignored both comments. He placed the middle ceramic plate into the cradle, checked the alignment himself, and looked at Lin Xia with exacting calm. This is not a proof of possibility, he said. We already know you can do the impossible. This is a proof of control. Small correction. Clean log. No theatrics. Lin Xia settled into the chair and let the pads touch skin. The support hum rose beneath her, lighter than the bench rig, but disciplined in the same way. It arrived as structure instead of theft. That still unsettled her. She fixed her gaze on the ceramic plate and felt the ugly truth of it open at once. The impurity pockets were shallow but wide, stretched thin through a route that should have carried heat cleanly and instead narrowed into private choke points. Bad enough to waste performance. Common enough to make whole batches mediocre. I have it, she said. Shu's fingers rested above the keyboard. Begin on my mark. We want before, during, and after. Song watched the live plots and said quietly, sensor sync is clean. Shen gave one nod. Mark. The azure came as a faint thread at the edge of her hands, almost nothing under the lab lights. Lin Xia didn't force it. That was the difference now. The rig met her halfway, carrying load, shaping flow, preventing the work from turning feral inside her nerves. She pressed into the flaw lines with care and felt the structure answer. Tiny contaminant clusters loosened. Density shifted. The narrowed path widened by fractions too small for ordinary sight and immediately obvious to her. The plate did not resist like the world outside support always did. It yielded with precision. Hold, Shu said sharply. That's enough. Lin Xia stopped at once, chest tight not with pain but with the effort of leaving improvement unfinished. Song stared at the thermal map, then at the conductivity trace stepping upward in a cleaner line than before. Shen leaned in over the cradle and said, not to her but to the room, save every screen. Full packet. Before and after. I want microscopy, thermal cycling, and replication hypotheses by tonight. Lin Xia looked from the plate to the monitors and understood the real multiplication happening in front of her. Alone, she could have fixed one thing. Here, the fix was already becoming paperwork, and the paperwork was already becoming a way to teach the world how to chase what she had just done. The room did not celebrate. That was what made the success feel larger. Shu was already tagging files, locking timestamps, and dictating sequence labels into the recording system so the packet would survive scrutiny later. Song pulled the live traces into a side-by-side comparison and expanded the conductivity map until the change became obvious even to anyone without Lin Xia's invasive certainty. The corrected path ran cleaner. The thermal spread was broader. The hotspot risk had softened into something manageable instead of waiting like an ambush inside the plate. Song studied the overlay for a long second and said, that's not noise. No, Shu said, it isn't. Shen didn't look at Lin Xia first. He looked at the numbers, then at the plate, then at the packet fields still filling on Shu's screen. Run microscopy on the treated zone. Cross-check against untreated control. I want failure mode predictions, not just prettier plots. Song nodded once. I'll add a simulated load envelope. Not simulated only, Shen said. Real thermal cycling by evening. Shu saved another file and turned slightly toward Lin Xia. Do you understand what just happened? She was still sitting in the chair, contact pads cooling against her skin, and the question irritated her because of course she understood what she had done. Then she looked at the screen again and realized Shu was asking something larger. I fixed a bad plate, she said. Shu's expression didn't change. You fixed one plate, he said. We are about to ask whether the correction describes a manufacturable truth. That tightened the whole scene. Shen straightened and finally looked at her directly. If the answer is yes, this stops being a lab curiosity, he said. It becomes yield recovery, performance uplift, and a process target. That means chargers first, then power electronics, then whoever else is currently paying to tolerate mediocre thermal behavior because nobody has given them a better route. Lin Xia looked from one man to the next. From one plate. From one documented plate, Song said. He tapped the screen lightly. That's the important part. The words landed with uncomfortable force. Alone, she had always thought in terms of rescue. One machine, one component, one piece of silver, one problem dragged back from humiliation. Here, the adults didn't see a saved object. They saw the outline of a batch, a line, a customer, a contract. The packet Shu was building wasn't proof that she was special. It was a bridge away from needing her fingers on every future success. Shen read the thought in her face with his usual unpleasant accuracy. Don't look wounded, he said. This is the point. If the miracle dies with you touching one plate at a time, it's a parlor trick. If we can teach industry to follow the track you opened, it becomes value. Lin Xia stood slowly, the last of the rig's hum fading from her bones. Gratitude and unease moved through her together, too tangled to separate cleanly. The structure around her had made the work easier. Now it was making the result bigger, richer, and less hers. Shu closed the packet only after the last field had been populated and the raw traces had been duplicated into two separate directories. That, more than the corrected plate, made the result feel irreversible. Shen was already writing 3 names on the whiteboard, one industrial contact, one internal materials group, one battery systems team that Lin Xia recognized only because Song gave a faint, knowing huff when he saw it. You're moving fast, Lin Xia said. Shen capped the marker. Civilian useful things move fast when they survive contact with numbers. Song leaned against the console and folded his arms. Also when half the country has been complaining about thermal bottlenecks and pretending it's normal. Shu turned the monitor slightly so Lin Xia could see the packet summary page. Baseline deviation. Treated deviation, conductivity uplift, predicted thermal improvement, replication questions, commercial relevance. That last line caught her harder than anything else on the screen. It was so ordinary it almost felt indecent. No mention of miracle, no mention of impossibility, just relevance, as if the world had already translated what she had done into something that could be sold. This can't stay an internal favor, Shu said. Not if the replication work holds. Lin Xia looked at the screen, then at the whiteboard, then back at the packet. For the first time, the idea did not land on her like enclosure. It landed like opening. Legal money. Scalable money. Money that didn't require lies, side deals, market stalls, or humiliation disguised as necessity. You mean patents, she said. Licensing. Revenue. I mean structure, Shu replied. Patents, ownership, controlled disclosure, and a legal vehicle that can hold civilian outputs without turning every useful result into a security headache. Shen nodded once. A company shell, he said. Soon. Lin Xia felt something sharp and almost bright move through her. The shop. Hengda. The failing machines. Her father stretching optimism over shortages like thin cloth. Her mother counting numbers twice because once was never enough. A legal shell was not a threat if it paid. It was a way for value to stay value after it left the room. She looked directly at Shu. If this becomes a structure, I want to know who owns what, who gets paid first, and how far away my parents stay from the mess. Song's gaze shifted to her, steadier than surprise and more approving than he would probably admit. Shu's expression changed by a degree, not warmer, but more satisfied. Shen set the marker down and said, good. That's the right question. Lin Xia stepped closer to the whiteboard and read the names again. Industrial Contact, Materials Group, Battery Systems. Yesterday she had signed terms to survive structure. Today, for the first time, she could see structure turning into leverage. Not just supervision. Not just protection. A road that might actually generate the kind of money ordinary life had kept too far away for too long. Shu picked up the packet. I'll send Guo the summary, he said. By the end of the week, we should have the first draft of the shell. This time, when the next machine rolled toward her, Lin Xia did not feel cornered. She felt interested. 29, almost a date. By the time Lin Xia left the development cell, the building had thinned into after-hours quiet. The daytime traffic was gone. No undergraduates drifting in confused clusters, no impatient footsteps, no half-loud corridor arguments about deadlines and equipment bookings. Only the low mechanical life of the restricted wing and the occasional muted sound of a door sealing somewhere farther down. The packet had gone to Guo. The whiteboard still held 3 names that might soon become customers, partners, or problems. Her head felt sharper than it should have after so many hours, as if interest had burned through fatigue and left something cleaner behind. Then her stomach reminded her that interest was not food. She stopped just outside the secure door and looked at the time on her phone. Too late for the decent canteen line. Too early, if one was being honest, to pretend instant noodles counted as a plan instead of surrender. She was still staring at the screen when the door opened behind her and Song Chungyuan stepped out with a tablet under one arm and the expression of a man who had been expecting to find her still thinking in the corridor. "You're doing arithmetic on your own face again," he said. Lin Xia looked up. "I'm deciding whether hunger counts as a scheduling problem or a character flaw." Song glanced at the time without taking out his phone. At this hour, both. That pulled a tired smile from her before she could stop it. He noticed. Of course he noticed. Song shifted the tablet against his side and nodded toward the stairwell. "The side canteen keeps one window open late for staff and people who look sufficiently defeated by research," he said. "You currently qualify." Lin Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. "Is that pity?" "No," Song said. "Pity would sound warmer." She should have said no on principle, or because Shen, Shu, Guo, Janae, patents, and the shape of her future had all become too large in the last 24 hours for a late meal with a quiet man to feel simple. Instead she found herself falling into step beside him as if the decision had already been made somewhere below the level of argument. The stairwell lights were too bright and the concrete held the day's cold. Song walked with the same economical steadiness he brought to consoles and sensor racks, not hurrying, not filling silence because silence existed. That made it easier to stay beside him than it should have been. "So," Lin Xia said as they reached the landing, "am I being fed because I did good work, or because you think I'll faint and create paperwork?" Song opened the door to the next corridor and glanced at her with that brief, dry almost smile she was starting to recognize as dangerous. "Both," he said. "Try not to be flattered. The paperwork is the stronger motive." The answer changed the pressure of the walk at once. It was still light enough to breathe inside, but no longer casual. Lin Xia felt warmth rise under her skin and was absurdly grateful for the bad corridor lighting. Whatever this was, it was not yet a date. That only made it feel more alive. The side canteen was still open in the narrow, stubborn way of places that had accepted defeat without admitting closure. One lit service window remained, the menu reduced to noodles, 2 rice sets, and a soup that looked as though it had survived several administrations. The fluorescent light was unkind to everyone in the room. A postdoc in safety glasses ate over a stack of printouts with the expression of a man negotiating separately with hunger and regret. Someone from facilities was asleep upright in a plastic chair with an untouched tea beside his elbow. The whole place felt like an annex for people whose real day had happened elsewhere. Song paid before Lin Xia fully registered he had stepped up to the window. She looked at him sharply. "What are you doing?" "Preventing a discussion worth less than the food," he said. "That is not how money works." "It is tonight." The woman at the window pushed 2 trays toward them with the indifference of someone who had seen every kind of tired student and believed in none of them. Song picked up both trays and nodded toward a table near the back. Lin Xia followed because objecting now would have required more energy than sitting down, and because the irritation warming under her ribs was not entirely irritation. When they sat, she looked at the rice bowl, then at him. "You know I'm going to remember this as leverage." Song set his chopsticks straight beside the tray before answering. "Good. I prefer debts that involve feeding people. They're easier to collect without violence." That pulled a laugh out of her before she could guard it. The sound loosened something in her chest. She took a first bite and nearly closed her eyes. It was only canteen food, overly salty and too hot in the middle, but after the lab and the packet and the whiteboard and the sudden future pressing at her from all sides, it felt almost indecently kind. Song watched her for half a second, then looked back at his own tray. You really were going to skip dinner? Lin Xia swallowed. I was going to reprioritize. That's a prettier word for the same bad decision. She glanced at him over the rim of the soup bowl. Do you always diagnose people this efficiently? Only the ones who make it easy. The answer shifted the air between them, not into flirtation exactly, but into something steadier and more attentive than teasing had been. Lin Xia set the bowl down carefully. You've been watching me. Song didn't deny it. He rested one forearm on the table and said, You've looked like someone trying to outrun collapse since the first week you walked into Lab 3. You got better at hiding it. That's not the same as getting better. She should have deflected. It was the safer habit. Instead she found herself looking at the steam rising off the soup and hearing the truth inside his tone. Not accusation. Not curiosity for sport. Worry, shaped into practical language because that was the only kind either of them trusted for long. I'm better than I was, she said. Song considered that, then gave a small nod. Yes, he said. That's what worries me. Lin Xia looked up. That makes no sense. It makes perfect sense, he said. Before, you looked like someone under pressure. Now you look like someone learning to survive inside it. Those people are harder to stop when they start paying for progress with themselves. The words sat between them longer than Lin Xia liked. Around them, the side canteen kept carrying on in its dim, fluorescent way. Chopsticks clicked against bowls. Someone coughed near the service window. The facilities man in the plastic chair woke just enough to drink his tea and fall back into whatever exhausted state he had been renting from consciousness. None of it helped. Song had said something too accurate, and accuracy was always harder to dodge than pity. She looked down at her tray and pushed a piece of cabbage through the rice with unnecessary precision. You make me sound like a cautionary case study. Song took a sip of soup before answering. That's because you keep presenting like one. That's rude. It's observant. Lin Xia shook her head, but the answer didn't sting the way it should have. It landed too close to something she had been telling herself in cleaner language. Structure, opportunity, leverage, a road, all true, also exhausting, also hungry, also capable of swallowing whole days before she noticed they were gone. She said, quieter now, you don't get it. When life finally stops pushing you toward stupid choices, you can't exactly become relaxed about it. You go harder, because what if it closes again? Song set his spoon down and looked at her properly. I do get it, he said. More than you think. I'm not telling you not to work. I'm telling you that people who've spent too long under pressure can't always tell the difference between a road and a trap if both require them to keep walking without rest. That shut her up for a second. Not because she agreed fully, but because she hated how reasonable it sounded. She opened her mouth to answer, and her phone buzzed face up on the table. The screen lit with Shu's name. Neither of them moved immediately. The small rectangle of light sat there between the bowls and trays with the indecent intimacy of a hand placed directly on the conversation. Song's eyes dropped to it once, then returned to her face. He didn't ask who it was. He already knew enough. Lin Xia picked up the phone and read the message. Baseline review moved forward. Report to medical wing at 21:30. Bring today's notes. Do not skip food on the way. She stared at the last sentence, then let out a short breath through her nose that might have been a laugh if it hadn't been so tired. Song watched her. That sounds bad. It sounds organized, Lin Xia said. She set the phone back down more carefully than necessary. Which is somehow worse. He glanced at the time. You have 20 minutes. I know. The canteen changed around them again. Not outwardly. The same bad lights, same plastic chairs, same cheap food. But the brief fragile shape of the evening had shifted. It was no longer only two tired people sharing a late meal and saying more than they had planned. It was that, plus the machinery of her new life reaching in without apology and reminding both of them that it could. Song looked at the half-finished tray in front of her and said, then eat faster. I'd like at least one of Shu's instructions to succeed tonight. Lin Xia did eat faster, though not gracefully. The rice had gone warm rather than hot and the soup was now mostly salt and surface oil, but she finished enough to keep Shu from being right in the most annoying way. Song, who had clearly decided comment was unnecessary because observation alone was usually sufficient, finished at a steadier pace and stood when she did, gathering both trays before she could reach for hers. "You don't have to escort me like hazardous cargo," she said. Song stacked the bowls with practical neatness. "That's good," he said. "Because if you were hazardous cargo, there would be forms." She took that in the spirit it was offered, which was dangerous in its own way. By the time they returned the trays and stepped back into the corridor, the campus had thinned even further. The night beyond the canteen windows was black glass broken only by walkway lamps and the far blue-white squares of lit lab rooms. Somewhere outside, a service cart whined briefly over pavement and then fell away into distance. Inside, the air felt cleaner, colder, and more official, as if the medical wing were already exerting its own atmosphere through the building. They walked side by side without hurrying. Lin Xia could feel the time pressing now, but not hard enough to erase the shape of the evening. That made it worse, somehow. Better too. Both things at once. At the junction where the corridor split, Song slowed. "Medical wing is left," he said. "If Shu has moved your baseline review forward, he's probably in one of two moods. Irritatingly thorough or thoroughly irritating." Lin Xia glanced at him. "You say that like there's a difference." "There is," Song said. "One of them comes with tea." That earned him another laugh, smaller this time but more real. It faded when they reached the security door. The reader panel cast a pale square of light across the wall. Beyond it, the corridor ran quiet and bright toward the section of her new life that always smelled faintly of antiseptic, sealed plastic, and people deciding what her body meant. She stopped with one hand on the strap of her bag. "This is the part where you escape before the paperwork radius expands." Song looked at her, not smiling now. Lin Xia. The way he said her name changed the pressure of the moment at once. No dryness. No deflection. Just her name, spoken like he meant to place it somewhere stable. "You don't have to explain anything tonight," he said. "But you also don't have to pretend this is normal to make it easier for everyone else." For a second she couldn't answer. The hallway was too bright. The day was still inside her bones. Shen, Shu, Guo, the packet, the shell, the road, all of it had made her feel useful in ways that were bright and dangerous. Song, standing in a pool of bad institutional light with his hands in his pockets, made her feel seen in a quieter way that might have been worse. "I'll be fine," she said at last. He held her gaze for one beat longer than politeness required. "I know," he said. "That wasn't what I was worried about." Then he stepped back, giving her room to badge through, but not retreating as if the moment had embarrassed him. Lin Xia felt the answer catch in her chest and stay there, unresolved and alive. When she finally turned toward the reader panel, she was aware of him still standing where she had left him, not crossing the line with her, not walking away either. The machinery of her new life had interrupted the evening, claimed her time, and made itself visible between them. Song remained anyway. That, more than the meal, made the night dangerous. 30. Janae. The medical wing smelled like antiseptic, sealed plastic, and money being justified. By the time Lin Xia badged through the inner door, the last warmth of the canteen had already been stripped off her by white light, polished floors, and the soft machine sounds of places built to turn bodies into data. Shu Ruolin was not waiting in an exam room this time. He was in the small conference office off the monitoring bay, a kettle steaming on the side counter, 3 folders stacked in front of him, and Shen Wei standing by the window with his arms folded as if he had been placed there for structural reinforcement. Guo Jian sat at the table, jacket still on, reading the packet summary from the ceramic run with the expression of a man who preferred useful things to be legible before they became expensive. Lin Xia stopped in the doorway. "You moved my baseline review forward for a meeting." Shu poured hot water into 2 cups without looking up. "For both," he said. "Your baseline can survive sharing the evening." That sounds like something said by a man who doesn't own this evening. Guo closed the packet and set it down neatly. "Miss Lin, the difficulty with useful results is that they arrive before anyone has arranged polite timing." Shen glanced at her and said, "Sit down. This is the next problem." The sentence landed with the same hard inevitability the bench rig had carried. Lin Xia crossed the room and took the empty chair, aware at once that the folders in front of Shu were not medical files. One was tagged with the ceramic packet code. One carried a short internal briefing header. The third was blank except for a title page and a single printed word centered in severe black text. Janae. She looked at it, then at Shu. You named it already? No, Shu said. We shortlisted it. That's worse. It's faster, Shen replied. Guo folded his hands. The ceramic result clarified something that was already becoming true, he said. You now represent a civilian useful output stream. That means the state can either let value form around you informally, which is sloppy, vulnerable, and attractive to the wrong people, or it can build a legal vessel to contain ownership, licensing, and revenue in a controlled way. Lin Xia looked back down at the title page. Janae. Gold C. Too polished. Too intentional. Too real. Her pulse kicked once, not from fear exactly, but from the sudden sharpness of possibility. Patents. Revenue. The shop. Her father's machines. Her mother no longer counting the same number twice because panic liked repetition. Shu slid the blank title page toward her. Tonight, he said, we are not asking whether some structure is needed. That answer is already yes. We're asking what shape of company you're willing to live with before someone worse drafts it for you. Lin Xia did not touch the title page immediately. She looked at the word again, then at the two other folders, then at the men around the table as if one of them might still admit this was premature. No one did. The kettle clicked softly on the side counter. Somewhere beyond the office wall, a monitor gave a brief electronic tone and fell quiet again. The whole room had the atmosphere of a decision already halfway made, waiting only to discover how much dignity it could leave her. What shape, she said at last, usually means how many ways I'm about to be outvoted. Shu handed her one of the briefing sheets. Usually, yes, he said. That is why we are discussing it before paperwork hardens. She scanned the first page. Proposed civilian materials entity. Controlled IP channel. Licensing and commercialization interface. Oversight. Risk containment. The phrases were tidy enough to hide knives inside them. You really do know how to make ownership sound medical. Guo's expression barely moved. That is because ownership is one of the more reliable ways to prevent chaos, he said. The alternative is private brokers, unclear promises, improvised side agreements, and every useful output attracting a different kind of greed. Shen pushed off the window and came to the table, one hand braced on the back of the empty chair beside her. Right now you are legible to too many worlds at once, he said. Campus, family, security, industry. If a company shell exists, civilian results have somewhere to go that is not your dorm room, your father's shop, or a whispered favor chain. That landed with unpleasant accuracy. Lin Xia looked down at the paper again and saw it in one abrupt flash. Shield, because a legal entity could stand between her and some of the hungrier hands. Leash, because anything formal could be monitored, audited, and controlled. Camouflage, because a company could explain why money and useful materials suddenly kept appearing around her. Money Road, because once value had a body, it could invoice, license, hire, and survive. You're building a mask, she said. Shu tilted his head slightly. Among other things. A profitable mask, Lin Xia said. That is the hope, Guo replied. She let out a breath through her nose and read farther. Founder allocation, governance structure, controlled disclosure, technical advisory oversight. Even the phrasing around revenue was cautious, as if money itself might become unruly if handled with enthusiasm. And who exactly, she asked, looking up now, expects to own me through this? No one in this room, Shu said. Shen's answer came a beat later and harder. Which is why this conversation is happening now instead of after someone more ambitious writes the first draft without you. That changed the pressure of the room again. Lin Xia set the sheet down flat and felt the bright edge of interest return beneath the fatigue. Janae was not freedom, it was too structured for that. But it might be a way to turn usefulness into something that paid before the world decided payment could be replaced with gratitude and rules. Once Lin Xia started reading seriously, the parts that mattered revealed themselves quickly. Not the polished headings. Not the sanitized language about commercialization pathways and civic-facing materials deployment. The real bones sat lower down, where founder equity became numbers, where board composition became votes, where oversight became named rights and reporting obligations. She read one clause twice, then a third time, and felt her mouth flatten. This is too neat, she said. Shu rested his cup beside the folders. That is usually considered a virtue in legal drafting. It's a virtue when the neatness isn't hiding theft, Lin Xia replied. Guo did not bristle. He only watched her more closely. Shen, standing just behind her shoulder now, said, "Which clause?" She tapped the page with one finger. "This one. Advisory conversion rights tied to strategic capital support. This one. Emergency governance override under exceptional national interest conditions. And this one." Her finger moved lower. Founder dilution language dressed up as growth accommodation. The room went quiet in a more respectful way than before. Shu reached over, turned the folder a few degrees, and reread the section she had marked. "Good," he said. "You're reading like a person who intends to stay solvent." Lin Xia leaned back in her chair. "I intend to stay real," she said. "If this company exists because the useful things come through me, then I don't want to wake up in a year and discover I've been ceremonially included in my own life." Shen's expression sharpened, not against her, but with the hard satisfaction of seeing the right fight picked. "What do you want?" That made the whole conversation change shape. Not whether she approved, not whether she was grateful. "What do you want?" Lin Xia looked down at the pages again and answered with more speed than caution. "Founder control that can't be washed away the first time someone says strategic necessity," she said. "My family stays outside the operating structure. No board seat for my father is a decorative village success story. No consulting title for my mother so people can hover around her pretending it's respect. If Janae touches the shop, it does so through contracts, not blood." She looked at Shu. "And I want revenue rights written clearly enough that no one can reinterpret them later as patriotic feelings." Guo's mouth moved, not quite a smile. "That," he said, "is an unusually healthy level of distrust." "It's earned," Lin Xia said. Shu flipped to a blank note page and began writing in his narrow, severe hand. "Founder protective provisions," he said aloud. "Family firewall. Related party dealings by contract only. Anti-dilution triggers narrowed. National interest language constrained to explicit emergency categories." Shen folded his arms. "And veto rights," he said. "If she's the reason the company exists, she does not get outvoted on the conditions under which her outputs enter it." Lin Xia turned to look at him. The support landed so directly it almost startled her. Guo nodded once. "Reasonable," he said. "But expensive. The stronger your protections, the more the structure will need other ways to reassure the people above it." Lin Xia looked back at the title page with Janae printed in its severe black font and felt the bright edge of ambition flare cleanly through the fatigue. "Then let them be reassured by results," she said. "I'm not cheap. I'm useful." For a few seconds after she said it, nobody answered. The kettle gave a faint settling click on the side counter. Beyond the office wall, the monitoring bay continued its small indifferent noises, soft alarms, muted ventilation, the machinery of measurement carrying on while the larger shape of her life was being redrawn 3 meters away. Lin Xia sat with the Janae folder open in front of her and felt the line she had just spoken still vibrating in the room. "I'm not cheap. I'm useful." It sounded harsher aloud than it had in her head. Better too. Guo was the first to move. He drew the draft closer, uncapped his pen, and placed a neat line through one of the clauses she had objected to. "Good," he said. "That sentence will save us time. It clarifies what sort of negotiation this is not." He crossed out a second passage. "No ornamental founder language. No soft patriotic substitution for payment. No family entanglement disguised as honor." Shu watched the page as Guo marked it. "I'll need a tighter revenue architecture," he said. "Quarterly distribution language. Explicit licensing percentages. A defined founder class with protected voting rights." He glanced at Lin Xia. "You realize this will make some people above us unhappy." Lin Xia leaned back slightly, the chair suddenly feeling less like a patient's seat and more like a battlefield stool. "Then they can be unhappy near a profitable materials company." Shen's mouth shifted faintly at one corner before he flattened it again. "Better," he said. "That's the correct tone." Guo looked up from the draft. "Approval in principle is possible tonight," he said. "Not final registration, not sealed ownership, but enough to start building the shell, ring-fencing the first outputs, and keeping other hands out while the paperwork catches up." He tapped the title page once. "Janae can exist provisionally before it exists formally. That is often how the real world works." Lin Xia looked down at the black printed name again. Gold Sea. A legal vessel. A mask. A money road. A leash, probably, if she stopped paying attention. But no longer a hypothetical one. No longer only a threat spoken in white rooms by men who preferred structure to chaos. If this went forward, the ceramic plate would not remain an isolated miracle filed under internal packet codes. It would become the first stone in something that could invoice, license, hire, protect, and make the kind of money that did not vanish the instant ordinary life reached for it. Shu gathered the revised notes into one stack. Then that's settled, he said. I'll redraft tonight. Guo will circulate the internal language tomorrow. Shen will identify the first outputs suitable for controlled civilian channeling. And you, he added, looking at Lin Xia with maddening calm, will still complete your baseline review before you become a founder. That pulled a tired laugh out of her before she could stop it. The sound felt strange in the room, but not unwelcome. Shen moved away from the window at last. Guo closed the folder. Shu reached for the medical file he had pushed aside at the start of the meeting. Nothing in the office looked dramatic. No one declared history. No one made a speech. But as Lin Xia placed her hand once on the Janae title page and then let it go, she knew the argument had crossed a line. The company was not fully born yet. It no longer needed permission to begin. 30.5, First real date. The morning after Janae was approved in principle, Lin Xia discovered that provisional victory still came with forms. Shu had turned her baseline review into a moving target, Guo had sent 2 clarifying notes before breakfast, and Shen had already marked 3 sections of the draft structure that would need technical language tightened before anyone senior enough to be dangerous read it. By late afternoon Lin Xia had begun to understand that becoming a founder did not feel like elevation. It felt like being threaded into a machine that had finally decided where to bolt her down. She came out of the materials building with her bag heavy on one shoulder and the Janae folder tucked under her arm, more tired than triumphant and in no mood for anyone who intended to use the word opportunity as if it were analgesic. The campus around her was washed in the thin gold of early evening. Students moved between buildings with cups, laughter, and the soft disorder of lives that had not yet been attached to national capability. Lin Xia saw all of it and felt the distance at once. Your face, Song said from the low wall beside the path, suggests capitalism has offended you personally. She stopped before she could help it. He was sitting with one leg bent, sleeves pushed up, 2 paper bags beside him and the sort of calm expression that always made her feel as if the room, or in this case the path, had become more navigable by accident. That implies it had the courtesy to make this personal. Song stood and picked up the bags. No, he said, this looks administrative. Lin Xia looked at the bags, then at him. What is that? Dinner. I can identify a paper bag. I'm asking why you're standing outside my building with it like a controlled substance. Because if I left the decision to you, you would go eat somewhere fluorescent while reading governance language and call that a balanced evening. He held her gaze with maddening steadiness. I object. That should have been easy to refuse. She had a folder under her arm, 2 pending calls, a body still not fully trustworthy, and a rapidly expanding life that no longer respected spontaneity. The problem was that Song was standing in front of all of that with hot food and dry certainty, and for once the invitation was not incidental. It was aimed. Do you have a permit for this abduction? She asked. I have noodles. He chuckled at the look on her face. It was part exasperation and part hunger. And they're not from the canteen 43 minutes before someone from your orbit remembers you exist. He swung one of the bags back and forth. Come on, be a normal person while the paperwork is still disorganized. Lin Xia looked past him toward the fading light over the west path, then back at the folder under her arm, then at his face. The dangerous part was not that she wanted to go. It was that she wanted to go immediately. You scheduled this around my surveillance, she said. Song's mouth moved at one corner. I prefer to think of it as respect for hostile logistics. For one beat longer she held still, aware of the folder, the campus, the gold light, and the absurd, fragile fact that ordinary youth was still standing here asking for her by name. Then she shifted the Janae file deeper under her arm and said, if this turns out to be canteen food in disguise, I'm leaving on principle. Song handed her one of the bags. That, he said, falling into step beside her, is the warmest yes I've had all month. Song took her to the far side of the old athletics field where the campus forgot, for a few hundred meters at least, that it belonged to committees. The path dropped behind a line of trees, past a disused practice court and a row of benches that had long ago given up expecting maintenance. From there the lights of the main buildings looked distant enough to belong to other people. He chose the last bench at the edge of the slope where they could see students crossing the lower paths without having to become part of the flow themselves. The food was not canteen food. That was the first mercy. Hand-pulled noodles from the little Muslim shop near the transport gate, packed too carefully to have been bought accidentally, with extra chili sealed separately and flatbread wrapped in paper still warm from the griddle. Lin Xia sat down with the bag in her lap and looked at him once before opening it. "You planned this offensively well," she said. Song set his own bag beside him and passed her a pair of disposable chopsticks. "I know your standards are low because you've been eating under stress for weeks. I wanted the result to survive scrutiny." "That sounds more like a lab test than a date." He looked at her for one steady beat. "Only if you intend to reject me." The chopsticks in her hand went still. Not because the word itself shocked her, but because he had placed it between them without disguise or retreat. Outside the trees, the lower campus kept moving in diffuse evening lines, students laughing, phones glowing, bicycles ticking past in soft chains of motion. In here, on the old bench above the slope, the air seemed to narrow around the sentence and wait. Lin Xia looked down at the noodles to buy herself 1 second of private order. "That was extremely direct of you." "I was aiming for efficient." Song opened his own food with the calm of a man who had not just shifted the emotional geometry of the evening. "You've acquired too many people willing to speak around obvious things. I didn't want to become one of them." That landed harder than charm would have. It would have been easier if he had flirted lightly, left her room to evade, let the meal remain deniable. Instead he had done the more dangerous thing and made the evening real. Lin Xia pulled the noodles apart with her chopsticks and said, because honesty now seemed less absurd than caution, "Janae feels like 3 bad ideas wearing 1 good suit." Song glanced at her. "That's the most optimistic description I've heard all day." "It's a company, a shield, and a leash," she said. "Possibly in different proportions depending on who's speaking." She lifted one shoulder. "Everyone keeps calling it structure. Structure is a very elegant word for being arranged." Song listened without interrupting, which was part of why talking to him always felt less like falling and more like stepping onto something that had already tested its own weight. "Do you want the honest answer," he asked, "or the comforting one?" That question usually means the comforting one is insulting. It usually is. Lin Xia took one bite at last, too hungry to maintain perfect emotional posture and too aware of him beside her to pretend the hunger was only physical. The noodles were good enough to feel briefly disloyal to the rest of campus. "Fine," she said after swallowing. "Give me the honest one." Song leaned back against the bench, hands loose around the paper container. "I think Janae is all 3 things," he said. "I also think you would be in more danger without every one of them." He held her gaze for a moment in the fading light. "And I think the part you hate most is not the control. It's that they built it because you matter enough to justify it." Lin Xia looked at him, at the noodles between them, at the field falling away into gold dark evening, and felt the peculiar, dangerous relief of being seen correctly by someone who did not sound impressed. For a little while after that, the evening stopped behaving like a briefing and became something much more dangerous. It became easy. Lin Xia ate with the kind of concentration hunger sometimes forced into a person, but the tension in her shoulders eased by degrees she could feel happening in real time. Song did not crowd the silence to prove he was comfortable in it. He let the bench, the trees, and the slope below them do some of the work. Students crossed the lower paths in loose pairs and groups, laughter rising now and then with the dry scrape of bicycle tires and the distant bounce of a ball from somewhere near the practice courts. It was an ordinary campus evening. That was what made it feel almost illicit. Song broke the quiet first, but gently. "You look less like you want to sue someone." "I'm eating," Lin Xia said. "That improves my political point of view." "That's useful to know. I'll bring more flatbread contraband to future negotiations." She turned to look at him properly. "Future negotiations." Song met her gaze without flinching. "I could say future dates, but I'm trying optimism in controlled doses." "That sounds medically reckless." "It probably is." He took a bite, swallowed, and then said, in the same even tone, "But I'd still rather say it out loud than behave like I'm waiting for your life to calm down before I become honest." That line landed more cleanly than flirtation would have. Lin Xia looked down at the paper container in her hands and felt, with a strange mixture of warmth and alarm, that he had just reached past the easy part of her defenses and chosen the load-bearing section. Most people, once they sensed structure around her, either became careful or curious. Song, infuriatingly, became clearer. "You make that sound simple," she said. "Not simple." His voice stayed calm, but there was something firmer underneath it now. "I hope it sounds earnest." The field below them blurred for one brief second as that moved through her. Lin Xia had spent so much of the last stretch of her life being assessed, contained, negotiated around, or quietly repositioned that the idea of someone simply choosing her without wanting a cleaner version first felt almost structurally unsound. She gave herself a second by reaching for the chili. If I ruin this with bad judgment, I want it understood that you enabled me. Song held out his hand. Give it here. You always overdo spice when you're distracted. That startled a real laugh out of her before she could stop it. She passed him the packet and watched him add exactly the right amount to her noodles with the confidence of a man who had apparently been observing her more closely than she had known. You knowing that is unsettling, she said. I was hoping for useful. It's both. Good. He handed the container back, their fingers brushing for the briefest second on the cardboard edge. The contact was small enough to deny and precise enough not to be. Lin Xia felt it anyway, not as spectacle, not as electric revelation, just as a quiet shift in pressure that made the bench feel narrower and the evening more real. She looked at him from the corner of her eye. You know, she said, for someone who claims efficiency, you're taking an extremely patient route. Song's mouth moved at one corner. That's because panicking you would be detrimental. This time her laughter came easier. And because the evening had already broken one line it had no right to break, she let herself lean into the warmth of it instead of stepping back. For one suspended stretch of minutes, there was nothing in her hands but good noodles, nothing at her back but the old bench, and nothing in front of her but a young man who had seen the shape of the machine closing around her life and decided, with unnerving steadiness, to stand inside the narrowing space anyway. The call came 12 minutes later, which was generous by the standards of Lin Xia's new life and still felt like theft. Her phone buzzed once against the bench between them, not loud, just precise. She looked down and saw Guo's name on the screen. Of course it was Guo. Not a friend, not a roommate, not even Shen in one of his harsher moods. Guo, who somehow managed to make the act of contacting a person feel like the movement of a larger mechanism. The warmth of the noodles, the bench, and Song's steady presence did not vanish, but they tightened around the interruption the way skin tightened around cold metal. Lin Xia exhaled through her nose. There it is. Song glanced at the screen and then back at her face. 43 minutes was clearly optimistic. You oversold the product. She let the phone buzz once more before answering. Guo. His voice came through clipped and level. Where are you? Lin Xia looked out over the lower paths, at the bicycles, the student lights, the ordinary evening she had been briefly allowed to inhabit. That question sounds less social than I'd prefer. It isn't social. Papers moved faintly on his end, then stopped. There's been a change in tomorrow's schedule. Shen wants you in earlier. Shu wants a final meeting before we hand off the bay. I also want you on a predictable route. She closed her eyes once. There it was again. Not simple control. Architecture. Every answer breeding new structures around her before the old ones had even settled. You do understand I'm still on campus, not fleeing across a border. I understand that unpredictability is expensive. Guo paused, then added with dry, unwelcome accuracy, and I understand you're not alone. Lin Xia opened her eyes and looked straight ahead. Beside her, Song had gone very still, not listening theatrically, simply present in the narrowed space the call had created. That sounds invasive. Send me your location. Finish what you're doing in under 20 minutes. Don't cut across the West Service Road on your return. The line went dead before she could answer in a way that would have improved either of their evenings. Lin Xia lowered the phone slowly and stared at the dark screen for a beat too long. Song spoke first. That was not an especially romantic contribution. She let out a laugh that caught at the edges. No, but it was very on brand. For a moment neither of them moved. The field below still held its evening shape. Students still crossed the lower paths in loose, ordinary patterns. But the interruption had done what interruptions always did now. It had reminded her that this life did not stop being claimed just because she stepped briefly out of view. I'm sorry, she said, and hated the sentence the moment it left her mouth. Song turned his head and looked at her with the same unnerving steadiness he had brought to the whole evening. Don't do that. Do what? Apologize as if you invited the above to intervene personally. His voice stayed calm, but the firmness in it had deepened. You came. You said yes. You stayed until the system remembered you. That means a lot to me. Lin Xia looked down at the phone in her hand, then at the paper container resting warm in her lap. The evening had not broken. It had simply revealed its actual terms. My life is becoming very badly organized around other people's priorities, she said quietly. Song nodded once. I know. He took the empty food bag from her hand before she could argue and folded it neatly. That's why I asked now and not later. That landed with the kind of weight no charm could have carried. Lin Xia stood with him a minute later under the thinning gold light, the bench behind them and campus evening moving below, and understood that the date had not failed. It had survived contact with the thing most likely to kill it. Which, in her current world, was almost the same as success. 31, Bay 1. 2 mornings after Janae stopped being hypothetical, Shen Wei took Lin Xia through a section of the materials complex she had never been allowed to see. The access corridor narrowed, then widened again, passing from university clean into something colder, more deliberate, and far more expensive. The doors were thicker. The air had the dry, filtered feel of places designed around process instead of people. By the time Shen badged them through the final checkpoint, Lin Xia had already stopped reading the signs as labels and started reading them as warnings about scale. The bay opened in front of her like a decision made in steel. It was not one machine. It was an environment built to feed machines. Overhead rails crossed the ceiling on disciplined lines. Shielded cabinets stood in sealed ranks along one wall. Feedstock lockers, diagnostic stations, capacitor housings, and control islands ringed the central floor, all arranged around a recessed work platform large enough to swallow Lab 3 whole and still leave room for apology. Nothing in Bay 1 felt improvised. Even the cables looked planned months in advance. Lin Xia stopped walking without meaning to. The nearest storage rack was loaded with tagged bars, ceramic billets, powders sealed in clear drums, and precision trays holding processed stock so pure her perception touched it like a flinch. Structure rose into her awareness in the old invasive way: composition, strain history, inclusions, heat treatment, the quiet truth of things made by thousands of controlled steps. But for the first time since the accident, the knowledge didn't collide only with lack. Here it met provision. Shen watched her face for half a second before saying, yes. It's bigger than the bench rig. Try not to look personally offended by infrastructure. I'm deciding whether to be reassured or insulted, Lin Xia said, still staring at the central platform. Choose reassured, Shu Ruolin replied as he came down the side steps from the control glass. He had a tablet tucked under one arm and looked far too calm for a man standing inside this much money. The insulting interpretation is also available, but it won't improve your blood pressure. She turned toward him. You built a small factory around my medical problem. Shu adjusted his glasses. Not a factory. A support environment. Factories are what people build after you become boring. That pulled the corner of Shen's mouth upward for an instant. He gestured toward the recessed platform, where a cradle assembly sat waiting under suspended diagnostic arms. On the bench rig, every correction felt like you dragging a miracle uphill with your bare hands, he said. Bay 1 exists so the hill starts doing part of the work. Lin Xia looked from the cradle to the feedstock lockers, then up to the control glass where technicians moved behind sealed panels, not gawking, not whispering, simply ready. The feeling that struck her was not awe exactly. It was worse and better than that. For the first time, the impossible did not feel like something she had to steal in secret from the edge of collapse. It felt like a process someone intended to repeat. From the platform below, Song Chungyuan looked up from a console rack and met her eyes. Well, he said, dry as ever, come down, founder. We'd like to see whether all this money was an act of faith or an accounting error. Lin Xia went down the steps because not going down them would have looked childish, and because Song had already made refusal sound like poor accounting. Up close, the central platform felt even less like a lab station and more like a prepared answer to a question she had been failing alone for months. The cradle assembly sat within a ring of articulated sensor arms. Feed lines ran beneath the grating floor. To her left, a locked tray held ceramic feedstock cut to uniform dimensions so exact they made the university samples seem provincial. To her right, a bank of buffered power modules hummed behind shielding glass with the restrained menace of something that could change a life or end one, depending on how politely it was asked. Song handed her a slim banded interface glove and nodded toward the platform. Before you look offended, yes, it's tuned to you, he said. No, that doesn't make it romantic. Lin Xia took the glove and glanced at him. You say that as if I was in danger of becoming sentimental about industrial equipment. People get attached to stranger things, Song replied. Shen stepped onto the platform last, carrying a sealed case. Enough, he said. This isn't theater. We're running a constrained correction on a heat-damaged ceramic wafer stack. Bench rig modeling said you could do it. Bench rig reality said the load would put you back in hospital. book1 exists to remove that argument. He set the case into the cradle and opened it. Inside, 6 wafer-thin ceramic discs rested in foam channels, each one carrying a spiderweb of internal strain so fine that Lin Xia felt it before she consciously saw it. The flaws came into her in the old invasive rush: microfracture propagation, impurity clustering, stress memory from a thermal process that had run a fraction too hard and cooled a fraction too fast. On the bench rig, she could have touched 1 disc, perhaps 2, and paid for it in bloodless exhaustion and blind hours afterward. Here, the cradle answered the pressure of her attention with stabilization fields, real-time imaging, and a controlled feed of energy held just outside her body like a hand offered before collapse. Shu's voice came through the overhead speaker, calm and clinical. No heroics, he said. Take the first disc only. Let the system carry what it was built to carry. Lin Xia put on the glove and laid her hand above the cradle. Azure rose at the edge of her fingers, faint at first, then steadier as the platform woke around her. The disc beneath her awareness opened like a wound diagram and a repair manual at once. She felt the bay answer, feedstock support locking in, power smoothing what used to tear through her raw and jagged, sensor arms translating miracle into measured process. She made the first correction, then the second, then a deeper structural coaxing she would never have dared unsupported. The fracture map began to close. Song watched the readout and said, with unusual quiet, "Keep going. It's holding." So she did. When Lin Xia lifted her hand at last, the first disc lay on the cradle looking plain, almost insultingly plain, except that its internal truth had changed. The damage was gone. Not hidden. Gone. Behind the control glass, no one cheered. That made it feel more serious. Shen only looked at the corrected wafer, then at her, and in the measured silence that followed Lin Xia understood the real difference book1 had made. For the first time, she had solved something that would have broken her alone. The silence after the correction lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to let hope make a dangerous suggestion. The second disc waited in the cradle beside the first. The system was stable. The buffered modules were still humming behind the glass. The feed lines were live. book1 had carried the load so cleanly that part of Lin Xia, the oldest and most reckless part, immediately wanted to find out how much farther that kindness extended. She looked at the next disc. "I can take another," she said. Shen answered at once. "No." "It held," Lin Xia said, hearing the sharpness in her own voice. "You built all this so I wouldn't fall over after one useful act." Shu came down from the control glass before replying, tablet in hand, an expression already cooling toward medical authority. "We built all this so one useful act wouldn't put you in intensive care," he said. "Don't confuse support with immunity. That should have been enough." It wasn't. The first success still rang through her with the clean, intoxicating logic of solved structure. She could feel the second disc's internal damage as plainly as the first. It sat there asking to be corrected, and now, for the first time, the answer didn't seem impossible. "You don't know where the line is yet," she said. "Neither do I." Song glanced up from the console, his eyes on the readouts rather than her face. "Actually, the interesting thing," he said, "is that your heart rate has climbed, your conduction noise is uglier than it was 3 minutes ago, and your left hand has started trembling." Lin Xia looked down. He was right. The glove had hidden part of it, but not enough. A fine tremor had crept into her fingers. Worse, the clean certainty in her head had already begun to fray at the edges, as if the bay had taken the load but her body had still paid a private tax for believing she could command it. Shu stopped beside the platform and held out his hand. "Glove," he said. She didn't move immediately. That was when the emotional cost landed, not in pain exactly, but in humiliation. book1 had made the miracle easier. It had not made her larger than the rule underneath it. She was still the bottleneck. Still the thing that failed first if anyone got greedy, especially her. Shen's voice lost some of its hardness, which somehow made it worse. "Look at the disc, Lin Xia," he said. "You already did the thing that used to break you. That's the point. Not whether you can behave like a machine while standing inside one." Slowly, she peeled off the glove and gave it to Shu. The moment it left her hand, exhaustion moved in fast and without dignity. Her knees didn't buckle, but they threatened negotiation. Song was beside her before the feeling became visible to anyone who didn't know how to look. "Sit down," he said quietly, one hand at her elbow. "You're allowed to win and still be mortal." That changed the shame just enough for her to obey. Lin Xia sat on the edge of the platform steps, breathing through the hollow, draining weakness spreading up her arm and behind her eyes, while the corrected disc lay in the cradle looking plain and finished and utterly not worth the price her pride had nearly tried to charge for a second one. For a minute nobody hurried her. That was its own kind of respect. Shu crouched in front of her with 2 fingers on her wrist and his eyes on the tablet readout, not fussing, not pretending the drain in her face meant less than it did. Song stayed beside her on the step, close enough to catch her if the weakness worsened, but careful enough not to make the help feel like restraint. Shen stood at the cradle with the corrected disc still under the sensor arm, watching data accumulate where guesswork used to live. Shu let go of her wrist and said, "You're depleted, not crashing. That's better than the bench rig would have given us and worse than your pride was hoping for." Lin Xia leaned back against the rail and shut her eyes for one breath. "You could sound less pleased about being right." "I could," Shu said. "But then you might miss the lesson." Song looked toward the cradle display and said, "He means you're still fragile. He also means the wafer is cleaner than the model predicted." That pulled her eyes open. Shen had called a full scan. Layer by layer, the internal image of the disk resolved on the main screen, stress signatures flattening into clean geometry, impurity clusters reduced, fracture paths erased so completely that the finished piece looked less repaired than corrected in principle. It was not luck. It was not a dramatic near success dressed up by optimistic adults. The thing had worked. Shen turned from the screen and met her eyes. "One disk," he said. "Supported, measured, documented, and repeatable. Do you understand what that means?" Lin Xia looked past him to the feedstock lockers, to the disciplined rows of material waiting their turn, to the platform built around the assumption that she would not remain a single frightened anomaly forever. "It means you're all about to become unbearable." Song's mouth moved faintly. Shu actually smiled. Shen did not, though something in his face sharpened with grim satisfaction. "It means," he said, "that your ceiling is no longer a theory in 3 people's heads. We have an operating environment, a successful result, and a cost profile that didn't end in catastrophe. That changes the scale of every conversation after tonight." The words settled into her harder than the exhaustion had. Not because they were grand. Because they were precise. Before Bay 1, everything larger had still required faith, appetite, or fear. After Bay 1, there was evidence. Evidence could be funded, protected, claimed. Shu rose and closed the tablet cover. "We stop here," he said. "Then we build from what the body survived, not from what ambition prefers." Lin Xia pushed herself carefully to her feet and looked once more at the plain corrected disc lying in the cradle like a small, silent insult to every limit she had lived under. For the first time, the future did not feel like a private miracle she might lose control of in some hidden room. It felt like a threshold crossed in public, with witnesses, machines, and consequences already moving to meet her. 32. The shop changes. 3 days after Bay 1, Lin Xia went home on a Thursday evening and found the shop sounding wrong again, but this time in the opposite direction. Nothing was silent. The old milling machine was running with a steadier note than she remembered. A second line that had spent too many weeks coughing through half-capable work was operating under a new cooling assembly she had never seen before. Even the floor looked different, cleaner around the workstations, less improvised, as if someone had come through and quietly removed 2 months' worth of bad compromises before they could harden into permanent habit. She stopped just inside the roller door, backpack still on one shoulder. What happened? Lin Guojiang looked up from a bench fixture with a wrench in one hand and the expression of a man caught pretending luck was ordinary. "A supplier remembered we exist," he said. "Miracles continue. Sweep your feet before you contaminate my improved fortunes." Lin Xia ignored that and crossed toward the mill. The replacement bearing housing was not merely installed. It had been fitted properly, aligned cleanly, and paired with 2 smaller component changes that made the whole repair more expensive than survival required. Her awareness touched the metal almost on instinct. New stock. Better grade than her father usually bought under pressure. Not extravagant, but chosen by someone who expected the machine to keep living. From the office doorway, Zhao Mei watched her with that quiet, measuring expression Lin Xia had learned not to mistake for passivity. "The delayed payment cleared on Tuesday," she said. Then the supplier suddenly stopped insisting on cash first release. Then a man from one of the upstream materials contacts called your father and suggested a better maintenance package at a price that made no sense unless someone had leaned on the numbers. Lin Guozhang set down the wrench. Suggested, he repeated. Not imposed. Let's not make it sound like I was rescued by invisible bureaucrats descending from the ceiling. No, Zhao Mei said. You were rescued by invisible bureaucrats using the telephone. It's much less theatrical. Against her will, a laugh escaped Lin Xia. It didn't settle her. The whole shop carried the unmistakable feel of pressure relieved by organized hands. Not kindness. Not chance. Structure. Someone had decided the shop was worth smoothing before it cracked again, and that knowledge landed in her with equal parts gratitude and unease. Her father wiped his hands on a rag and looked at her more closely. Do you know anything about this? Lin Xia met his eyes and chose her ground carefully. I know some people stopped thinking of the shop as background scenery. That made him still. Zhao Mei, on the other hand, looked almost vindicated. I said that was the shape of it, she said. Not luck. Attention. Lin Guozhang glanced from his wife to his daughter and frowned at the running machine as if it had become politically complicated behind his back. I don't like favors I can't price, he said. Lin Xia looked around the shop again, at the steadier lines, the cleaner timing, the quiet evidence that someone had begun adjusting the world around her family on purpose, and felt the next problem arriving even before anyone named it. Relief was never free. Not in her life. Not anymore. The trouble with relief, Lin Xia discovered over dinner, was that it made her father defensive faster than hardship ever had. They ate in the back office with the door half open to the workshop, the smell of hot metal and cutting oil folding itself around bowls of rice and a dish of scrambled egg with tomatoes. Zhao Mei had stretched farther than it ought to have needed stretching. The machines outside ran with a steadier rhythm than they had in weeks, and that alone should have made the room gentler. Instead, the steadiness sat there like a fourth person at the table, too present to ignore. Lin Guozhang picked at a piece of egg and said, a better maintenance package is one thing. I'm not interested in becoming somebody's gratitude project. Zhao Mei didn't look up from her bowl. No one said gratitude. That's because everyone prefers cleaner nouns when they're arranging leverage. Lin Xia watched him for a moment. He sounded calm, but it was the careful calm he used when he was trying not to let irritation harden into pride. She knew that tone. As a child she had heard it when customers tried to negotiate after the work was already done, when better-equipped shops undercut him for a month and then came asking for emergency help, when people with smoother hands assumed a small business owner should be thankful just to remain standing. It isn't charity, she said. Her father looked at her directly. Then what is it? The question landed harder than it should have because she had several answers and none of them were safe. Protection. Interest. Containment. Investment disguised as sensible timing. She set down her chopsticks before replying. It's people deciding the shop matters. That isn't an explanation, he said. No, Zhao Mei replied before Lin Xia could speak again. It's the truth in a coat. He let out a short breath through his nose. You two always do this. You make the room sound wiser than it is. Zhao Mei finally looked up at him, her expression tired but steady. No, I make the room admit what shape it's in. That's different. The silence that followed wasn't hostile, but it wasn't soft either. Lin Xia could feel the real issue moving underneath the words. Her father did not mind hard work. He minded being repositioned in his own life by hands he couldn't see. The new parts, the eased payment pressure, the suddenly sensible numbers, none of that offended him because it helped. It offended him because it implied that survival could be granted from above, which made dignity feel rented. At last he pushed his bowl back a few centimeters and said, more quietly, I built this place with debts, salvaged machines, and a back that used to be stronger than my judgment. I'm not letting anyone turn it into a branch office of somebody else's idea. Lin Xia felt that in her chest before she answered. Then don't, she said. Take the help that comes as work, parts, and contracts. Refuse anything that asks you to bow. That made him study her differently. Outside, the repaired mill kept running in its new, cleaner voice, and the whole shop seemed to wait with him. That, he said at last, sounds like the kind of sentence a person says after learning how expensive useful people can become. Later, after Lin Guozhang went back onto the workshop floor with the determined gait of a man reclaiming his own machinery by standing near it, Zhao Mei trapped Lin Xia in the smallest possible way. She did not call her back sharply or close the office door like a prosecutor arranging a confession. She only handed her the dish towel at the sink and began rinsing bowls under the hot tap, which in this family had always meant the real conversation was starting. For a minute they worked in the soft domestic sounds of water, porcelain, and the steadier shop noise beyond the half-open door. Lin Xia dried a bowl too carefully and told herself that if her mother was going to ask, she already knew enough to make lies dangerous and truth worse. Zhao Mei set the last plate into the rack and said, "I'm not going to ask whether you caused this." Lin Xia looked up despite herself. "That's generous." "No," her mother said. "That's triage." The answer landed with such dry precision that Lin Xia almost smiled. Almost. Zhao Mei wiped her hands, then leaned one hip against the counter and studied her daughter with the same practical attention she gave invoices, supply lists, and machines that had begun sounding wrong before anyone else admitted it. "I am going to ask," she said, "whether the world around you has started arranging itself on purpose." Lin Xia held the towel in both hands and felt the question move through her more cleanly than accusation would have. Not what did you do? Not what are you hiding? Something more dangerous. Something closer to the truth. That depends how poetic you're feeling, she said. It doesn't. Zhao Mei's voice stayed gentle. The payment clears. The supplier softens. Better parts appear. Numbers improve in places they should not improve unless someone with reach decided to intervene. I can live with luck. I do not trust choreography. That left too little room to dodge comfortably. Lin Xia looked past her mother toward the workshop, where her father's silhouette moved through the cleaner light with a familiar stubbornness. Some people have started paying attention, she said. To you, Zhao Mei said. It was not quite a question. Lin Xia didn't answer quickly enough, and that was answer enough. Her mother nodded once, slowly, as if confirming the shape of something she had already been carrying in silence. I thought so, she said. You came home worried before. Now you come home carrying consequences. Lin Xia swallowed. Mom. Zhao Mei stepped closer then, not pressing, not crowding, only making sure the next words could not be mistaken for scolding. Listen to me carefully, she said. I am not asking you to tell me what you cannot tell me. I am asking whether the attention is dangerous. That stripped the room bare. Lin Xia could have lied. The old reflex rose on instinct. Fine. Managed. Nothing serious. Instead she heard book1 in her head, the corrected disc, the organized hands smoothing the shop, the knowledge that protection and appetite had begun wearing some of the same shoes. Yes, she said quietly. Not all of it, but enough. Zhao Mei closed her eyes for one brief moment, absorbing that without drama. When she opened them again, her expression had changed, not into fear, but into a firmer kind of love. Then we stop calling this luck, she said. And we start watching who begins to notice. As if the house had been waiting for Zhao Mei to say it aloud, the notice came less than 20 minutes later. Lin Xia was standing just outside the office door with the dish towel still in her hand when a delivery van rolled slowly past the half-open shutter, slowed further, then stopped across the lane without any obvious reason to stop there at all. The driver did not get out. He sat long enough to look, not casually, not like a man checking an address, but like someone taking the measure of a place he had recently been told mattered. Zhao Mei saw it too. Her voice dropped at once. There, she said quietly. That. Lin Xia set the towel down and stepped farther into the workshop. Her father, halfway through rechecking the alignment on the repaired mill, straightened and followed their line of sight. For one suspended moment the three of them watched the van together while the machines kept running in their new, cleaner rhythm, as if the shop itself had not yet realized it had become visible. Lin Guozhang wiped his hands and frowned. Could be lost. No, Zhao Mei said. Lost people hesitate before they stare. That landed just as the driver finally pulled away. He did not reverse clumsily or pause to consult a phone. He moved off with the smooth decisiveness of someone who had seen enough for now. Lin Xia felt the back of her neck tighten. The attention her mother had named was no longer abstract. It had a vehicle, a pair of eyes, and the patience to arrive before anyone had agreed what to call the danger. Her father let out a breath through his nose and reached for the office phone. I'm calling Lu at the supplier, he said. If one of his people is sniffing around my workshop after offering miracle pricing, I'd like the courtesy of being insulted honestly. He made the call on speaker because anger had stripped subtlety out of him. The line clicked, rang twice, and connected to a cheerful voice that went notably less cheerful once Lin Guozhang identified himself and described the van. There was a pause on the other end, too brief to be called hesitation and too neat to be innocent. That won't be one of ours, Lou said. But I'd advise you not to discuss your recent maintenance terms too widely. People are asking who's backing smaller shops this quarter. Lin Xia felt Zhao Mei go still beside her. Her father's face hardened. Backing, he repeated. That's an interesting word. It's the word people are using, Lou said carefully. Congratulations on the improved conditions. I'd keep my doors shut a little earlier for a while. When the call ended, the workshop seemed to sound different again, not broken, not relieved, but exposed. The repairs, the eased numbers, the cleaner running lines had done exactly what recovery always did in the wrong neighborhood. They had made survival legible. Lin Xia looked toward the lane where the van had disappeared and understood that stabilization had bought them breathing room only by lifting them high enough to be noticed. 33. Competitor smell. By the next afternoon, the shop had acquired the strange, exposed feeling of a house whose curtains had been left open after dark. Nothing overt had happened since the van rolled past, but Lin Xia could feel the difference in the air all the same. 2 phone calls had come in before lunch from people her father described as suddenly friendly, both asking whether he was taking on larger contracts now that his turnaround times seemed to have improved. One caller wanted pricing, the other wanted to know who had handled the maintenance package on the mill. Neither question was innocent enough to sound clean. Lin Guozhang hung up the second call and set the receiver down with too much care. Apparently, he said, I've become interesting. Zhao Mei kept working through an invoice stack, though Lin Xia saw the way her eyes flicked once toward the roller door. You were always interesting. Now other people have noticed for the wrong reasons. Lin Xia stood near the parts bench with a tray of cleaned fittings in her hands and listened to the repaired mill running in that steadier, more expensive voice. It still sounded like relief. The trouble was that relief had started advertising itself. Better throughput, better parts, better timing. None of it was dramatic on its own, but together it made a pattern, and patterns drew eyes. The next visitor arrived at 2:30, wearing a pressed shirt too clean for the lane and a smile pitched somewhere between professional and overly informed. He introduced himself as a representative from a regional procurement intermediary whose name Lin Xia vaguely recognized from one of the Janae briefings. That alone made her attention sharpen. I was in the area, he said, glancing past Lin Guozhang into the workshop with the easy entitlement of a man who wanted to look without asking. I'd heard your output quality had improved lately. Thought it might be worth discussing whether your shop was scaling. Her father didn't invite him farther in. We're working, he said. So discuss from there. The man laughed softly, as if they were both men of the world and not standing in a machine shop that smelled of oil and guarded dignity. Fair enough. I only ask because a few small shops have started receiving unusual upstream support recently. Better terms, faster releases, quieter introductions to bigger buyers. It suggests someone is reorganizing capacity below the obvious tier. Lin Xia felt the sentence land like a probe disguised as admiration. Zhao Mei looked up from the office doorway and said, that's an elaborate way of asking who's helping whom. The man turned toward her without losing the smile. I prefer to understand the shape of opportunity. No, Lin Xia said before her father could answer. You prefer to understand who noticed first. That shifted him, only slightly, but enough. His gaze came to her properly then, measuring rather than merely polite, and she knew at once he hadn't come because of machine capacity alone. He had come because the smell of movement was already in the air, and men like him made a living by finding which small doors had begun opening before the rest of the street heard the hinges. The man recovered fast enough to be irritating. He let the smile settle back into place, though it had gone thinner around the edges, and slipped a business card from his breast pocket with the practiced ease of someone who preferred conversation to feel informal right up until it could be used later. Lin Guozhang did not take the card. It stayed in the man's fingers for a beat too long before he stepped forward and set it on the edge of the workbench beside a tray of fasteners that mattered more. No offense intended, he said. When a small shop improves this quickly, people ask questions. That's normal. Lin Guozhang wiped his hands on a rag and looked at the card as if it might stain the bench by proximity alone. Then let them ask somewhere else. The man laughed again, more softly this time. Mr. Lin, I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here because trouble usually arrives before opportunity has learned how to introduce itself. If someone has taken an interest in your capacity, you'd be wise to understand what that means in market terms before less polite people do. Lin Xia felt the shape of the pitch at once. Not a direct threat. Worse. A man offering interpretation as leverage, the right to explain danger in exchange for being kept close to it. Zhao Mei heard it too. She dried her hands on the office towel and stepped into the workshop with the kind of calm that made sharper people cautious. If you know less polite people are already paying attention, she said, that suggests your timing is either very good or not yours. For the first time, the man's gaze sharpened without disguise. Mrs. Zhao, he said, I work in procurement. Timing is my profession. No, she replied, other people's timing is your profession. The mill kept running behind them in its new, clean voice, and Lin Xia could feel the whole exchange tightening around it. The man had come because he'd smelled movement. Now he was trying to find out whether the movement belonged to money, protection, or something larger. She knew enough of the new world around her to understand that these categories overlapped more than honest people liked. He turned back to Lin Guozhang and let the polite mask return. I'll be blunt. If larger buyers start circling, you need to know whether you're being invited upward or used as a relay point. Those are not the same future. Lin Guozhang's expression hardened. And your price for this wisdom is what? The man smiled properly then. Only a conversation. Perhaps a look at your current throughput. Nothing formal. No, Lin Xia said, drawing the answer out before her father could answer. He glanced at her again, measuring. You seem very certain for someone standing in a machine shop. I'm certain because you're not looking at the machines, she said. You're looking for proof that somebody important touched them. That landed cleanly enough that he stopped pretending otherwise. He dipped his head once, neither apology nor concession, and slipped his hands into his pockets. Then tell your father to lock up earlier for a few weeks, he said. People are curious. Curiosity is cheap right up until someone decides it isn't. When he left this time, he didn't look back. That bothered Lin Xia more than if he had. Men who needed the last glance were still performing. Men who walked away cleanly had usually learned what they came for. After the man left, the shop did not relax. It only rearranged its tension into quieter places. Lin Guozhang picked up the business card at last, looked at it once, and set it face down on the bench as if even reading the print too carefully might count as agreement. The repaired mill kept cutting with its new, steadier rhythm, but now every clean pass seemed to announce itself beyond the walls. Zhao Mei was the first to speak. He knew too much to be guessing. Lin Guozhang folded the rag in his hands with slow, deliberate precision. He knew enough to make himself sound useful. That isn't the same thing. It is, Zhao Mei said, if useful people start arriving before trouble has learned your schedule. Lin Xia watched her father's face tighten. He was angriest when he felt maneuvered and had nowhere honest to put the anger. The new parts, the eased supplier pressure, the cleaner numbers had already offended one side of him. Now came the natural second cost. Visibility. Once the shop stopped looking like a place barely holding itself together, men with polished shoes and market language began circling to see what had changed and who had changed it. Her father picked up the phone and then set it down again without dialing. I'm not locking my doors early because one smooth idiot wants to sound prophetic. No, Zhao Mei replied. You're locking them early because he wasn't the first to ask questions this week. That made him still. Lin Xia had noticed it too. The calls, the van, the careful way Lu at the supplier had chosen the word backing, as if everyone in the chain had already started sniffing around the same wrong idea. The shop had not become valuable overnight. It had become legible. Lin Xia set the tray of fittings down and wiped her hands. He came because the pattern has escaped the lane, she said. Better parts, better terms, better output. It doesn't read like survival anymore. It reads like sponsorship. Lin Guozhang looked at her sharply. I don't have a sponsor. No, Zhao Mei said before Lin Xia could answer. You have a daughter with consequences. The words hung in the shop with more weight than the machines. Lin Xia felt them land in her chest because they were too close to true. Not the whole truth, but enough of its outline to make the air thinner. Her father heard it too. His gaze moved from Zhao Mei to Lin Xia, then toward the running mill with the expression of a man trying to decide whether insult or fear should get the first claim on him. At last he said, quieter, then somebody had better explain what kind of consequences arrive in polished shoes and ask to see my throughput. Before Lin Xia could decide how much danger lived inside that question, her phone vibrated in her pocket. The screen lit with Guo Jian's name. She stared at it for one hard beat and understood at once that whatever had just reached the shop had already reached farther. Lin Xia answered on the third vibration because not answering in front of her parents would have looked worse than whatever came next. She stepped toward the office doorway, but not far enough to pretend privacy still existed in the room. Director Guo. Guo Jian's voice arrived without greeting. Are you at the shop? Lin Xia looked once at the roller door, the running mill, her parents both watching her now with the stillness of people who knew the conversation had already changed the room. Yes. Good, Guo said. Stay there for the next 20 minutes and don't let anyone new inside. Every muscle in her back tightened. What happened? We've had 2 quiet inquiries this afternoon routed through channels that should not yet know your family's name, he said. One came through a procurement screen. The other was framed as competitor due diligence. Both were too fast. Lin Xia felt Zhao Mei's gaze sharpen across the workshop. You already know about the man who came here. That would be why I'm calling. Guo paused, and when he spoke again his voice had gone flatter. I want you to answer one question clearly. Did he see the workshop floor? He saw enough, Lin Xia said. Dad didn't let him pass the entrance. Good. Put me on speaker. She hesitated for half a beat, then obeyed. The moment Guo's voice filled the workshop, the shop itself seemed to change category. Her father's expression hardened at once. Her mother did not move at all. Guo said, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Zhao, this is Guo Jian. I apologize for the intrusion, but I need you both to listen carefully. Your shop has begun attracting commercial curiosity linked to improving conditions that other people have already noticed. For the moment, assume every question is really 2 questions. One about business. One about who moved first. Lin Guozhang folded his arms. That's a very elegant way to tell me strangers are sniffing around my workshop. It's a very direct way, Guo replied, to tell you the sniffing is no longer random. Zhao Mei spoke before her husband could. What do you want us to do? For tonight, Guo said, close on time or earlier. Don't discuss suppliers, pricing, maintenance terms, or throughput with anyone outside existing customers. If anyone claims to represent procurement, industry support, or regional contracting, take a name and number, then end the conversation. I'll have someone nearby within the hour. Lin Guozhang's jaw tightened. Nearby doing what? Watching who else becomes interested, Guo said. Mr. Lin, I know you don't like invisible help. Unfortunately, visible attention has arrived first. That landed harder than any polished warning from the man with the card. Lin Xia saw it in her father's face, insult and fear finally forced into the same shape. The shop was no longer just relieved or exposed. It was on a map. When the call ended, nobody spoke for a few seconds. Then Zhao Mei looked at the roller door and said, very quietly, there. Now it has a name. Lin Xia followed her gaze toward the lane outside and understood the next chapter of pressure had already begun. The shop was no longer merely surviving better. It smelled of attachment now, and attachment drew predators faster than weakness ever had. 34. First big bottleneck. By the following morning, the shop no longer felt like the edge of Lin Xia's life. It felt like a front line that had finally admitted what it was. She arrived just after 8 to find the roller door only half open and her father already inside, moving with the clipped economy of a man who had decided to treat caution as irritation so he wouldn't have to call it fear. The mill was running again, but the sound no longer registered as simple relief. It had become part of the signal. Every clean cut, every improved tolerance, every finished housing seemed to carry the same dangerous message into the lane outside. Something here had changed. A dark sedan sat across from the workshop, ordinary enough to disappear if you didn't know to look twice. Lin Xia knew to look twice now. She felt the sight of it settle into her chest before she stepped through the door. Zhao Mei was already at the desk with the invoice ledger open and a mug of tea cooling untouched beside her. Her expression told Lin Xia at once that the car had been there long enough to matter. Her mother didn't look up immediately. They arrived 10 minutes before you did, she said, turning a page with controlled care. Didn't come in, didn't leave, very polite, if you like your politeness parked at the curb. Lin Guozhang tightened a chuck on the bench and said, Guo's people, apparently. I'm meant to feel grateful. You are meant, Zhao Mei replied, to stay unkidnapped by market language and bad timing. Lin Xia set her bag under the work table and glanced back toward the sedan through the gap at the roller door. She couldn't see faces. That made it worse. Protection was easier to tolerate when it had the decency to look human. This looked like confirmation. The shop had made it onto someone's board, and now the answer to that problem had arrived in the form of quiet men watching the lane. Her phone buzzed before she could say anything. Xu Ruolin's name lit the screen. She answered at once. Professor Xu. Xu didn't waste time. Where are you? At the shop. Good. I'm sending a car in 20 minutes. Guo wants you at Bay 1 by midday. His voice remained calm, but something firmer lived under it now, a pressure she had learned to hear even when he was speaking softly. We've got a materials blockage that's no longer theoretical. A line upstream has stalled, and too many important people have started noticing the delay. Lin Xia felt the words pull her attention in two directions at once, toward the shop and away from it. How important? Important enough that nobody is calling it a request, Xu said. Important enough that if we don't solve it quickly, the wrong lesson will be drawn from your existence. Her father looked up from the bench at her face and knew at once the call had changed something. What now? He asked. Lin Xia lowered the phone only slightly. A bottleneck, she said, hearing the cold new weight of the word as she spoke it. And apparently it's mine. The state car arrived in 18 minutes, which somehow made Xu's estimate feel less like timing and more like ownership. Lin Xia was still standing near the work table when the black sedan rolled into view and stopped with the neat finality of something that had expected the road to clear for it. The two men from the earlier car did not get out. A different man stepped from the rear passenger side instead, younger than Guo Jian's usual people, wearing plain clothes that were meant to read as forgettable and instead made him easier to classify. He glanced once at the workshop, once at the lane, then fixed on Lin Xia with the expression of someone confirming a package had not yet wandered off. I'm here for Lin Xia, he said. Lin Guojiang straightened from the bench before Lin Xia could move. You're here for my daughter, he replied, which is not the same thing. The man accepted that without visible irritation. My apologies, Mr. Lin. Professor Xu asked that she be brought in directly. There's been a change in priority. Zhao Mei closed the ledger and rose from the desk, not quickly, but with enough intention to alter the room. Priority for whom? The man's gaze flicked toward her, measuring how much softness would be wasted here. For people above my salary, he said. I was told speed matters. Lin Xia felt the pressure shift again, not because the answer was rude, but because it was clean. No attempt to flatter, no procurement smile, no market language pretending to be concerned. Just a door opening somewhere far above them and the ordinary expectation that she would step through it because resistance had already been priced into the route. Her father's jaw tightened. And they think my daughter can fix it. It wasn't really a question. Lin Xia met his eyes and hated how little room there was for comfort now. They think I might. Zhao Mei stepped closer and lowered her voice without softening it. Then go find out what they're trying to make you responsible for, she said. But when they start speaking as if urgency erases manners, remember that speed is their need, not your surrender. The driver opened the rear door and waited. Lin Xia picked up her bag, felt the whole shop watching her move, and understood with cold clarity that Bay 1 was no longer just a place where miracles happened under supervision. It was becoming the point where other people's failures arrived looking like her problem. The drive to Bay 1 felt shorter than it should have, as if urgency had begun thinning the city itself. Lin Xia sat in the back seat with her bag beside her and watched industrial districts, flyovers, and fenced compounds slide past in hard, efficient lines. Nobody in the car tried to make conversation. The driver took one call through an earpiece, answered only with, understood, and changed lanes without explaining why. By the time they cleared the final checkpoint and the outer gates opened, Lin Xia could feel the shape of the day changing under her skin. This wasn't the usual summons. Too many pieces were already moving. Bay 1 was louder than usual when she stepped inside. Not noisier in volume, but in pressure. Screens were alive across the control wall. A feed tray sat half-loaded near the main rig. 3 technicians she recognized from earlier sessions were conferring in clipped bursts that sounded less like problem-solving and more like damage control being dressed in technical language. Xu Ruolin stood near the central console with a tablet in one hand, and Shen Wei was already in shirt sleeves, reading a process sheet as if contempt alone might improve it. Song Chengyuan was at the controls side, jaw set, his attention fixed on a data map that did not appear to be giving him anything he liked. Xu saw Lin Xia first. Good, he said, stepping toward her. We're out of polite time. Lin Xia set her bag down beside the prep bench. That's becoming a theme. It's becoming a problem, Shen said without looking up. He turned the process sheet toward her. Purity drifted across 3 batches. Not enough to fail ordinary review, enough to ruin downstream performance once the material reaches final shaping. The line has been compensating for days, which means management tried optimism before admitting physics existed. Song glanced away from the screen just long enough to meet her eyes. The last batch crossed tolerance this morning, he said. Now everyone important is discovering they were scheduled to believe in a material that doesn't actually exist. Lin Xia took the sheet from Shen and looked at the batch summaries. Ceramic composite precursors. Trace contamination. Structural inconsistency hidden beneath surface conformity. The numbers on the page were one thing. The tray on the bench was another. Even before she touched it, the nearest sample had already begun to resolve itself against her perception. Density mismatch, binding weakness, residue threaded through the lattice where nobody wanted residue to be. Shu watched her face closely. How bad? Lin Xia lifted one sample with gloved fingers and felt the knowledge arrive in a cold, invasive rush. Process history, heat exposure, impurity path, the quiet lie told by a material that had passed just enough checks to keep moving. Bad enough that standard correction won't save the whole run, she said. Some of this can be cleaned. Some of it was born wrong. That changed the room. Shen's expression hardened into something flatter and more dangerous. Shu exhaled once through his nose. At the controls, Song said, "Tell me we still have a version of this that ends before 6 ministries start calling each other." Lin Xia looked at the loaded feed tray, the waiting rigs, the faces turned toward her with expectation sharpened by fear, and understood the real bottleneck all at once. It wasn't only the material. It was time, scale, and the humiliating fact that too many expensive people had built confidence on a flaw no one else could now remove quickly enough. "We might," she said. "But not if you want elegance." Nobody in Bay 1 argued for elegance after that. The room shed its last pretense of orderly procedure and narrowed into execution. Shen Wei took the sample from Lin Xia's hand and set it back on the tray with careful force, as if restraint had become the only acceptable substitute for swearing. Shu was already turning toward the control wall, issuing instructions to 2 technicians at once. Song stayed at the console, but his attention shifted from diagnosis to route planning, which Lin Xia had learned was when he became most dangerous to a problem. "Define ugly," Shen said. Lin Xia looked at the tray again and let the material resolve itself fully through her perception. The contamination wasn't random. It traveled in faint, repeating paths through the precursor batches, embedded early enough that some of it could be burned out, some of it could be separated, and some of it had already become part of the structure's history. She could fix the weak points. She could strip the foreign residue where it hadn't bound too deep. But scale was going to hurt. Time was going to hurt more. "It means triage," she said. "You stop thinking like a line and start thinking like salvage. We don't save every batch. We isolate the recoverable lots, strip what can still be stripped, rebuild the worst sections, and dump the ones that were rotten before they ever got here." One of the technicians near the wall said, "Too quickly, we can't dump 3 batches. Procurement will lose its mind." Shen turned his head and looked at him. "Procurement is welcome to purify ceramic lattice contamination with positive thinking," he said. "Until then, be quiet and log what she says." The technician went red and obeyed. Shu came back toward the prep bench, tablet already filling with revised tags and batch references. "How much of the run do you think is recoverable?" Lin Xia picked up a second sample, then a third, feeling the truth of them strike through her in fast, invasive layers. One could be saved with force and enough clean feed. One was lying beautifully and would fail later no matter what they did now. The third had been born bad but not beyond mercy. She began sorting them into separate positions on the tray before she consciously realized she was doing it. "Maybe 60%, she said. 70 if Bay 1 feeds me clean reserves and nobody asks what this costs." Song's hands moved over the console as he listened. "That's better than collapse," he said. Then he glanced at the live schedule and added, "Worse than everyone above us wants to hear by lunchtime." Shu's expression tightened. "They'll hear what survives." A new voice crackled from the wall speaker before anyone could answer. "Director Shu," someone said, clipped and distant, "the ministry liaison wants a report in 10 minutes. Nobody in the room moved for half a beat. Then Lin Xia felt the pressure snap into its final shape. This wasn't just Bay 1 solving a technical failure under supervision. This was Bay 1 being asked to carry the political weight of a promise already made somewhere else. She looked at the feed trays, the reserve bins, the waiting rig, and understood that every correction she made from here would travel far beyond the room before it ever cooled. Song met her eyes across the console. "Tell me where to point the machine," he said. Lin Xia pulled off one glove, set her bare hand over the first recoverable lot, and felt the cold structural certainty rush up into her like a held breath finally turning sharp. "At the lies," she said. "We start with the lies." 35. After the miracle. By the time the salvage run finally ended, Bay 1 no longer felt like a place where clever people solved difficult problems. It felt like a pressure vessel that had just survived being asked to hold more than it was built for. The recoverable lots had been separated, the dead material tagged and hauled aside, and the revised output forecast was already spreading across screens with the calm false dignity of language written after panic. Lin Xia stood at the prep bench with fresh gloves sticking faintly to damp skin and watched technicians relabel survival as continuity. The air carried heat, ceramic dust, and the metallic taste that always seemed to follow her hardest work. She had bought them time. She could feel, with sick certainty, how quickly everyone in the room was beginning to spend it. Shu Ruolin ended his call and came back toward the bench with the expression of a man who had just prevented a bureaucratic fire and now resented the shape of the extinguisher. 3 offices want written summaries before dinner, he said. One wants our confidence projection. Another wants to know whether this recovery can be standardized from now on. Congratulations. You've saved several important people from having to blame one another in writing. Lin Xia pulled one glove off with her teeth and let out a breath that was too tired to count as a laugh. That doesn't sound like congratulations. It isn't, Shen Wei said from the control side. He was signing off on a disposal sheet with such controlled force that the pen looked in danger of snapping. It's appetite with a polite accent. Song Chungyuan didn't look away from the schedule wall. And it's already spreading, he said. Final Shaping has asked whether tomorrow's sequence can be accelerated, which is a very elegant way of saying they've mistaken emergency salvage for a new normal. That landed harder than the praise had. Lin Xia looked up at the stacked schedule blocks and felt the victory changing shape while it was still warm. More runs, more review, more eyes. The miracle had barely cooled, and already it was being translated into future obligation. One of the technicians near the reserve bins said, "At least they know Bay 1 can carry the weight now." Shen looked at him flatly. Bay 1 carried the weight because physics was bullied, triaged, and threatened in the correct order, he said. Don't romanticize this. We're error correction right now, and they are the cause of those errors. Shu set his tablet down beside Lin Xia's tray and lowered his voice, not enough to soften it. Go sit for 10 minutes. Then come back, because the room above us has learned the worst possible lesson. They can make mistakes because we're here to fix them. Lin Xia looked at the dead lots, the surviving ones, the glowing schedules, and the people already revising tomorrow around what she had done today. Success had not made her safer. It had made her legible. She didn't get the full 10 minutes Shu had ordered. She made it as far as the corridor bench outside Bay 1 and sat with her back against cold concrete, head tipped briefly toward the wall, when the security door opened again and Song Chungyuan stepped through carrying 2 paper cups. He crossed to her without hurry and held one out. Take it. If you fall over before the paperwork starts, Shen will call it a process failure. Lin Xia took the cup and felt the heat settle into her hands before the caffeine could even pretend to help. It's reassuring that my collapse would at least be categorized correctly. Song leaned against the wall beside the bench, close enough to count as company and far enough not to crowd her. You did well in there, he said. That's the good news. She looked up at him. And the bad news? He glanced toward the sealed door behind them. Now they'll build tomorrow out of what you survived today. His voice stayed dry, but there was no mockery in it. The room's already doing it. That matched too neatly with what she was feeling to be comforting. Before she could answer, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Zhao Mei. Lin Xia straightened at once and answered. Mom. Zhao Mei sounded tired, but steadier than she had that morning. A delivery came to the shop just now. A replacement hose, some tool inserts, 2 boxed sensor heads, and a note saying support has been reviewed. Lin Xia closed her eyes for a second. Even from a secure corridor with concrete at her back and Song beside her, she could see the workshop clearly, the bench, the desk, the machines that had spent too long being asked to endure. Guo's people. Someone in that family of people, Zhao Mei said. Your father checked every crate himself, then started clearing space before I finished reading the note. That pulled Lin Xia upright a little further. He didn't fight it. From the other end came the scrape of paper, then Lin Guozhang's voice, rougher and more awake than it had sounded in weeks. Fight what? He said. If someone sends parts to a front under pressure, only an idiot argues before unloading them. Despite herself, she smiled. That's a healthier speech than the last one. I'm growing, he said. Also, I'd like very much to know who decided my shop was a useful place to squeeze. Those are separate thoughts. Zhao Mei came back on the line before he could continue. Do your work, she said. We'll do ours. The help is useful. The pressure is the insult. When the call ended, Lin Xia sat with the paper cup warming her palms and felt the day settle into a harsher, cleaner shape. Bei1 was not the only front anymore. It was simply the loudest one. Beside her, Song looked at her face once and said, that sounded better. It was, Lin Xia said. Then she rose before the 10 minutes could expire on their own. Which probably means the next problem is already on its way. The next problem was waiting for her inside Bei1 with a visitor badge and a voice trained to sound courteous while issuing orders. Lin Xia had barely stepped back through the security door when she saw a man she didn't recognize standing near the controls in a dark jacket too formal for the room and too plain to be accidental. Xu Ruolin was speaking to him with controlled patience. Shen Wei was not bothering with the patience. Song Chungyuan had returned to the console, but his attention was split between the screens and the conversation, which told Lin Xia everything she needed to know before anyone explained it. The man turned as she approached and gave her a small nod, the kind used for people whose names had recently become inconveniently important. Miss Lin, he said. I'm from the coordination office. I've been asked to observe the recovery summary and confirm readiness for tomorrow's review. Shen looked at him as if he were a spill someone else should have cleaned up. She's not a production line, he said. She doesn't have readiness states you can confirm with a clipboard. The man didn't flinch. No, he said. But the ministries currently asking questions do. That changed the room more than volume would have. Lin Xia set her paper cup down beside the prep bench and felt the clean, exhausted anger from the corridor settle into something harder. Tomorrow's review? She asked. Xu answered before the visitor could. Morning. Senior eyes. They want to understand what today means. Song didn't look up from the schedule display. Which usually means they've already decided it means something profitable and are now shopping. The visitor gave him a brief glance, not offended, only uninterested. It means capability, he said. The question is whether capability can be repeated. Lin Xia looked at the dead lots still waiting for disposal, then at the surviving ones being documented like evidence. Today was not repetition, she said. It was salvage under pressure. And yet the salvage succeeded, the man replied. There it was. Not praise. Not wonder. Conversion. She could feel the shape of it as clearly as she felt flaws inside matter. One victory had already ceased to belong to the hour that produced it. It was being lifted out of context, cleaned up, and fed into other people's plans. Lin Xia shook her head. You do realize that salvage happens when someone fucks up. It isn't a good thing. The man met her eyes without embarrassment. No, he said. It's a useful thing. That answer was worse. It stripped away the last polite disguise and left the hunger underneath standing in full view. Shen's mouth flattened at once, and even Xu's expression tightened with a more private irritation, as if he, too, disliked hearing the logic said aloud so cleanly. Across the room, Song still hadn't turned from the schedule wall, but the angle of his shoulders changed just enough to show he was listening harder now. Lin Xia looked from the man to the dead lots still waiting for disposal, then to the surviving material being documented like evidence in a case already building beyond her reach. He was telling the truth as people like him understood it. Failure did not matter if it produced a repeatable emergency. Waste did not matter if someone useful stood in the room to turn it back into output. In his mouth, even disaster had become a proving ground. Shen's mouth flattened. If tomorrow becomes another test of what she can endure, I will personally improve the quality of every report you file by setting them on fire. Xu rubbed once at his brow. Let's not escalate before breakfast. But Lin Xia was no longer listening to the surface of the conversation. She was looking at the schedule wall, the visitor badge, the revised tags, the way every adult in the room had already shifted from surviving the crisis to bargaining over its meaning. Large victories, she understood then, did not buy space. They bought claimants. They bought attention. They bought a larger battlefield and called it opportunity. By the time Lin Xia finally left Bay 1, the night had gone thin and metallic around the compound, the kind of cold that made every concrete surface feel more official. She walked out with her bag on one shoulder, her notebook under one arm, and the ugly sense that the day had not ended so much as reproduced itself in paperwork in tomorrow's schedule. The black sedan waiting near the curb belonged to someone else, not her, not Shu, not anyone she knew by name, but it was parked with the quiet confidence of institutional interest. She looked at it once and kept walking. Song Chungyuan caught up with her just before the outer gate. "You forgot this," he said, holding out a printed summary packet clipped too neatly to be accidental. "Shu says if you arrive tomorrow without having read it, he'll take it as ideological sabotage." Lin Xia accepted the packet and looked down at the top page. Revised Recovery Summary. Preliminary Repeatability Considerations. Even the title made her tired. That's almost funny. It isn't meant to be. Song slowed enough to match her pace, hands in his coat pockets, voice low and even. Read the technical pages. Ignore the parts where important people try to sound calm about having discovered a new dependency. She glanced at him. And what do I do with the parts where they sound possessive? That made him look at her properly. The security lights caught the edge of his face and left the rest in softer shadow, but his expression was clear enough. "You remember that useful support and ownership are not the same thing," he said. "And you make other people remember it too." The words landed deeper than she wanted them to. All evening she had felt the distinction without managing to name it cleanly. Bay 1 had saved her from needing to do the impossible alone. Shu, Shen, Guo, all of them had built structures around her that kept her alive, multiplied her, and made certain kinds of miracles possible. None of that was the offense. The offense was the speed with which success invited hands that wanted to measure, allocate, and quietly close around what had just been proved. At the dorm entrance, Song stopped and held the door before she could reach for it. "Eat something," he said. "Sleep if you can. Tomorrow will still be unreasonable without your help." Lin Xia let out a breath that almost became a laugh. "Your optimism is very moving." "I'm not optimistic," he said. "I'm practical." Inside, the dorm corridor was warm, bright, and full of ordinary life, slippers, laughter, kettle steam, a girl arguing into her phone about a group project as though the world were still made of manageable problems. Lin Xia stood there for one brief moment with the packet in her hand and understood that her life was dividing faster than she could narrate it. One half still belonged to classes, roommates, buses, and cheap meals. The other had become bays, schedules, protection, scrutiny, and the first quiet fight over whether help would remain help or harden into claim. Tomorrow, she knew, would not settle that distinction. It would only make it more expensive. 35.5, After Hours. The coffee Song handed her was too hot, too bitter, and exactly right. Lin Xia took it with both hands because her fingers still didn't fully trust themselves after Bay 1 days like this. The paper cup warmed her palms through the gloves she hadn't yet finished peeling off. Behind the sealed door, the bay kept humming in its disciplined, newly dangerous way while technicians turned miracle into paperwork and pressure into tomorrow's revised timetable. Out here, on the corridor bench under the hard fluorescent wash, the air was colder and almost empty. Song sat down beside her, not close enough to crowd and not far enough to pretend the distance meant anything. "Drink," he said. "If you fall over now, Shu will turn it into a moral lecture." Lin Xia took a careful sip and felt the heat hit her all the way down. He would do that anyway. It's one of his most reliable functions. That and refusing to let anyone romanticize catastrophe. She looked at the coffee, then at the sealed bay door. "We didn't even get catastrophe. We got success." The word came out flatter than she intended. Which apparently is worse. Song leaned his forearms on his knees and followed her gaze toward the door. "Worse for your schedule," he said. "Better for the country. Potentially fatal for everybody's sense of proportion." That pulled a tired half laugh from her, but only half. The taste of heat and ceramic dust still sat at the back of her throat. "I could actually feel it happening in the room," she said. "Not the fix. The claiming. Before I'd even sat down, they were already trying to build next week out of what happened today." Song turned his head and looked at her properly. "Yes," he said. The simplicity of the answer made her glance at him. "That's all. What else would help?" His voice stayed even, but there was no lightness left in it now. "You're not imagining the shape. They saw proof, and now they want continuity. The dangerous part is that they'll call that belief in you when it's really appetite. She sat with that for a second, cup warming her hands while the corridor lights flattened everything they touched. Her phone buzzed in her coat pocket. Then again, she didn't need to look to know it wasn't Guo this time. The rhythm was too human. She took it out anyway. 3 messages from He Qian. 1 from Tang. 2 missed calls from her mother. Song saw her face change. Home. And the dorm, Lin Xia said. Which means this has somehow become everybody's evening. She opened Tang's message first. If you are still in the lab, come out before I personally report your kidnapping. He Qian's followed beneath it. I bought actual food. If Shen eats you before you get here, I'll be offended. The warmth that moved through her at that should have felt comforting. Instead it caught against the exhaustion in her chest and turned unexpectedly sharp. Success had made the bay louder, the timetable tighter, and the machine around her more visible. But somewhere outside it, people who were not ministries or schedules were still trying to claim a piece of the evening back. Song watched her read, then said quietly, "You should answer them." Before she could, the security door opened behind them and Shu stepped into the corridor with a tablet in one hand and the expression of a man who had spent the last 20 minutes arguing with structured stupidity. His eyes went first to Lin Xia, then to the coffee, then to Song, and for one brief moment she thought he might actually approve of something. Then his face returned to its normal settings. "Good," Shu said. "You're sitting down. Keep that skill. Guo wants the written summary at 8 tomorrow instead of 9. Shen wants you alive enough to write it. That means you are done for tonight." He looked directly at Lin Xia. "Go be off duty while the concept still has legal standing." Shu's permission did not feel like freedom until the outer doors shut behind her and the night air hit her face. Song walked her as far as the dorm block without trying to turn the escort into symbolism. That helped more than gentleness would have. The path between the research wing and student housing crossed lit concrete, clipped shrubs, and the low practical architecture of a university that still wanted to believe knowledge could be separated into departments instead of consequences. Lin Xia carried the empty coffee cup in one hand and her coat over the other arm, moving more slowly than she would once have tolerated. "You're limping," Song said. "I'm tired." That wasn't a rebuttal. She glanced at him. "You're becoming offensively observant." "I've always been observant around you. You're just giving me more drama lately." That pulled the corner of her mouth upward, but only briefly. Ahead, the dorm windows glowed in stacked yellow squares. Inside some of them were desk lamps, cheap curtains, laundry, girls on calls with home, someone blow-drying their hair, someone else bent over a laptop under the tyranny of deadlines. Ordinary life, arranged in vertical slices. Lin Xia looked at it and felt the now familiar ache of nearness without belonging cleanly inside it. At the entrance Song stopped and held the door open. "Message me when you've eaten." That sounds suspiciously like management. It's surveillance softened by concern. That is not a reassuring distinction. It isn't meant to be. He held her gaze for one quiet beat. "Go up, Xia Xia." The use of her name in that tone landed more softly than anything else he had said all evening. She nodded once and went in before the answer in her chest could become visible on her face. The room on the 5th floor smelled of chili oil, garlic, and instant rice when she opened the door. He Qian had colonized the center table with takeout containers and disposable bowls as if staging a military occupation in the name of comfort. Tang sat cross-legged on the lower bunk with her sleeves pushed up, chopsticks already in hand, while Wu Min leaned against the desk with 2 paper cups of soy milk and the expression of someone prepared to judge gratitude for accuracy. He Qian looked up first and pointed at Lin Xia with a pair of chopsticks. "Alive. Good. Sit down before I become emotional." Tang took one look at her and said, "You look worse after success than most people do after failure." "That," Wu Min said, handing her one of the soy milks, "is because success now comes with administrative garnish." Lin Xia stopped just inside the room, still holding the empty coffee cup, and understood all at once what they had done. Not a party, not celebration big enough to feel false. Just food, soy milk, and space held open for her before the machine claimed the whole night. The warmth of it moved through her so quickly it almost hurt. He Qian pushed a full bowl toward the empty chair. "Sit," she said. "Eat. Then explain why everyone important in your life has started using your evenings like public infrastructure." Lin Xia sat. Her phone buzzed again before she could lift the chopsticks. This time it was Zhao Mei. Tang looked down at the screen, then back at Lin Xia's face. There, Tang said quietly. That's the whole problem, isn't it? Lin Xia looked at the phone, then at Tang, and knew from the quiet in the room that refusing the call would only answer the question more loudly. She pressed accept. Ma. Zhao Mei answered at once, as if she had been standing over the phone willing it to ring. Have you eaten? The simplicity of it almost undid her. Around the room, He Qian stopped moving entirely. Tang lowered her chopsticks. Wu Min, who usually treated privacy as a civilized absolute, stayed very still and visibly did not leave. I'm sitting in front of food now, Lin Xia said. That counts as progress. It counts as a start. Her mother exhaled, then the practical edge in her voice sharpened. How late are they keeping you tomorrow? Lin Xia glanced once at the bowl in front of her. Earlier than today. Of course. Zhao Mei did not sound surprised, only tired in a way that had already made peace with surprise as a luxury. Your father wanted me to ask whether, earlier, means morning or, state-sponsored insult to sleep. Those were his exact words. That pulled a real laugh from He Qian before she could stop it. Zhao Mei must have heard something in the background, because she went briefly quiet. You're in the dorm. Yes. Good. The single word carried more relief than it should have needed to. Then her mother said, more carefully, 2 men came by the shop this afternoon. The room changed around Lin Xia at once. Tang's expression sharpened. Wu Min straightened from the desk. Even He Qian, soft-hearted and warm by reflex, went still in a different way now. Lin Xia lowered her voice without fully meaning to. Who? They said they were from the district office liaison side, Zhao Mei said. Very polite. Very smooth. They asked whether your father had any current supply issues, whether the shop needed support, whether anyone unusual had been making pressure worse. She paused, and Lin Xia could hear the shape of her restraint through the line. They also asked what days you usually came home. Lin Xia's hand tightened around the phone. What did you say? What do you think I said? Her mother's voice stayed level, but there was steel underneath it now. I said you were busy, erratic, and not a timetable available for public use. Then, after half a beat, softer, Sha, I know some of this is protection. I'm not stupid, but your life is starting to arrive at our door before you do. Lin Xia looked down at the food in front of her and felt the warmth in the room shift into something heavier. The miracle had already left Bay 1. It had reached the shop. It had reached her mother's voice. I know, she said quietly. No, Zhao Mei replied, and the tenderness in it made the correction worse. I don't think you do yet. She let that sit for one breath, then asked, with deliberate normality, is the food at least hot? Lin Xia looked up and found all 3 roommates watching her now, not nosy, not prying, just present in the hard way people became present when they had finally understood the size of something. Yes, she said, it is. Then eat, Zhao Mei said. You can become nationally important again tomorrow. When the call ended, Lin Xia kept the phone in her hand for a moment longer than necessary, staring at the dark screen as if it might offer a smaller version of what her mother had just said. Around her, the room stayed quiet in the disciplined way rooms only did after something ordinary had been made strange. He Qian recovered first, though even her softness had gone sharper at the edges. I don't like district office liaison as a phrase, she said. It sounds like the kind of title people invent when they want access to your family without introducing their real reasons. Wu Min nodded once. Agreed. Also, if strangers are asking your mother for your home pattern, then whatever this is has already crossed the line from work to perimeter. Tang set her chopsticks down on the lid of the takeout box and looked at Lin Xia with the clear, unwavering attention she usually reserved for truths nobody in the room wanted phrased properly. This is what I meant, she said. Not the lab hours. Not the fact that you look exhausted all the time. This. She gestured once, not dramatic, just precise. You leave to solve one thing, and it comes back wearing 10 people's shoes. Lin Xia sat with that for a second, soy milk cooling in her hand. The smell of chili oil and garlic still filled the room. The food was still hot. He Qian had still bought too much on purpose. Nothing about the scene looked like crisis. That made the weight of it settle harder. Her mother had asked whether the food was hot because there had been no other place to put the fear. I know how it sounds, Lin Xia said. No, Tang replied quietly. You know how it feels from inside your own skull. That isn't the same thing. The line landed cleanly. Not cruel. Worse. Accurate. He Qian slid the bowl closer to Lin Xia with more force than grace. Eat first, she said. Then let Tang become philosophically unbearable. That's my natural state, Tang said. Wu Min pushed away from the desk and crossed her arms. There's also a practical question here. Are those men actually protective, or are they the kind of protective that rewrites your life while claiming gratitude as a side effect? Lin Xia let out a breath through her nose. Both, probably. That, Wu Min said, as a catastrophic answer. He Qian made a wounded sound. Can everyone stop sounding like a security briefing and let her have noodles for 30 seconds? That pulled the room back by a degree, but only by a degree. Lin Xia picked up the chopsticks and obeyed because disobedience at this point would have looked theatrical. The first bite was still warm. That should have been comfort. Instead it made something in her chest tighten. Song had walked her back. The dorm had made space for her. Her mother had called to ask if she'd eaten while strangers were already testing the edges of the shop. Every part of her life was still trying to behave like a life, and the machine around her was learning how to root through all of it. Tang watched her chew and said, more gently now, you don't get to keep pretending this only belongs to you. Lin Xia looked up at that, at the food, the soy milk, the three women who had chosen to hold open an ordinary evening and had instead ended up inheriting a piece of her widening perimeter, and understood with a clarity almost as harsh as the power itself that success had finally become social. It no longer cost only sleep, blood, and secrecy. It was starting to cost shared air. The room did not turn sentimental after that. It turned practical, which was how Lin Xia knew the terms had become real. He Qian packed the remaining food into 2 nested containers and pushed them across the table with the grim authority of a quartermaster. One for later, she said. One for tomorrow if your new national destiny forgets breakfast exists. Wu Min took a marker from the desk and wrote 3 things on the back of an old lab handout. Answer your damn phone. Home changes equals tell us everything. Strangers equals tell us first. She set the sheet under the soy milk so it wouldn't slide away and said, you'll muck this now and obey it later. That's acceptable. Tang looked from the note to Lin Xia's face and then down at the buzzed dark phone on the table. Set 2 alarms, she said. One for you and one for the version of you that tries to negotiate with the morning. I'm awake, Lin Xia said. You're upright, Tang replied. Don't exaggerate. That should have been funny enough to dissolve the pressure. Instead it held it in a more livable shape. Lin Xia finished the noodles because all 3 of them were watching in the unobtrusive, impossible way people watched when they had decided not to let care become optional. After that, the room quieted by degrees. He Qian went to brush her teeth still muttering about state-sponsored breakfast negligence. Wu Min plugged in her phone, set her own alarm 10 minutes earlier than usual without comment, and climbed into bed with the expression of someone accepting a civil obligation. Tang stayed up longest, pretending to read while Lin Xia packed her bag for morning. At 6:12 the next day, the car waiting below the dorm was not subtle enough to pass for a favor. Lin Xia saw it from the corridor window before she reached the stairs, dark sedan, clean plate, driver already out of the vehicle and looking at the entrance with the patient stillness of a man paid to become part of other people's routines without ever pretending he belonged there. Her stomach tightened before thought caught up. Behind her, the dorm room door clicked open. He Qian, hair half-pinned and still in slippers, came to stand beside her at the window. That, she said softly, is much worse in daylight. Tang joined them a second later, cardigan hanging off one shoulder, face still marked by sleep and already unimpressed. Wu Min did not come to the window. She stood in the doorway holding out Lin Xia's forgotten notebook. Take this, Wu Min said. If you go become strategically important without your notes, I will resent you on principle. Lin Xia took the notebook and looked at the 3 of them, at the half-awake hair, the slippers, the cardigan, the dry patience, and felt the cost land in a way it hadn't fully managed last night. The machine had learned the route to the dorm. That was what changed things. Not danger yet, not formally, just reach. Tang saw the understanding cross her face and said, more gently now, this is what we meant. Lin Xia nodded once. He Qian folded her arms against the morning chill. Message when you get there, she said. And if anyone with a badge starts asking about our floor plan, I'm becoming difficult on purpose. That, Wu Min said, is not a future tense statement. The driver below checked his watch. Lin Xia tightened her grip on the notebook, then on the strap of her bag. All message, she said. She went down the stairs with their rules in her head, Song's steadiness still warm somewhere behind her ribs, and the sick clean certainty that Bay 2 was not going to feel like a bigger lab. It was going to feel like the next room in a house that was already learning her name. 36. Bay 2. The next morning began with review language, controlled faces, and the kind of coffee that existed only to keep institutions upright while they made fresh claims on other people's stamina. Lin Xia sat through 40 minutes of summaries in a room too polished to admit what Bay 1 had actually smelled like at the point of salvage: heat, dust, metallic strain, and the rising edge of failure. Men and women with titles she wasn't yet supposed to memorize asked careful questions about continuity, repeatability, and resilience, each word arriving scrubbed clean of the panic that had produced it. By the time Shu Ruolin closed the final briefing packet and said, "That's enough for this morning," she was less tired than she was sharpened. They hadn't decided to leave Bay 1 behind. They'd decided Bay 1 was no longer enough. She understood that fully when Guo Jian met them in the corridor outside with 2 escorts, a badge case in one hand, and an expression so flat it almost counted as courtesy. "You're coming with me," he said. "No detours, no speculation in hallways, and no arguing until you've seen it." Lin Xia adjusted the folder under her arm and looked from him to Shu, then to Shen Wei, who was already irritated in a way that suggested he had been arguing for some time and lost only on timing. "That sounds ominous," she said. "It's expensive," Shen replied. "That's worse." Song Chungyuan fell into step beside them as the group moved deeper into the compound, past corridors she knew, then beyond them into cleaner concrete, tighter security, and a silence that had less to do with peace than exclusion. The badge reader at the final door took longer than usual to clear, cycling through 2 separate checks before the lock released with a heavy internal clunk. Lin Xia felt the shift before she crossed the threshold. Bay 1 had always felt like a machine room forced to accommodate miracles. This place felt built in expectation of them. The room beyond was larger, colder, and arranged with a kind of deliberate abundance that made her stop without meaning to. Shielded reserve walls lined one side. Sealed hoppers stood in ordered ranks. Labeled canisters, ceramic powders, specialty polymers, prepared metals, all of it sorted, buffered, and waiting under clean light that made every surface look more expensive than most people's futures. Bay 1 had handed her damaged reality and demanded she rescue it. Bay 2, she realized at once, was offering raw possibility in measured quantities. Shu watched her face for a beat, then said quietly, "Now do you see why I didn't want this explained in the corridor?" Lin Xia took one slow step forward, feeling the weight of stored matter like pressure against the inside of her skull. "This isn't salvage," she said. "No," Guo answered. "It's the next argument." Shen folded his arms and looked across the prepared stock with deep suspicion, as if abundance itself were a procedural flaw. "Bay 1 let you correct failure," he said. "Bay 2 exists because some very important people would now like to know what happens when we stop bringing you broken things and start bringing you unused pure materials." That landed with all the force of a door closing behind her. Lin Xia looked at the feedstock walls, the reserve systems, the waiting forms of metal and ceramic and carbon, and understood that the scale had changed again. Yesterday they had asked whether she could save what was already collapsing. Today they were asking what she could build if the world arrived prepared. They didn't leave Bay 2 standing as a threat made of stored abundance. Within 15 minutes, technicians were rolling sealed carts into position. Song Chungyuan was at the control spine waking the room into staged readiness, and Shen Wei had a sample specification open on the central screen with the expression of a man who disliked the entire philosophy of what was about to happen but intended to supervise it correctly anyway. Lin Xia stood at the prep station in fresh gloves and watched the Bay translate possibility into procedure. Shu Ruolin came to her side and angled the tablet so she could read the target brief. "These items keep failing under stress," he said. "Not because the materials are bad, but because the concept they represent never stops being a compromise. Bay 1 can rescue flawed output after manufacture. The question here is whether Bay 2 lets you create them properly in the first place." Lin Xia read the layered spec twice. Ceramic stability, metallic toughness, thermal demand high enough to destroy ordinary bonding. In Bay 1, the piece would have arrived as a failure already underway, something cracked, warped, or half lost. Here the feedstock waited in disciplined purity, powders and prepared stocks chosen so precisely it felt like being handed the answer sheet to a problem life usually delivered as a bruise. Shen touched the screen with one finger. "Don't romanticize the setup," he said. Prepared materials doesn't make this easy, but it does make it possible. Song looked over from the console and said, which, for the record, is an enormous difference. The run began with less violence than Bay 1 and more intent. Reserve systems came online in measured sequence. Feed hoppers unlocked by stage. The Bay's support field steadied around her like invisible architecture, and the first thing Lin Xia felt was not power, but relief. The materials didn't arrive as scavenged fragments, damaged lots, or emergency compromises. They arrived clean, knowable, ready to be persuaded rather than rescued. The ceramic powder opened in her awareness as grain size, density, hidden temper. The metal stock followed with equal invasive clarity. For one breathless moment, she understood the shape of both and the bridge that ought to exist between them. Hold the gradient there, Song said, eyes on the monitors. If you steepen it too fast, the lower band starts lying. I know, Lin Xia said, though the truth was stranger than that. She didn't know in the old human way. She could feel the falsehood forming before the numbers finished naming it. Shu watched the live model tighten into cleaner structure and said quietly, there. We've never held that transition that smoothly. Lin Xia kept her hands steady inside the working field and felt the Bay carry weight she never could have survived alone. Energy came buffered instead of torn from whatever unlucky system stood nearby. Matter came measured instead of improvised. What would once have been a brutal act of personal force became something larger and more frightening, a supported act, repeatable not because she was safer, but because the room had been built to keep her alive while doing it. When the shaped piece finally settled into the output cradle, whole and internally coherent in a way the previous versions had never been, silence crossed the Bay before anyone trusted speech. Then Shen exhaled once and said, with obvious reluctance, all right. That changes things. The silence after Shen's admission didn't last. It broke the way important silences always did in that place, not with wonder, but with people moving to own the meaning of what had just happened. One technician stepped toward the output cradle with fresh gloves and a handheld scanner. Another was already calling up comparative failure data from the Bay 1 runs. On the far wall, the control display began building overlays, old fracture maps against the new internal structure, compromised transition bands beside the one Lin Xia had just held clean all the way through. The difference was ugly in its clarity. Bay 1 had been rescue. Bay 2 had produced something that should not have needed rescue at all. Shu Ruolin leaned over the first scan as it populated and said, there's your answer. We're not talking about better salvage margins anymore. We're talking about first-pass viability. Shen's eyes stayed on the structure map. Don't say that too loudly, he replied. The moment people hear first-pass viability, they start drafting production fantasies with someone else's spinal cord. Song Chungyuan rested one hand on the console and looked between the live model and the output metrics. Too late, he said. The room will know in 10 minutes. The building will know in 30. By lunch, someone will use the phrase scalable pathway as if they invented it. That should have sounded ridiculous. Instead it landed with the exact weight of the thing Lin Xia was beginning to understand. She looked at the finished piece in the cradle and felt none of the savage relief Bay 1 usually gave her after a win. This was worse in a quieter way. The supported ease of it had stripped away the excuses. With enough reserve, enough feedstock, enough architecture wrapped around her, the impossible stopped looking like survival and started looking like capability. Guo Jian, who had stayed silent through most of the run, finally stepped closer to the output table. How visible is the difference to an outsider? He asked. Shu answered first. To the right outsider, extremely. Shen's mouth hardened. To the wrong outsider, catastrophic. Lin Xia looked from one man to the next. You're already talking like this is a security incident. Guo met her eyes evenly. No, I'm talking like this is the point where a technical success becomes doctrine. Those aren't the same thing, but they start touching here. The word doctrine settled badly. Lin Xia had spent too long being dragged from crisis to crisis not to hear what sat under it. Not one piece. Not one run. A way of thinking. A lane that institutions could build around. She looked back at the reserve walls, the sealed hoppers, the measured abundance waiting under clean light, and saw the shape of the next danger with sudden precision. Bay 2 did not simply make her stronger. It made her legible at a scale large enough for strategy. Song broke the tension without softening it. Then we'd better decide quickly, he said, eyes back on the schedule feed as new flags began appearing in the upper corner. Because somebody's already trying to book the doctrine for tomorrow. The booking request became 3 requests before the hour was out. Lin Xia didn't see the messages themselves, but she saw what they did to the adults around her. One technician came in with a fresh tablet and left with a face arranged too carefully. Another was sent back out with revised handling protocols and a verbal instruction not to circulate the run data beyond cleared channels. By the time the second output scan had finished, the bay no longer felt like a test environment. It felt like a resource people had begun fighting over in courteous language. Xu Ruolin read the newest note, then handed the tablet to Guo Jian without comment. Guo skimmed it once and said, "They want a comparative demonstration package, repeatability modeling, and a preliminary list of sectors that would benefit most from expanded access." Shen Wei gave a short, ugly laugh. Expanded access. That's one way to say they've smelled blood in the water. Lin Xia looked from the tablet to the finished piece in the cradle. "You said this would change things," she said. "I didn't realize you meant by lunchtime." Guo slipped the tablet shut. "You should realize it now," he said. "Because this is the point where interest stops being academic. Before Bay 2, you were a difficult, valuable bottleneck. After this, you are the beginning of a new route." That landed harder than she expected. A route meant traffic, planning, pressure. It meant people deciding that if one lane existed, then 10 more should be carved beside it until the ground forgot what it had been before. She looked across the reserve walls and the waiting feedstock and understood that the room itself was evidence. Someone had built this because someone else had already started imagining scale. Song Chungyuan's screen gave a soft alert. He checked it, then looked up, and the dryness left his face completely. "Guo," he said, "you need to see this." Guo crossed to the console. Xu moved beside him. Shen stayed where he was, but his attention sharpened so visibly that even the technicians went quieter. Lin Xia could only see part of the screen from where she stood, a clipped notification header, an internal flag, 2 lines of routing data, and then a phrase that made the room change around it. External interest update. Xu read first and went very still. "That's fast," he said. "It's too fast," Guo replied. Lin Xia felt the shift before anyone explained it. "What does that mean?" Guo turned from the screen and answered her with a levelness that made the words worse, not better. "It means our side isn't the only side recalculating," he said. "Today's success has already touched channels outside the room." For one suspended beat, Bay 2 seemed to show its true shape. Not just support, not just multiplication, visibility. The clean abundance, the buffered energy, the successful run, all of it had lifted her out of the category of strange protected asset and into something larger, sharper, and easier for dangerous people to want. 37. Special Project. The next morning, Bay 2 no longer belonged to the people standing inside it. Lin Xia understood that before anyone said so. The technicians were quieter, the access list had tightened again overnight, and the central schedule board no longer showed open windows or provisional blocks. It showed priority holds, hard-coded clearances, and one line at the top marked in a classification color she hadn't seen before. Whatever yesterday's run had touched, it had reached upward fast enough to come back down with authority attached. Guo Jian arrived before the first systems check finished. He didn't waste time on greetings. He handed Xu Ruolin a sealed packet, waited while he opened it, and then said, "This comes from above the usual chain, which means nobody in this room is going to enjoy it." Shen Wei, already standing with coffee that looked medicinal rather than voluntary, glanced at the packet and frowned. "That sentence covers far too much of my professional life." Xu scanned the first page, and something in his expression flattened into full seriousness. He passed the packet to Shen without offering it to Lin Xia. "A project request has been advanced," he said. "Not a general inquiry. Not a queue placement. They want an immediate feasibility review." Lin Xia pulled off one glove and looked between them. "Feasibility for what?" Guo met her eyes directly. "For something large enough that it doesn't get discussed in hallways." He nodded toward the side conference room. Inside. The room they moved into was windowless, sound-damped, and too carefully planed to feel innocent. Song Chungyuan came in last and shut the door behind him. Shen set the packet on the table, opened it, and read in visible displeasure. Lin Xia watched that displeasure sharpen rather than soften, which told her more than reassurance would have. "What is it?" she asked. Shen tapped the page with one finger. "A bottleneck project. National level. High value, schedule critical, and apparently now close enough to panic that someone has decided to push it through us." Song leaned slightly over Shen's shoulder, read 2 lines, and let out a breath through his nose. That's not a small ask. No, Shu said. It isn't. That's the point. Guo pulled out a chair but didn't sit. Until yesterday, your usefulness still had edges. Difficult materials. Rescue work. Narrow miracles in controlled lanes. Bei Tu changed that. Now they want to know whether you can solve something they haven't been able to force on their own. Lin Xia looked at the closed packet, then at the 4 faces around the table. None of them looked excited. That frightened her more than excitement would have. And if I can. Shen's gaze stayed on the file. Then you're no longer helping at the margins, he said. You're entering the timetable. Shen opened the packet and turned the first schematic toward her without offering comfort or simplification. Lin Xia leaned in and felt the room tighten around the page. It wasn't one part. It was a chain of them, layered substrates, bonded interfaces, thermal pathways, tolerance windows so narrow they looked vindictive. The notes along the margin were worse. Imported dependency. Repeated failure under cycling. Pilot line stalled. Shu rested one hand on the table and said, this assembly keeps dying at the interface. Not in theory. In production. They can make pieces of it, but not a version that survives the full stress profile without delaminating, warping, or degrading into expensive trash. Lin Xia read the failure notes again. The problem didn't feel abstract. It felt familiar in the ugliest way, like a compromise that had been pushed too long because there was no clean domestic answer available. How long has this been stuck? She asked. Guo Jian answered first. Long enough that people have started speaking about it in months lost instead of trials failed. Song Chengyuan looked down at the schematic and frowned. If this is the version they sent us, then they're already past polite optimism. Shen gave a humorless nod. They are. They want to know whether Bei Tu can produce a proof object clean enough to justify rerouting serious effort. Lin Xia looked up. That's not a feasibility review. That's a demand dressed as one. It's both, Shu said. And that distinction matters less than it should. They moved back onto the bay floor with the packet's diagrams now loaded across the central screens. The atmosphere had changed again. This was no longer curiosity or controlled escalation. The technicians handled the feedstock with the quiet care people used around things that could alter careers, budgets, and arguments far above their pay grade. Lin Xia stood at the prep station and let the target structure settle into her head, layer by layer, until the false transitions began showing themselves as clearly as lies in a face. Song watched the first simulation populate and said, if you follow their current sequence, the middle band dies hot. I know, Lin Xia said, already adjusting the order in her mind. They're asking the wrong layer to tolerate the truth. Shen's gaze cut to her. Show me. She set her hands inside the working field and pulled the feedstock pattern into staged relation. Ceramic stability. Conductive pathway. Expansion mismatch waiting to become failure. The bay buffered the energy before it could turn savage, and for the first time she wasn't fighting damage. She was rearranging intention. Shu went still as the live model changed under her hands and the predicted failure map began collapsing inward. That shouldn't be cleaning up that fast, he said. No, Song replied, eyes fixed on the screen. Which is why nobody breathed on it. The output took shape in the cradle with a steadiness that felt almost offensive after so much inherited difficulty. When the first internal scan resolved, Shen stared at the structure for a long second and then said, very quietly, get that result into secure comparative modeling now. If this holds under load, we haven't saved a component. We've just shortened a timeline. The load test began less than 20 minutes later, which told Lin Xia everything she needed to know about how frightened they were of losing momentum. Nobody suggested a break. Nobody asked whether she needed food, water, or a quieter room to let her head settle. The finished piece had already vanished into a shielded test sleeve, and the base screens were now crowded with stress curves, thermal maps, and comparative failure histories pulled from older attempts that looked clumsy beside what Bei Tu had just produced. Shen Wei stood with both hands braced on the central table and watched the first heat rise through the structure. If it fails, he said, I want the exact moment, not the polite summary afterward. Song Chengyuan was already pulling live overlays into place. If it fails, you'll get the moment, the insult, and 3 separate graphs explaining why. Shu Ruolin didn't look away from the screen. And if it doesn't? Guo Jian answered that one before anyone else could. Then the room closes, the channels tighten again, and half a dozen people start pretending they were patient. The structure held through the first stress cycle. Lin Xia watched the thermal spread with the invasive certainty that now came before the numbers did. Old versions had died where compromise was forced to pretend it was engineering. This one carried the strain cleanly, not perfectly, but honestly. The second cycle rose higher. The third pushed into the region that had destroyed every previous trial in the margin notes. Song leaned forward slightly. Still coherent, he said, and now even his dry tone had thinned into concentration. No interface bloom. No visible separation. Shu let out a quiet breath. That should be failing already. It knows, Shen said. It simply has better manners than its predecessors. Lin Xia should have felt triumph. Instead she felt the room becoming more dangerous by degrees. Every clean cycle stripped away another reason for caution. Every stable reading made the impossible look less like miracle and more like schedule. When the test finally leveled off and the integrity map returned green across the critical bands, no one cheered. One technician swore softly. Another sat down without seeming to realize he'd done it. Guo took out his phone, looked at the incoming notifications, and said, "It's moved." Lin Xia turned toward him. "What has?" "Attention," he said. "Upward, outward, and faster than I'd like." Shu held out a hand. Guo passed him the screen. Shu read it once and his expression hardened. Requests for briefing inclusion. Preliminary sector prioritization. 2 separate pushes for access review. He handed the phone back. That was fast. Shen straightened slowly from the table. Of course it was. A stuck timeline just twitched. People can smell that through concrete. Lin Xia looked at the green test results and felt the victory curdle before it had time to sweeten. "So that's it," she said. "We solve one thing properly, and now everyone wants a road through me." Guo met her eyes with the calm of a man who disliked the answer and intended to give it anyway. "No," he said. "Not everyone. Only the ones who matter enough to become a problem." They didn't leave the bay open after that. Within minutes, the technicians were pulling the successful piece, the comparison data, and every live log into sealed channels while Guo Jian stood at the center of the room turning a technical win into a controlled retreat. He gave instructions in a voice so level it made the urgency worse. No unsecured copies. No verbal summaries outside cleared rooms. If anyone asks what happened here today, the answer is that testing remains under internal review. One of the technicians hesitated with a tablet still in hand. "What if Division ask for our preliminary findings?" Guo didn't raise his voice. "Then they can discover the thrilling spiritual benefits of waiting." That would have been funny in any other room. Here it only confirmed the scale of the problem. Lin Xia stood with her gloves half removed and watched Bay 2 fold itself inward around its own success. The green integrity maps were gone from the main displays, replaced by access warnings and internal routing locks. Victory had lasted less than an hour before turning into classified behavior. Shu Ruolin gathered the packet, the test sleeve report, and the output images into one stack. This was supposed to answer whether the route existed, he said. Instead it answered whether the route matters. That's a much worse thing to prove in one morning. Shen Wei looked tired in a way coffee couldn't reach. We've handed them a shortened timeline and a fresh appetite. By tomorrow, someone will want a calendar. By next week, someone else will want quotas. Song Chengyuan shut down one layer of the live model and said, and by then the people asking won't remember that the root is still a person. Lin Xia looked at him, then at the sealed walls, the quiet technicians, the adults already speaking in pressure and consequence instead of achievement. That was the part that landed hardest. No one in the room was celebrating because celebration would have meant they still believed the win belonged to them. It didn't. It already belonged to whatever came next. Guo slipped his phone back into his pocket and turned to her. Your movement protocols change as of now, he said. Bay access tightens. Transit tightens. Family contact stays, but we review the pattern around it more carefully. Lin Xia's head came up at once. You think this reaches that far already? I think success travels, Guo said. So does hunger. Shen's expression hardened. Then we stop pretending this is a lab scheduling issue. No one here is pretending that anymore, Shu said. For a moment, nobody spoke. The silence that followed wasn't stunned or reverent. It was the silence of people watching the scale of their own work outgrow the room that produced it. Lin Xia felt it settle into her with cold precision. Bay 2 hadn't simply made her more capable. It had made the future around her more crowded, more valuable, and less patient. Somewhere above them, people were already recalculating timelines. Somewhere beyond them, other eyes were likely doing the same. 38. The Shop War. By the time Lin Xia reached the shop 2 days later, the new pressure had already learned how to wear ordinary clothes. Nothing looked theatrical from the street. The roller door was up, the front light was on, and the sound from inside was exactly what it should be. One machine running, another idling, metal meeting metal in the old practical rhythm of work that still needed doing whether the world had become larger or not. Even so, she felt the wrongness before she crossed the threshold. 2 unfamiliar sedans were parked half a block away. A man in a clean jacket stood near the neighboring storefront pretending to study his phone with the concentration of someone who had no real interest in the screen. Inside, her father's voice carried a note of deliberate patience she had learned to mistrust as a child. Lin Xia stepped through the door and saw the scene at once. Lin Guozhang stood beside the work table with one hand braced on the edge, smiling the way he smiled when a customer had begun mistaking curiosity for entitlement. Zhao Mei was behind the office counter with the invoice folder open but untouched, which meant she had stopped pretending the conversation was routine. Across from them stood 2 men who looked too polished for the neighborhood and too relaxed for people asking innocent questions. One wore an expensive watch and the bland expression of a man accustomed to calling pressure opportunity. The other was younger, quieter, and had already looked up when Lin Xia entered. Her father glanced at her once and said, "You're early," with exactly enough lightness to confirm that nothing about the room was normal. The older man turned and smiled as if she were a pleasant coincidence. "Your daughter? Good. We were just admiring how quickly this place has improved." Zhao Mei shut the folder with a soft snap. "You were admiring very specific things for men who said they only came to ask about overflow machining." The man's smile didn't move. "Business as detail, Madam Zhao. We like to understand who we're dealing with." Lin Xia set her bag down by the wall and felt her own patience narrow into something cleaner. The machines around her arrived an invasive structural truth, spindle wear, fresh maintenance, slight vibration in the secondary line, and beneath all of it the older strain of a shop that had survived by grit long before anyone began circling it with interest. "Then ask what you came to ask," she said. "Or stop pretending and leave." The younger man looked at her more carefully after that. The older one let out a soft breath through his nose, amused without warmth. "Direct," he said. "I can see where the recent confidence comes from." Lin Guozhang's expression changed at once. "That's enough," he said, and the smile was gone now. "You are in my shop. You will speak plainly or you will get out." For the first time, the older man stopped performing casual interest and let something sharper show through. "Plainly, then," he said. "People are noticing that your timing has improved. Your parts arrive faster. Your machines recover faster. Your margins look less desperate than they should. That kind of change makes neighbors curious." Lin Xia looked at her father, then at her mother, and understood with cold clarity that the war had reached the front door before anyone bothered to name it. The older man let the silence sit for half a breath, as if he expected the room to lean toward him once he'd admitted the real subject. Lin Xia didn't move. Her father's jaw had gone tight in the way it did when patience was being used as a final tool rather than a first one, and Zhao Mei had one hand resting flat on the closed invoice folder as if she were holding the papers in place against a draft no one else could feel. "What neighbors?" Lin Xia asked. The man gave her a look that was almost approving. "Local ones," he said. "Suppliers, clients, people who notice when a shop under strain stops behaving like a shop under strain." Lin Guozhang folded the rag in his hands once and set it down. "My business improving is not an invitation for strangers to audit my life." "No one said audit," the younger man replied, speaking for the first time. His voice was softer than the older one's, but it carried the same studied calm. "We're trying to understand whether your new reliability comes from capacity expansion, protected access, or a relationship we should know about." That changed the pressure in the room at once. Capacity expansion would have been ordinary. Protected access was not. Lin Xia felt the phrase land like a hook hidden inside polite language. These men weren't just asking who had lent her father money or which client had started paying on time. They were testing for cover, sponsorship, shield. Zhao Mei looked from one face to the other and said, "You came here to ask whether someone stronger has put a hand over this shop." The older man smiled again, but now it looked tired of pretending to be pleasant. "Madam Zhao, in business it's foolish not to ask which way the wind is blowing." "It's also foolish," Lin Guozhang said, "to stand in my workshop and confuse yourself for the weather." For a second, the younger man's mouth shifted as if he appreciated that. The older one didn't. His eyes went back to Lin Xia, and that made the whole exchange uglier by degrees. We also heard, he said, that some people from the institute side have been seen around your family more often. Academic interest can be very flattering. It can also distort local markets. Lin Xia felt her pulse change, not faster, but colder. That wasn't local competitor talk anymore. That was someone following the edges of the real pattern badly disguised as neighborhood curiosity. Who told you that? She asked. The man spread one hand. People talk. Her father took one step forward. Then you can go talk somewhere else. They left a minute later with the smooth reluctance of men who believed departure was only one move in a longer game. Through the open door, Lin Xia watched them cross to the street, exchange a glance with the man near the storefront, and get into separate cars. Zhao Mei was already reaching for her phone before the engines turned over. I'm calling Guo Jian, she said. Lin Xia looked at her sharply. You think this is that serious? Zhao Mei didn't hesitate. I think local dogs don't usually ask about institute traffic, she said. So yes, I do. Guo Jian arrived before the tea on the office hotplate had finished steeping. He came in with Shu Ruolin and one plainclothes officer Lin Xia didn't know, all three of them carrying the same contained urgency that made ordinary rooms feel smaller without anyone raising a voice. By then the two sedans were long gone, but Zhao Mei had written down partial plates, the time, the older man's watch, the younger man's accent, and the fact that one of them had known enough to ask about institute traffic without sounding surprised by the phrase. Guo listened without interrupting, his attention moving from Zhao Mei to Lin Guojiang to Lin Xia and back again as if he were checking a structure for hairline fractures. When Zhao Mei finished, he asked, did they name a firm? No, Lin Guojiang said. They named curiosity and dressed it as business. Shu glanced toward the open shop floor, then back at the notebook in Zhao Mei's hand. That usually means the real name is either small enough to embarrass them or large enough to matter. Lin Xia felt the anger in her still sharpening rather than cooling. The men had stood in her father's shop and tested the edges of her real life like buyers checking a defect. If we know the plates, she said, then we can find them. If we find them, we can make them stop. Guo looked at her directly. By we, do you mean us, or do you mean you making a terrible personal decision? She met his gaze without blinking. I mean whichever version works fastest. That answer, Shu said, is why you are not improvising the next move. Lin Xia turned toward him, furious enough that the machines behind her arrived in clean invasive truth, worn bearings, stable mounts, cooling line pressure, all the solid things in the room suddenly easier to trust than people. They came here, she said. They questioned my parents in their own shop. You want me to do what, exactly? Wait politely while they come back better prepared. No, Guo said. I want you to stop thinking in terms of smashing the nearest hand and start thinking about the arm behind it. That checked her harder than a rebuke would have. The older man's watch. The institute question. The separate cars. The practiced language. None of it had felt random. Lin Xia knew that. She hated that she knew it and still wanted the simpler answer. Shu closed Zhao Mei's notebook and said, we trace the vehicles, the calls, the supplier overlap, and the client pattern. We find out whether this is local pressure reaching upward or larger pressure reaching down. If you lash out with the power now, you don't solve that. You blind us. Lin Guojiang folded his arms and looked at Lin Xia instead of the officials. He's right, he said quietly. I want them out of my life too. But I want to know whose life I'm throwing them out of. For a moment, the shop went very still. Then Guo nodded once and pulled out his phone. Good, he said. Then we do this the smart way first. Guo Jian didn't leave after the first call. He stayed in the office with Shu and the plainclothes officer while Zhao Mei pulled invoices, supplier messages, and late payment records from the cabinet one folder at a time. Lin Xia stood beside the desk and watched the pattern she had felt for months become legible to other people in real time. The delay from Hengda, the part hold, the sudden rigidity from a supplier who had once been flexible. A client who had changed delivery terms twice in the same week and then acted offended by the inconvenience he had created. None of it looked dramatic alone. Together it looked like fingers pressing on the same bruise from different directions. Shu turned one page, then another, and said, this one changed language halfway through the month. He tapped a printed message with 2 fingers. Same company. Different tone. Either a new handler or outside pressure. The plainclothes officer, who had introduced himself only as Lu, checked something on his phone and looked up. One of the partial plates belongs to a car rented through a logistics intermediary that also handled visits near 2 competitor sites last quarter. Lin Guozhang's expression hardened. Competitor sites? Machine shops, Lu said. One closed. One sold cheap. The office went quiet in a different way after that. Lin Xia felt her father absorb the information not as insult, but as terrain. That changed him more than anger would have. He looked past the desk toward the shop floor, toward the lathe still running, the patched hose, the repaired machine, the whole stubborn little kingdom he had spent years holding together with skill and optimism and lack of alternatives. So this wasn't gossip, Zhao Mei said. She didn't sound surprised. She sounded tired of being right too early. They were testing whether we had backing before they pushed harder. Guo nodded once. That's the local layer, he said. What I don't like is the institute question. That means someone closer to the real pattern is either talking too loosely or being watched more closely than we thought. Lin Xia folded her arms and felt her anger settle into something sharper, colder, and more useful. Then it's both, she said. Petty people squeezing the shop, and someone more serious checking whether the squeeze is attached to me. Yes, Shu said, which is exactly why this place stops being treated like a private family problem. Guo slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked at all three of them in turn. From this point on, he said, the shop is a monitored front. We harden the supplier lane, review the client list, and put eyes on anyone who comes back asking questions with polished shoes and bad manners. Lin Guozhang let out a slow breath and nodded once, as if accepting a truth he would have preferred to keep outside his walls. Lin Xia looked around the office, at the invoices, the tool catalogs, the tea gone cold on the hot plate, and understood with brutal clarity that the shop was no longer just home, or debt, or motive. It was ground in the fight now, and everyone in the room knew it. 39. Pressure from above. By the next morning, the shop had already stopped belonging entirely to the family. A plain sedan sat across from the roller door when Lin Xia left for campus, and another was waiting when she came back through the institute gates 3 hours later with Shen Wei's message still open on her phone. Report to conference room, see formal clothes if possible. Don't argue with the schedule. The last line had made her jaw tighten before she even reached the building. By the time she stepped into the corridor outside the room, she could feel the pressure before anyone opened the door. 2 security men she didn't recognize stood outside with the flat, alert stillness of people told not to look decorative. Guo Jian was waiting for her just inside. He took one look at her expression and said, "You're not in trouble." Lin Xia's mouth tightened anyway. "That's a very suspicious opening sentence," she replied. "It's also true." Guo lowered his voice and glanced toward the closed inner door. "Listen more than you speak. There are people inside who think interest is the same thing as entitlement." Lin Xia looked past him through the glass inset and caught blurred shapes around the conference table, dark suits, folders, teacups, the pale rectangle of a projection screen already lit. Who are they? Provincial industry. One ministry liaison. One man who shouldn't officially be here at all. Guo's mouth flattened a fraction. Which is why you're going to be calm. Lin Xia lifted her chin a little. I'm calm. When haven't I been calm? I'm always calm. He gave her a look that suggested the claim was not competitive. Before either of them could say more, the inner door opened and Shu Ruolin stepped out with the expression of a man who had just finished explaining something obvious to people determined to misunderstand it. She's here, Shu said. Then, more quietly to Lin Xia, he added, remember that curiosity sounds very refined when it's expensive. The room inside was too polished for honest work. Shen Wei stood near the screen with both hands in his pockets and irritation coming off him so steadily it almost counted as atmosphere. Song Chungyuan was at the side console, ostensibly there for technical support, though the set of his shoulders told her he understood perfectly well that the machine in the room was no longer the only thing being evaluated. Around the table sat 4 strangers in good fabric and careful expressions. One older woman in a navy suit rose first and offered a measured smile. Miss Lin, she said. I'm Deputy Director Pei, Provincial Industry Coordination. Thank you for joining us on short notice. Lin Xia took the empty chair between Shu and Guo and sat without returning the smile. I had the impression it wasn't optional. Across the table, a broad man with a ministry pin on his lapel gave a soft laugh. Direct. Professor Shen wasn't exaggerating. Shen's voice was cool enough to frost glass. I wasn't offering character sketches. I was explaining why she's not a procurement object. The air in the room changed immediately. Deputy Director Pei's smile held, but only just. The man with the pin folded his hands and said, "No one is suggesting that. We're suggesting that certain capabilities, once they reach a certain threshold, stop being local matters." The man with the ministry pin opened the folder in front of him and turned it so the others could see a clean grid of summaries, output projections, and timelines stripped of everything human except her name. Lin Xia recognized book1 in the language without recognizing herself within it. Civilian materials uplift. Yield acceleration. Strategic bottleneck reduction. The words made her own work look bloodless, as if she had never staggered out of a rig half-sick, never gone home to a shop held together by patched hoses and stubbornness, never learned anything the hard way except how useful abstraction was to people who didn't have to pay her cost. Deputy Director Pei folded her hands. "No one is questioning the current arrangement," she said. "We're questioning whether the current arrangement is proportionate to what Miss Lin now represents. The provincial side cannot be expected to ignore this scale of consequence." Lin Xia looked at the pages, then at the woman. "You're speaking as if I'm already installed somewhere." Pei met her eyes without flinching. "I'm speaking as if your labor is no longer small enough to be managed informally." The broad man beside her tapped one line with his finger. "3 solved constraints in 1 quarter, he said. 1 shop front already probed. Competitor behavior shifting. Security incidents rising. That combination doesn't describe a student with unusual promise. It describes an emerging strategic asset." The word hit the room like something oily. Shen Wei's head lifted at once. "She's not an asset. She's a person whose work currently exceeds the imagination of the systems trying to catalog it." The broad man didn't bother pretending to be offended. "Professor Shen, I'm not denying her personhood. I'm denying the luxury of amateur scale." Song's hand tightened once on the side of the console. Lin Xia noticed because he was trying so hard not to show anything at all. Shu Ruolin, by contrast, looked almost calm, which meant he was angrier than usual. "What exactly are you proposing?" Shu asked. "A more formal reporting structure," Pei said. "Better visibility, tighter project allocation, clearer authority over which outputs remain local, which elevate, and which bypass ordinary channels entirely." Guo Jian's voice stayed even. "Authority for whom?" Pei turned to him with professional patience. "For the state." Lin Xia felt something inside her settle cold and precise. There it was. Not protection, not exactly. Not greed in the vulgar local sense either. Something cleaner, higher, and more dangerous because it could call itself necessity while reaching for ownership. She looked from Pei to the ministry man, then to Guo, Shu, and Shen, and began to sort them with the same invasive certainty her power once reserved for metal. Some people in the room wanted to protect her. Some wanted to use her. Some, she realized with a tightening chest, were trying to do both and hoped she wouldn't notice the difference until after the structure had already closed around her. The silence after Pei's answer didn't last long, but it changed shape before it broke. Lin Xia could feel it in the room the way she felt stress inside matter, not as noise, but as load. The ministry man had said state as if the word settled everything. It didn't. It only forced the real differences into the open. Shen Wei's irritation had gone past personal temper and hardened into principle. Shu Ruolin looked like a man sorting risk into categories faster than the conversation could produce them. Guo Jian, by contrast, had become even calmer, which meant he had started calculating where the room would try to close and who would be left inside it when it did. Deputy Director Pei turned one page and said, "No one here is proposing crude seizure or theatrical control. But the present model depends too heavily on trust, personality, and local improvisation. That may have been acceptable when Miss Lin's work looked promising. It's no longer acceptable now that her output is beginning to distort procurement, security, and industrial expectation." She let her gaze move from Shen to Shu to Guo with careful neutrality. "The question is not whether she remains a person. The question is whether a person with this level of consequence can still be handled like a departmental exception." "She isn't being handled like an exception," Shen said. His voice was clipped enough to cut. "She is being kept alive, functional, and productive by people who have already paid the cost of learning what happens when systems move faster than understanding." The ministry man leaned back slightly in his chair. "With respect, Professor Shen, that is precisely the language of local capture. You have built an arrangement around her that works for your institute, your people, and your methods. Naturally you are attached to it. Lin Xia watched Shen go very still. That was worse than anger from him. I'm attached to the proposition that she is not raw material for ambitious men who have only just discovered her existence. Before the room could lock around that, Shu spoke. The problem, he said, folding his hands on the table, is that both sides are partly right. The current structure is too personal. It relies on a small number of people interpreting pressure correctly in real time. That is fragile, but a larger structure imposed too quickly would treat legibility as understanding, and that would be its own kind of failure. Guo's eyes shifted to Shu, then to Pei. And there is another problem, he said. Every additional layer of visibility creates another layer that can leak. We already have shop probes, competitor movement, and institute-adjacent questions surfacing in local hands. If you widen the circle carelessly, you don't secure her. You advertise her. That landed harder than Pei seemed to like. Lin Xia sat back and listened to them argue over scale, access, protection, control, and exposure, and for the first time the state stopped looking like one enormous wall. It looked like intersecting hands instead. Some wanted to shield her. Some wanted to claim her. Some wanted the moral comfort of calling those two desires the same thing. The argument did not end so much as condense. After Guo's warning, the room lost some of its polite flexibility and settled into positions that sounded calmer only because everyone had chosen their words more carefully. Deputy Director Pei closed the open folder and rested both palms on it, as if even paper could become a claim if left exposed too long. Then let's stop speaking in abstractions, she said. No one here is asking for immediate transfer, broad circulation, or some idiotic parade of committees. We're asking for recognition that Miss Lin now sits at a threshold where local discretion is no longer enough. That threshold changes reporting obligations whether any of us find the timing convenient or not. Lin Xia had been silent longer than any of them wanted. She could feel it. Silence in rooms like this was interpreted as uncertainty until it became defiance, and sometimes the people at the table preferred not to know which one they were receiving. She looked at Pei, then at the ministry man, then at the projection screen with its clean summaries of her life rendered into outputs and lanes in controlled language. So say it plainly, she said. You don't trust the current arrangement because too much of it depends on people who know me. The ministry man gave a small nod. Yes. Lin Xia kept her eyes on him. And you think that makes them biased? He nodded again. Yes. Shen made a sound that was not quite a laugh. It makes them informed. Pei did not look away from Lin Xia. It makes them invested. Those are not always the same thing. Song spoke then, and because he had kept still for so long, his voice changed the room at once. That cuts both ways, he said. People who only see the outputs are biased too. They mistake distance for objectivity because no one has made them watch the cost up close. The ministry man's expression cooled a fraction. And your role here is? Technical support, Song replied. Which is apparently close enough to count when convenient. Shu exhaled softly, almost amused despite himself, then said, enough. The immediate conclusion is obvious. Visibility will increase. So will protection, but neither happens by pretending that management and understanding are interchangeable. Guo nodded once. I'll draft a tighter access model and a narrower reporting lane. Need to know actually needs to mean something now. Pei held Lin Xia's gaze for one beat longer, then inclined her head. Very well. For now. For now. The phrase stayed with Lin Xia after the room broke and chairs shifted and papers were gathered with the practiced tidiness of people ending only the first round of a longer fight. As she rose, she understood with grim clarity that the street and the state were not the same enemy. One grabbed crudely and showed its hunger too early. The other arrived with better suits, better language, and hands clean enough to call pressure responsibility. Both could close around a life if left unanswered. 40. The Cathedral Draft. 2 days after the conference room fight, Beitu stopped feeling large. That was the first bad sign. When Lin Xia had first stepped into it, the place had seemed almost indecent in its scale, prepared feedstock stacked in disciplined reserve, heavy power infrastructure tucked behind shielding and control walls, every surface carrying the hard confidence of state money trying to turn impossibility into routine. Now the same room looked crowded by consequence. Sample cases lined one whole side bench in sealed ranks. 3 separate project folders sat open at Shenwei's station. A 4th had been placed on the auxiliary table as if shame alone might keep it from joining the pile. Lin Xia stood at the central rig while Song Chungyuan pulled the last stabilization trace off the screen and frowned at the cooling curve. It wasn't dramatic. That was the problem. Nothing was breaking. The system was simply full. Capacitor recovery lagged. Heat bleed took too long. The rig needed reset time between high load corrections, and the queue behind her had started to behave as if physics were a scheduling error. Shen flipped open the top folder and said, "This one can wait." He dropped it onto the reject side without looking sentimental about it. "This one can't." He tapped the second. "And this one only thinks it can't because someone higher up has discovered adjectives like urgent and strategic." His mouth hardened. Apparently words now add megawatts. A younger engineer from procurement, one Lin Xia had seen twice and liked neither time, said, "With respect, Professor Shen, the provincial office is asking for revised throughput estimates by tomorrow." Song didn't look up from the screen. Then they should revise their relationship with arithmetic. The engineer ignored him and turned to Lin Xia instead, which changed the air at once. "Miss Lin, if the correction window on composite batch 7 is shortened by even 20%, downstream fabrication resumes this week. That affects 2 linked programs." Lin Xia looked at the monitor, then at the rig housing, invasive truth rising clean and unwelcome inside her. Charge residue in the line. Heat still trapped along the left bank. Microscopic strain beginning to accumulate in one coupling mount from repeated high-intensity cycling. The bay could do what they asked, but not endlessly, and not at the speed people now wanted simply because they had begun to believe in her harder than the equipment could survive. "It can't be shortened," she said. "Not without damaging the rig or frying me." The engineer's expression tightened. "Surely there's some flexibility." "There is," Shu Ruolin said from the doorway, entering with Guo Jian behind him. "It's called accepting that one girl and one bay do not constitute industrial infinity." Guo took in the stacked cases, the recovery trace, the heat map still ghosting the screen, and exhaled once through his nose. "Good," he said. "Now everyone in the room is finally looking at the same problem." What followed was not an argument so much as a forced accounting. Guo moved to the nearest cleared table and pulled the top 3 folders into one stack, then the next 2, until the backlog became visible as mass instead of complaint. Shu stepped beside the screen and studied the cooling trace with the same expression he used when a patient was trying to negotiate with biology. Shen stayed where he was, arms folded now, visibly restraining the urge to say "I told you so" to half the room. The procurement engineer tried one last time. "No one is asking for miracles every hour," he said. "We're asking for a clearer ceiling so planning can happen above it." Song gave a short breath through his nose. "Planning is already happening above it. That's the problem." He tapped the heat map, then the recovery curve. "This is after 1 heavy correction sequence and 2 moderate runs. The left bank is still carrying residue, the capacitor cycle is dragging, and the mount on coupling 3 is starting to remember every bad decision made this week." Guo looked at Lin Xia. "Can you do the next batch safely?" She didn't answer at once. The sealed case nearest her bench had already opened in her awareness before anyone touched it. Ceramic matrix composite. Internal inconsistencies clustered like old lies. A flaw line too small for ordinary handling and too serious for the downstream tolerance the file was demanding. In field conditions she could never have touched something like this. In Bay 1 she might have corrected one piece and walked away half sick. Here, with Bay 2's prepared stock, reserve systems, and Song already trimming the control logic around her habits before she voiced them, the impossible had become survivable enough to tempt people into calling it normal. "Yes," she said finally. "1 batch. Not the whole queue." The engineer opened his mouth again, but Shen cut across him. "Then we do 1 batch and let reality educate procurement." The run began with the room tightening into its real shape. Song fed power into the rig in careful increments, not maximizing, just balancing load against recovery like a man trying to make greedy people share a narrow bridge. Shu monitored Lin Xia instead of the screens at first, watching the color in her face, the steadiness of her hands, the small changes in breathing that mattered more than bravado. Guo stayed back by the table, silent now, seeing the bay as logistics, risk, and leverage all at once. When the material entered the active field, Lin Xia felt the supported difference immediately. The rig met her halfway. Energy no longer came in stolen mouthfuls or brutal surges. It arrived through structure, through reserve, through systems built by other minds to keep her from burning herself hollow every time the world wanted something from matter. The flaw inside the composite stood out in merciless detail: density drift, microscopic contamination, a stress inheritance that would have cracked the part 2 years into service and gotten blamed on everyone except the people who had let it pass. She reached for it with the bay holding the force steady around her, and for the first time the correction did not feel like survival. It felt like industry learning to kneel. By the time the batch came out clean, the room had gone silent in the reverent, uneasy way it always did after a real success. Shen looked at the corrected pieces, then at the cases still waiting, and his satisfaction never made it anywhere near joy. "There," he said. "That's what supported work looks like." Guo nodded once, but his eyes had already moved past the success to the cue behind it. "Yes," he said, "and that's exactly why this scale is no longer enough." The room did not relax after the successful run. That was what made the next turn feel inevitable instead of triumphant. The corrected batch sat on the inspection tray under clean light, proof that Bay 2 worked exactly as designed, and proof at the same time that design had already fallen behind demand. Guo stood looking at the sealed cases still waiting in line, then at the rig housing, then at Lin Xia, who could feel the residue of the correction still moving through her bones like a quiet aftershock. "How many of these could you do before the Bay becomes the limiting factor?" Guo asked. Song answered before she did. "It already is." He brought up a deeper systems view on the side monitor, and the room's scale changed with it. Cooling loops, capacitor banks, recovery windows. Red and amber blocks lined the screen in patient, accusatory order. You can squeeze more throughput by abusing recovery margins, burning hardware life, and pretending operator fatigue is a minor variable. That buys you days, maybe weeks, and then the whole setup starts degrading into maintenance and lies. The procurement engineer tried to recover. Then expand Bay 2. Shen's expression went flat. With what footprint? What feed lines? What thermal dump? What backup reserve? Do you imagine industrial support appears because someone grows impatient in a meeting? Shu stepped closer to the screen and said, "He's not wrong in direction. He's wrong in scale." That sharpened everyone at once. Lin Xia looked from Shu to Guo. The two of them had that look again, the one that meant a private conclusion had finally become public enough to survive naming. Guo rested one hand on the back of a chair and said, "We've been treating bays as support structures around a rare capability. That made sense while the work was proof-sized. It makes less sense now." He glanced at Song. "Show them." Song hesitated only half a second, then pulled up a file Lin Xia had never seen. The image that filled the monitor was not a bay. It was a complex, layered rings of power distribution, feedstock intake, shielding, reserve systems, thermal routing, isolated control corridors, medical containment, fabrication wings, and enough physical separation between subsystems to suggest that whoever drew it trusted failure exactly as far as reinforced concrete could throw it. The procurement engineer stared. "That's not an upgrade." "No," Shen said quietly. "It's a change in scale." Lin Xia stepped closer before she meant to. Even in simplified render form, the thing carried a kind of terrifying logic. It was too large to pretend innocence. Too deliberate to call temporary. This wasn't equipment being brought to her. It was infrastructure reorganizing itself around the fact that she existed. Shu folded his arms. "Internally, some people have already started calling it the cathedral model," he said. "Not because it's decorative. Because once you build something at that scale, everyone understands what the state has decided to worship, protect, and risk." Lin Xia kept looking at the schematic and felt a rise in her alongside something colder. A system that big could keep her alive. It could also make her visible from very far away. Guo's phone vibrated before anyone could answer the fear Lin Xia was still feeling in her chest. The sound was small, but it cut through the room harder than raised voices had. He looked at the screen, and whatever he saw there erased the last trace of patience from his face. He turned away as he answered, listening in silence for several seconds that seemed to pull the whole bay tighter around him. "How many?" Guo asked. His voice had gone flat. As the driver alive, he listened again, eyes narrowing. What exactly was taken? No one moved while he stood there. The cathedral schematic still glowed on the monitor behind Song. Rings of power and shielding and controlled scale, but Lin Xia's attention had shifted completely to the line of Guo's shoulders. Shu had already straightened. Shen's folded arms had loosened just enough to suggest motion waiting for permission. Even the procurement engineer had stopped looking like a man who believed schedules could solve insult. Guo ended the call and turned back. A service truck carrying reserve capacitor modules for Bay 2 was hit on the East Approach Road. A staged collision. Clean. The cargo's still there. The driver was pulled out, beaten, and left conscious. Song's expression changed first. They didn't want the hardware. No, Guo said. They wanted the packet in the cab. Route sheets. Delivery timings. Temporary access notations. Escort pattern. Shu swore softly, which was rare enough that the whole room felt it. That isn't commercial pressure. Of course it isn't, Shen said. His voice was quiet now, and quieter from him was always worse. No one risks that much effort for parts they leave on the road. The procurement engineer went pale. Could it still be local sabotage? He asked. A competitor probe, maybe, or someone fishing for procurement routes. Guo looked at him with open contempt. A local competitor steals metal or burns a warehouse. He doesn't stage a roadway strike to take paperwork. He glanced at the cathedral plan still lit behind them. Someone wants to know how the bay is fed, when it is fed, and how tightly it's watched. Lin Xia looked back at the schematic, and this time the awe was gone. What remained was the cold, immediate understanding that the thing on the screen was not only a promise. It was a target shape forming in the world before concrete had even been poured. All the arguments from the conference room suddenly looked smaller than they had 2 days ago. Shu turned to Song. Lock down every temporary credential tied to current deliveries. Already doing it, Song said, fingers moving before the order had finished. Shen looked at Lin Xia, then at Guo. You wanted proof that the scale had changed, he said. There it is. Guo nodded once. Yes, he said. And from this point on, we stop pretending we still have the luxury of building quietly. 41. Open warning. Bay 2 was still humming down from the lockdown when Guo stopped pretending the threat could be managed as a discussion. He put his phone away, looked once at Lin Xia, then at Shen and Shu, and made the next decision with the kind of flat certainty that turned a room from laboratory into protected ground. From this moment, he said, your family is not an ordinary family with an ordinary shop. They're a live access lane. I should not have to say that twice. Lin Xia's pulse kicked hard. They should already have protection. They do now, Guo said. And if anyone wants to complain about speed, complain to the people who just hit a service truck for route paper. Shen was already moving for his coat. I'm coming. Shu looked at Song. Lock current access tables. Freeze every temporary credential tied to Bay 2, deliveries, contractors, and auxiliary maintenance. Song's hands were on the console before the sentence finished. Done in 30 seconds if nobody lies to me. Lin Xia hated how long the drive felt even with Guo's car and a sirenless escort clearing the worst of the road. By the time they turned onto the street outside her father's shop, 2 plainclothes officers were already there, one by the roller door, one at the mouth of the alley, both with the unmistakable posture of people trying to look like nothing at all. That should have calmed her. It didn't. The sight only made the next fact worse. Protection had arrived fast, and still something had beaten them to the door. Zhao Mei was standing inside the office when Lin Xia came in. She was pale, furious, and too controlled to mistake for frightened. Lin Guozhang was beside the desk with his jaw locked hard enough to show the muscle in his cheek. On the cleared wood between them lay a brown delivery envelope inside a transparent evidence sleeve. Guo stepped in first. Who found it? One of yours, Zhao Mei said. He checked the threshold camera, then asked whether this had been here when we opened. Her voice sharpened. It had. Lin Xia looked at the sleeve. Even through plastic, the thing looked offensively ordinary. A cheap envelope. A folded stack of paper. No theatrics. No obvious madness. Just intent. Guo nodded to the officer at the desk, who opened the sleeve carefully and spread the contents without touching more than he had to. The first sheet was a photocopy of a Bay 2 reserve route schedule. The second was a photo of the shop front taken from across the street. The third was worse. Zhao Mei at the counter, framed through the office glass. The fourth showed Lin Guozhang pulling the roller door half shut at dusk, head turned toward the road. Folded between them was a narrow white strip. Guo read it first. Then he handed it to Lin Xia. Quiet roads, it said. Small doors. Don't make us learn larger ones. Nobody in the shop moved for a second after Lin Xia finished reading. The sentence on the paper was short enough to sound almost polite, and that made it worse. It wasn't rage. It was confidence. Someone had taken the time to photograph her parents, copy an internal route sheet, and choose language calm enough to suggest repetition if they weren't taken seriously. Guo took the strip back from her and handed it to the officer without looking away from Zhao Mei and Lin Guozhang. From this point on, nothing about this place is casual, he said. Entry logs start now. Camera coverage doubles tonight. Anyone new within 2 streets gets checked. Anyone old who starts behaving new gets checked harder. Lin Guozhang's temper finally found somewhere to stand. This is my shop, not a military post. Guo turned to him with no patience left in his face. No, he said, it's a pressure point attached to a strategic asset, and somebody else has already understood that before you did. The words landed like a slap. Lin Xia saw her father take the hit in silence, pride and fear colliding so hard she could almost hear the fracture. Zhao Mei, on the other hand, only grew colder. What exactly are you saying? She asked. Shu answered from the doorway where he had been quietly reviewing the officer's notes. I'm saying the family version and the state version have merged, he said. The people leaning on this shop are no longer just making business unpleasant. They're testing access, response time, and emotional leverage. Lin Xia looked back at the photographs on the desk and felt anger sharpen into something cleaner. Not panic, not helplessness, direction. The envelope had done that much for her. It had taken all the vague pressure of the last months and given it a face, even if not yet a name. So what happens now? She asked. Guo didn't hesitate. Now the protective terms become real. He pointed to the officer at the desk. Shop stays open, but under watch. Deliveries rerouted. No unverified contractors. No unplanned maintenance. Family movement gets reported for the next 72 hours minimum. Then he looked at Lin Xia. And you stop making private judgment calls about what counts as serious. Her jaw tightened. I didn't ask for them to be exposed. No, Guo said. You asked for them to matter. This is what that means when the other side answers. Shen, who had been studying the copied route sheet in silence, finally spoke. This wasn't assembled by some local fool with a grudge and a printer, he said. The shop photos are intimidation. The route page is reconnaissance. Someone is layering pressure. Song's voice came through Lin Xia's phone a second later, tinny with distance and moving fast. Guo, Beitu is clean for the moment, but the temporary contractor list isn't. 2 credential pings just failed retroactive verification. The room changed shape at once. Guo reached for his phone again. Good, he said, then now we start pulling on the serious hand. The call ended, but the room didn't recover its balance. Guo was already issuing orders in a voice that made movement happen before thought. 1 officer outside, 1 on the cameras, 1 on the failed credential trail. Song had just surfaced. Lin Xia stood beside the desk with the copied route sheet still in her peripheral vision and felt something inside her harden against the shape the scene wanted to assign her. Everyone else was moving around the problem. She was the problem center, and she was not going to be treated like luggage while other people decided what her life meant. Stop, she said. Guo looked up sharply. This is not the moment to slow me down. It is if you're about to split the story into convenient pieces. Lin Xia turned toward the desk and tapped the photographs with 1 finger. I want to know whether this came through the shop war we already had, or whether somebody larger found the shop and climbed in through that. Shu watched her for a beat, then said, that's the right question. Lin Guozhang's mouth tightened. Shop war, he repeated. You make it sound as if I've been hosting enemy operations between lathe jobs. Zhao Mei didn't spare him a glance. You've been hosting pressure for months and insisting it was weather. Shen folded his arms. The local pressure was real. That part doesn't vanish because the ceiling just got higher. He lifted the copied route page. But this didn't come from a supplier grudge. Someone who understands access systems wanted Beitu timing in the same packet as family photographs. That's not one mind. That's layered work. Lin Xia looked at Guo. Then say it plainly. He did, because there was no point pretending gentleness now. Plainly, I think your father's business enemies made noise first. Late payments, supplier friction, maybe a rival, maybe favors called in, petty, ugly, local. He tapped the route sheet. Then someone more serious noticed the shop was attached to you and began using the same opening for reconnaissance. Lin Guozhang swore under his breath. So what, I'm the weak wall? No, Shu said. You're the human wall. That's why they tested you first. The words landed harder than blame would have. Lin Xia saw her father flinch, not because Shu was cruel, but because he wasn't. This wasn't accusation. It was anatomy. Someone had looked at the life around her and picked the softest route in. She looked back at Guo. And if the local hand is still active, then we squeeze it until it squeals, Guo said. Because now I no longer care whether the first motive was business, spite, or stupidity. From this point on, anyone who touched that pressure line gets treated as part of a hostile chain until proven otherwise. Zhao Mei drew in a slow breath. Good, she said. Then stop talking to us like this began tonight. The room held that new silence for less than a minute before one of Guo's men came in from the street with a tablet already open. He was moving fast, but not sloppily, the way competent people did when speed had finally been given permission. We've got the threshold camera, he said. Envelope drop happened at 5:12. Hood, cap, mask, no useful face. But he didn't come blind. He set the tablet on the desk and turned the footage toward them. The figure crossed the narrow slice of pavement with practiced economy, paused exactly once at the roller door, slid the envelope under, then stepped back without looking around like a nervous amateur. Lin Xia watched the body language more than the clothes. No hesitation. No uncertainty. Whoever it was had done this expecting the camera and not caring. That's not a local idiot improvising courage, Shen said quietly. No, Guo agreed. But keep playing it. The officer did. 10 seconds earlier, a delivery scooter rolled slowly past the shop without stopping. 30 seconds after the drop, the same scooter returned from the other direction. The rider never turned his head toward the door. He didn't need to. He was watching the reflection in the parked van's rear window. Shu leaned closer. Two-person discipline. The officer nodded and swiped to the next screen. Now for the ugly part. We pulled nearby street feeds and matched the scooter plate to a courier subcontractor. That subcontractor has done ordinary local jobs for 6 months. Also did 3 rush document runs last month for a parts broker named Wei Hancheng. Lin Guozhang frowned. Wei Hancheng. Zhao Mei looked at him at once. You know that name. His jaw hardened. He fronts purchasing for Lin Precision when they want to keep their own signature off something. They've been leaning on 2 of my suppliers since spring. Guo's gaze sharpened. There's your local hand. Before anyone could say more, Lin Xia's phone vibrated again. Song this time, not on speaker, but loud enough in the stillness that everyone knew it mattered. She answered and put him on at once. I've got something cleaner, Song said. His voice was level, but the speed underneath it was obvious. One of the failed temporary credentials belonged to a contractor who never physically checked in at Bay 2. Paper identity only. The listed emergency contact routes through a logistics shell that's already on an internal watch list. For what? Guo asked. Song didn't hesitate. Foreign procurement approaches, technical phishing, quiet industrial access work. Not petty theft. The room changed shape one last time. Lin Xia felt it happen in her own chest before she saw it in anyone else. The shop, the late payments, the supplier friction, the rival pressure, none of that vanished. It simply slid sideways and revealed something colder standing behind it. Guo took the tablet, then looked at Lin Guozhang and Zhao Mei with stripped-down honesty. Now we have both hands, he said. One local, commercial, and mean. One professional enough to use the first without showing its own face. From this point on, we stop asking who dislikes the shop. He turned to Lin Xia. We ask who has started mapping the road to you. 42, 2 hands close. By sunrise, the question of who disliked the shop had stopped being a question and become a table full of names, invoices, and call records. Lin Xia stood in the back office with stale tea cooling untouched beside her elbow while Guo's people turned the family's last 6 months into pattern. Late payments. Supplier delays. Rush orders that vanished at the last minute. A parts broker here, a subcontractor there, and one name now sitting at the center of the local web often enough to stop pretending coincidence. Wei Hancheng. Guo tapped the printout once. He doesn't need to be the mastermind, he said. He only needs to be the node that lets everyone uglier pretend they're just doing business. Lin Guozhang's mouth flattened. He's a middleman with good shoes and bad habits. Lin uses him when they want dirty hands without their own fingerprints. Shu, standing by the window with his arms folded, said, that makes him useful. It also makes him disposable. Lin Xia watched the names on the page and felt the old months reassemble themselves with offensive clarity. The missed payment that had come with a polite apology. The supplier who had suddenly become strict about terms after years of flexibility. The customer who had wanted impossible turnaround and then acted wounded when her father pushed back. None of it looked random anymore. It looked arranged by people who believed small pressure did not count as violence if it wore invoices. Guo looked at one of his officers. Where is he now? The officer checked his phone. Routine breakfast meeting at the Yongti house off East Foundry Road. Same driver, same table, same timing as the last 3 Thursdays. Shen let out a cold breath through his nose. Predictable men always think habit is the privilege of powerful people. Zhao Mei, who had said very little since the envelope, lifted her head. When you take him, do not let him talk his way into becoming a misunderstanding. Guo's attention shifted to her. He won't. She held his gaze for a beat longer. Good. Because men like that spend years making ordinary damage sound administrative. Lin Xia looked at her mother, then back at the file, and understood that the emotional center of the room had shifted again. Last night had been fear sharpened into clarity. This was something harder. Permission. Someone had reached into their life through paperwork and timing and polite delay, and now the state was finally answering in a language petty men understood. Guo picked up his coat. We move on way first, he said. Phones, books, runners, subcontractors, supplier contacts. I want the local hand opened from wrist to shoulder before lunch. Then he looked at Lin Xia with flat warning. You're not coming to the grab. She met his eyes. Then bring me back the truth. They brought Wei Hancheng back before noon, and that, more than anything Guo had said, told Lin Xia how little patience remained. He did not arrive like a criminal dragged in for spectacle. He arrived like a man whose mourning had been stripped down to its true size. His jacket was still expensive. His shoes were still polished. But one cuff was wrinkled, his hair had lost its careful lay, and the smile he tried when he entered the back office died almost immediately when he saw who was waiting for him. Lin Guozhang went still beside the work table. You, he said, and the word held more disgust than surprise. Wei recovered enough to attempt injured dignity. Old Lin, let's not make this theatrical. I do introductions, purchasing, relationship smoothing. If someone misunderstood a payment queue, that hardly justifies this kind of display. Guo closed the office door behind him. Good, he said. Start with the payment queues you misunderstood. Then move to the supplier nudges, the rushed order manipulations, and the courier subcontractor you thought no one would notice. Wei's face changed in small increments. Not collapse. Calculation failing one ledge at a time. He looked at Lin Guozhang, not at Guo, as if appealing sideways might still work. Business gets competitive. You know that. Sometimes a client needs encouragement to reconsider scale. Sometimes a supplier hears that one shop may be overextended. That isn't war. That's market pressure. Zhao Mei, who had been silent through his first 2 sentences, said, you sent pressure through payroll weeks, machine failure, and loan timing. Don't stand in my office and call that weather. Wei blinked at her, and Lin Xia saw the exact moment he understood he would get no softer reading here. Mrs. Zhao, I didn't invent your husband's margins. I only took advantage of opportunities already present. Lin Guozhang took one step forward before Shen's hand caught his arm. The motion was small, but it changed the room completely. Not because anyone thought Wei was in danger of being struck. Because for the first time Lin Xia saw her father looking at a named source of months of narrowing pressure instead of at numbers, machines, or his own failing luck. So it was you, Lin Guozhang said. The late money. The supplier calls. The stupid little emergencies. Wei spread his hands, trying for reason and only managing exposure. Not only me. I made calls. I suggested caution. Li Shen had concerns. Others were happy to share them. Guo stepped closer. Name the others. Wei looked at him, then at the 2 officers flanking the door, and the last of his confidence gave way to something uglier and smaller. If I talk, he said, you already know I'm not the one you should be afraid of. Lin Xia felt the sentence land in every person in the room at once. The local hand was here. Cornered. Named. And it was already pointing past itself. The room stayed tight around Wei after he said it, as if everyone present had been waiting for the local hand to stop pretending it was the whole arm. Guo did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. The silence after that sentence had already done half the work for him. Good, Guo said. Now we're finally speaking honestly. Start with the names. Wei gave a brittle laugh that fooled no one. You think names are the hard part? Names are cheap. It's being seen saying them that gets expensive. Shu stepped away from the window and came closer, his expression almost clinical. Then lower the price for yourself. You are currently standing in the family office of the man you leaned on while a foreign-linked agents were climbing the same wall. That's not a favorable position. Wei's eyes flicked to Lin Xia then, really looking at her for the first time since he'd come through the door. Not as Lin Guozhang's daughter. Not as some background student he could afford not to notice. Lin Xia held his gaze and felt the shift happen in him. He understood now what he had attached himself to, and worse, how late he had understood it. I didn't know it was this, he said. Zhao Mei's face hardened. That sentence buys you nothing. Wei swallowed. I knew there were interests. That's all. Questions. Root questions. Contractor questions. Which shop deliveries were linked to the new company? Which ones weren't? They came through a logistics consultant first, clean, deniable, the kind of people who talk like procurement and never repeat themselves. Guo's attention sharpened. Name. Wei hesitated, and one of the officers at the door shifted just enough to remind him there were no exits left in this room that passed through charm. Chao Ren, Wei said at last. That's the name he used. Maybe real, maybe not. He said he represented buyers looking at resilient domestic suppliers with unusual government adjacency. Wei looked down at his own hands. I thought he wanted leverage. Market intelligence. Something to sell. I fed him little things. Payment stress. Supplier softness. Which lane hurt old Lin fastest? Lin Guozhang made a sound low in his throat, not quite a word. Shen's grip tightened on his arm again before he could move. You sold pressure points, Shu said. Wei looked up sharply. I sold inconvenience. That was what I thought. Lin Xia felt anger rise in her like a clean blade. Not because he had done it. That had already landed. Because he was still trying to save himself with the scale of his own imagination. He had believed that if he only sold ordinary cruelty, it would remain ordinary after it left his hands. Guo took out his phone. Run Chao Ren, every shell, every subcontract, every consulting front tied to Wei's books in the last 6 months. Then he looked back at Wei with flat contempt. Congratulations. You've just told us where the local hand ended. The office did not relax after Wei gave them Chao Ren. If anything, the room seemed to tighten around the name, as if everyone present understood that naming the seam between the two hands was not the same thing as controlling it. Guo's phone was already in motion, one call after another, his voice clipped into short instructions that treated people in roots and paper companies like pieces on a board that had finally revealed its shape. Pull his accounts now, Guo said into the phone. Not tomorrow. Not after lunch. Now. I want shell companies, courier fronts, consulting invoices, burner numbers, and any contact that touched Bay2 access, shop deliveries, or Janae procurement. He listened for half a beat, then added, and if Chao Ren is already fake, I want the first real name hiding under him. Wei gave a thin, sick smile that had lost all trace of charm. If he's any good, you won't find him sitting under his own name. Shu looked at him without sympathy. If he were that good, he wouldn't have needed you. Lin Xia watched that land. Wei's whole body seemed to shrink a fraction, not from insult, but from scale. For the first time he looked like what he was. Not a mastermind, not even a proper player. Just a petty man who had sold access to uglier people and only now understood how little protection his cleverness had bought him. One of Guo's officers came in fast enough that everyone turned before he spoke. 3 numbers tied to Wei's recent consulting traffic just went dark. 2 devices powered off within 4 minutes of the first bank freeze. 1 courier subcontractor abandoned a scooter under the ring road and disappeared on foot. Guo's face hardened further. They felt the wire. Shen's voice was quiet, which made it worse. Of course they did. The moment the local hand closes, the larger one stops pretending patience. Lin Guozhang looked from Wei to Guo to the officer by the door. So what does that mean in plain language? Lin Xia already knew before Guo answered. The paperwork phase was ending. She could feel it in the tempo of the room, in the way the adults had stopped speaking as if time belonged to them. It means leverage, probing, and paid nuisances are no longer enough, Guo said. We've burned the soft network. If the serious hand still wants access, it will have to act more directly. Zhao Mei's expression did not change, but the office felt colder around her. Then stop waiting for them to prove they're shameless. Guo put his phone away and looked at Lin Xia with stripped-down honesty. I'm not waiting, he said. I'm telling you the next move is less likely to arrive in an envelope. 43. Assassination attempt. By late afternoon, protection had acquired a timetable. That was how Lin Xia knew the world had shifted for real. Officers spoke in routes, windows, and substitution options. Zhao Mei was told what could be moved tonight and what would wait until morning. Lin Guozhang was told the shop would close early whether he liked it or not. Lin Xia was told 3 times that a temporary residence was not a suggestion. It's one night, Shu said in the loading bay behind the shop, his voice clipped by fatigue and refusal. You, your parents, 1 bag each, essential documents only. The rest can be collected under daylight and a cleaner perimeter. Lin Guozhang looked at the half-loaded van with visible disgust. My whole life is apparently being packed like contraband. Shen, standing near the rear gate with one of Guo's men, said, be grateful it's being packed at all. The alternative is worse. That shut him up, though not happily. Zhao Mei was the only one behaving as if the indignity had already been priced in. She handed a folder to the officer nearest her, checked that the office lock had been changed, then turned to Lin Xia with the flat steadiness of someone refusing to let fear become visible. When we get there, she said, you're going to eat something. Lin Xia almost smiled. That's your priority? It's the priority I can enforce. The loading bay smelled of oil, damp concrete, and hot metal slowly losing the day's heat. It was too ordinary for what it had become. That was what unsettled her most. The bay door was half up. The battered hand trolley was still where her father always left it. 1 plain sedan waited at the alley mouth. Another sat farther back with the engine running low. Real protection. Visible protection. Enough that some smaller, more frightened part of her wanted to believe it might hold. Guo came down the side corridor at a fast walk, phone in hand. Change of order, he said. Lead car first. Lin Xia in the middle with me. Your parents follow in the second vehicle. No, Lin Xia said immediately. I stay with them. Guo didn't even slow. You stay alive. I'm not luggage. And I'm not asking. That was the moment the shot came. Not loud at first. Just a hard crack from somewhere above the alley, sharp enough to split the air before the sound made emotional sense. The rear window of the lead sedan burst inward in a spray of safety glass. One of the officers shouted, down, at the exact same instant Shu hit Lin Xia across the shoulders and drove her toward the concrete floor. The second shot was louder because now everyone knew what it was. The metal edge of the roller door spat sparks. Zhao Mei was already on the ground. Lin Guozhang had one arm over her head. Guo's gun was in his hand as if it had always belonged there. Protection was present. Protection was real. And somebody had still gotten close enough to fire. The loading bay exploded into motion without ever becoming chaos. That was the first thing Lin Xia understood from the floor. Guo's people did not freeze. One officer was already dragging a ballistic panel off the van's side rack. Another had dropped to one knee behind the lead sedan and was firing upward toward the roofline where the first muzzle flash had come from. Shen had one hand on Lin Guozhang's shoulder, forcing him flatter against the concrete while Zhao Mei stayed tucked beneath him with her face turned away from the spray of glass. Move the parents now, Guo snapped. Secondary car. Go. Shu kept Lin Xia pinned with one forearm across her back long enough to make sure she heard him. When I let go, you run where I point. Not where you feel brave. I wasn't planning bravery, she said, though her voice came out thinner than she wanted. Another shot cracked overhead. This one punched into the van's side panel instead of glass, the metal ringing hard enough to feel in her teeth. The protective line answered instantly. 2 officers shifted position. One used the sedan as cover while the other advanced low toward the alley mouth, trying to cut the angle from above before the shooter found a third clean lane. For one wild second Lin Xia thought they had it contained. Then the side gate banged open. The man who came through it wasn't dressed like a killer. Dark courier jacket, cheap helmet visor up, slim package bag slung crosswise over one shoulder. He moved too fast and too straight for panic, clearing the threshold with a pistol already up in both hands. One of Guo's men saw him and turned, but not quite quickly enough. The shot hit the officer high in the vest and threw him backward into the trolley with a crash of bent metal and spilled tools. Inside threat, Shen shouted. Right side. Guo pivoted and fired once. The attacker jerked back behind the stacked drums near the wall, not down, not out, just obscured. The whole geometry of the bay changed at once. The rooftop shooter had been pressure. This was penetration. Someone had read the perimeter, timed the distraction, and placed a second hand where protection was thinnest. Shu hauled Lin Xia up into a crouch and shoved her behind the half-loaded van. Stay there. The officer who'd taken the vest hit was still moving, but badly, one hand clawing for his dropped sidearm while blood from somewhere higher than the armor line darkened his collar. Lin Xia saw it all at once. The angle of the drums. The thin sheet metal skin of the van. The warped hinge on the side gate. The pistol in the courier's hand waiting just beyond cover. Guo shouted, "Hold him there," but the words were already too late. The attacker leaned out again, closer this time, and the muzzle swung toward the place where Shu was pushing Lin Xia down. The muzzle cleared the drums and Lin Xia understood, with the cold impossible speed that always came before thought, exactly what the next shot would do. Shu was still half turned toward her. The wounded officer was exposed on the concrete. The van's side panel was too thin. The trolley frame beside the wall was bent but intact. The stacked steel drums were cheap, stressed, and one weld seam had already begun to separate under old handling damage. The side gate hinge was warped. The pistol slide was fractionally dirty. Nothing in the bay was good enough, and all of it was enough. Down, Shu snapped, shoving at her shoulder. She didn't go down, not because she was brave. Because the room had already come apart inside her into structure, strain, density, and cost, and the knowing was moving faster than obedience. Energy hit her from every direction at once, not clean current this time, but ugly mixed theft. Battery charge from the waiting vehicles. Drag from the van's still spinning alternator. Heat from the sheet metal and the lights overhead. For one nauseating instant the whole bay seemed to turn inside out through her bones. The fluorescent strips overhead dimmed to a sick yellow. The van engine coughed dead. Frost feathered across the nearest window from nowhere natural. Lin Xia grabbed for the nearest truth and forced it to move. The van's side panel screamed as it folded inward and then out, metal peeling, thickening, and slamming into place between the gun and Shu in a warped slab just as the attacker fired. The round struck the new barrier with a crack that rang through her skull. At the same instant the bent trolley rails tore free of their mounts and snapped across the floor like living things, one wrapping the wounded officer's torso and dragging him bodily behind the axle line of the van, the other smashing into the drums hard enough to spin them sideways into the attacker's legs. He shouted, more startled than hurt, and tried to bring the pistol back up. Lin Xia saw the weapon too clearly. Cheap machining. Stress line near the chamber. A flaw like a whispered invitation. She reached for it without meaning to reach so deep. The pistol came apart in his hands. Not exploded. Failed. Slide sheared sideways. Barrel cracked. Springs burst free in a spray of dark metal. The attacker staggered backward, hit the warped gate, and went down under the half-collapsed drums with his package bag twisted beneath him. Something inside the bag cracked open and spilled across the concrete. Burner phones. A false courier manifest. A laminated access card with a contractor logo Bay 2 had already revoked. Guo was on him in 2 strides. Shen dropped beside the injured officer. Shu caught Lin Xia just before her knees gave out. "What did you do?" Shu demanded, and for the first time there was something like fear in his voice. Lin Xia tried to answer, but blood was already running warm over her mouth, and the whole bay had begun to tilt. Shu's hands were on her face before the floor finished rising to meet her. Lin Xia could hear him, but his voice kept slipping in and out of the sound of her own pulse, which had become too loud and too slow at the same time. Blood hit the concrete in bright drops from her mouth and nose. Not much at first. Then more. "Stay with me," Shu said sharply. "Look at me." "I am," she tried to say, but the words came out wet and wrong. Shen was barking orders somewhere to her left while Guo's people finished pinning the courier against the broken drums. Someone shouted that the roofline was clear. Someone else shouted back that the rooftop shooter had bailed across the neighboring block. The words moved around her without settling. The loading bay no longer looked real. The new metal slab she had ripped out of the van was still there, warped and ugly and impossible, a fact too large for the ordinary world to survive politely. Guo dropped into her field of vision for half a second, gun already reholstered, face stripped down to function. "Attacker alive," he said. "Bag secured. 1 false badge, 3 burners, 1 suppressed backup weapon. We've got him." Lin Xia wanted that to matter. It did matter. The evidence was real. The man was real. The attack had a body now. But the victory felt very far away from her. Zhao Mei was suddenly there too, against every instruction she had been given, one hand cold on Lin Xia's hairline. Sha, she said, and her voice cracked only once. Don't you dare make me say goodbye in a loading bay. Lin Guozhang hovered just behind her, white-faced and furious in the useless way fathers sometimes became when the world moved past anything hands could fix. Get her up, he snapped at no one and everyone. Why is she still on the ground? Move. We move her wrong and we kill her faster, Shu said without looking up. He had one hand braced at the back of her neck now, the other pressed against the side of her ribs where pain had finally started arriving in hard, sick waves. Ambulance is 30 seconds out. She's crashing. The word went through the room like another shot. Lin Xia turned her head a fraction and immediately regretted it. The whole bay lurched sideways. Fluorescent light smeared into pale bars. The edges of things had begun to glow with invasive truth again. Metal composition, strain, cold, charge, fracture, too much knowing pouring in through a body that no longer had enough strength to hold it. She could feel the damage in herself now too, not clearly, not sanely, but enough to understand the rule she had crossed and the price arriving for it. Shu leaned closer, and for the first time his calm sounded thin. Listen to me, he said. You don't get to let go here. Lin Xia tried to stay. She really did. But the bay had already become light, noise, blood, and the terrible certainty that saving one more second had cost her something she could not pay back awake. Then even Shu's voice went distant, and the dark came down hard. 44. Coma week. Lin Xia did not wake in the ambulance, and she did not wake in the first hour after surgery, or in the hard white stretch of evening that followed it. By the time Song Chengyuan was finally let into the secured intensive care room, the attack had already been broken down into reports, evidence bags, and controlled language, but none of that survived contact with the sight of her. She lay beneath hospital light with too many lines in her arms, bruising dark at her temple, oxygen at her face, and a stillness so complete it felt like an accusation aimed at everyone who had let the day become possible. Shu stood near the foot of the bed with his sleeves changed but his expression not yet recovered. Shen was at the window, arms folded, jaw set in the same severe line he wore when the world had insulted him beyond speech. Zhao Mei sat in the chair closest to the bed with one hand wrapped around Lin Xia's fingers as if warmth itself were a task that could be performed correctly. Lin Guozhang stood behind her, not pacing only because the room was too small to survive it. Guo was on his phone in the hall, visible through the glass each time he turned, speaking in clipped bursts that sounded less like conversation than controlled damage. Song stopped just inside the door. How bad? Shu answered because no one else would have done it cleanly. No bullet wounds. No major organ trauma. Severe systemic collapse after acute overuse, neurological strain, vascular stress, internal bleeding that we caught before it finished becoming catastrophic. He looked at Lin Xia, not at Song. She should not have stayed conscious long enough to do what she did. Lin Guozhang let out a breath that was almost a laugh and not remotely amused. That's comforting. It isn't meant to be, Shu said. Zhao Mei didn't look up. Is she dying? The question hit the room with more force than any report Guo had carried in from the loading bay. Shu took half a second before answering, which was long enough to terrify Song more effectively than panic would have. No, Shu said at last. Not now. But she is not waking, and I am not going to insult you with false certainty about when she will. Shen turned from the window. Say the rest. Shu's mouth tightened. The rest is that she crossed a line under pressure and paid for it with her body. We can stabilize the damage. We cannot pretend it was minor. Song looked at Lin Xia's face, at the dried trace near her nose that someone had cleaned badly in a hurry, at the hand Zhao Mei refused to let go, and understood with a kind of quiet horror that this was the first time since he had known her that Lin Xia could not edit the room around her. She could not joke, deflect, work, glare, or insist she was fine. All that remained was the truth of what the day had done to her, and every person she had been protecting now had to look at it without mercy. By midnight, protection no longer looked like courtesy. It looked like men outside the intensive care door who did not sit, a fresh lock on the temporary apartment Zhao Mei had not chosen, and a list of movement rules delivered in a hospital family room as if ordinary life had already been ruled dead. Zhao Mei sat with her handbag still on her shoulder and listened while Guo's people turned the next 72 hours into controlled geometry. You will not return to the shop alone, the senior officer said. You will not answer unknown calls. You will not discuss hospital location, transfer schedules, or family movement with anyone outside the cleared list. If someone claims authority and is not on the list, you call us first. Lin Guozhang, exhausted enough to stop hiding his contempt, said, "Do I need permission to breathe too?" Guo, who had come in straight from another corridor call and still smelled faintly of night air and gun oil, answered without softness. "Only if you plan to do it in public at the same time every day." That shut him up more effectively than anger would have. Zhao Mei watched her husband absorb the humiliation and understood that the room had crossed a line with them. Yesterday these people had been attached to Lin Xia. Tonight they were attached to everything that touched her. "What about the shop?" Zhao Mei asked. "It opens late," Guo said. "Under coverage. New cameras by morning. Deliveries rerouted through verified handlers only. We're pulling staff records, supplier traffic, contract pressure, and everyone who suddenly remembered your husband's existence in the last 6 months." "And Janae?" Shen asked from the wall where he had been reading messages off a second phone. Guo glanced at him. "Restricted access until further notice. Temporary badge sweep. Vehicle swaps. Clean route rotation. No repeating departure pattern 2 days in a row." Zhao Mei looked from one man to the other and felt, with strange clarity, that they were no longer speaking about precautions. They were describing a battlefield being redrawn around an unconscious girl who had once worried about tuition and cheap noodles. Lin Guozhang rubbed both hands over his face. "You're talking like this is war." Guo held his gaze. "No," he said, "I'm talking like the opening moves are over." The words settled into Zhao Mei harder than anything else that night. She thought of Lin Xia under hospital light, too still to argue. She thought of the loading bay, the shattered glass, the metal slab no sane world could explain. Then she thought of the shop, with its invoices and machines and old familiar smells, now wrapped in cameras, escorts, and route discipline because smaller malice had grown ambitious. "When she wakes," Zhao Mei said, and her own voice surprised her with its steadiness, "don't let anyone tell her this is temporary just to calm her." Guo's expression did not soften, but something in it became more honest. "I wasn't planning to." Morning brought paper, screens, and the first version of the attack that refused to fit inside any local explanation. Guo had taken over a small conference room 2 doors down from intensive care, turning it into something harsher than administration and quieter than panic. By the time Shen and Shu came in, 2 officers were already pinning photographs, route diagrams, call trees, and seized items across the board in a sequence too deliberate to be mere reporting. Song stood near the far wall with both hands in his pockets, looking as if he had not slept and no longer expected to. Guo tapped the first photograph. "Courier attacker is alive, sedated, and not yet useful. No prints in the domestic database under the identity he carried. Badge was false but professionally built. Phones were clean burned shells with staggered activation. The rooftop shooter left behind a firing point, not a person." Shen's eyes moved over the images. Meaning this wasn't some desperate contractor taking a stupid shot for money, Guo said. "The bag, the badge, the timing, the second man placement, all of it says trained compartmentalization. One hand distracts, one hand penetrates, neither carries more truth than necessary." Shu picked up one of the evidence photos and studied the split pistol frame. "And the courier?" Guo's mouth hardened. "No gang history. No ordinary violent record. Dental work suggests foreign service or contractor. His left forearm has an old scar pattern consistent with weapons training, not factory labor." He looked at Song then. The false contractor identity was built to survive routine scrutiny and fail only under a deep check. That tells us they expected to get close at least once. Song stared at the board, then said, "The Bay 2 access card in his bag wasn't just a bluff. The serial sequence matched a revoked contractor batch from 3 weeks ago. Someone knew which visual details would pass at a glance. Lin Xia wasn't there to hear it, but the room bent around her anyway. Every sentence returned to the same place. They'd not come for a shop owner. They'd not come for a simple civilian company. They'd come for Lin Xia, and when the soft route burned, they'd switch to live fire without hesitation. Lin Guozhang, who had come in halfway through and was still carrying hospital coffee he hadn't touched, said, "So all that rubbish about pressure, leverage, suppliers, that was only a front." "No," Shu said, "it was the testing phase." The words landed harder than Guo's briefing had. Song looked down at the table, jaw tight. Shen folded his arms and said nothing, which was worse than anger. Guo let the silence sit for one beat, then spoke with brutal clarity. Local malice was real, he said. Commercial pressure was real. But this attack was not about squeezing a shop. It was about building access to Lin Xia through whatever looked smallest, slowest, and least defended until the moment came to kill or take her. By the second night, the hospital had acquired a second identity. Lin Xia's name was no longer on the public ward board. The intensive care floor had a different access list. 2 of Guo's people now sat inside the outer corridor instead of outside it, and the nurses who came and went did so under a version of truth so heavily trimmed it barely resembled a medical routine anymore. When Zhao Mei returned from washing her face in the family restroom, she found Guo, Xu, Shen, Song, and Lin Guozhang gathered in the room as if some invisible clock had finally run down to a point no one could postpone. Guo did not waste time. Listen carefully, he said. This is no longer a temporary hardening around a bad incident. The attacker is foreign linked. The contractor line was built for a particular task. The shop was used as a way to approach her from the side. From this point on, we're treating Lin Xia as an active strategic target under hostile attention. Lin Guozhang stared at him. He looked older than he had 2 days ago, not softer, just worn through. Say that in human language. Xu answered because the brutality of plain speech had become a kind of mercy. It means the life she had last week is over, he said. Not emotionally, operationally. Routes, housing, work, family contact, shop procedures, company access, all of it changes now. Song's expression did not move, but Zhao Mei saw his hands tighten at his sides. Shen looked at the bed before speaking. And if anyone is tempted to call this overreaction, remember the loading bay. Nobody argued with that. Zhao Mei looked at her daughter's face, still too pale under the hospital light, and felt the truth settle into her with a force that fear had not reached. This was not merely about surviving the attempt. Survival had already changed shape. Even if Lin Xia opened her eyes tomorrow, she wouldn't be walking back into lectures, ordinary lab hours, or a family shop that could still pretend invoices were the real threat. What happens when she wakes? Zhao Mei asked. Guo met her gaze directly. She gets the full truth. Then we move her under tighter protection, restructure the family perimeter, lock Janae harder, and assume the hostile side will try again. Lin Guozhang swore softly. So they won't stop. No, Guo said. For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the steady machine rhythm beside Lin Xia's bed. Then Zhao Mei reached down and smoothed a strand of hair back from her daughter's forehead. 45. Waking under guard. Lin Xia woke to the sound she had fallen asleep beneath without knowing it, a machine counting out her survival in patient intervals. For several seconds she couldn't separate the rhythm from the ache in her body. Pain sat everywhere at once, not sharp enough to be clean, not dull enough to ignore, a dragged weight through her limbs, her ribs, the back of her skull. When she tried to swallow, her throat felt scraped raw. Light pressed against her closed eyelids. Something cool rested against the back of her hand. She opened her eyes and found the world waiting for her in careful pieces. Her mother was asleep in the chair beside the bed, chin lowered, one hand still wrapped around Lin Xia's fingers as if exhaustion had not been allowed to break the grip. Beyond her, the room looked wrong before Lin Xia understood why. The glass outside the door was no longer empty corridor. A man sat there in plain clothes with an earpiece visible against his neck, reading from a folder on his lap without ever really taking his attention off the room. Another figure stood farther back near the junction, posture too still to belong to a nurse or a bored relative. Even the door itself had changed. The locking hardware was new. The realization hit before memory finished returning. Loading bay. False badge. The violent flash of movement. Pressure in her chest like the world had tried to crush its way through her from the inside out. She made a sound before she meant to. Zhao Mei woke at once, head lifting sharply, her whole face changing with a speed that hurt to watch. Sha, she said, already on her feet. Don't move too fast. Xu said you'd wake confused. Lin Xia tried to speak and failed on the first attempt. The second came out rough. How long? Long enough, Zhao Mei said. She pressed the call button without taking her eyes off Lin Xia's face, and the small motion changed the room immediately. The seated guard outside was on his feet before the tone had finished sounding. Lin Xia stared at the door, then back at her mother. Why are there guards inside the corridor? Zhao Mei's mouth tightened. She looked, for one naked second, like a woman deciding whether mercy and truth were still compatible. Because they know who you are now, she said quietly. The words cut through the morphine haze more effectively than panic could have. Lin Xia turned her head toward the glass again, slower this time, and saw her own reflection laid faintly over the corridor. Pale face. Oxygen line. Bruising at her temple. A patient under watch. Not hidden. Not ordinary. Not hers alone anymore. The door opened and Shu came in with a nurse behind him, but it was Guo who appeared in the corridor just beyond the glass, already moving toward the room with the hard efficiency of a man answering an alarm he had expected eventually. Lin Xia saw him, saw the guard step aside for him without a word, and understood before anyone spoke that waking up was not the same thing as getting her life back. Shu crossed to the bedside with the nurse at his shoulder, his calm so complete it almost made the room harsher. He checked Lin Xia's pupils, pulse line, and breathing pattern while the nurse adjusted the oxygen and read numbers off the monitor in a low voice. Lin Xia tried to push herself higher on the pillow and immediately regretted it. Pain rolled through her chest and down her arms with enough force to make her vision blur. "Don't do that again," Shu said, one hand already steadying her shoulder with clinical firmness. "You're awake, not repaired." Lin Xia swallowed against the rawness in her throat. "How long was I out?" "Long enough for everyone to become tired and much less pleasant," Shu said. His tone stayed dry, but his eyes did not. "You've been in and out for days. This is the first waking I trust." Guo entered before she could answer, bringing cold corridor air and the full weight of everyone else's silence with him. He stopped near the foot of the bed, not looming, not softening, simply present in the way armed facts usually were. Lin Xia looked from him to the guard beyond the glass and understood that nobody in this room was improvising anymore. "What changed?" she asked. Guo didn't waste time pretending the answer was small. "Everything attached to you," he said. "Hospital access, family movement, shop procedures, Janae entry, work routes, housing, communication. We're not waiting for a second attempt to confirm the first one mattered." Zhao Mei sat down again, still holding Lin Xia's hand, but the grip had changed. It no longer felt only maternal. It felt braced. "They moved us last night," she said quietly. "Different apartment. Different locks. There are 2 numbers I'm supposed to answer and none of the others unless they clear first." Lin Xia stared at her. "You too?" Guo met her eyes. "Your parents are no longer incidental. Neither is the shop." Shu capped his penlight and slipped it into his pocket. "For the next few days, you don't go anywhere without clearance, and even after that you won't be moving the way you did before. We'll step you up as your condition allows." "My condition," Lin Xia repeated, then looked at the door, the glass, the guard, the changed lock, the corridor that no longer belonged to ordinary hospital life. "You're talking like I'm already in custody." Guo's expression hardened by a degree. "No," he said. "I'm talking like someone tried to kill you through a controlled access point after probing your family and work perimeter from 3 different directions. Custody is about ownership. This is about survival." The distinction should have comforted her. It didn't. Lin Xia turned her head toward her mother and saw, more clearly than she had in the morphine haze, the exhaustion under Zhao Mei's eyes and the new discipline sitting underneath it. This had already happened to them. She was only arriving late to a life the others had been forced to start without her. "Can I at least call Dad myself?" she asked. Guo glanced toward the corridor where one of his people was already speaking into a handset. "You can," he said. "After we secure the line." By the time Guo's people secured the line to let her call her father, the effort itself had become a lesson. One officer checked the handset. Another verified the number from a printed list. Shu made her stop after less than 2 minutes because speaking that long left her breathless and gray around the mouth. Lin Guozhang tried to sound steady, failed halfway through, and recovered only enough to tell her the shop was still standing and that she was not to apologize for surviving. When the call ended, Lin Xia lay back against the pillow feeling weaker for the comfort and angrier for needing the system that now delivered it to her in measured portions. The room had barely settled when there was a knock at the open door and Song appeared beside the guard, 1 step inside permission and no farther. He looked as though sleep had become something that happened to other people. His shirt was creased, his jaw shadowed, and the lanyard he usually wore in the labs was gone, replaced by a temporary hospital pass clipped visibly to his chest. The guard glanced toward Guo before speaking. 10 minutes, he said. Door stays open. Song gave a short nod that carried more restraint than agreement and came in. Lin Xia watched him cross the room and felt, with a force that had nothing to do with morphine, how different he looked when caution belonged to other people's hands instead of his own. He stopped beside the bed and looked at her properly, not at the lines, not at the monitors, just at her face. "You look terrible," he said quietly. Lin Xia tried for something lighter and only managed rough honesty. Apparently that's become a trend. The corner of his mouth moved, but it didn't become a smile. "They took my access for 12 hours, he said. He kept his voice level, but she heard the pressure under it. "Phone copy. Movement review. 3 separate interviews. I had to explain why I knew your work habits, your routes, and which doors you preferred in Bay 2. Lin Xia stared at him. "Because of me?" "Because of proximity," Song said. He glanced once toward the open door, then back at her. "That's the word they're using when they want to sound polite." Something cold settled into her beneath the pain. She had known in the abstract that the attack would spread through everyone around her. Hearing the cost in his voice made it personal in a way guards and locks had not. "You should step back," she said. "Before they decide proximity is a permanent defect." Song's expression changed then, not softer, but more direct. "No," he said. "What they decide is that standing near you now comes with paperwork, scrutiny, and men who think silence is a personality. That's unpleasant. It isn't a reason." Before she could answer, Guo spoke from the doorway without raising his voice. "It becomes a reason if you make yourself an unprotected route." He looked at Song, then at Lin Xia. "And from now on, both of you need to understand that affection is also a pattern." The room went still after Guo said it, as if the word affection had crossed some invisible line by entering the same air as escorts, access lists, and kill attempts. Song did not look away. Zhao Mei's hand tightened around Lin Xia's. Even Xu, who usually let hard truths land without ceremony, kept his attention on the monitor instead of on anyone's face. Lin Xia felt the first flare of anger rise cleanly through the weakness. "So that's it?" she asked, her voice still rough but steadier now. "You put guards at doors, screen calls, rewrite everyone's life, and then tell us even caring about people is a vulnerability." Guo did not blink. "No," he said. "I'm telling you the hostile side already understands that it is." "That sounds like the same thing." "It isn't." Guo stepped fully into the room then, not threatening, not retreating, simply refusing to soften the shape of the truth. "One is an attack. The other is an adaptation to an attack. Don't confuse the two because you dislike the second one more personally." Lin Xia opened her mouth, ready to fight him on instinct alone, then stopped. The effort of breathing still hurt. The room still carried the antiseptic cold of a place where her body had nearly failed. Through the glass she could see the guard at the corridor junction, still and watchful. Beside her bed, Song stood under scrutiny he had not chosen. Her mother had new locks because strangers had mapped the family through her. Her father's shop was under coverage because small ugliness had become a door for something larger. Xu checked a line, then spoke without looking up. "You can hate the structure," he said. "I expect you to. But don't waste your best anger on the people trying to keep the next version of this from reaching your throat." That landed harder than Guo's precision had. Lin Xia looked at her own hand in her mother's grip, pale against bruising and tape, and memory returned in a series of ugly flashes. The badge. The wrong man in the wrong place. The blast of violence after all the earlier probing had failed to give them what they wanted quietly. None of that had come from guards, protocols, or Song being questioned until dawn. It had come from the people who had decided her life was a route to be opened. Song was the one who shifted the pressure last. He looked at her, not at Guo, and said quietly, "Be angry in the right direction." Lin Xia closed her eyes for one brief second. When she opened them again, the fury was still there, but its shape had changed. "Then tell me who," she said, looking straight at Guo now. "And tell me what it's going to take to make sure they don't get a second try." 46. Extraction. Guo answered her question 2 days later by changing how she moved through the world. Lin Xia was strong enough to stand for short stretches and weak enough to hate needing permission for it. By the time Xu cleared her for transfer out of the hospital's intensive floor, the process no longer resembled discharge. It resembled choreography written by people who assumed someone would be watching from the wrong angle with the wrong intentions. Her public chart had already become fiction. Her room number had changed twice without her moving. The corridor outside never emptied. When the wheelchair arrived, it came with 2 plainclothes officers, 1 hospital administrator who did not introduce himself, and a sealed packet Zhao Mei was told not to open unless Guo said so. Lin Xia looked at the chair, then at Guo. "You do realize I can walk?" "For 30 meters, Shu said from the side of the bed, not bothering to make the correction gentle. "After that, you turn gray and resent everyone around you. That isn't a medical description. It's still accurate." Guo checked his watch, then the door. "Today accuracy matters more than elegance," he said. "You're being repositioned, not paraded. Different vehicle, different route, different destination from the one anyone outside this room is supposed to believe." Zhao Mei had already put on the plain dark coat one of Guo's people had brought for her, as if ordinary fabric could help absorb the wrongness of any of this. She stood beside Lin Xia with her mouth set in that new, disciplined line Lin Xia had begun to fear more than tears. "How many people know the real route?" she asked. "Enough," Guo said. "That's not an answer. It's the answer you get." Song arrived just as the nurse finished disconnecting the last visible line. His access pass was different again, color-coded, time-stamped, impossible to mistake for ordinary staff movement. He took one look at the room and understood the pressure of it immediately. "You're moving her now?" Shu nodded. "Controlled medical transfer." Song's gaze shifted to Guo. "With Bay support waiting?" "Not at first," Guo said. "Lower profile. We're not advertising where you're going." Something in Song's expression tightened. "That sounds like an argument for distance, not safety." "It's an argument for survivability," Guo said. The words settled badly in Lin Xia's chest. Strongest infrastructure. Not at first. Step down location. This was the answer to her question, then. What it would take was not one wall, but layers. Movement, concealment, false destinations, controlled inconvenience, everyone living slightly crooked so the hostile side could not find the straight line. An alarm sounded faintly somewhere down the corridor. Not loud, not near, just enough to shift the air. One of the plainclothes officers touched his earpiece. Guo's head turned a fraction, listening to something no one else in the room could hear. When he looked back, his face had gone flatter, harder, and much more dangerous. "We move now," he said. "No delays." They moved her fast enough that the speed itself became frightening. The wheelchair barely cleared the room before the corridor swallowed them into a version of the hospital Lin Xia had never seen as a patient. Service turns, locked junctions, an elevator held empty by 2 men who did not look like hospital staff no matter what badges they wore. Zhao Mei stayed at her shoulder. Shu kept one hand near the back of the chair, not pushing, just close enough to intervene if Lin Xia's body chose the wrong moment to remind everyone how little strength she actually had. Song fell in on the other side until one of Guo's officers put out an arm across his path. "Not this leg," the officer said. Song's jaw tightened. "I'm cleared." "For the floor you're leaving," the officer replied. "Not for the route." Guo didn't slow. "He takes the secondary vehicle," he said. "If we need the route burned, I want separation already built in." Lin Xia looked up sharply. "Burned?" Guo glanced back at her only once. "If someone's watching the obvious chain, we give them an obvious chain to follow." The words sat ugly in her stomach. Not because she failed to understand them, but because she did. Everything now was layered. Every kindness had a second purpose. Every movement had bait folded into it. The service elevator opened into a loading corridor colder than the ward above. For one instant the smell of concrete, oil, and distant exhaust punched straight through the hospital antiseptic and brought the last loading bay back in a hard white flash. Lin Xia's hands clenched against the blanket in her lap before she could stop them. Shu saw it immediately. "Stay with what's here," he said quietly. "Not what was." "That would be easier," Lin Xia said through her teeth, "if what was hadn't tried to kill me in a place that looks exactly like this." Shu didn't deny it. "Yes," he said. "That's why I'm saying it now." Ahead of them, 2 ambulances waited with lights off and rear doors open. One was marked correctly. The other wore hospital insignia too new against the paint. Guo stopped between them, listening to an update through his earpiece while one of his people checked under both vehicles with a mirror wand. Zhao Mei followed his gaze and said, very quietly, "Which one is real?" Guo's expression did not change. "Both," he said, "for different audiences." Then the first gunshot sounded somewhere above and to the left, muffled by concrete but unmistakable. It was followed not by screaming, but by the abrupt flat crack of return fire and the clipped burst of voices hitting radios all at once. Everybody around Lin Xia changed shape. Officers moved from escort to shield in a single practiced motion. Shu's hand came down hard on the chair handle. Guo stepped in front of Lin Xia and Zhao Mei without hesitation. "They're not guessing anymore," Guo said. "They're trying to split the package. Move." Movement became impact. Shu and the nearest officer swung the chair sideways hard enough that the wheels left the ground for half a beat, then drove Lin Xia toward the false ambulance while Guo's people split around them in a pattern so practiced it looked cruel in its efficiency. Zhao Mei was pulled tight against the side of the vehicle by one guard while another yanked the rear door wider. Somewhere behind them, more shots cracked through concrete and metal, close enough now that Lin Xia could hear the ugly difference between fire meant to suppress and fire meant to kill. "Inside," Guo said. Lin Xia looked at the false ambulance, then at the real one, and understood too late what the split meant. "Mom goes with which vehicle?" "The live one," Guo said. Zhao Mei's head snapped toward him. "No. You go where the obvious family pattern says you should," Guo replied. He did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. "They're reading attachment, not medicine. I want them choosing the wrong daughter." "That isn't funny," Zhao Mei said. "It wasn't intended to be." Shu had already unlatched the restraints on the wheelchair. "Lin Xia, listen to me," he said, crouching in front of her for one brutal second of clarity. "You are not going to base support. You're not going anywhere with reserve systems, proper imaging, or immediate rig access. If this goes wrong in the next 10 minutes, you don't have the luxury of collapse. You stay conscious. You stay verbal. You don't try anything heroic." The world narrowed around that. No bay. No reserves. No system waiting to catch her if her body failed again. Just a disguised ambulance, a loading corridor under fire, and the raw humiliating truth that unsupported she was still flesh first and miracle second. Lin Xia's voice came out thin with pain and fury. "That's your reassuring speech." "It's my useful one," Shu said. Another burst of gunfire snapped overhead. Metal rang somewhere to the right. One of Guo's officers swore into his radio. "Upper ramp compromised. We've got movement on the west line." Guo turned immediately. "Burn the marked vehicle. Take the family route loud." Song's voice cut across the chaos from behind the cover of a concrete pillar. "You're splitting them blind." Guo didn't even look at him. "No," he said. "I'm splitting them alive." Zhao Mei grabbed Lin Xia's wrist before the guards could separate them. Her grip was fierce enough to hurt. "You listen to me," she said, all the softness burned out of her voice. "You don't spend yourself to save procedure. You survive first. Let them do their jobs." For one impossible heartbeat Lin Xia almost argued. Then she saw the fear in her mother's face, not helpless fear, but disciplined terror forced into instruction, and something inside her gave way to obedience she hated because it was right. "Go," she whispered. Guo's hand hit the ambulance door. "Now." The ambulance doors slammed shut on Guo's, now, and the world narrowed to dim interior light, metal walls, and motion violent enough to shake pain loose through every part of Lin Xia that hadn't healed right. Shu climbed in after her with one of Guo's officers and hit the lock himself. Outside, through the small rear window, she saw the marked ambulance lurch first, lights flaring alive as it took the loud route Guo had ordered. Then their own vehicle moved without siren, sharp and low and fast enough to feel furtive. Lin Xia gripped the bench rail and tasted blood where she'd bitten the inside of her cheek. Did my mother make the wrong choice, or did I? Shu knelt opposite her, one hand braced on the floor against the sway. Neither, he said. Guo made a tactical one. Save your strength. That isn't comforting. I'm not in a comforting mood. The officer beside the rear doors touched his earpiece twice, listening. His face did not change, but the angle of his shoulders did. Primary decoy has contact, he said. Pursuit confirmed on the marked vehicle. Shu exhaled once through his nose. Good, he said, and the word felt terrible in the enclosed space. For less than a minute, it seemed to work. Then the ambulance braked so hard Lin Xia's vision flashed white. Shu caught the edge of her stretcher before she slid. Outside, doors slammed. A voice shouted something muffled through concrete and engine noise. The driver spoke through the partition, too quickly. Checkpoint change. We've been redirected. Shu's head came up at once. By whom? Municipal Emergency Command, the driver said. Gas line rupture on the planned corridor. We've got override authority waiting. The officer at the rear doors swore softly. I don't have that update on our net. Shu was already moving toward the partition. Show me the code. The answer came not through the speaker, but from the rear doors as 3 hard knocks sounded in a pattern too deliberate to be accidental. The officer cracked the inner viewport and went still. Outside stood 2 men in emergency services jackets with full respirators hanging loose at their throats and credentials held high. Everything about them looked correct until Lin Xia noticed the timing. Too fast. Too ready. As if they had been waiting for this exact stop rather than responding to it. One of the men outside raised his voice. Transfer authority. Open now. Shu looked through the viewport, then at the officer, and Lin Xia saw the moment certainty turned into danger. No, Shu said quietly. Back us up. Now. The driver never got the chance. Something slammed into the side of the ambulance with enough force to throw all 3 of them sideways. The interior lights died. The lock panel sparked and went black. Through the sudden dark came the metallic scream of torn hinges and the officer's radio cutting into static. Lin Xia hit the floor hard, pain detonating through her chest, and understood with cold, absolute clarity that Guo's layers had finally run out. No bay. No reserve systems. No clean route. Rescue might already be too far behind to matter. If she got out of what came next, it would not be because the system reached her in time. It would be because she was still conscious, still thinking, and surrounded by matter that could be made cruel before her body failed first. 47. Mortal hero escape. Darkness did not save her. It only simplified the world into impact, noise, and material. Lin Xia hit the ambulance floor on her side and tasted copper at once. Somewhere above her, metal screamed again as the rear doors tore wider. Shu slammed into the opposite bench with a sound she never wanted to hear from a human body. The officer near the doors was already moving, one hand on his sidearm, the other dragging himself toward the breach before the static on his radio had even fully died. Down, Shu snapped, voice ragged. Lin Xia, stay down. As if she had any other option. Pain had flooded her chest and ribs so completely that for half a second the world narrowed into white blur and nausea. Then the gift came through it, invasive and immediate, not as comfort but as structure. The torn hinge above her. The warped steel lip of the door. The bolt housing cracked 3 turns from failure. The rubber floor mat grit streaked over ribbed aluminum. The officer's pistol, weight and spring and chamber. The shattered lock panel coughing weak residual current into a dead circuit. The ambulance no longer looked like transport. It looked like available parts. A masked face appeared at the ruined opening. Not a hospital man now. Black fabric, eye protection, compact weapon, boots braced correctly for entry. A second figure stacked behind him. Professional. Fast. Close enough that Lin Xia could hear the scrape of gloved fingers on the torn metal edge. Package alive, the first man said. Front compartment. Move. Shu forced himself upright against the bench and said, with astonishing contempt for a man half broken, if you wanted her cooperative, this was a poor introduction. The attacker swung the muzzle toward him. Quiet. Lin Xia did not look at the gun. She looked at the door frame beneath it. Stress fractures radiated through the torn mount where the impact had twisted the geometry out of clean alignment. The steel was already unhappy. The latch tongue had sheared only halfway. One more failure in the right place would turn entry into obstruction. She pulled one breath, shallow and vicious, and reached not outward, but small. No grand field. No reserves. No miracle. Just the microscopic wrongness already present in the damaged metal, found and worsened. The strain line inside the bent hinge. The hairline split in the latch housing. The fatigued pin begging to become fragments. The attacker caught the change a fraction too late. The door sagged with a sharp crack and dropped crooked into the opening, smashing hard into his forearm and trapping the weapon sideways between metal and frame. He swore and jerked back. The second man cursed behind him. The officer inside the ambulance surged forward at once. Shu's head snapped toward Lin Xia. Even through pain he knew. Small, he said sharply. Again. The order hit her like an insult and a lifeline at the same time. Small. Again. Lin Xia dragged in another shallow breath that felt lined with knives and forced herself not to look at the men as men. That way lay panic, blood, and the catastrophic temptation to do something large enough to save everyone and kill herself for the effort. Instead she looked at what they were touching. The trapped weapon jammed between bent door and frame. The sling buckle riding wrong against the first attacker's chest. The torn edge of the threshold plate under the second man's boot. The ambulance's loose interior bench latch, already half failed by the collision and waiting for permission to stop pretending it was secure. The security officer lunged into the opening and caught the trapped gun hand before the attacker could wrench free. Metal slammed against metal. Someone grunted. The second man shoved forward, trying to force space with his shoulder and weapon together. "Don't let them reset," Xu said, voice harsh with pain. He had one hand braced against the bench and the other pressed hard to his own side, but his eyes were on Lin Xia with terrifying clarity. "Use what's already broken." Lin Xia's gaze snapped to the bench latch. "Cheap steel." Repeated strain. A pin biting into a housing that had survived too many vibrations even before the crash. She reached for the weakness inside it and twisted. The latch popped with a hard snap. The entire bench seat dropped free on one side and slammed outward into the narrow aisle just as the second attacker tried to step in cleanly. His boot landed on shifting metal instead of floor. His balance broke. The muzzle of his compact weapon struck the door frame with a flat, ugly clang. The officer inside the ambulance took the opening instantly. He drove his shoulder into the first attacker's trapped arm and ripped the sideways weapon loose. The first man swore and punched with his free hand. The second tried to recover, half kneeling on the collapsed bench, one palm down on the threshold to stop himself falling fully inside. Lin Xia saw the knife clipped behind his vest before anyone else did. Not the blade itself at first, but the retention screw in the sheath, already stripped and sitting wrong. One small failure. One more. She reached again. The screw gave. The sheath tore loose just as the man twisted. The knife slid free, dropped point first, and buried itself in the rubberized floor between his fingers. Reflex did the rest. He jerked his hand back with a curse and lost the little balance he had left. "Again," Xu said, fiercer now. "Keep making them bad at this." Lin Xia's whole body trembled with the effort, not from scale, but from restraint. Each change was tiny, ugly, and brutally efficient. No shining miracle, no rescue out of legend. Just a weak girl on an ambulance floor, turning damaged things worse until trained men stopped looking inevitable. The second attacker went down hard on the collapsed bench, and for one jagged instant the ambulance belonged to the people already inside it. Then a third voice came from outside, colder and farther back than the first two. "Stop crowding the door," the unseen man said. "Pull her through the side." The words changed the fight at once. This wasn't a botched grab by two men improvising under stress. There was command outside the frame, reserve outside the opening, time pressure no one inside could afford. The first attacker tore his trapped arm free with a snarl and lunged half-blind over the hanging door. The seized weapon in the security officer's hand barked once, but the shot went wild into concrete because the man had no room to aim cleanly. The second attacker twisted on the fallen bench and brought his own compact weapon up from below, trying to shoot through the clutter instead of over it. Lin Xia saw the gun before he fired. The earlier impact had already knocked the magazine a fraction low. The feed lip was bent. The spring pressure was wrong. She reached for that tiny existing failure and made it a little worse. The man pulled the trigger. The weapon gave a dead metallic click. Xu heard it and moved on the sound. He kicked the fallen bench with one savage shove, driving it harder into the second attacker's knees. "Front," he snapped at Lin Xia. "Partition latch. Move. I can barely breathe." Then crawl angrily. Pain made the first movement ugly. She dragged herself along the ambulance floor, palms slipping in grit and blood, while behind her the fight compressed into grunts, boots, and metal impacts too close to miss and too fast to parse. The partition door ahead looked sealed until the gift stripped it into parts. 2 hinge screws. A latch tongue. A lower track already warped by the side collision. Not strong. Only pretending. A hand closed around her ankle. The first attacker had come farther in than she'd realized. His glove locked around her hard enough to bruise. Lin Xia twisted and saw not his face, only black fabric, hard eyes, and the retention strap on his wrist rig crossing a buckle that had taken a glancing hit somewhere outside. She broke the buckle. The strap snapped loose. Whatever tool had been secured there dropped into the narrow aisle with a clatter. His grip faltered for half a second in reflexive surprise, and half a second was enough. Lin Xia slammed her palm against the partition edge and broke the warped lower track the rest of the way. The door dropped inward into the cab. "Good," Xu said, voice harsh behind her. Then, louder, to the officer, "Hold them 3 more seconds." Lin Xia dragged herself through the opening and into the front compartment, tasting blood and exhaust together. The driver was slumped against the wheel, breathing but useless. Beyond the cracked windscreen lay a concrete service lane, a barrier arm, a maintenance cart on its side, and no one close enough yet to stop her. For the first time since the rear doors tore open, the space in front of her was not containment. It was terrain. Then the side door handle jerked. A fourth man was coming for the cab. Lin Xia froze for half a beat and looked at the handle assembly as the gift stripped it bare. Steel pin, retaining spring, cable linkage already stretched from the collision. The outer skin near the latch had buckled inward just enough to matter. Behind her, Shu shouted something she couldn't fully hear over the fight at the rear, but she caught the shape of the urgency. Don't let them box you, he called. As if she needed the advice. The handle jerked again. Metal complained. A gloved fist slammed against the window, cracking the already damaged glass into a white starburst. Lin Xia reached for the cable linkage and severed the last bit of integrity holding it in line. The handle went slack in the attacker's hand. Before he could understand why, she twisted the stressed spring in the latch housing until it snapped and jammed the mechanism dead. Outside, the man swore. Cab's stuck. Then break it, came the colder voice from somewhere beyond him. We don't leave without her. The sentence did something useful inside Lin Xia. It burned the last softness out of fear and left only motion. She shoved herself up against the dashboard, every rib protesting, and looked lower. The steering column, the ignition housing, the pedal arm, the maintenance cart in front of the ambulance, overturned but close enough to matter. Nothing here was elegant. None of it needed to be. The driver groaned. Lin Xia grabbed his sleeve. Can you move? His eyes opened to slits. Not well. Good enough, she said, and then hated how much she sounded like Shu. She reached into the steering column and broke the lock pin. Then she thinned the damaged brake linkage just enough that one hard shove would finish it. The ambulance was already in partial gear from the aborted stop. It didn't need proper driving. It needed violence and direction. Shu hit the partition from behind, half falling into the cab with the seized weapon in his hand. Blood had spread dark across his side, but his eyes were still cutting and alive. He took one look at her, the cracked windscreen, the jammed side door, and the overturned cart ahead. You have an idea, he said. It's a bad one. Those are the available kind. Outside, the side window took another hit. The glass sagged inward. Lin Xia put both hands on the steering wheel, braced one foot against the ruined pedal assembly, and said through clenched teeth, when this moves, tell Guo where they staged from. Shu understood instantly. He leaned out just enough to fire two sharp shots through the cracked windscreen toward the concrete pillar line beyond the service lane. One man outside shouted. Another ducked and revealed, for one fatal second, the dark van tucked behind the loading ramp with its rear doors open and equipment stacked inside. There, Shu said. Lin Xia drove her foot down. The brake linkage gave. The ambulance lurched forward, smashed through the barrier arm, clipped the overturned cart hard enough to send it spinning into the men at the cab side, and burst into the service lane trailing broken glass and a scream of torn metal. Behind them, radios erupted alive. Whatever happened next, Guo's side now had a staging point, a vehicle, and a living line to collapse. Lin Xia did not look back. She was free, barely, bloodily, and only by the grace of broken things made worse in time. 48. Atomic. By the time Lin Xia opened her eyes again, the room around her no longer pretended to be temporary. It wasn't a hospital ward and it wasn't Bay 1 or Bay 2. The ceiling sat higher, the walls were thicker, and every surface had the scrubbed, unfinished severity of a place converted too fast and too deliberately to care about comfort. Glass stood where ordinary walls should have been, but the panes were layered, wired, and set into frames thick enough to stop argument. Beyond them she could see cables laid in disciplined runs across the floor, two engineers in hard hats moving past a bank of temporary control racks, and farther back, through another sealed partition, the rising shape of something much larger being assembled around a central cradle of steel and ceramic. Her whole body hurt. That part at least was familiar. Shu was beside the bed before she turned her head fully. Don't test anything, he said. Not your balance. Not your perception. Not your patience. Lin Xia swallowed and tasted metal. You say that like you know which one I'd try first. I know you'd consider all three. Guo stood near the glass with Shen beside him, both men looking less relieved than decided. Song was there too, a step farther back, pale with fatigue and wearing the expression of someone who had been told to remain calm by people he no longer trusted to define the word correctly. Lin Xia looked from one face to the next and understood at once that surviving the ambulance had not restored anything. It had ended debate. "What is this?" she asked. Shen answered first. "The last place. We're not going to pretend smaller solutions are still adequate." Lin Xia turned her head toward the glass again. One of the engineers outside pointed upward as an overhead gantry crawled into position carrying a housing large enough to swallow a person standing. Power conduits as thick as her wrist fed into temporary breaker walls. Nothing about it looked elegant. It looked expensive, rushed, and absolutely real. Guo folded his arms. The step-down model failed under hostile action. Decoys helped. Layers helped. None of it changed the central fact. He met her eyes directly. "When they cut you away from proper infrastructure, we nearly lost you." Song's jaw tightened. "Not nearly," he said quietly. "We did lose control of the route." No one corrected him. Shu checked the line in her arm, then said in the same dry tone he used for vital truths, "Base support is too small, too exposed, and too dependent on normal movement. After yesterday, normal movement is finished." Lin Xia looked back through the glass at the skeletal structure rising around the central cradle and felt the scale of it settle into her bones before anyone named it. This wasn't another lab. It was the state reorganizing space, power, and doctrine around the fact that she had become impossible to protect with anything less. Shen followed her gaze. "You asked what it would take to make sure they don't get a second try," he said. "This is the beginning of the answer. The first time they took her out of bed, it required Shu, 2 technicians, a rolling monitor, and the kind of agreement from her body that felt less like strength than temporary surrender. Lin Xia hated the slowness of it. Hated the assistance more. By the time they eased her into the transport chair and brought her through the first sealed door, anger had become the only part of her that moved without hesitation. The air changed as soon as she crossed into the main chamber. It was cooler there, cleaner, and threaded through with the low electrical presence of systems not yet fully live but already drawing breath. Up close, the structure beyond the glass was worse than it had looked from bed. Or better. Steel ribs rose around the central cradle in concentric tiers. Ceramic housings sat nested inside magnetic braces. Thick bundled conduits ran into floor channels that disappeared under the platform where a chair, not quite medical and not quite industrial, had been bolted into the heart of the assembly. Feed hoppers stood waiting behind shielded partitions. Capacitor banks lined one wall in disciplined gray ranks. It looked less like a machine than a facility teaching itself to become one. Lin Xia stopped the chair by digging her fingers into the armrests. "You built this in days." "Started from older work," Shen said. "Accelerated from there." "That isn't an answer. It's the only one you're getting." Guo stood on the opposite side of the platform with a tablet in one hand and a hard hat tucked under his arm, which was somehow more unnerving than seeing him armed. "This is still provisional," he said. "Power ceilings are capped. Feed systems are modular. 3 redundancies aren't installed yet, which is why you're not improvising, touching, or deciding anything heroic." Lin Xia looked at the central chair, then at the cables running into the floor around it. "It looks like you're planning to plug me into a substation." Shu, who had come up behind her with the monitor cart, said, "That's the first intelligent thing anyone's said about it." Song shot him a look sharp enough to cut. "She nearly died yesterday. And she will again," Shu said, "if everyone keeps pretending this is optional." The words landed with the same brutal clarity the room itself carried. Lin Xia looked around again and let the gift do what it always did. The outer frame resolved first. Load-bearing steel, rushed welds in 2 non-critical joints, ceramic insulators designed to fail outward instead of inward. Then the deeper logic came through, not in lists, but in invasive certainty. Power buffering, heat bleed, field shaping, matter feed. This place wasn't just meant to protect her. It was meant to let her work at a scale none of the bays could survive. "You're reorganizing the whole country around one person," she said quietly. Shen's expression did not change. "No, we're reorganizing one part of it around one person." Guo stepped closer to the platform. "And the reality is this. Smaller support failed. Mobile support failed. Decoys bought minutes. They didn't solve the problem." He held her gaze. "So now we build the version that might." Lin Xia looked at the chair at the center of the structure and understood, with a weight that went deeper than fear, that the question was no longer whether the state would make something enormous around her. It already had. The real question was what she would become once she sat at the center of it. They sat her in the chair that same afternoon because delay had stopped meaning caution and started meaning exposure. The restraints were not restraints in the hospital sense. They were positioning braces, conduction contacts, monitoring lines, and 2 separate emergency release systems. Shu made them test in front of her before he allowed the first feed bank to come online. Lin Xia hated the posture of it, hated the feeling of being arranged inside a machine. People were still building around her, but hatred didn't stop the gift from reaching outward the moment the first low current moved through the frame. The world sharpened. Not all at once, not like the catastrophic overreach that had nearly killed her, but in controlled layers. The chair beneath her resolved into load paths and stress maps. The conduits feeding the cradle became direction, resistance, loss. Then the sample chamber ahead opened on its track and the material inside hit her like a struck bell. It was ceramic, but not anything ordinary language could flatten safely. Dense, heat hard, grain structure pushed toward a limit that conventional processing had almost, but not quite, reached. The flaw lived deep and narrow, a hidden discontinuity waiting to become fracture under real operating load. Shen watched her face, not the instruments. Tell me. Lin Xia kept her breathing shallow and steady. The left one is wrong by less than 1%. Not surface wrong, core wrong. If you run it hot, it won't fail immediately. It'll survive just long enough to be trusted. One of the engineers at the outer console looked up sharply. That defect wasn't on the scan. It wouldn't be, Lin Xia said. She could already feel the system holding her upright, buffering what would once have torn through her body unmediated. You're looking for a flaw. This is a false assumption. Shu's voice came from behind the monitor bank. Can you correct it without trying to become a saint or a corpse? I can try. Guo, standing beyond the outer ring, said, today I'd prefer the first outcome and strongly object to the second. The room did not laugh. It only tightened. Lin Xia reached. This time there was power behind the motion and matter waiting to answer it. The flaw inside the ceramic opened to her as structure rather than mystery. She nudged grain alignment, pulled density into cleaner order. Closed the discontinuity by fractions so small no human hand could have performed them and no unsupported body should have been asked to survive them. Azure flickered once along the contact rails, brief and thin. Then it was gone. The chamber readout steadied. One warning bar vanished. Then another. Shen exhaled through his nose. Good, he said, and for him it carried the weight of astonishment. Before Lin Xia could answer, Guo's phone vibrated. He read the message, looked up, and the room changed again. The local network is finished, he said. Supplier chain, rival hand, paid intermediaries, all of it. The van team is broken too. 2 dead, 3 taken, 1 route under active pursuit. He paused, and his eyes went colder. But their equipment, codes, and comms were never local. This wasn't one team reaching too far. It was one piece of a larger group. Lin Xia looked from the corrected ceramic to the structure around her and understood the new shape of the war. The people who had squeezed her father's shop were ending. The people beyond them were not. Nobody moved for a moment after Guo said it. The chamber kept humming in its new, disciplined way. The corrected ceramic sat under instrument light like any other test piece, outwardly ordinary, inwardly changed. Lin Xia felt the machine around her still holding steady, still buffering, still feeding just enough structure into her body to let her sit upright without becoming a medical event. It wasn't comfort, it was proof. Song was the first to break the silence. So the local hand is gone, he said, his voice controlled too tightly to be mistaken for calm. The people who squeezed her father, the intermediaries, the van team. But the real problem is still out there. Guo nodded once. Yes. How far out there? Lin Xia asked. Guo looked at Shen, then back at her. Far enough that one broken team changes nothing by itself, he said. Close enough that they already built false credentials, routing knowledge, and technical access around your life. What we hit was a working cell, not the whole thing. The words settled into her without surprise. That was the part that felt newest. A month ago it would have sounded impossible. Now it sounded like the shape of the world catching up to what she had become. Shu checked a number on the monitor and said, your pulse is climbing. I noticed. That wasn't permission to become dramatic. Lin Xia almost laughed, but the feeling broke apart before it reached her mouth. Beyond the outer ring of the chamber, engineers were already moving again. One crane shifted half a meter. A technician knelt beside a conduit trunk. A relay bank came online with a low electrical thrum that she felt more than heard. The place had absorbed the update and continued building. That, more than anything Guo had said, made the future feel real. The system was no longer waiting to see whether she fit inside it. It was already changing shape around the answer. Shen stepped closer to the central cradle and rested one hand on the rail. The shop war is over, he said. The small men who thought pressure and inconvenience were enough are finished. The team that tried to take you is broken. But from this point on, we plan for a larger enemy, a longer contest, and a scale of consequence none of us are allowed to romanticize. Lin Xia looked at the ceramic, then at the rising structure around her, then through the layered glass to the people already wiring tomorrow into place. She still hurt. She was still watched. She still needed infrastructure large enough to look absurd from the outside. None of that had changed. But something else had. What do you need first? She asked. That shifted the room. Guo's expression didn't soften, but it changed in a way she had learned to recognize as respect passing through hard containment. Shen looked satisfied in the grim, dangerous way he reserved for competence becoming structure. Song closed his eyes for one brief second, as if relief had to pass through pain to become believable. Guo lifted the tablet in his hand. A materials bottleneck that matters, he said. One that shortens timelines, hardens supply, and proves this system is worth the cost of building. Lin Xia settled her hands against the chair arms and felt the current hum beneath them like a held breath. Then stop asking whether I can carry this, she said. Bring me the first thing that can't wait.